Konoha 5 years, Heitake family. In the hall, all the children of the Heitake family were kneeling, all with serious expressions. Heitake Sora, at the age of 100, has no achievements in his life. Looking at the words on the scroll, the middle-aged man in black kimono said calmly, but his expression couldn't hide the sadness. My Heitake family is also the longest lived in Konoha, and it can't live up to the years. The second grandfather walked very peacefully. An old man with gray hair said solemnly, bury it. Ding! Konoha world has survived for 100 years, the system is loading. 10%, 50%, 100%, the 50-50 system has been successfully loaded. A mechanical sound sounded, and Heitake Sora woke up suddenly. The surroundings were dark, and his body could not stretch. I'm in the coffin. At this moment, there was doubt in his eyes, but he didn't panic. Because Heitake Sora was originally an ordinary college student on the Earth. He accidentally traveled to the Sengoku period of the Hokage world and became the youngest son of the Heitake patriarch. If you don't have a cheat, even if you don't have one, you can rely on your understanding of Hokage to practice one step ahead of others. Become rich and handsome. The result is that there is no system cheat, and it is impossible to cultivate chakra by nature. And he has been weak and sick since he was a child. Apart from the activities of daily life, he can't even do basic exercise. Naturally, the Heitake family was fighting to the death, and never thought of letting a frail and sick young man go to the battlefield. And he also resigned to his fate and lived an ordinary life. As a result, the grandparents died in battle one after another, brothers and sisters died, the next generation, too many died on the battlefield, but, the sick man, instead, he lived all the time until the end of Sengoku and the creation of Konoha. Until, live 100 years old. 55 split system. Heitake Sora's face was strange. Your mother can bear it. After 100 years, Lao Zi died before he awakened. System? System. Heitake Sora shouted twice in his heart, but there was no response. But a piece of information appeared in his mind. 50-50 open system. Every day, there are 2 opportunities to temporarily activate the ability of a certain creature in the thousands of worlds. The combat power can be increased to a tie with the target. The time limit for each tie is 10 minutes. When the time expires, the ability disappears, and the strength returns to its original state. At the same time, there is a chance to permanently obtain a certain ability of a certain creature that has been activated. Tie? Shouldn't the system make me hang up? Well, it's better than nothing. Is there a novice gift pack? Heitake Sora thought. Gift packs for beginners are distributed. A voice sounded, and afterward, Heitake Sora felt a strange energy pouring into his body. Acquisition: Duga 9 Swords Inheritance, 9 styles, Broken Sword Style, Broken Knife Style, Broken Spear Style, Broken Whip Style, Broken Palm Style, Broken Arrow Style, Broken Air Style. Purpose: to break all kinds of moves in the world. Duga 9 Swords. It sounds awesome, but, in this Hokage world, a ninjutsu that breaks the earth and collapses mountains, cracks moves, is it useful? In the world of martial arts, Duga 9 Swords is very powerful, but this is the world of Hokage. In the early stage, it is still boxing, but in the later stage, it is simply a big move. Tasteless. Forget it, it's better than nothing. Then, how do I get out now? Heitake Sora touched the surroundings. He was sure that he was definitely nailed in the coffin. Even if Duga 9 Swords is good, the system can even let him 10 it was a tie with Kagaya-ji in minutes. But, there is no target now, and the swordsmanship cannot be performed at present. Damn it! Could it be? I ate this coffin board. Heitake Sora was dumbfounded. At this moment, suddenly the ground shook violently, and the coffin where Heitake Sora was placed moved upward. What's the situation? An earthquake. Boom! Suddenly, the coffin where Heitake Sora was placed was supported by a huge wooden bar, breaking through the ground and breaking with a crack. As the coffin shattered, Heitake Sora rushed out and fell to the ground, and saw countless branches shooting up into the sky, covering a radius of several kilometers. At the same time, a hot breath came from one direction. Plop! Fell to the ground. Heitake Sora hurriedly hugged a tree trunk beside him, and looked in that direction. Under the night, I saw a huge red fox like a tall building roaring upwards, its 9 tails fluttering and flying, shattering trees and stones. The destructive power was astonishing. 9 tails. Heitake Sora was startled. This picture looks familiar. I rely on First Hokage and Uchiha Madara ultimate battle. Wood style wood dragon technique. Boom! At this moment, a huge wooden dragon with a hideous appearance rushed towards the huge 9 tails. Wood style wooden golem jutsu. The wooden dragon was smashed by 9 tails claws, and then turned into an arm, and then a wooden giant with a height of 100 meters appeared. Bursting out with an aura of dominance, it was the black-haired first Hokage Senju Hashirama with a huge scroll on his forehead. Boom boom boom. For a while, the huge wooden golem and 9 tails collided continuously. They didn't have the magnificence of ninjutsu, nor did they have much skill, but this pure collision of power was even more ferocious and messy. Boulders shattered, large pits continued to appear, and the ground shook violently. This forest seemed to have entered the world and was destroyed. Great power. Looking at the ferocious battle, Heitake Sora's eyes showed excitement and madness. Although he has come to the Hokage world, he has never been out of the family resident, nor has he experienced the chaotic wars outside during the Hokage Sengoku period. Also just heard some rumors. Until I came to Konoha village, I became an old man, drinking tea and salted fish every day, and rarely saw ninjas fighting. There is a huge difference between animation and reality. After experiencing it personally, I realized that the horror of the strongest combat power in the world. But at the same time, it also gave Heitake Sora a kind of obsession with power. At a distance of several hundred meters, Heitake Sora could only vaguely see the two behemoths clearly. He couldn't hear the conversation between First Hokage Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara at all. Of course, he didn't want to rush up to listen. Without the ability of the system, he was just an ordinary person with no power to restrain himself. However, this is also an opportunity to become stronger. First Hokage, Uchiha, and even Nine Tails are all Hokage peak powerhouses. With them, the ability to activate is definitely a powerful creature. If you leave an ability, the strength will be absolute. Big rise. The color of madness in his eyes became stronger. Thinking in his heart, Heitake Sora quickly dodged the chaotic trees and rocks flying around, and moved towards the direction where the two were fighting, on the top of the Buddha. At this time, Senju Hashirama's wooden dragon technique ended. Senju Hashirama displayed a more powerful ninjutsu, and a huge Buddha with thousands of arms and a Buddha seal appeared. Susanoo. A few tens of meters away, Nine Tails was covered with Mangekyo sharing and Susanoo armor, making her even more powerful. Boom, 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 boom. Senju's palm whizzed away, smashing towards Nine Tails, and Nine Tails also rushed over ferociously, hitting. The loud noise continued. And at this moment, Heitake Sora approached the battlefield. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara noticed him at the same time. How could there be someone? Senju Hashirama frowned slightly. The Buddha on the top was originally attacking Uchiha Madara with all his strength, but because of the appearance of Heitake Sora, one of the many arms on the right changed its direction in time, and the attack power naturally weakened. There, Uchiha Madara saw the attack flaw of the Buddha on the top, and as Sharingan took control, Nine Tails quickly turned around and rushed to the right side of the giant Buddha. With a bang, Nine Tails broke through countless wooden arms attacking the defense line, opened its mouth, and a huge black-tailed beast bomb sprayed out, directly bombing the right half of the giant Buddha's body, shattering half of it. At the same time, Nine Tails rushed forward, slapping Senju Hashirama's head with its huge claws. Hashirama hurried to the side quickly. Boom! Senju Hashirama had just escaped from the giant Buddha and avoided Nine Tails' fox claws, but was hit directly by the 100-meter-long fiery red tail, and his body was ejected in a straight line like a cannonball, flying in midair, spewing a big mouthful of blood. Damn, first generation was injured. It shouldn't be. Seeing this scene, Heitake Sora was surprised, but then suddenly said, looks like I cheated First Hokage, right? Wooden dragon technique. Flying in the air, the injured Senju Hashirama made madras with his hands, and a wooden dragon rushed straight up from the ground, quickly entangled Heitake Sora's body, keeping him away from Nine Tails, and came more than 10 meters away from him. Even though he was injured in the battle, the kind-hearted Senju Hashirama still thought of saving people, which moved Heitake Sora inexplicably. I was thinking about becoming stronger, but I ignored it. At present, he doesn't have the ability to activate the system. If it weren't for first generation, he might have been photographed dead by Nine Tails just now. You are the oldest elder of the Heitake family, Elder Heitake Sora. Senju Hashirama quickly recognized Heitake Sora, and then asked in surprise, "You are not, how did you live?" He remembered that some time ago, the funeral held by the Heitake family was the funeral of Heitake Sora. If you want to talk about Heitake Sora, the combat power is 0, and no one knows about it. But the core members of the major families who survived from the Sengoku period all know him, because the contemporaries of Heitake Sora are all dead, and the next generation is also dead. Today, the oldest elders of the major families have to call Heitake Sora grandpa according to their seniority. I was dead. Heitake Sora shrugged helplessly, but you ruined my coffin, think about it, why don't you live for a few more years? Ugh. Senju Hashirama was speechless. It turned out to be that useless old man. Uchiha Madara said indifferently, so what if you come back to life again, appearing here and disrupting our fight, that is courting death? After finishing speaking, he didn't wait for Heitake Sora to speak at all. The Sharingan ability was activated, and Nine Tails' big paw directly slapped Heitake Sora. Damn! Come up and fight. This Uchiha Madara is really cold. The system, it's up to you. Heitake Sora was a little scared in his heart, but now it was hard to get off the tiger, so he could only bite the bullet and go on. Activate the 50-50 ability. Heitake Sora said silently in his heart, looked at Nine Tails, and locked on the target. The system prompt sounded random. Inuyasha World Great Demon, Sesshomaru, calculating combat power. Suppressing, equivalent to Ninetales Demon Fox's combat power activation. At that time, Heitake Sora had 2 red scratch marks on both cheeks, and crescent-shaped marks on his forehead. The old wrinkles on his face quickly disappeared, and his rickety body became tall and straight. The handsome state in his 20s. It is far beyond his past sick child state and has become full of vitality. Heitake Sora felt a force in his body out of thin air, so powerful that he couldn't measure it. His aura soared straight up to the point that it was not weaker than Ninetales Fox. It looked like a person, but it seemed like a beast was about to be culled from its body. This is. First Hokage and Uchiha Madara felt that powerful aura at the same time, showing surprise and doubt. This is power. Heitake Sora was very surprised, and looked forward with a pair of eyes. At this moment, Ninetales' huge claws were still falling down. Shua, the figure of Heitake Sora seemed to stay in place, but in fact, he had already disappeared and appeared in midair out of thin air. Poison Claw. At that time, one of his right hands turned dark green, sharp claws appeared on the fingertips, and he grabbed it violently. A huge green claw soared into the sky, bombarded on the fox claw of the huge millstone, and then a loud noise erupted. After the loud noise, the huge body of the Ninetales Demon Fox flew backwards. Heitake Sora also flew backwards in midair, but in comparison, it is normal for him to fly backwards as a tiny human. Ninetales was blown away. That's not normal. Surprised by Uchiha Madara. Senju Hashirama surprised. How strong is Ninetales? They have all seen it. If not blocked, Ninetales went crazy and could tear down the entire Konoha village in a few minutes. But now under the control of Uchiha Madara, Ninetales wearing a battle armor has increased his combat power, and the powerful blow that exploded did not cause damage to Heitake Sora, but knocked himself away. Damn it! Powerful! I actually knocked Ninetales into the air with one claw. Sesshomaru is worthy of being a great monster, and the strength after suppression is so powerful. Heitake Sora was excited. However, he didn't show it on his face, but pretended to be indifferent, combined with his sudden youthful appearance. Heitake Sora at this time gives people a feeling of inscrutability. Young people, don't be too impulsive in doing things. You must know that there is a sky beyond the sky, and there are people beyond people. Heitake Sora looked at Uchiha Madara and said indifferently, continuing to pretend to be aggressive to the end. A master who hides everything. Senju Hashirama thought of this instantly, but thinking that he was injured just now because of Heitake Sora, he couldn't help asking, Elder Heitake Sora, why are you here? Heitake Sora looked at Senju Hashirama, and said helplessly, I should ask you, right? I died well and was buried. Why did you dig up my grave? Sigh. Is it so difficult to die well? Ugh. Senju Hashirama was speechless again. Humph. Playing mysteries, go to hell. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly, and Ninetales sprayed out a huge group of tailed beast bomb, which bombarded Heitake Sora. For the tailed beast bomb that was flying rapidly by others, in the eyes of Heitake Sora, the speed became very slow at this time, and he could clearly see the flight path. This is a very mysterious feeling. He feels that he has infinite combat power, can block any attack from Ninetales, but can't defeat the latter, let alone try to kill it. In other words, he can easily tie with Ninetales, but only limited to a tie. So, this one is almost full. Heitake Sora looked as usual, raised his right arm, and spread his hand in the shape of a hand knife. Cut! A huge ball of white scorching light formed and flew directly towards the tailed beast bomb. Demon bomb! Boom! The Yaokai bomb collided with the tailed beast bomb, causing violent noises. The surrounding trees collapsed and shattered, and the ground was even cracked. The attacks of the two sides were still comparable, but they were also extremely powerful. Fighting against Ninetales with personal strength, the single target attack surpasses me and Madara, Senju Hashirama estimated in his heart. At this time, Uchiha Madara once again controlled Ninetales and attacked Heitake Sora. Seeing that Senju Hashirama didn't care about himself, Senju Hashirama didn't rush forward. He and Uchiha Madara fought desperately, but they were friends. He will not take advantage of others, and Heitake Sora obviously has no malice towards him, so naturally he will not help Uchiha Madara. Why not take this opportunity to heal your wounds? Damn! Come again! Heitake Sora was speechless, and originally planned to watch a play, but this time he had to fight if he didn't. Giant dog! Heitake Sora's eyes turned blood red, turned into dog pupils, white long hair grew crazily all over his body became bigger rapidly, a more powerful aura erupted than before, and a strong wind swept all directions. Roar! In just 2 or 3 seconds, Heitake Sora transformed into a large dog monster tens of meters long, with snow-white long hair and a pair of blood-colored eyes, exuding a fierce aura, even surpassing Ninetales' trend. Ninetales, who had just rushed in front of Heitake Sora, was hit by Heitake Sora and flew back. Although there is still a gap in size, Heitake Sora's power is still beyond Ninetales at this time. Boom boom boom. The battle broke out again. The huge fox claws bombarded continuously, the bead-like fox tail swept across and whipped, and the tailed beast bomb bombarded continuously without stopping like a missile, and all the continuous attacks fell on Hatake Sora. However, all attacks are useless to Hatake Sora, who has turned into a giant dog queen. The fox paw strikes, Hatake Sora strikes back with one paw, and both sides fly upside down at the same time. Fox tail whipping, Hatake Sora also dog tail whipping, like two soft pillars colliding violently. The tailed beast bomb flew in and bombed Hatake Sora into ruins many times, but Hatake Sora was still unscathed. Violence. Overbearing. Ferocious. At this time, Uchiha Madara also had to face up to Hatake Sora. In a duel between experts, the winner may be decided in a few seconds. And the Nine Tails attacked crazily for 5 minutes, turning everything in a radius of more than 10 miles into ruins. But Hatake Sora is still the same, nothing happened. Although he was controlled by Sharingan, the high-intensity battle made Nine Tails a little breathless for just 5 minutes. Stopped tens of meters away, Uchiha Madara standing on top of Nine Tails looked at the giant white dog and frowned. I've never seen it before. In this world, you still have a summoning beast that can fight against Nine Tails. This Hatake Sora is really deep enough to hide. Uchiha Madara thought in his heart, falling into hesitation. Being able to head-to-head with Nine Tails shows that Hatake Sora is very strong. He feels that this giant dog is Hatake Sora's summoning beast, so, the summoning beast whose power surpasses Nine Tails is even stronger. However, his Sharingan will not deceive him. Hatake Sora seems to have a powerful attack, but his fighting style is very brutal and has almost no skills. This is obviously not good at fighting, and there is something strange about it. Illusion Moon Pupil. Uchiha Madara looked at Hatake Sora, and suddenly launched the strongest illusion of Sharingan. 55-5 ability activation. Lock on the target Uchiha Madara, randomly. One Piece World Whitebeard Edward Newgate ability, calculate the combat power, which is equivalent to the activation of Uchiha Madara's combat power. Observation Haki, burst. Hatake Sora stared with blood-colored eyes, and his invisible mental power exploded. His brain went blank for a moment, but he regained consciousness the next moment. Uchiha Madara's illusion is almost ineffective. Whitebeard, who has reached the peak combat power of the pirate world, is not only the peak of Conqueror's Haki, his armed color and knowledge color are also not weak. However, the illusion in the Hokage world has little effect on Hatake Sora, who has strong spiritual power and observation Haki is extremely powerful. Great! Hatake Sora became more and more confident. Little Madara, do you still want to play? Hatake Sora smiled mysteriously. Although you have surpassed your parents by a lot and reached the pinnacle of the world, your strength is not enough. This world is far more mysterious than you think. Fire style Longian singing technique. Uchiha Madara ignored it, let alone gave up, and unleashed a powerful attack again. For ferocious fire dragons appeared, flying from all directions of Hatake Sora, and buried it with a bang. Crack! Suddenly, Hatake Sora thought about capturing the void, and the space around him was so shattered that cracks appeared. Shock fruit. Crack! All the fire dragons flying around Hatake Sora were shattered. Okay, I won't play with you anymore, you guys continue to fight, I'll take a walk for a while. After speaking, Hatake Sora's figure suddenly disappeared. Because, there, he felt a third powerful force. Black Zetsu. The one hiding in the dark is Black Zetsu, right? Kill that Black Zetsu while he has the same strength as Uchiha Madara. Hatake Sora reappeared, already more than 30 meters away, seemingly casually landing on the ground. But just as his dogpaw fell, the ground shook tremendously, and the shock fruit ability was activated, and all the earth and rocks in a radius of more than 10 meters were shattered and bombarded. However, Black Zetsu is no longer here. Where? Hatake Sora looked in another direction, and ran to the distance again. Originally, he had no intention of fighting against Uchiha Madara, but he just wanted to experience the power of the system. Stop! At this moment, Uchiha Madara's face showed anger, and he shouted to chase after Hatake Sora. Halfway through the fight, the opponent ignored him. For Uchiha Madara, who has always been proud, this is intolerable. Madara! Suddenly, a large number of wooden strips burst out, bound Nine Tails' body, and Uchiha Madara appeared opposite Uchiha Madara. He was not seriously injured. With style was already full of vitality and has now recovered. Madara, come back to the village with me. As you can see, Elder Hatake is powerful. As long as there are 3 of us, Konoha will not be afraid of any forces. Senju Hashirama said loudly. Humph! Don't return. The rotten Konoha should have been destroyed long ago. Uchiha Madara responded indifferently. Is there nothing to talk about? Then, let's fight. Whoosh, whoosh. The battle broke out again. After watching the Hokage anime, Hatake Sora knows that Black Zetsu's true strength is not so strong, so he will play dirty. So he wanted to take this opportunity to kill the grandson, so as to save the future from being in danger. But obviously he overestimated himself and underestimated Black Zetsu. Hatake Sora, who has the Seshomaru ability, moves very fast, but Black Zetsu also moves very fast. At the same time in the ground, haunted. So, after chasing for more than 10 miles, Heitake Sora went straight and lost it. Damn! Quickly returned, and was 1,000 meters away, watching the battle between Uchiha Madara. Heitake Sora thought for a moment, but did not participate in it. Lived in the world of Hokage for 100 years, much longer than he lived on Earth. In the past 100 years, although he has not participated in the battle, he has heard too much. The Senju clan killed the Heitake clan, and Uchiha killed many Heitake clansmen. The Heitake tribe also killed the other two tribes. I can't say that there is much hatred, nor can I say that there is much affection. So, after all these years, he doesn't think the Senju clan are good people, and he doesn't think the Uchiha clan are bad people either. Senju Hashirama is good by nature, but Uchiha Madara is not evil either. It doesn't matter right or wrong, and I am just passing by. What's more, even if they fight desperately, they are still brothers, with a bond that outsiders can't see through. A fetter, a battle of brothers. Fated battle. The giant dog form dissipates in 10 minutes. Ability, being saved at random. Afterwards, some pictures flashed in Heitake Sora's mind, and finally froze in the frame. System prompt: the ability Giant Dog remains and becomes one of the host's abilities. Giant Dog transformation: give host Sesshomaru's Dog Demon King bloodline, which can be transformed into a giant dog, with strength, speed, and defense increased several times. I'll do it this time. Sesshomaru has many powerful means, but after all, there are some powerful tricks that require demonic power. Even if Heitake Sora keeps it, he may not be able to use it. But he is not afraid now. The blood of the Dog Demon King gave him demon power. Even if he activates the ability of killing pills in the future and retains some powerful tricks, he can still use them. And the most important thing is that the giant dog is really fierce. The battle is direct and violent enough. Calm down. Heitake Sora sat on the boulder, watching the battle in the distance. Then the 50-50 time with Uchiha Madara also reached, and it was quite lucky to leave armament haki. But Heitake Sora didn't care about that anymore. He was paying attention to the battle. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara fought for a long time, and when Heitake Sora woke up, it was night. The two fought frantically from night to day. With the coming of the second day, his two 50-50 chances were refreshed again. The Valley of the End has been destroyed badly, and the Nine-Tails Demon Fox was sealed by Senju Hashirama and surrounded by wood. There is not much chakra left on both sides, and they are still fighting frantically. This is a battle destined to be fruitless. Puffed. With Hashirama stabbing Uchiha Madara in the heart, the battle is over. You won. Uchiha Madara spoke with difficulty, bleeding from the corner of his mouth, and fell into the water. Heitake Sora noticed that Uchiha Madara bit Senju Hashirama, but he didn't stop him. 100 years old, who knows how long he can live? Or even if he lives until Kagaya-ji appears, with a system, he will not die. Alright. In fact, he is too lazy to care about these things. Looking at Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama turned pale with grief in his eyes. Won. But there was no trace of happiness in his heart. This was not the result he wanted. He doesn't want to fight, he wants Madara and himself to work together for the village. But, this is the result. Plop. Senju Hashirama lost his eyesight and fell into the water feebly, fainting. Sudden. At this moment, a black shadow rose from the ground, showing a sharp blade, stabbing towards the fainting Senju Hashirama's back. 50-50 open ability activation, target Black Zetsu. Random, Shinigami World Byakuya Kukaki, combat power calculation, change, equal to Black Zetsu. Shua. Heitake Sora appeared next to Senju Hashirama, grabbed the latter's arm with one hand, and sprinted backwards, causing the blade to plunge into the bottom of the water. When Uchiha Madara was fighting hand-to-hand, Heitake Sora quickly approached from a distance to more than 20 meters away. Because there is not much left of the two chakra, the destructive power is very weak. Although he couldn't catch Black Zetsu, but the other party appeared, he believed that the other party could not just leave like this. You want to die? I don't mind giving you a ride. Heitake Sora looked at Black Zetsu indifferently. Immortal, meddlesome. Black Zetsu made a weird piercing sound, and decisively turned into a ball of black liquid that enveloped Uchiha Madara next to him. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha Madara's corpse disappeared. Even if Heitake Sora is really allowed to shoot, now he and Black Zetsu are 50-50, and they can't kill each other. But his bet is that the opponent dare not make a move. These two brothers. Heitake Sora looked at the dilapidated scene that was almost razed to the ground, picked up Senju Hashirama on his back, and ran quickly in the direction of Konoha village. The 10-minute time limit is not long, but what Heitake Sora acquired was the ability of Shinigami Captain Byakuya Kukaki, Shinigami Shunpo, which was as fast as the wind, and when 10 minutes were up, Heitake Sora had already arrived at the gate of Konoha village. Seeing a white-haired old man carrying a middle-aged man on his back, the ninja guarding the gate was a little puzzled. The old man is getting stronger and stronger. But, seeing the appearance of the person on the back clearly, the two quickly ran out. It's Master Hokage. Outside the first Hokage mansion, Konoha shinobi were already surrounded. Everyone looked serious and indifferent. It was obvious that even if a bird dared to fly in, it might be bombarded to death by ninjutsu. Except for Senju Hashirama, who fainted, there were only 3 people in the mansion. Revived the aged Heitake Sora. Senju Hashirama's younger brother, the white-haired, stocky Senju Tobirama. Hashirama's wife, Uzumaki Mito, a red-haired man with a spiritual mark on his forehead. Uzumaki Mito is not only the grandmaster sealing technique, but also the strongest medical ninjutsu in the village. After more than an hour of comprehensive detection and meticulous treatment, Uzumaki Mito was slightly relieved. "How is big brother?" Senju Tobirama asked eagerly. "The injury is not serious, and it will recover in a few days," Uzumaki Mito said gently with the usual expression on his face. "That's good." Senju Tobirama took a deep breath and exhaled. Now that Konoha is starting up, if Hashirama falls, it will definitely be a catastrophe. Looking at Senju Hashirama, Heitake Sora sighed slightly in his heart. Although he doesn't know medical ninjutsu, he has lived for a long time, and he can still guess a thing or two from the changes in people's expressions. Uzumaki Mito is pretending to be calm. Things may be more serious than imagined. "You 3 little ones stay here, I can't help here, go home. You can go to my house for tea when you have time." After finishing speaking, Heitake Sora walked out the door. Senju Hashirama had been in a hurry before, and the two didn't ask Heitake Sora about the specific battle process at all. Now relieved, Senju Tobirama was about to call Heitake Sora to ask. At this time, Uzumaki Mito gestured to Tobirama and shook his head slightly. At the same time, he respectfully said, "Elder Heitake, you have worked hard." Small. Heitake Sora didn't turn around, waved his hand, and left. At this time, many people gathered in front of the first-generation mansion, with different expressions. Uchiha's expression was weird, Hayaga's was relatively indifferent, the Senju family was extremely anxious, and the Sarutobi family. Seeing Heitake Sora, many older generations were surprised and puzzled. How can a dead person come back to life? At this time, Patriarch Heitake came quickly. "Second grandpa, what are you doing? Go back and talk about it." Heitake Sora glanced around and said loudly, "It's all gone. The Hokage is just a small injury. Don't make it seem like it's really a big deal, you children." "Frizzy, can you be like that? I'm as mature?" Forward. The originally dull atmosphere was made weird by Heitake Sora's words. There are many old people in their 50s and 60s here. To be said so is almost provocative and belittles them. However, remembering that the person who said this was a 100-year-old older guy, how do you refute? However, since Heitake Sora said that Hokage is fine, the elites who were originally busy just stayed a few people, and after some politeness, they started to disperse. A few members of the Heitake family left, the patriarch and others left with Heitake Sora. In the first Hokage mansion, Senju Tobirama looked at Uzumaki Mito, "Sister-in-law, why didn't you ask about it? The big brother and Madara's fight is definitely a big scene. Heitake Sora is an ordinary person, how could he appear there? And, why is he alive again? What if it is? What kind of plot does he have with Madara?" Uzumaki Mito said, "Everyone has secrets, and we shouldn't delve into everything. I checked just now, and there are only chakra from Madara and 9 tails in Hashirama's body, as well as some toxin residues. I don't feel that person has any malicious intentions." And, after hesitating for a moment, she looked at Hashirama, who was in a coma, and said, "Hashirama's injury is really serious. I just suppressed it temporarily, and I deliberately asked that person to bring the news, and first stabilize the various tribes and other villages. Tobirama, leave the 5 the most trustworthy elite jonin, the rest should be withdrawn. From now on, you can live and work here temporarily." "Okay, I'll protect the elder brother, you don't have to worry about treatment. Whoever comes and who dies," Senju Tobirama said indifferently. There was deep worry in his eyes at the same time. "The coffin board was destroyed. I thought I would live for a few more years, so I lived. Then I saw a person lying next to me, and saw that it was a little Hashirama, so I carried it back to the residence of the Heitake family," Heitake Sora casually explained to Chief Heitake. "Really?" Patriarch Heitake obviously didn't believe it. "With your strength, you can't carry Hokage-sama's body on your back." Heitake Sora smiled mysteriously. "You may not believe it, after dying once, I seem to have been reborn, and now I am full of vitality." Forward. Little watermark. "After so many years, you still can't get rid of 8 trigrams problems. It's okay, it's not easy to resurrect once. It's so tiring. I'll go home first." Patting the shoulder of the Heitake patriarch, Heitake Sora directly run away. At this time, Heitake Watermark was full of doubts, but Heitake Sora's seniority was too high, and at the same time he took good care of him when he was a child. Even though he was over 60 years old, he still respected this second grandfather deeply in his heart. Forget it, it's good to be alive. In the end, the Heitake patriarch could only comfort himself. Thinking that second grandpa was still alive, he felt a little happy. San Shinobi Village Fuji Shiro reports that Hokage and Uchiha Madara fought last night. There was news from Konoha Village that Hokage was injured. It is said that it is not serious, but it is not sure yet. Generation Kazekage looked at the people around him. What do you think? One person said, the news is not clear at the moment, I think wait and see. Another said, even if Hokage is really dead, the Hyuga, Uchiha, and Senju tribes are still invincible to us. Another said, how about we join hands with Rock Shinobi Village and Cloud Shinobi Village? After all, the land of fire is rich in products. As long as the leaves are destroyed, we will reap a lot of money. Disapprove. Cloud Shinobi Village. Father, Hokage is seriously injured, our chance for Cloud Shinobi has come. Life or death is unknown, continue to wait. However, if it is confirmed that he is really dead, a thunderstrike is necessary. Rock Shinobi Village. Don't keep it, send the most elite spies to investigate. Quick! Those who have watched the Hokage anime will know that Konoha's White Fang, that is, Kakashi's father, is very powerful, surpassing Sunin. Later, Kakashi was also relatively strong, and only then did the Heitake family become famous in Konoha. Heitake Sora, who came here, knew that before the White Fang became stronger, the Heitake clan could only be considered average. Compared with the Ino, Shika, Cho clan, their strength and financial resources were inferior. The Heitake people are born with a small reserve of chakra. Even if they are grandmaster swordsmen, it is naturally difficult to use ninja wars between ninjas and ninjutsu flying everywhere. If it weren't for the chakra restriction, the Heitake clan would definitely be second only to the three major clans. But there is no if. Therefore, the Heitake family is just a small family in the newly established Konoha village. There are more than 50 family members, and the residence is not large. A few days after Heitake Sora was buried, a big battle broke out between First Generation and Uchiha Madara, and his small yard was still unoccupied. However, his clothing and accessories during his lifetime were all sparked with him. Looking at the empty room with only simple furniture left, Heitake Sora said to himself helplessly, it's not a small sum of money. Going to the mirror and looking at himself in the mirror, Heitake Sora saw the change in himself. Compared with the weak appearance before his death, the current him is only bent on purpose, and he can straighten his back at any time. He is now more energetic than he was when he was young. It was just the wrinkles on his face and his white hair, which made him look very old. He punched and kicked at will, and by the way, he did a dozen push UPS, and then a dozen sit UPS, and lifted a table weighing dozens of kilograms with one hand. The happy look on Heitake Sora's face became more and more intense. The blood of this dog demon king is very powerful. Now I look like an old man in his 70s and 80s, but his body is comparable to that of a young man, and his strength may surpass most ordinary people. Heitake Sora was extremely surprised. After activating the great demon's blood, my body is becoming younger, and it seems that I can live for many years. Thinking that he will not die immediately, Heitake Sora also relaxes, and asks Heitake Watermark for 10,000 taels to buy thing. The elders in the family would have been supported by the family, especially Heitake Sora, who is close to the second grandfather, and he usually does not spend money recklessly, and the patriarch is not stingy. After buying daily necessities, kitchen utensils, and tea sets and tea leaves, Heitake Sora leisurely made tea in the small hall. He was born in Country Z in his previous life. As the origin of tea, he has a different feeling for tea. I drink some every day. Unlike some people who think they are elegant, Heitake Sora is purely making tea and drinking tea, enjoying this kind of tranquility. As for tea tasting, he doesn't understand, and he doesn't want to pretend to understand. At this time, two men in kimonos with patterns of table tennis bats on their backs came to the open gate of the small courtyard. Among them, the middle-aged man was carrying a gift box and was about to knock on the door. Heitake Sora activated the blood of the dog demon king, and his senses were also very sensitive. What's more, there are people standing in front of you not far away. Don't knock, come in. Heitake Sora casually leaned back on the big wooden chair against the wooden floor, took a sip of tea comfortably, watched the two approaching, squinted and said, Uchiha's child, what's the matter, just say it. Although he is in a village, Heitake Sora is an ordinary person. All the families have only heard his name, but they have not seen him for several years. The old man, who seemed to be in his 60s, said slightly respectfully, Senior came back today to protect Master Hokage. As a member of the village, I would like to thank you. I don't know what Senior likes, so I will send you a red envelope. After he finished speaking, the gift box in the middle-aged man's hand floated in midair and landed gently on the table. Chakra turns into silk thread and has strong control. He may be the next Uchiha patriarch. Heitake Sora took another look at the middle-aged man. Oh? Heitake Sora smiled and said, it's a little effort, you are too kind. While talking, he unceremoniously opened the box. A lot of money. A rough calculation is 500,000. For Heitake Sora, this is a huge sum. It seems that the question you want to ask is not simple, but for the sake of so much money, as long as I know, I will say it. Heitake Sora smiled. Chief Uchiha frowned slightly. As a strong ninja, in his eyes, money was nothing, but strength was important. Heitake Sora's actions made his evaluation of Heitake Sora a lot lower. However, he soon looked normal and said calmly, "I want to know the whereabouts of Madara." Although he is no longer a member of our Uchiha family, he heard Lord Hokage. "As a member of the village, I should punish this traitor." Scheming. Heitake Sora thought in his heart, this person seemed to be asking a question, but expressed a lot of meaning, directly leaving aside the relationship between Uchiha Madara and the Uchiha family. "When I woke up, I only saw Hashirama, and I didn't see anyone else. However, the battle was crazy, and I might have died." Heitake Sora said, "If you want to ask about the specific battle, I haven't seen it. I can't say, after all, if I really saw it, I might be dead already." Patriarch Uchiha frowned slightly, and wanted to continue asking, but he didn't know what to ask. Because Heitake Sora directly said that he woke up and saw Senju Hashirama, so before he asked, it was naturally impossible. "Thank you, you rest." Subsequently, the Uchiha Patriarch left with the middle-aged man. Returned to Uchiha Station. "Father, do you believe the old man's words? Believe it or not, I can't feel chakra in his body, which means he is an ordinary person. However, if Hokage doesn't wake up for a day, we won't be able to determine whether Madara is dead. I hope that he is dead. Otherwise, our family will be destroyed." He wears down. Maybe Madara is also injured, or we find someone and kill him. Look for foreigners. Yes. During the conversation between the two, the patriarch of the Hyuga clan also came and sent 300,000 taels to Heitake Sora, asking questions similar to those of Uchiha. Heitake Sora replied naturally the same. Unexpectedly, an elder from the Senju clan also came to inquire. This reminded Heitake Sora that only Tsunade was left in the Senju clan. The family has grown, and people's hearts are in chaos. A week later, the news of Hokage's order to hold a meeting reached the ears of all ethnic groups and elite jonin, and at the same time, one more person was invited, Heitake Sora. This week, Heitake Sora didn't know how chaotic it was outside, and he didn't want to care about it. After all, he had been salting fish for 100 years and formed a habit. During this time he practiced chakra every day. Even if the 50-50 system allows him to tie with Kagaya-ji, it will only take 10 minutes. He didn't want to be awesome for 10 minutes and get a lunch later. Therefore, you have to strengthen yourself. It may be that the body has been transformed by the blood of the Demon King, allowing him to refine chakra in one day. A week later, Heitake Sora finally became a genin gloriously. To celebrate, he went to the barbecue restaurant. Therefore, the sudden meeting in the dark today, Heitake Sora was found by the grandson of the patriarch at the barbecue restaurant. In the Hokage building, in a large conference room, the patriarchs and some of the most powerful ninjas sat around the oval conference table, and two ninjas stood behind them. First, Hokage Senju Hashirama sits at the head, with Senju Tobirama on his right hand and Mito the Whirlpool on his left. The only difference this time is that Heitake Sora sat next to Senju Tobirama. This made everyone look at Heitake Sora a few more times, but Heitake Sora is not restrained, and it is good to live too long, that is, the psychological quality is absolutely excellent. Everyone is here, let's start. Well, Tobirama, tell me. Senju Hashirama looked at the document in his hand, frowned slightly, and then looked at Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama had no choice but to write all the conference manuscripts. He just asked the eldest brother to come to the meeting, but it really started, and he was cheated by the elder brother again. Looking around at everyone, Senju Tobirama said directly, "First of all, I would like to say a few things. First, during this week, other shadow villages have sneaked into our Konoha to investigate the news. There are 13 people in Jonin, and a few in Shinin Genin. People in the same village also killed some people, you know who they are." After saying this, he looked around at the crowd again, and everyone looked as usual. After a pause, he continued, "Second thing, you should know the general situation a week ago. Hokage fought with Uchiha Madara. I don't understand the process, and I won't go into details. I will just talk about the result. Uchiha Madara has rebelled against the village. Dead, 9 taels was sealed by Hokage, which also caused Hokage to be injured. However, now Hokage has recovered. Some people can spread the news, tell some people outside the village, if they come to attack me, I don't mind. Lead people to destroy their village." Speaking of this, his expression was indifferent, revealing a strong killing intent, as if many weak ninjas couldn't help breaking out in cold sweat. At this time, many people were shocked. Uchiha Madara is dead. This news was like a nuclear bomb, bombing in everyone's mind. Uchiha Madara's combat power is quite terrifying. They fought and fought back then, but they have experienced the horror of the Uchiha clan. Not to mention the most powerful Uchiha Madara, but one of the strongest in Konoha today, dead. The Uchiha Patriarch was not angry at this time, and instead of being surprised, he showed a little relief first. Although Uchiha Madara is the strongest fighting force in the family and was once the head of the clan, some time ago, he actually forced the clansmen to betray Konoha collectively. Today is different from the past, although they jointly created Konoha, but today's Konoha is not what the Uchiha family says. Once he defected, he would not only be chased and killed by all the families of Konoha, but also be hunted and killed by the enemies of other villages back then. Uchiha Madara's behavior is almost equivalent to exterminating Uchiha. However, the opponent's combat power is the strongest. Now, the bomb has finally been destroyed, and the Uchiha family has not yet been blown up. It's really indifferent. Heitake Sora saw the expression of the Uchiha patriarch. However, at this time, he didn't care about others. Senju Tobirama's murderous spirit was too strong, and he was a little out of breath for Heitake Sora, who was not very strong at present. Stop! Heitake Sora patted Senju Tobirama's shoulder lightly. Tobirama, talk as you say, don't let the murderous aura happen. What should I do if you scare the flowers and plants? Senju Tobirama was speechless. Hands? Never bully the elderly. Don't do it? But this old man was so angry, the murderous aura he had just accumulated was wiped out by this blow. Yes, Mr. Heitake is right, Tobirama don't always think about fighting and killing. Maybe they just want to see me, and destroying the village is too exaggerated. Let's move on to the third thing. Senju Hashirama said at this time up. Oh. The murderous intent dissipated, and Senju Tobirama continued. The third thing, after careful consideration by the eldest brother, he felt that we all founded Konoha, from the dilapidated war to today's peace. But after Madara's incident, I realized that Hokage's decision-making alone may not be accurate, and sometimes everyone will be called together to vote, but the system is not complete, so we decided to establish an organization, that is, the Konoha Elders Group. After the establishment of the Elders Group, Hokage cannot make major decisions in one word, and the members of the Elders Group need to vote to decide. The most votes will prevail, and Hokage will have 5 votes. In this way, everyone can choose the best choice together, plus with great trust, there will be no more misunderstandings. Hearing this, all the patriarchs' eyes lit up. This is almost Hokage taking the initiative to give up power. Originally they also voted, but there was no system, and they did not actually have a clear identity. But it's different now. So that's how the group of elders came into being. Hearing this, Heitake Sora thought to himself, but, in the anime, there are only 2 or 3 members of the group of elders, and there seem to be many of them now. Could it be that my butterfly has an effect? After a pause, Senju Tobirama said again, Konoha elders, let's decide 3 people first. I, Senju Mito, Heitake Sora. Do you have any opinions? Heitake Sora. Heitake Sora? Everyone agrees that the patriarchs of the major families are members of the predetermined elders group. Even if it is the Heitake patriarch, no one thinks there is a problem. But let Heitake Sora be a member of the elders. What the hell is this? Because everyone knows that Heitake Sora has almost no strength, and he has no advantages except for living a long time. Even if he didn't know why he was resurrected, but now he feels that he is not very strong. The idea of the elders group was actually thought up by Senju Tobirama. Although he and Senju Hashirama are brothers, he is willing to do anything for his elder brother. However, he disagrees with some of Senju Hashirama's ideas. Hashirama is too kind, and many decisions are too idealistic to be implemented in this cruel world. He had already seen that Uchiha Madara would rebel, and he wanted to kill the latter as well, but it was Hashirama who kept procrastinating. If he had planned in advance and assassinated, the elder brother would not have been seriously injured today. So, he came up with this board of elders to check and balance Senju Hashirama, so that he can no longer make decisions that are unrealistic dreams. And Senju Hashirama didn't have much interest in power. Someone can share the burden, and he can't wait for it. So the decision is made. But Tobirama didn't understand. Why did the eldest brother choose Heitake Sora as the elder first? This old man has no strength at all, and is useless. Me? Heitake Sora looked at Tobirama and pointed to himself. Yes, although I don't understand why, Hokage wants you to be. Senju Tobirama said, his words were stiff. Ahem. At this time, the Hyaga patriarch coughed and said, Senju Tobirama and Uzumaki Mito become members of the elders. I agree. Regardless of prestige and strength, they are all worthy. I don't think it is appropriate for Heitake Sora to join the elders. The Uchiha patriarch also said, I don't agree with Heitake Sora joining the elders. Although he lived a long time, he is not a ninja. He doesn't understand the cruelty among ninjas, let alone how many casualties a decision may cause. It's not good for people who understand to vote on important decisions. Damn, these 2 grandsons. They asked me for news the other day, and they were so respectful like a grandson. Now they say it's faster to turn the page than the book. Heitake Sora was dissatisfied. He wasn't interested in joining the elders, but he was upset when people said that. I don't think so. A member of the Senju tribe was about to speak, but Heitake Sora said first, okay, don't use the sense of presence anymore. I haven't said whether to join or not, you grandchildren will say it first. Uchiha, Hyaga, and the elders of the Senju clan frowned at the same time, and several other clans also showed dissatisfaction. This is a curse. But, compare Heitake Sora, they are indeed grandchildren. This makes people even more angry. Then, do you want to join? At this time, Senju Hashirama, who had been silent all this time, looked at Heitake Sora and smiled gently. Do members of the elders get paid? Heitake Sora asked. Yes, you can receive 30,000 taels per month, Senju Hashirama said. With salary, of course it is added. Heitake Sora responded seriously. Forward. Everyone here is speechless again. It is not the strongest ninjas in Konoha who can become members of the elders group, but the patriarch. How could they be short of this little money? No one thought about this, but Heitake Sora thought about it. The problem is, it seems that everyone is not discussing salary issues. You are welcome to join us. I hope we will work together to create a more prosperous Konoha in the future, Senju Hashirama said happily. At this time, everyone saw that something was wrong. Hokage clearly wants Heitake Sora to join. Understood. It doesn't matter whether Heitake Sora is powerful or not. The important thing is that he has the right to vote. Hokage let a person who has no strength enter the elders, so in order to thank Hokage, he will support any decision made by Hokage. If Heitake Patriarch also joins, then it is 2 votes, plus Senju Tobirama and Uzumaki Mito. Then from the beginning, Hokage already has 9 votes. Unless more than 9 members are elected, otherwise, Hokage still has 1 word. No, Heitake Sora must not be fooled. Chief Uchiha, Chief Hyuga, and some of the chiefs, who are all old men, quickly thought of this. Master Hokage, I think. Chief Hyuga continued to speak, but Senju Hashirama said first, let's do it. Let's choose other members of the elders first, and everything is settled. If you feel that Elder Heitake is not strong enough, each of your tribes here can come out to challenge him. How about the victor taking the position of Elder Heitake? This is okay. Hearing this, everyone became excited, and of course everyone was puzzled, because Hokage was too calm. However, Heitake Sora currently has chakra, but it's obviously weak, namely Genin. And here, the weakest is Jonin. Walk out casually, you can defeat him. Hashirama, you are not kind. Heitake Sora said helplessly, it is not easy to get some salary. However, it sounds interesting. He looked around and said with a smile, who is not convinced? Let's have a fight. You grandchildren. It really doesn't stop. Humph. Slap your face to make yourself fat. Some young people behind some patriarchs couldn't help but muttered in a low voice. Then, Senju Tobirama began to read the names of the members who were going to join next. The elders of the Senju clan, the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan, the Sarutobi clan, the Nara clan, the Yamanaka clan, the Akamike clan, the Inyazuka clan, the Abarame clan, the Kurama clan, the Heitei clan, and the Shimura clan. Kusanagi Ichiro, Ui Minghong, Haifeng Blue Cloud, Marino Matsubushkin, Mitarashi Kuriko, Whirlpool Water Sound. The Konoha Elders Group was founded with 21 members. Almost all the family leaders who came today, and the 6 strongest people among the Konoha civilians. After confirming, everyone didn't procrastinate and went directly to the training ground. The meeting was held at night, and there were not many people on the street at this time, so naturally not many people paid attention. In the training ground, Heitake Sora walked directly to the arena, and said first, who will go first? However, it has been agreed in advance that if you are disabled, don't blame Grandpa for not loving you. I'm coming. A person appeared opposite Heitake Sora in an instant. It was the son of the Uchiha Patriarch who had visited Heitake Sora. However, at this moment, the other party looked at Heitake Sora with indifference and undisguised contempt. Heitake Sora glances at Senju Hashirama. 55 opening ability activation, targeting Senju Hashirama. Random, Dragon Ball World Monkey King's ability activation. Combat power reduction, it is equivalent to Senju Hashirama's combat power activation. Senju Tobirama, as the referee, was already standing in the middle of the two, and there was a whispered discussion outside the court. Let Uchiha take the lead, this is obviously a free elder position. Yeah, the old man of the Heitake family is too weak, the strength is too weak and too old. This is not a fair battle. I don't know what Hokage-sama thinks, a battle without any suspense. The 50-50 split system is equivalent to the combat power of locking the target, and it is a tie, but there is no limit that you can't fight with others. Therefore, Senju Hashirama said earlier that someone would challenge Heitake Sora, and Heitake Sora is not in a hurry. As long as Senju Hashirama, Tobirama and other Super Cage level powerhouses are around, I can gain equal combat power with them, so why not be afraid? In an instant, Heitake Sora generated a powerful energy out of thin air. He had a feeling that if he wanted to, he could even raise the entire Konoha to the ground within 10 minutes. Sun Wukong in Dragon Ball is stronger than Senju Hashirama, even though the system weakens a lot, that kind of strength still excites Heitake Sora. However, after the previous 2 bursts of strength, Heitake Sora can control his strength at this time. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama felt inexplicably. Hashirama smiled, and Tobirama frowned slightly. Hashirama's strength is strong enough. At this moment, Hatake Sora looked at the opposite person again, and obviously felt that the opponent was almost cage level. Uchiha, please enlighten me, the middle-aged man said calmly, revealing a sense of confidence. Hatake Sora straightened up his stooped body, and said with a smile, if I punch you, you might die. Humph, talk big, I'm afraid you'd be dead if you didn't touch me. Uchiha sneered. At this time, Senju Tobirama shouted, 3, 2, 1, start. After speaking, he quickly flew back. 3 Tomo Sharinan. At that time, Uchiha-Yu's eyes became blood-red, and 3 black-hooked jade appeared in the eyeballs, spinning rapidly. First, Hatake Sora's movements began to slow down in his eyes. Whoosh! Suddenly, Hatake Sora disappeared in place, the afterimage was still in place, and he himself had appeared in front of Uchiha. Uchiha had already seen clearly that Hatake Sora rushed forward, and he also shot very quickly, throwing out 5 shurikens in one hand and forming a madara with one hand. Fire-style dragon fire technique. The super fire-style ninjutsu was issued, and the flames are like a dragon, bombarding Hatake Sora. Air punch. Hatake Sora punched out the first time, the airflow followed the punch, the shuriken flew backwards, and the fierce fire dragon that charged was directly shattered into a huge hole. Twice, Kyoan. Double all your combat abilities. Hatake Sora disappeared in an instant, the second punch. Boom! With a loud explosion, everyone saw a black shadow flying in a straight line, flying out of the training ground, smashing trees continuously. Boom boom boom. I saw the big trees outside the training ground collapsing one after another, the bang continued to weaken, and finally there was no sound. The battle is over. 2 fists decide the winner. Everyone was shocked. I was so stunned that I forgot what to say. Some people even rubbed their eyes filled with disbelief, as if they just woke up and thought they were dreaming. At this time, there is only one person in the field, and that is Hatake Sora with white hair and a bloody right fist. And Uchiha, who turned on 3 Tomo Sharinan, has long since disappeared, because he was the one who flew the black shadow upside down just now, and flew for hundreds of meters without knowing life or death. Whoosh! Senju Tobirama quickly disappeared in place. It's too fierce. Chief Hyaga, can you see why his punch is so strong? At this time, the elder Senju looked at Chief Hyaga beside him. He didn't use chakra, it's almost a purely physical attack, and his physical skills are very strong. The Hyaga patriarch said in a deep voice. Too fierce. An irresistible punch. At this time, everyone had this thought in their hearts, and with 2 punches, Uchiha was beaten and disappeared. At this time, Senju Tobirama, who was looking for Uchiha quickly, also understood why the eldest brother wanted Hatake Sora to join the elders. This kind of physical skill is simply terrifying. Half a minute later, when Senju Tobirama reappeared in the training ground, he placed one lightly in front of Chief Uchiha. At this time, Uchiha's face was pale, his body was limp as if he had no bones, and his life and death were unknown. Vortex Mito ran over quickly, and after checking, said he was seriously injured and fainted, and his life is not in danger. Elder Uchiha let out a long sigh of relief, it was good that he was not dead. Whirlpool Mito said again, however, the whole body's bones are broken and internal organs are damaged. It will take at least half a year to recover. Half a year. Many people gasped, this is a master shadow shooter, he was crippled just like that. People from certain families who were eager to try and fight against Hatake Sora looked at Hatake Sora with a hint of fear in their eyes, and instantly gave up their thoughts. Just kidding, how to fight this? What Hatake Sora possesses is Hashirama's combat power, so playing Uchiha was like playing Double Realm King Fist, that is a burst of double combat power in a short period of time, and the attack is naturally terrifying. As I said, if I punch him, he may die. But seeing that you gave me a big red envelope a few days ago, I weakened my attack power. At this time, Hatake Sora said with emotion, young people, don't believe in old people Yan, the loss is in front of my eyes. Everyone was speechless, they all thought that Hatake Sora was talking nonsense, but unexpectedly, that sentence was true. Okay, let's continue the battle. At this time, Senju Tobirama said, whoever of you still refuses to accept Elder Hatake, you can continue to challenge. The patriarchs, you look at me, I look at you, many of them flinched. Zunying's Uchiha you were all knocked down with one punch, and most of them are not as good as Uchiha you, let alone make a move. Father, I want to try. At this moment, a man from the Hyaga family who looked to be in his early 30s said respectfully, are you sure? Patriarch Hyaga frowned, he is very strong in physical skills. The man said seriously, only my Hyaga clan is Konoha's strongest physical skill. I can see that punch clearly, and I can dodge it. This battle is only for the glory of Konoha's strongest physical skill. Okay, let's go. Be careful, Chief Hyaga said solemnly. This vote will determine the prestige of his Hyaga family in Konoha, and he also wants it deep in his heart. Senior, I am Hyaga Kiyoshi, please enlighten me. Compared with Uchiha Hyaga Kiyoshi looked at Hatake Sora with serious eyes at this moment. Courage is commendable. However, I am used to going to bed early, hurry up. Heitake Sora said casually. Uchiha Yu has been carried by another Uchiha, and ran to the family residence. Senju Tobirama shouted again. 3, 2, 1, start. Roll your eyes. Hyuga Kiyoshi's sideburns with 2 white eyes were bulging, and his feet were slanted apart, posing a gentle fist 8 trigrams palm stance. Only 5 minutes had passed since the last battle, and Heitake Sora was not in a hurry to use the second 50-50 split ability, and at the same time, he did not take the initiative to attack. When the 8 inner gates didn't appear, Konoha was indeed the strongest in the Hyuga family's taijutsu. Even if he has the same combat power as Hashirama, but the double World King Fist, every time he uses it, will cause serious damage to the body. It can only be used more than once at present. Naturally, you can't rush to attack. In case the attack is ineffective, you can finish the game by yourself. 8 trigrams break the mountain. At this time, Hyuga condensed chakra in his body and struck out with a palm. The huge laser beam bombarded Heitake Sora in a straight line. The speed was as fast as lightning and the power was extremely ferocious. Move at high speed. Shua. Heitake Sora moved 5 meters horizontally, and the laser beam shot out from his side, bombarding the wall of the training ground, directly blasting a big hole in it, and bombing down several trees behind him. If this power hits someone, it will be instantly killed. And Hyuga Kiyoshi took this opportunity to quickly approach Heitake Sora, and quickly struck out with a palm, hitting a certain acupuncture point on his body. Gentle fist law 8 trigrams 128 palms. At that time, Hyuga Kiyoshi wanted to unleash one of their family's strongest taijutsu. For someone who can hit Uchiha in seconds, Hyuga Kiyoshi does not dare to try small moves, and just stands up for the strongest attack. Unfortunately, this kind of attack, in the view of Heitake Sora who activated the Fighting Madman Monkey King ability, is too slow and too weak. Heitake Sora easily dodged the palm, and smiled, "Don't get close to me." After finishing speaking, he took a stride and rushed directly in front of Hyuga Kiyoshi, punching him. At that time, Hyuga Kiyoshi instantly felt a great sense of crisis. Revolving heaven. His body rotated rapidly, which was to put on the strongest defense state. Double Kaiwong fist. Unfortunately, in the face of powerful forces, all defenses are vulnerable. Crack, crack. Hyuga, who cast Revolving Heaven, attacked quickly with both palms, and hit Heitake Sora's fists one after another, but they also directly cracked the bones one after another. No matter the powerful Gentle Fist or the impenetrable chakra, they couldn't defend against it at all. Boom! Then, Heitake Sora's fist was like a cannonball, bombarding Hyuga Kiyoshi's chest, and a white shadow appeared. Hyuga Kiyoshi, who was dressed in a white combat uniform, had the same situation as Uchiha Yu, that is, flying upside down and out of the training ground, rumbling and smashing more than 10 big trees, and disappeared. Again, this punch. Revolving Heaven, known as the strongest defense, can't be defended by Hyuga Kiyoshi who is close to cage level. Whoosh! Senju Tobirama disappeared, and soon, he carried Hyuga Kiyoshi back and put him in front of the Hyuga chief. Bones in both arms were shattered, bones in the upper body were shattered, and the lower body is fine. Revolving Heaven's defense is indeed strong, and his internal organs are fine. The bones have recovered in half a month, and he should be able to recover. The injury is not serious, it seems that Uchiha is too weak, a member of the Sarutobi clan said to himself. At this time, most people don't want to talk anymore. From the beginning of looking down on Heitake Sora to now being severely injured, how long it takes to recover has become a capital to show off. This script is wrong. Thinking of Uchiha Yu, the Hyuga Patriarch's dissatisfaction with Heitake Sora was much weaker. In comparison, my son is considered good. Even, because his son only took half a month to recover, surpassing Uchiha Yu, he was a little happy. Is there anyone else who wants to fight? At this time, Heitake Sora in the field said casually, "You can't sleep late. If you want to fight, hurry up, or, whoever wants to fight, let's go together. It's easy to finish the fight at once." No response. The Senju clan will definitely not bring down Hokage. Hyuga and Uchiha are both brought down. And it's all a punch, can you resist it? Hyuga, who was so strong in physical skills, fell down, and the Akamike family, who was the second strongest in physical skills, hesitated and bowed their heads. They couldn't be sure that they were punched and still alive. Is it gone? At this time, Senju Hashirama said loudly, "I will count to 3, if there is really no one, it will be decided when Elder Heitake enters the Elders group. 3, 2, still no one stands up. 1. In the end, no one responded. At this time, Heitake Sora's 50-50 ability has also expired in 10 minutes, and the power in his body quickly dissipates. In the random retention ability, acquire Monkey King's ability After Image Fist, use the after image generated by high-speed movement to create a clone technique similar to confuse the enemy. Con. An ability with no combat effectiveness, tasteless. Heitake Sora thought in his heart. Suddenly, he felt exhausted in his body, and he couldn't help but hunched over. But Heitake Sora's breath suddenly weakened, and the changes in his body naturally fell into everyone's eyes. Has a problem. Is it a secret technique that temporarily overdraws the vitality? It seems that his strength has exploded suddenly and may not last. No matter what others think, it's a foregone conclusion, and no one is talking, and no one is sure. Maybe Heitake Sora is pretending to be weak. Then, everyone dispersed. Uchiha Station looking at his fainting son, Chief Uchiha, his eyes were full of coldness. He looked at the side, in the shadows. Always monitor Heitake Sora. Heard my son, this old B***************** D can't stay. Hyuga resident father, do you want to avenge your elder brother? In today's battle, our Hyuga's reputation as the strongest in Konoha Taijutsu is gone. The young man in his 20s said respectfully. It's troublesome now, don't worry. Now that Uchiha Madara is dead, the Uchiha clan will definitely find a way to stabilize their prestige in Konoha. Naturally, there will be conflicts with other clans. Just wait. Sometimes, the loss is not huge. It must be a loss, maybe an opportunity. After waking up, it's time to visit that senior. The next day, the Konoha Elders Group was established, and 2 members of the Heitake family entered, which greatly increased the prestige of the Heitake family in Konoha. At the same time, the name Heitake Sora began to enter the ears of the ninjas. For those, Heitake Sora has little interest. At this time, he was eating at the house of the Heitake patriarch. I didn't finish the barbecue, so I went to fight, and now I'm hungry. There were not many people at the dinner table. Heitake Shuiin, his wife, and a 2 or 3-year-old boy, despite their age, sat in his mother's arms very well, looking at Heitake Sora curiously. Where are your other 2 sons? Don't you want to come back and have dinner with us? Heitake Sora said while eating. It's all out. Heitake Watermark glanced at his younger son, then looked at Heitake Sora and said, Second grandpa, what do you think of Sakumo? Sakumo? Heitake Sakumo? Heitake Sora was slightly surprised. It turned out to be one of Konoha's most powerful characters later, Konoha's White Fanja. Yes, although Sakumo is only 4 years old, he is very smart. Heitake Watermark looked at Heitake Sora, like a student looking at a teacher. It can be seen that there is great potential, Heitake Sora said with his expression back to normal. Heitake Watermark's eyes lit up, and he hesitated for a moment. Then, can you accept Sakumo as a student? Heitake Sora was a little dumbfounded this time, because he was going to be the teacher of White Fang in the future. But remembering that he is still his grandpa, doesn't that sound more awesome? Afterwards, he looked at Xiao Shuomao, reached out and touched the little guy's head, and said with a smile, White Fang, do you want to learn Duga 9 swords? White Fang. Heitake and his wife were puzzled, having never heard of this name. Duga 9 swords? Heitake Shuiin had never heard of this kind of swordsmanship, not in the family inheritance, nor in the entire ninja world. However, at this time, Xiao Shuomao showed an IQ that surpassed that of leading children, stretched out his chubby little hand, and said happily, I want to learn. I want to learn. Alright then, from today onwards, you will be my first disciple. Heitake Sora smiled. The meal was enjoyable, and after the meal, Heitake Shuiin's wife was cleaning up the dishes, and Sakumo was playing. Sitting in front of the door, looking up at the bright half-moon, Heitake watermarked, Second Grandpa, there is one thing I don't understand. With the strength you have shown now, you were able to lead the family to a powerful family whose achievements are not inferior to the 3 major families. But, why? Uchiha has Sharinan, Senju has Wood Style, Hyuga has White Eyes, what do we Heitake have? Heitake Sora asked rhetorically. Heitake Watermark muses. Heitake Sora continued, our Heitake family is born with a small reserve of chakra, and only the geniuses can reach the peak of true swordsmanship. If there are too many people, it is easy to produce geniuses, but if we accept foreigners, one day, someone will steal our family. Inheriting swordsmanship and rumors, then what advantage do we have? I didn't expect that I had lived for so long and led Heitake to grow, but what if I died? The consequence is that the enemies caused by my growing family will wipe out Heitake, and also there is no Heitake clan today. 20 years later, look at the 3 major clans again, and you will understand. Heitake Sora smiled mysteriously. In fact, deep down in his heart, he wanted to say, if Lao Zi was so powerful back then, would Hashirama and Madara have the turn to create Konoha? Of course, you can't tell the truth and expose yourself as weak. The majesty of the second grandfather must be maintained. Taught. Heitake Watermark said respectfully, I understand. Children can be taught. Heitake Sora nodded slightly, but complained in his heart, I don't even know what I'm talking about, but he actually figured it out. It's so easy to talk to smart people. Heitake Sora's demon power is not weak, and chakra is not in a hurry to cultivate, so he drinks tea every day, watches TV, and starts salting fish again. However, these days are not destined to be peaceful. The next day, he was invited by Senju Hashirama to taste tea. At night, under the moonlight, the top of the Hokage building, Uzumaki Mito is brewing tea elegantly, but Senju Hashirama doesn't taste tea at all, and just drinks it with a sip. Heitake Sora originally wanted to pretend, but seeing the other party like this, he let go and drank nonsense. Anyway, he didn't understand. Thank you for your rescue this time, otherwise I might not be able to come back. Senju Hashirama showed a sincere smile. It's a little effort, it looks like you're recovering well. Heitake Sora smiled. Of course, that guy Madara, how could he defeat me? Senju Hashirama said, but a trace of sadness flashed in his eyes, as if he drank the tea as if it were wine, and then looked at Heitake Sora solemnly and said, I sure killed Madara, but then I passed out. Where is his body? Say it here? Heitake Sora asked. At this time, Uzumaki Nito, who made the tea, said, I have set up a barrier so that no one can hear us. That's right, a black guy took Madara's body away. Heitake Sora said truthfully, I ran too fast and couldn't stop it, and I left because I was afraid that you would be in danger, so I had to bring you back. It's also a problem. His Sharingan is too dangerous, Uzumaki Nito said. Let Tobirama look for it. Although he left, I hope to bury him well. Senju Hashirama sighed, there are not many of us left. Okay. Heitake Sora waved his hand and said, what kind of life do you, a 40-50-year-old doll, feel in front of me? I was at the same time as me back then, and there is no one left. Ah, that's right. Senju Hashirama smiled awkwardly, and then said, this time I invite you to drink tea. First, let me ask Madara. Second, the most important thing is that I want to thank you. But you are powerful, and you are not knowing what you like. Please be sure to say a demand. As long as I can do it, I will try my best to do it. Speaking of this, he looked at Heitake Sora seriously, as if Heitake Sora didn't say anything, he might not let him leave here today. Let me think about it. Heitake Sora has never been a polite person. Anyway, first generation is richer than himself, and even more powerful than himself. I want a large villa with sea view. Is there any? Hashirama was dumbfounded. Although Senju's family has a big business, it doesn't necessarily mean what he said. I didn't expect Heitake Sora to be so big. You're kidding. In the direction of the country of the vortex, there are no people living in the land near the sea. There is no need for a group of people to build villas. You can use wood style and build me a huge wooden house. After being in the family for too long, I want to go out and live for a few years. I have grown flowers and planted grass. I also experience the feeling of facing the sea and blooming in spring. Afterwards, after a few casual chats, Heitake Sora left. On the top floor, a figure flickered and Senju Tobirama appeared. Heitake Sora, brother, do you believe it? Senju Tobirama said first. Trust. This old man is also an interesting person, and he thought of living in a big villa. Senju Hashirama said. Senju Tobirama said, you are wrong, he is a smart old man. We set up a group of elders to share the power. The purpose is to reduce the influence of the family in Konoha and increase the influence of the common people. And the Heitake family entered the two. It is bound to increase the prestige. Now that Heitake Sora chooses to leave the station, it is also a signal to us and the various tribes that he does not want to fight for power, and it is a signal to the Heitake clan that the Heitake clan should not rely on him. Tobirama, you just think too much, don't make conspiracy theories about everything. I think the old man is very good, and he is a strong man worthy of respect. I hope this strong man will not be our enemy in the end. I don't want a second Madara. You know, your injury has not recovered yet. Heitake Sora wants to live in a villa. It's not as complicated as Senju Tobirama thinks. In 100 years, parents, brothers, nephew who watched him grow up, all passed away. Today's Heitake family has no one worth remembering. Since Senju Hashirama wants to repay the rebirth, let's live in a different environment. At the same time, chakra is produced in the body. As a person who has watched Hokage anime, if he does not develop a few ninjutsu, how can he be worthy of his identity as a prophet? And it can't be used in the resident. Although Heitake Sora said that he only wanted a big house, Senju Hashirama did not make it so simple. Instead, he specially found a designer, and then brought a few Earth-style elite jonin, combined with his wood-style technique. After a week, Heitake Sora built a big villa near the lake. A week later, after spending 500,000 yuan, I bought all kinds of home and kitchen utensils, decorated them, and lived in a big villa. Heitake Sora was also very happy. The world of Hokage is not big, and the world of Nation of Fire is not too big. Back then, both Hashirama and Madara were able to reach the beach not far from Konoha, which can be seen. In the past few days, Heitake Sora would take the opportunity to stroll to Konoha village every day, pass by the Hokage building, and lock on Senju Hashirama or Senju Tobirama, or Uzumaki Nito to use the 50-50 split ability. He activated the abilities of many worlds and many people, but after the time passed, none of the abilities remained after being randomized. Let him understand after practice. This 50-50 split system activates the locked target, and only fights with the target. The probability of randomly obtaining the ability is high, and if you prefer to fight with a non-locked target, the probability of obtaining the ability is reduced, and the ability will not be too good. As for not fighting, the probability of getting it randomly is 0. On the day he moved into the villa, Heitake Sora started the development of the first ninjutsu Reiznan. Previously tested, he has 2 attributes of wind and thunder. It just so happens that what he knows is the Reiznan learned by Naruto, who is good at wind style. Reiznan is a ninjutsu developed by 4th Hokage based on Tailed Beast Bomb, which does not require seals. It attacks directly and has strong destructive power. In essence, it is to condense chakra on the hand, and make chakra flow in different directions and compress it to form a chakra ball of rotational density. Simple to say, but very difficult to practice. If you don't control it well, you may directly tear your hands apart. While thinking, a trace of wind attribute chakra appeared in Heitake Sora's hand. The first stage gathered chakra in the palm of the hand. Then put the balloon filled with water on your hand, and release chakra to cause the water inside the balloon to move randomly until the balloon explodes. The third phase. After practicing it, Heitake Sora realized that Naruto is not stupid, but a genius. It didn't take him long to learn Reiznan, and he had been practicing for 3 months before he learned the second stage, which is to burst the water polo with chakra. During this time, Xiao Sakumo was often taken by his mother, and came to Heitake Sora for 2 hours of class every morning. The Heitake family is naturally low in chakra reserves, but they also have an advantage, that is, they have a good physique. Shuo Mao is only 4 years old, and he can already practice chakra without depleting his body. Its young age is not yet suitable for high-intensity refining chakra, and Heitake Sora mainly teaches swordsmanship. He taught Heitake Sakumo the sword-breaking style from the Duga 9 swords from his novice gift package. He is young and does not need to practice high-intensity swordsmanship. Heitake Sora just taught Xiao Sakumo some simple moves. The essence of Duga 9 swords is that there is no trick to win, and there is a trick to break all the moves in the world. However, for beginners, it is impossible to hack randomly even if there is no move. Heitake Sora, who has obtained the inheritance of Duga 9 swords, knows the unique way of sword practice that belongs to Duga 9 swords. For someone who has practiced swordsmanship, Heitake Sora would not be able to explain these things, and he might not be able to teach them. It just so happens that Sakumo is young, so he has not formed a fixed thinking about swordsmanship, but is suitable for practice. Time ticks by as Reiznan develops and teaches students the art of fencing. In the blink of an eye, half a year later, Heitake Sora finally developed Reiznan. During this time, the ninja world was very peaceful. Heitake Sora is fishing at the beach and teaching Xiao Sakumo. And as a successful salted fish, how could he practice on his own, using the clone of clone technique to continue contacting Reiznan in the training room, and the other clone practicing Duga 9 swords? The country of the vortex still exists, and Heitake Sora often sees the ninjas of the country of the vortex protecting some goods and going to Konoha village. There are also Konoha shinobi who transport goods and take a boat to the country of vortex across the sea. Over time, everyone got acquainted with Heitake Sora, who fished by the sea every day. On this day, Heitake Sora was fishing by the sea as usual, when suddenly a person ran out from the forest behind him. "You can't escape, I'm Sarutobi Hiruzen. I'll definitely catch you today. Stop!" Danzo, quickly cast Earth Style and stop him. Damn it! He charged an old man. Heitake Sora turned his head and saw a young ninja in his 20s rushing towards him with wounds on his body. Behind him, there are 4 13 or 14-year-old teenagers, 3 men and 1 woman, chasing quickly. Sarutobi Hiruzen, 3rd generation when I was young, and Danzo, finally meet. Heitake Sora's mouth slightly curled up, without activating the system ability, and making no next move. The rushing ninja is nothing but Chinin, although chakra reveals that he is Genin, but the demonization of the dog can allow him to head-to-head with Jonin. Such a small character, he is not afraid. Swoosh! The ninja ran quickly, pointed the blade of kunao at Heitake Sora's neck, and shouted in a deep voice, "Stop! If you are moving forward, I will kill the old man." 10 meters away, the 4 of Sarutobi Hiruzen stopped at the same time. Damn it! Hiruzen, I told you to kill him earlier because you were arrogant and had to catch him alive. You really have no brains in doing things. Danzo dissatisfied. Sarutobi Hiruzen ignored Danzo, but anxiously shouted, "Don't be impulsive." What to do? Mito Kato Homura and Koharu looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. At this time, the young ninja said again, "As long as you retreat 500 meters, I will release him immediately. If you don't listen to me, I will kill him now." Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated, and said in a deep voice, "The old man is innocent, let's retreat." But at this time Danzo said, "Humph. Stupid, he is a ninja from Tsunagakur, who pretended to be our Konoha shinobi, and secretly killed our 5 genin. He shouldn't stay in the old man's life, he must die. Can't retreat." But, you! Sarutobi Hiruzen was still talking. At this time, Heitake Sora, who had been silent all this time, put the fishing rod on the iron frame and said, "Will live or die?" Alive. Sarutobi Hiruzen subconsciously said. Puffed, bang. The next moment, the 4 of Sarutobi Hiruzen were stunned. The 4 were stunned. because in their view, Heitake Sora is an old man with white hair who may not even be able to lift a sword. But the scene at this time has refreshed their three views. Just after Sarutobi Hiruzen responded, Heitake Sora's eyes suddenly turned blood red, and he stood up abruptly. The nails of his left hand turned into sharp claws, and he turned around and clawed vertically. Pooh! Blood splashed everywhere, and the ninja's shoulder was directly torn by Heitake Sora's claws, leaving 5 bloodstains. The flesh and blood were torn, and the bones were cracked like a knife afterwards. Heitake Sora's right hand also turned into a claw, and one claw lined up on the opponent's chest, and the fingertip claws of 5 fingers pierced at the same time. With one claw, several sternal bones of the opponent were broken, and he flew upside down, falling to the ground powerlessly. Ah! The pain of the torn wound and broken bone made the ninja cry out in pain, but because the injury was too serious, he couldn't get up and run away. Hearing that the other party had killed several ninjas in Konoha, Heitake Sora was naturally merciless. In just a second or two, a set of actions was directly violent, and the 4 of them chased and killed Shinin for a long time, just like that. If you don't catch me again, I'm really running away. Heitake Sora's eyes returned to normal in an instant. He dropped his wide sleeves, and his claws disappeared. Oh! The 4 rushed forward quickly and tied up the ninja directly. Senior is amazing. Are you Konoha's ninja? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked excitedly. Yes, my house is not far from here, and I can go and sit for a while if I have time. Heitake Sora pointed to the big seaside villa that Hashirama built for him not far away. Wow, it's so big. Sarutobi Hiruzen said happily, can I really come? Of course. Heitake Sora smiled, and said in his heart, compared to 3rd Hokage, who was calm and not talkative, the current Sarutobi Hiruzen is somewhat similar to Naruto when he was a child. He is very familiar, and he is also a little stunned. I will definitely come. I haven't lived in a seaside villa yet. My grandfather's compound is much smaller than this one. Sarutobi Hiruzen grinned. Afterwards, Mito Kato Homura and Koharu, who went to bed early, thanked Heitake Sora at the same time, and then the 4 left quickly, and Danzo did not speak from the beginning to the end. He thought he made the right decision, but he knew that he had offended Heitake Sora this time. But Heitake Sora didn't care about Danzo. Some ideas were cultivated since childhood. This guy's original role of not hesitating to sacrifice anyone for the sake of profit is not surprising, and not long after the 4 left, Heitake Sora just started fishing, but another person came. Hyaga Ching, who was dressed in a white combat uniform, walked up to him, put down a bamboo box in his hand, and said respectfully, "Thank you for being merciful last time, senior. This is a gift from our Hyaga family." While looking at the surface of the water and catching fish, Heitake Sora didn't look at Hyaga, and said casually, "You didn't show mercy. It's your physical skill that surpassed Uchiha, and Revolving Heaven blocked 1/3 of the power of my punch. The Hyaga clan physique is well deserved of its reputation. But I like to receive gifts, so keep the presents. You can leave." Hyaga Kiyoshi did not leave. Heitake Sora also ignored Heitake Sora and continued fishing. At this time, Hyaga Kiyoshi took out a stick-like bamboo and placed it beside Heitake Sora, saying, "I paid a lot of money to ask the master of the martial arts country to build it for the senior." Cane? Heitake Sora was puzzled. Before the fight, the opponent should know that he doesn't need a cane. What does this mean? He casually picked up the bamboo cane, and immediately felt that the weight was wrong. Bamboo was not so heavy. Clang! Heitake Sora put down the fishing rod, and naturally pulled out the handle of the cane, revealing a 2-finger-wide snow-white long sword with an unparalleled sharpness. Hyaga continued, "It can transmit all kinds of chakra. The Heitake family is the strongest swordsmanship in Konoha. Seniors should also be very good at swordsmanship. Maybe there is no famous sword in hand, so I want to give it to seniors." Good sword. Heitake Sora put back the sheath, smiled and said, "I'll take the sword. Tell me your purpose." "I want to learn from senior," Heitake Sora said seriously. "My taijutsu is not suitable for you. The gentle fist of the Hyaga clan is endless, and my taijutsu ends with one move. You have experienced it before," Heitake Sora said. In fact, at this time, he was thinking in his heart, "Damn, let's show it. It's not the Monkey King who can randomly enter the Dragon Ball world every time, or similar abilities. How to teach this?" Suddenly, he didn't want the sword anymore, but he pretended to accept it just now, and now he wants to give it back? That doesn't make sense either. At this time, Hyaga Ching quickly said, "You misunderstood. I don't want to learn your physical skills. This may be the secret technique of the Heitake family. I just want to learn from you when you have time." Then, after hesitating for a moment, he wondered, "Please don't beat me up." Ugh. Heitake Sora was speechless. Hyaga continued, "Uchiha has not recovered yet. Although I am a few years younger than him, I want to surpass him. If you are seriously injured continuously, you will not be able to practice, and your strength will be weakened. Of course, you can hurt me, as long as, just don't let me lie on the bed for too long. Every time I invite Mito-sama, even though my Hyaga clan's wealth is not bad, I still can't hold it." This script, it's over without me acting? Heitake Sora suddenly wanted to laugh. He was still struggling with how to explain it, but now it's easy. He was just afraid that if he fought again, he would not be able to deal with Hyuga Kiyoshi with one punch as before, and was suspected by the latter. That's easy. As long as the system is on, 10 minutes a day is still very easy. It's easy. You student, I accept it. Let's start now. Heitake Sora smiled slightly. 50 to 50 open ability, lock Hyuga Ching, random. One Piece World, Rorano Zoro, power reduction. Equivalent to Hyuga Ching's combat power activation. This time is not bad. Zoro is an awesome swordsman, just right. In addition to the power in his body, Heitake Sora felt that his understanding of swordsmanship instantly increased by n times, which made his understanding of Duga 9 swords also improved a lot. Leaning on a bamboo cane, he walked a dozen steps, then turned around, looked at Hyuga and said, "It's rare to find a good sword, so let's use this position to open the gap. You strike first." "Yes, teacher," Hyuga said respectfully, knowing that Heitake Sora would not throw that powerful punch. He was also a little relieved, and rushed towards Heitake Sora. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams palms, go. Hyuga Ching just wanted to hit the acupuncture point on Heitake Sora's chest, but the shadow of the sword flickered in front of him, and the long sword in the bamboo sheath had already been unsheathed. This is a 3-foot-long, single-edged, long sword like snow, and of course it is also called a sword in the Hokage world. Boom! With a muffled sound, even though Hyuga Kiyoshi's palm condensed into chakra, after being hit directly by the tip of Heitake Sora's right long sword, still feeling a very strong penetrating force about to penetrate chakra's protection, piercing his palm. Whoosh! As a last resort, Hyuga Ching retreated 3 steps in a row to ease the damage from the sword energy, and then moved quickly to attack from the right side of Hyuga Ching. Heitake Sora didn't move much, and still stabbed out with a sword. Halfway through, Hyuga Ching changed his move, and the sword in Heitake Sora's hand changed accordingly, and the tip of the sword pierced Hyuga Kiyoshi's palm again. Hyuga Kiyoshi stepped back again, his body spinning, from behind Heitake Sora. Heitake Sora didn't turn around, but the sword in his hand seemed to have eyes, and a sword pierced Hyuga Kiyoshi's palm. Puffed. 3 consecutive blows made Hyuga Kiyoshi's chakra protecting his palm unable to maintain, and finally broke open, and his palm was pierced by the sword tip. Fortunately, Hyuga Ching reacted quickly. Even if he stepped back, this time he was spared from being pierced through the palm. Of course, this is not because of the sharpness of the sword, but because Heitake Sora activated Zoro's swordsmanship ability. Every move carries sword energy, and the penetrating power is naturally strong. The most core thing is that he performed Duga 9 Sword's broken palm stance, which is specially designed to crack all kinds of fist, foot, finger and palm kung fu, long fist and short strike, and grasping acupuncture points. Hyuga Taijutsu looks like a palm technique, but in fact it is biased towards acupressure, and the moves are traceable. Zoro's swordsmanship ability makes the Duga 9 Swords, which seems weak in this world, directly burst into strength. We can't be head-to-head. Although the teacher didn't use chakra, his swordsmanship is powerful and the penetrating power is too strong. If he stabs the body, he will definitely be penetrated. Hyuga thought quickly in his heart. At this time, Heitake Sora said leisurely, Hyuga's physical skills are mostly close, but it also depends on whether the enemy hits you first or you hit the enemy first. Don't miss someone, you will be killed first. Teacher, I won't do it this time. Hyuga Kiyoshi finished and rushed to Heitake Sora again. It hit another acupuncture point on Heitake Sora's body. Heitake Sora cut the sword horizontally in his hand, and continued to intercept. But this time, Hyuga Kiyoshi stopped in time, moved again, and struck out again. Heitake Sora changed his sword move and intercepted again, but the opponent stopped again. Gentle fist method 8 trigrams 64 palms afterwards, Hyuga Kiyoshi centered on Heitake Sora, established the 8 trigrams array in his heart, and launched a gust of attack, with continuous attacks and phantoms flying in his palms. And the sword in Heitake Sora's hand is also flickering, and any attack close to him will be broken. Gentle fist law 8 trigrams 128 palms. After finishing the 64 palms, Hyuga Kiyoshi once again performed a stronger taijutsu. For a moment, there were more shadows of palms, and the attacks became more ferocious. Heitake Sora's whole body was covered with the shadow of Hyuga Kiyoshi, and the palms came from various directions to attack. Heitake Sora is happy and fearless. The sword is like a shadow, like a phantom in a dream, with different sword moves flashing in front of each palm. Hyuga cleared all the attacks, still missed. At this time, Hyuga cleared a lot of energy. He has the ability to aim at the shadow, and the consumption of these 2 physical skills is not too high, but in order not to collide with the sword in Heitake Sora's hand with each palm, he needs to quickly pull back his attack every time, and after pulling it back, quickly send the second palm, and then encounter an interception, and have to pull back. As he slapped more and more quickly, in order to maintain this high-speed attack, the physical strength he needed to consume continued to increase exponentially. At this moment, Hyuga Kiyoshi was already out of breath. Come again! Hyuga Ching roared, without a break, launched the offensive again. Gentle Fist Method 8 trigrams 256 palms. At this time, Hayaga's figure disappeared, and chakra overflowed, forming a formation of 8 trigrams visible to the naked eye around Heitake Sora. It was as if she had merged into the 8 trigrams formation like a ray of white light, only the shadow of her palm was flickering. "You're upset." At this moment, Heitake Sora said to himself flatly. Puffed. Suddenly, Heitake Sora stabbed flatly with his sword to the right. The move was very simple, but the move was as fast as a white lightning. Then, the 8 trigrams disappeared in an instant. The shadow of the palm disappears, and Hayaga clears himself. At this time, he was standing on the right side of Heitake Sora, and one arm had already been pierced by Heitake Sora's sword. 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. Hayaga frowned, a flash of reluctance flashed in his eyes, he quickly backed away, his arm was free from the piercing long sword, and then chakra emerged all over his body, and his body spun rapidly, forming a large white chakra ball with a diameter of more than 2 meters. Gentle Fist Law 8 trigrams air palm. But at this time, Hayaga Kiyoshi unexpectedly launched an attack while defending. Break! Heitake Sora slashed vertically with the long sword in his hand, and the powerful invisible shockwave was directly split into 2. Revolving Heaven's defense is not as strong as you think. Heitake Sora smiled. Explosive style. Duga 9 Swords, Chi Breaking Style, is designed to crack the internal force attack issued by superior internal energy, and Revolving Heaven is to release a large amount of chakra from the chakra acupuncture points in the body, and then make a circular rotation like a top. According to Heitake Sora, this is similar to the internal force rushing out of the body to attack. Misunderstood, he can also rely on Zoro's powerful swordsmanship to attack and break through defenses. If you understand it correctly, it confirms his idea. After performing the chi breaking style, chakra in Heitake Sora's body poured directly into the sword in his hand, and then directly pierced into the Revolving Heaven defensive sphere. As soon as he pierced it, a mysterious feeling emerged, as if Revolving Heaven appeared in his mind, and the countless lines of chakra seemed to be chaotic, but twisted and twisted regularly, and he also found a gap. Puffed. The long sword wrapped around chakra easily passed through the gap, pierced several chakra silk threads, and passed through the defense directly. One sword stabbed Hayaga Ching's left shoulder, driving the latter's body, and rushed more than 10 meters. Revolving Heaven cracked at that time, the bloody Take Hayaga cleared his shoulders and flowed through his arms, ticking to the ground. "I lost." Hayaga lowered his head, but there was disbelief in his eyes. Revolving Heaven has been cracked twice in a row, making him even suspect that the so-called strongest defense is fake? Isn't this normal? It's not the first time you've lost to me. As your teacher, can't I beat you once? Heitake Sora pulled out the long sword directly, speaking as a matter of course. Hayaga was taken aback for a moment, and then the gloomy mood quickly dissipated. I remembered that before the battle, I asked Heitake Sora not to cripple him, but now I just injured my shoulder and arm, which is already very light. I didn't come to defeat Heitake Sora, but to learn. The teacher is right. Hayaga Kiyoshi nodded heavily, and then, regardless of his injuries, he bowed respectfully to Heitake Sora and said, "Thank you, for letting me understand many of my flaws." Not enough, Revolving Heaven's defense is still not enough. I was beaten to deny myself. Heitake Sora muttered in his heart, and then said, "There is no need to be so negative, I am at your age and I can't do it anymore. Live a few more years, practice a few more years, and you will be fine." Hayaga nodded earnestly. "Thank you for your teaching, teacher, I will go back to the village to heal my injuries." Go! Afterwards, Hayaga Kiyoshi quickly ran towards the village. This is not Konoha, and some ninjas really ran out to kill Hayaga Kiyoshi. In his current state, he was only able to fight a jonin, so he quickly ran to Konoha. And now, 10 minutes is up. A system notification sounded in Heitake Sora's head. 10 minutes are up. Among the random abilities, activating one of Zoro's sword skills, one sword style, Juhi, Lion Song Song, can cut steel. When it is cast, it is like lightning in flint. Can't see through, and can't even see the glint of a knife. It's like drawing a knife. This can be used for comparison. Heitake Sora looked at Heitake Sora, who ran away happily in his heart. He recalled the battle just now, and Heitake Sora realized something. That is, the system can make him equal to the locked target, but it doesn't mean that he can't defeat or kill the opponent. This is equivalent to 2 adults with the same strength and the same size, and if they can't fight, they are almost equal in combat power. But if one person has a knife, it will probably kill the other person. However, if Zoro used Zoro's swordsmanship after suppressing his strength to fight against Hayaga Ching just now, it may enter into a protracted battle. You slap, I slash, and if you fight for 10 minutes, it is really 50 to 50. But just after Hayaga Kiyoshi left, there were figures flashing and disappearing in the dark of the forest. Sarutobi Patriarch's Fuku. The subordinates who returned the report left, and the old patriarch looked at his middle-aged son beside him. After that battle, although Heitake Sora moved out of Konoha, I always felt that this person was unusual. Harvest. Unexpectedly, he is not only good at limbs and physical skills, but also very good at swordsmanship. It's normal, it's the Haytake family after all. Father, what should we do next? Of course I support Master Hokage. You are 45 years old, and it's time to take over the power of the family. The boss will help you in the house. Hiruzen is in charge of the outside world. It just so happens that he follows Tobirama's practice. Haytake Sora is close to Master Hokage, so let Hiruzen do more, learn from that. Understood, father. Nara, Akamaiki, and Yamanaka, the chiefs of the 3 clans, live in the same room. Chief Akamaika said while eating a pig's trotter, Hayaga's strength is comparable to mine now. What do you think? Patriarch Yamanaka, it's only a matter of time before someone from the Haytake clan suddenly appears and surpasses us. Brother Nara, you have a good brain, tell me. Patriarch Nara, our 3 clans are advancing and retreating together, and the Haytake watermark is not very ambitious and resourceful. It can be seen that Haytake Sora did not want to strengthen the Haytake clan, otherwise he would not leave. Therefore, it will hardly threaten us. However, my grandson needs a teacher. How about you? My grandson is missing too. Hokage building, in Hokage's office. Senju Tobirama said, brother, what are you going to do? What should I do? I'm very busy. There are so many documents. Tobirama, you'll be Hokage in the future anyway, why don't you do it early? Let me handle these trivial matters, too annoying. Senju Hashirama looked at the paperwork on the table in distress. Stacks of documents. Senju Tobirama frowned, and was speechless at this incomprehensible elder brother. The news just now, Haytake Sora is very good at swordsmanship, and it can be seen that he is also very good at teaching. With this fighting style, Hayaga can understand clearly. In 3 years, Hayaga Kiyoshi can reach cage level. So, what to do? The old man has lived a long time and can teach people that it is normal. If you want to learn, you can go there too, but that senior likes gifts. Last time the daimyo gave me good tea, let's send it over. Senju Hashirama said casually. Of course I don't learn, Senju Tobirama mused, but you reminded me. Someone from other families may have passed. Isn't your daughter lacking a teacher? Just right. The next day, Haytake Sora woke up naturally from sleep, had dinner, and continued fishing at the beach. Humming an unknown tune, he couldn't help frowning and looked behind him. What's the situation? At this time, more than 10 people came behind Haytake Sora, most of them were adults with children, and there were also independent youths. Senju Tobirama led a handsome girl, Saratobi Hiruzen was led by a middle-aged man, and the rest included Nara, Akamaiki, Yamanaka, and Inyazuka. Almost all the famous families of Konoha came, and these people are carrying all kinds of gifts. This good day is coming to an end again. Seeing these people, Haytake Sora felt helpless. A lot of children were 4 or 5 years old, and he almost guessed what these people were thinking. Putting down the fishing rod, Haytake Sora said, first, people can't bear to be disturbed, students are no longer accepted, everyone go back. Everyone was a little embarrassed. Before the purpose was mentioned, Haytake Sora issued an order to evict the guest. It was so direct and unreasonable. In comparison, Senju Tobirama was relatively calm. He said, Elder Haytake, this is Senju Yin, the eldest brother's daughter. The eldest brother said that as long as you agree to accept her as a student, his house in Uzumaki will be yours. Although he doesn't go often now, but the house should be worth some money. Senju Yin said anxiously, Uncle, it cost more than 8 million taels to buy it at that time. 8 million taels, for Haytake Sora, who has almost no source of income and is unwilling to earn money, is quite comfortable for a long time. At that time, Haytake Sora said, Senju sound, you will be my student from now on. Senju was speechless, and she suddenly felt that the old man was a little unreliable. Hearing this, Saratobi Hiruzen's father smiled and said, I have a yard in Konoha, currently worth 3 million taels, and the surrounding traffic is relatively convenient. Seniors will go back and live there in the future, and it will be convenient to go anywhere. Dad! Saratobi Hiruzen whispered, where do we have it? Slap! Saratobi Hiruzen was slapped on the back of the head. Now, boy Saratobi, we meet again. We are destined, so we don't need to pay tuition fees. Keep the yard, Haytake Sora said. Afterwards, the Ino, Shika, Cho clans also wanted to come up with them respectively, and then other big clans also spoke one after another. Wait! Haytake Sora's head grew dizzy with each other, and he raised his hand and said in a loud voice, I'm just an old man, so I don't need so many houses. Since you want to spend, how about it? Everyone take out a sum and just create a ninja school. Ninja school? Ninja school. Some people are puzzled, while others are in a dilemma. But at this moment, Senju Tobirama's eyes brightened and his whole body became excited. Konoha was founded, although Senju Hashirama is Hokage, but it is only in control of the overall situation. Senju Tobirama handles almost all the affairs in the village, so naturally he thought about a lot of facilities and departments that would make Konoha prosperous. Among them, I thought about opening a ninja school. However, the ninja school is not a matter of money, but that there are no teachers, and the big families will not teach their secret techniques and inheritance to others. Now, 80% of the Konoha shinobi are from the big families. And 20% of them, Konoha elite jonin, a few commoners, have also started to establish their own families, so they will naturally form this concept. The result is that no one is willing to be a teacher to hand over their most precious things to others, and they don't have the time and experience, and no one takes the lead. Also, Senju Tobirama didn't experience this. Today Heitake Sora proposed, giving Senju Tobirama a chance. That's right. At that time, Senju Tobirama said loudly, on behalf of myself, I will donate 1 million taels to fund the ninja school founded by Elder Heitake. Today, if you are willing to subsidize no less than 500,000 taels, the future generations will go to school, and the tuition is free. With the teaching of Elder Heitake, I believe that your children will definitely make great achievements. Ugh, looks like I did something amazing. Heitake Sora suddenly realized that the original anime was Konoha Shinobi School created by Senju Tobirama. But now, with a casual word, he became the creator instead. Tobirama is using me. After all, Heitake Sora has lived for more than 100 years. Looking at the expressions of the people around him, he naturally thought of the root cause. The establishment of the elders group reduced the authority of the family, and the civilian elite ninjas took control of decision-making voting rights and began to rise. The establishment of the Konoha Shinobi School will surely allow more civilian ninjas to rise up and share the rights of ninja families. This is clearly what Senju Tobirama has always wanted. At this moment, Senju Tobirama's voice sounded in Heitake Sora's mind, but no one around heard it. As long as you promise, I will give you a forbidden technique. Heitake Sora compared his fingers with two, meaning two. Senju Tobirama frowned, then nodded. Compared to the future of the village, the forbidden technique is no longer precious. In fact, even if Senju Tobirama doesn't agree to the benefits, Heitake Sora will be established even if he has come to this point today. After all, the creator of the Konoha Shinobi School, this title sounds like a scam. Afterwards, Heitake Sora said again, it's okay to be idle, I have more than enough time to teach these children rubbing by myself. Come if you want to learn, and don't force those who don't want to learn. I will not force anyone to share your secret techniques, and nobody will be forced to be a teacher. Hear this promise. Looking at the color of Senju Tobirama, Sarutobi Side Hiruzen's father said, my Sarutobi clan took out 1 million taels. In this era, there will never be a shortage of foresighted people, such as the Sarutobi family. In Heitake Sora's view, the parents before 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen were all smart people. They just hugged the thighs of the two Hokage brothers, making it clear what the elder brother does and what the younger brother does. Later, it turned out that they made the right choice, with 3rd Hokage at the top, and even the Senju and other 3 clans declining. Sarutobi is almost the largest family in Konoha. Compared with Sarutobi's Hokage clan, the Ino, Shika, Cho clan has no clear follower at present, but there is the Nara clan with super high IQ. Looking at Senju Tobirama, a member of the Nara family said, my Nara family is willing to donate 1 million taels to fund Elder Heitake's establishment of the Konoha Shinobi School, and we are willing to provide the family medicinal materials to the school with a 20% discount. I, the Akamaike clan, gave out 1 million taels. The 3 clans advanced and retreated together, and Nara was the strongest brain. Almost the former finished speaking, and the fat man of the Akamaike family grinned. My Yamanaka family also donated 1 million taels to support Elder Heitake. At this moment, Hyaga Ching, who came not far away, said flatly, the Hyaga family gave out 3 million taels. The school does not need to spend too much, so much money is enough to start a school, it is almost a foregone conclusion. What's more, as Heitake Sora's student, Hyaga Ching has no reason not to take money. As for family decisions, he makes his own decisions. Such a big good thing, how could it be possible without my Uchiha family? We also took out 3 million taels. At this time, Uchiha Yu, who hadn't appeared for a long time, also came. At this time, his face was a little pale, and his breath was weak. Obviously the injury has not recovered, but the smile is very confident. It's almost a breakthrough. Most people couldn't see it, but Senju Tobirama frowned slightly. From Sengoku to the present, he has never had a good impression of the Uchiha clan. Seeing the changes in Uchiha, he felt a killing intent in his heart. Uchiha's cage level is different from other races. The combat power is too terrifying, and the opponent is about to reach it. The 3 major clans all spoke up, and the others had no reason, and then the Inyazuka clan, the Urano clan, the Karama clan, and the Shimura clan all contributed millions. There are not many elite jonin among other civilians, and they have not offered funding. It doesn't make much sense for them to give out the money, but if they really take it out, they will steal the limelight. In the end, the Senju family naturally also participated and took out 3 million taels. In this way, the 12 families plus Senju Tobirama made a total of 19 million taels. Konoha Shinobi School seems to be just a small school. Currently there is only one teacher, Heitake Sora. But everyone saw its potential, and a meeting of the elders was held that day. Several big families wanted the school to be established near their residences, and they all talked about how good the surroundings of their residences were, and how much benefits they were willing to give. The elders of the Senju family even wanted to establish the school directly in the Senju residence, but Senju Tobirama naturally rejected it later. And from here, Heitake Sora discovered an interesting thing, that is, there are several hundred members of the Senju clan. At present, they should be divided into two factions. One faction is based on the Hokage family, and the other is headed by the Great Elder. As for Senju Hashirama, this Hokage, who is very good at playing, felt sleepy looking at the map and watching others discuss, and finally waved his hand and settled not far from the Hokage building, not near any family residences, but in the center of civilian residences. It seems to be out of tune, but in fact it is wise and stupid. Heitake Sora doesn't care about the address, construction, etc., all he has to do is to create a school system. After the meeting ended, Senju Tobirama took the initiative to invite Heitake Sora to eat at home. This is the first time Tobirama invited Heitake Sora, and Heitake Sora has nothing to do, so he naturally agreed. Senju Tobirama's home is traditional Japanese style, with wooden floors and almost no modern furniture, and the layout here is as meticulous and serious as others. The furniture and so on in the house are neatly arranged without any disorder. It feels a little unreasonable in Heitake Sora, and it is tacky to say that it is impersonal. Your house is so clean, don't you think there is something missing? Heitake Sora entered the room and said casually, I live in the Hokage building, and I live next to my office. Here, I come back to clean it once a day, and I usually eat at my elder brother's place. Senju Tobirama took out the tea set and a bag of good tea, took out the water, and put it in the small on the table. I knelt down and began to make tea meticulously, while saying, you want to say, this doesn't feel like home, does it? That's what it means. Heitake Sora said, Tobirama, you are over 40 this year, have you ever thought of getting a wife? Yes, Heitake Sora came here and was surprised to find that Senju Tobirama has no wife. It used to be, but then left. Senju Tobirama glanced at the photo frame not far away. It was a black and white photo. He said calmly, she is the daughter of the Sarutobi patriarch, and she left during the war. Heitake Sora was silent. Senju Tobirama continued, many people know about this, and you should have heard it in the Heitake clan, right? That, you may not believe it, I rarely chat with those children. Heitake Sora said in embarrassment. His brothers and relatives died in succession, but there was nothing he could do. At that time, he was actually numb, and he didn't care about anyone's death. It was killed by Madara, and my child, Senju Tobirama said again. Heitake Sora surprised. The air suddenly seemed to freeze, only the sound of boiling water bubbling in the pot was soft but the only sound in the room. Heitake Sora didn't know what to say, and some things in his heart were connected together. No wonder Senju Tobirama has never believed in Uchiha Madara, always thinking that he will cause turmoil in Konoha. This is not just brother control, it turns out that there is a deeper level of hatred. He killed the other party's younger brother, and the other party killed his wife and children. This is almost irreconcilable. As long as there is a chance, both of them want to kill each other. The second process of making tea, Senju Tobirama continued, a master duel, a momentary negligence may be fatal. My strength is not as good as Uchiha Madara. I have thought about the consequences, but I will not show mercy. If you give me a second choice, I will still kill Uchiha Izuna. At the beginning, the two brothers led the Uchiha clan, and they fought all the clans, and no one could beat them. Brother is too kind, as long as he exerts all his strength, he can kill one of them, but he has reservations in every battle, so that the family will not be destroyed, so I risked being torn apart by space and developed Flying Thunder God. Then he managed to kill Uchiha Izuna, turning the tide of battle in our Senju clan's favor. It's just that I didn't expect that the Uchiha family is rooted in hatred. The younger brother died. Uchiha Madara didn't get depressed, but became stronger. I remember that it was cloudy and rainy that day. She said that the weather was bad and asked me to go on a mission another day. I didn't listen and left. This time, I regret it, because, on that day, Uchiha Madara came to the Senju tribe to assassinate me, didn't meet me, and then, he killed her, and my son. If nothing else, by now, the child should not be younger than Hiruzen. The tea is ready. Senju Tobirama calmly pushed the small teacup in front of Heitake Sora, a family that grows stronger with hatred as its root. Do you think it should exist? Having said that, he looked up at Heitake Sora, but his eyes were full of hatred and indifference, like a wounded wolf, trying to tear his enemies apart. Heitake Sora seemed to smell a bloody killing. I don't know, Heitake Sora said calmly, without any emotional fluctuations, and then took a sip of tea naturally. Actually, if he had the strength, he would have killed the enemy who killed his relatives in the past. But it was too weak at that time, so weak that even a genin was not as good as self-defense, and there was no revenge. Now that he is stronger, he wants to take revenge, but the enemy is already dead. Even the enemy's children are dead. Even the grandson died. Brother said that you are a respectable senior. I didn't believe it at first, but now I believe it. Senju Tobirama dissipated his murderous aura and said, let's discuss school matters. Afterwards, he got up and went to the back room, quickly took out a stack of documents, and put them beside Heitake Sora. I planned to open a ninja school last year, but the conditions were not allowed, and it has been impossible to implement, but the paperwork has been prepared. You take a look and see where you need to add. Okay. Heitake Sora picked up the file, looked at it, and Senju Tobirama said, my plan is that I can enter school at the age of 6, with a 5-year schooling system. The school teaches the most basic and 3-body technique, body replacement technique, clone technique, transformation technique. As long as you are familiar with using one of the 3 body techniques and the teacher agrees, you will be considered a graduate. Temporary setting, 1 principal, 3 teachers. After reading it, Heitake Sora said, 90% of the plan is complete, but it is suitable for ordinary people, not suitable for some geniuses or special personnel. Which way? Senju Tobirama asked. For example, after 1 year of enrollment, the strength will be upgraded to genin. This kind of genius ninja, if he continues to study, it will only slow down his speed of becoming stronger. So add an exception graduation rule. I think that after a student enrolls, before the school system is over when you reach genin, you can challenge the teacher in an extraordinary way, get recognized, and graduate in an extraordinary way. At the same time, 3-body technique is ninjutsu. Some ninjas are talented in taijutsu, but they may not be able to run chakra. Teachers can also independently set graduation assessment methods for such students. At the same time, there is also the development path for students after graduation. Since you have taught it, you should be responsible. Of course, the ninja school you opened is not just to weaken the power of the family? Senju Tobirama was stunned. He didn't expect Heitake Sora to speak so directly. He nodded, you are a sensible person. Heitake Sora continued, I suggest that fresh graduates, don't let them return to the family, or choose some family to attach to. Instead, a group of 2 to 6 people, led by Jonin or Chinin, as an instructor, leads let them do tasks. These Jonin or Chinin, which one to choose, you understand? What a great idea! Senju Tobirama said excitedly, it's equivalent to me taking Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others. Don't let them form the concept of family first, but Konoha first. Heitake Sora said, that's all for the time being, and some other ideas, I will implement them after the school is established. At this time, Senju Tobirama took out 2 small scrolls the size of a palm and put them in front of Heitake Sora. This is a technique I developed myself. If it is passed on to others, one technique may create a powerful ninja. I will give it to you as agreed earlier. Illusion Dark Line Technique. There is also a multiple shadow clone technique. People with insufficient chakra, who cast it may cause suicide. It's powerful. Heitake Sora was happy, but he picked up the scroll calmly, and said, it's good to assist in the battle. Okay, let's go eat barbecue now, my treat. Afterwards, Senju Tobirama got up. Ah, didn't you invite me to your house for dinner? Yes. Come to my house and discuss the school. Then I will treat you to dinner. As you can see, my house does not have kitchen utensils, so I always eat at my elder brother's house. Okay. You take Hokage for granted, I'm speechless. Senju Tobirama pretends not to hear. After contact, Heitake Sora found that the 2 brothers, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama, were talking chatter. Senju Hashirama is indifferent except for big things, he has no Hokage airs, he can chat with everyone, and he is familiar with everyone. And Senju Tobirama is usually stern and meticulous, but if he meets someone he is interested in, it will be endless. After a barbecue, Heitake Sora heard Senju Tobirama discussing various possible problems in the establishment of the ninja school in the future. Originally, I finished eating in half an hour, but I just ate for more than 2 hours and drank a little wine. Afterwards, Heitake Sora left Konoha. After the site is selected, the house needs to be demolished and built. The ninja school is different from Heitake Sora's residence. It covers a larger area and is naturally stronger. There must also be a training ground, etc., which naturally involves demolition, spending money to appease civilians, and other messy things. Just like this, a month has passed, and Heitake Sora has learned the Dark Line technique and the multiple shadow clone technique. A month later, the Konoha Shinobi School was officially completed, and at the same time, the Senju clan prepared a house for Heitake Sora near the school. During this month, he and Hyaga Kiyoshi fought twice, activating the abilities of different people respectively, but they did not obtain abilities randomly. From this, Heitake Sora realized that once he locks the target with someone and has fought, the probability of activating the ability will be greatly reduced. The reason why there are few sparring sessions is because every time Hyaga Kiyoshi is injured, the injury is not serious but not light, so it takes time to recover. The Konoha Shinobi School was completed, and Heitake Sora officially moved back to Konoha. The next morning, Heitake Sora got up early at 6 o'clock, which was the first time he had woken up early in the past few decades. Her long silver hair was tied up with a black cloth belt, and she was wearing a white tunic that was specially customized a few days ago. There are almost no such clothes in this world. After all, the world is based on a certain island country. This kind of clothing was very popular in ancient China in the Han and Tang dynasties. The square in front of the teaching building of Konoha Shinobi School. The patriarchs of the major families came one after another, some with their subordinates, some with children. Leaning on a bamboo stick, standing in front of the door, Heitake Sora stood, calm on the surface, but a little excited in his heart. The mainstay of Konoha in the future. They have all become my students. This life is really interesting. At 7 o'clock, everyone has arrived. Except for these people who are the most front, there are many civilians in the square. The original purpose of the ninja school is to train more civilian ninjas. Naturally, Hokage has long ordered that there is no need to stop civilians from visiting. Ribbon cutting, followed by Hokage speaking. Walking to the center, Senju Hashirama looked solemn, without manuscripts, and looked at the crowd. Decades ago, when I was a child, a close friend and I said that we would build our own village here, and now the village has been established. And for the village, for the family, we struggle, work hard, and fight hard. Our generation guards Konoha, the next generation will guard it, and the next generation will. This is the will of fire in my heart. After a pause, he held a leaf in his hand and raised his hand. Where the leaves are flying, the fire is always alive. The fire will continue to illuminate the village and let the new leaves sprout. Everything will lead to beauty, peace, and happiness. After speaking, let go. The leaves fluttered to the distance with the wind. Afterwards, Senju Hashirama showed a gentle smile. Now the oldest old man in Konoha is also one of my most respected seniors, the founder of Konoha Shinobi School, and the principal of Konoha Shinobi School. Heitake Elder Sora said a few words. After speaking, he looked at Heitake Sora. Heitake Sora took the cane, stepped forward, stood on the high platform, and then faced everyone. Looking at the members of the ninja family, looking at the civilians in the distance. He said, to be honest, today is the first time I got up so early in these years. The life I like is to eat until I am naturally full, sleep and wake up naturally, watch TV and drink tea when I have nothing to do. And for so many years, my happy life has been realized. But, why can I live the life I like? Because my family protects me during the war, and after peace, I have the protection of the Konoha Shinobi. All these simple lives are earned by generations of ninjas with their lives. Ninjas are the rulers of Konoha because of strength, but they are also the patron saint of Konoha, also because of strength. In this world where strength is the most important thing, in order to make great achievements, we must become ninjas. For our families, we must become ninjas. Become a ninja. In the first half of my life, I was protected by you. I am very lucky to have you. In the second half of my life, I will be guarded by me, and I will bring my students to guard it. I am also very lucky to have Hokage backing me. Ha ha. Having said that, Heitake Sora couldn't help laughing. When many civilians heard this, their original serious expressions turned into smiles. Senju Hashirama is the legendary god in Konoha, and it is also the biggest belief in their hearts, and they firmly believe in this sentence. Afterwards, Heitake Sora continued, I declare, Konoha Shinobi School, officially open today. Established. Senju Tobirama shouted excitedly, and the ninjas behind him also shouted in unison. Many civilians were also mobilized and couldn't help shouting, established. All of a sudden, the whole school, and even Konoha Center were filled with these ear-splitting words. It lasted for more than a minute before subsiding slowly, and then Heitake Sora said loudly, as the current principal of Konoha Shinobi School, he is also the first teacher. Let me tell you about the first batch of ninja student plans. First, recruit elites class of 20 students, minimum requirement, genin. Student class, 38 students, already recruited students, elite class on the 5th floor, student class on the 1st floor. Parents can go back. The next batch of enrollment will be notified separately, and everyone is gone bar. After finishing speaking, Heitake Sora looked at Senju Hashirama, smiled and said, would you like to see the performance of these little guys together? Good. Senju Hashirama smiled happily. The classrooms of Konoha Shinobi School, from front to back, are one row higher than the other, so that students can see the teacher on the stone podium even when they sit down. The 38 people mentioned in the manga are also Senju Tobirama's plan, but now that Heitake Sora is the founder, some plans have changed. For example, this elite class is what he wants to run. Elite class, 20 people, the youngest is 12 years old, the oldest is 15 years old, they are all seated at this time. Heitake Sora was the only one on the podium, while first Hokage Senju Hashirama stood at the door, watching quietly. First of all, let me introduce myself. Heitake Sora leaned on a cane with both hands and smiled, my name is Heitake Sora. I am not the strongest, but I am the longest-lived ninja in Konoha. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his hand and said, Teacher, how old are you? Heitake Sora smiled, your grandpa has to call me grandpa. Hey, currently, 100 years old. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and said confidently, he is incomprehensible on the surface, but actually knows a lot. He has read various classics since he was a child. The ninjutsu doctors of later generations did not come from hard work later, but were cultivated since childhood. He already knew the exact age of Heitake Sora. It's just that, the young mind wants to show off. And the 20 people here, although they are all from major families, but there are really not many people who really pay attention to Heitake Sora. Many people were surprised when they heard this sentence. How did he live so long? 100. Too long to live. Oh my god. Today's Heitake Sora does not have a hunchback, and is dressed in a white tunic. Even though his face is wrinkled, he has a long breath, not like a centenarian at all. Because in many people's minds, those who live to 70 or 80 are already old and are about to die. How can there be such a spirited centenarian? Heitake Sora continued, you may understand that I am using my age to sell the old. However, what I want to say is that in this ninja school, after a pause, he held the handle of the cane with his right hand, which is the handle of the long bamboo sword he named Snow Ren, and continued, the first school rule, everything is based on strength. After finishing speaking, the iron podium next to him suddenly split in two, with the ports flush, and from the beginning to the end, the teenagers didn't see how Heitake Sora made a move at all. The iron podium was specially placed by Heitake Sora when he was looking for someone to decorate the school in Senju Tobirama. It's just for pretending. A shortened version of Ichidorio Iai Shigej draw the sword, cut it, and put it into its sheath. In terms of the amount of chakra, Heitake Sora is currently genin, but he has the blood of a big demon and has a strong body. Zoro's swordsmanship is not performed with the energy of chakra, it is originally performed with the perception of swordsmanship and super strong body, as fast as flashing. Senju Hashirama outside the door can naturally see clearly, but for genin and several chinin among the teachers, they can't see clearly at all. What's the situation? It's iron. If this is my body, it will be in two halves. This is swordsmanship, very superb swordsmanship. I didn't see it at all. At this moment, the somewhat sloppy teenager immediately regained his composure. In this ninja world, the strong are respected. Everyone was surprised that Heitake Sora lived a long time, but they didn't feel any pressure. But strength is the most real pressure, and it is also the most worthwhile capital. Heitake Sora continued, so, don't worry about my age, and I won't worry about your family behind you. Whoever of you is stronger than me, if you say you want to be a teacher, or even a principal, that's fine, I can leave immediately. If I'm not strong enough, then, here, it's what I say, disobedience? Then I can only fight until you listen. Of course, if anyone is dissatisfied, find your parents or grandpa. I believe Hokage will teach them be human. Really? Hashirama Heitake Sora looked towards the door, and Senju Hashirama coughed slightly. Mr. Heitake, continue your lesson, killing and killing will scare the children. Did not admit, but did not refute, this is the default. Everyone stopped talking. This old principal is very violent. Heitake Sora continued, the second school rule, when you come to school, you must be prepared to face crisis at any time. Because, no matter in class or after class, I will shoot someone anytime and anywhere. Because of your dangerous and emergency performance, there will be rewards and punishments. You guys have seen the swordsmanship just now. It's not my Heitake family's inherited swordsmanship, it was developed by myself. So if any of you perform well during school, I will teach him. That's great. A young man with a dagger on his back said excitedly. He is a major in swordsmanship, so he naturally understands the value of this sword, and it can even make a ninja famous for it. And even those who don't practice swordsmanship were excited when they heard Heitake Sora's reward. No one thinks they have more means. Also, forget it, I will talk about it later, and now you all introduce yourself. Heitake Sora said, start from the first row. Name, specialty and dream. Of course I want to say more, it's also okay, like wanting to marry a little girl in the class as a wife. It's a teacher. A boy with glasses got up, my name is Mitokato Homura, and I am good at hidden weapons. My dream is to become a powerful ninja. It's my turn. My name is Sarutobi Hiruzen. I'm good at ninjutsu and taijutsu. If nothing else, I'm the best ninja in my class. I want to marry Lake Biwa, haha. I want to be Hokage. As soon as he finished speaking, a blush appeared on the face of a young girl. My name is Shimura Danzo. I am good at wind-style ninjutsu. I also want to be Hokage. I think I am stronger than Hiruzen. My name is Sarutobi Lake Biwa, I'm good at fire style, and I want to be elite jonin. My name is Uchiha Kagami. My name is Nara Lukin. My name is Akamaiki Teikaze. My name is Hayaga Sundust. Listening to each name, Heitake Sora only thought of two words, that is, genius. The future duo of the elders, third Hokage, Gen's boss Danzo, Uchiha Kagami, etc. Not surprisingly, the others may also be the patriarch of a certain family in the future. After listening to the self-introduction of the teenagers, Heitake Sora pointed to the window and said, your courses are for 1 year. Of course, whoever reaches Jonin during this period can graduate early. From now on, you are not allowed to go through the door or the window. As a ninja, there is no way. If you go to the 5th floor, you don't have to come to class, and there is 10 times the compensation for damage to public property. Now, Hiruzen is acting as the class monitor temporarily, and takes the class to the school's large training ground. Konoha village has just been established, and there is only one training ground, which is a place for some ninjas to have conflicts and then fight. As for the number N training ground in Naruto, and the forest where Chunin took the exam, there are no other facilities. There are two training grounds in the school, one is a small training ground in the school, and the other is a large one. Naturally, Heitake Sora asked Senju Tobirama to find someone to build it 10 times. After all, there are many students and the venue is small, so it is difficult to stretch your hands and feet. Oh, by the way, Hiruzen is a temporary agent. If anyone refuses to accept it for a while, he can challenge him. Whoever defeats him will be the squad leader. The privilege of the squad leader. Learn more ninjutsu, or maybe graduate, and become a ninja by Hokage's side. Heitake Sora said casually, other things, please understand. After speaking, he left the classroom and went to the student class on the first floor. And just after Heitake Sora left, Danzo pointed to Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately, and said in a deep voice, don't think that it is the first time to make a good impression on Mr. Heitake. When you become the class leader, you will be the permanent class leader. I will challenge you in a while. I just learned you can't stop the powerful wind-style ninjutsu. Ha! Can I be afraid of you? I'm waiting for you, but now, you have to listen to me. Follow me. Sarutobi Hiruzen said proudly, and then flew out of the window with one kick. Of course, the glass was shattered crashed. Behind, a Uchiha boy whispered in Uchiha Kagami's ear, mirror, you are the most powerful. I support you as the monitor. Then Sarutobi Hiruzen is too stinky. How can our Uchiha family be worse than Sarutobi? Absolutely will not. I try my best. Music style, regardless of victory or defeat, we can't let Sarutobi steal the limelight. That's absolutely. Xiao Hei doesn't agree to let him steal the limelight. The boy from the Inyazuka family held a big black dog more than 1 meter long in his arms. Wong wong. The big black dog nodded in a humane way. Heitake Sora didn't pay attention to the conversation of the boys in the back. At this time, he and Senju Hashirama were walking towards the first floor. Suddenly, I also want to be a teacher, it's very interesting. Senju Hashirama said, I always thought that the ninja school would be like what my father taught us, how to be cold-blooded, or use any means, how to kill faster. Originally Tobirama and I mentioned the school, and I was also afraid that he would cultivate more cold-blooded ninjas, so I disapproved at first, but now that you are a teacher, I feel relieved. Heitake Sora smiled, it's just fooling around, what do I know? Compared with Tobirama, I know much less ninjutsu. You also know that my Heitake clan has less chakra, so Grandmaster Ninjutsu is insufficient. Learning and teaching are different. I don't want a ninja to become a killer. The ninja in my heart is for protection, not for expansion and killing. Senju Hashirama said seriously, I will collect some simple ninjutsu scrolls for you recently, I will leave the children to you, and I am happy to be able to contribute. How embarrassing. Do you have lightning-style ninjutsu? Ah, it should be, yes. Senju Hashirama was speechless, what an old man. Always so rude. On the first floor, the student classrooms were in chaos. In the classroom, the youngest is 3 years old, and the oldest is 6 years old. In Konoha in the peaceful era, these are still children, 38 people, 24 children are from major families, and are protected by the family, 12 children of civilian ninjas. Yes, ninjas have a vague concept. Seeing Heitake Sora enter the door, White Fang in the first row shouted respectfully, teacher. N. Heitake Sora nodded, then walked onto the podium, holding the sword hilt, slowly drew out the snowblade, and placed it in the center of the podium. I'll show you how to cut tofu. Heitake Sora said, some time ago, someone built a steel podium. Shua. Heitake Sora sheathed the snow blade in his hand, and the speed was relatively slow, most of the children could see clearly. Then with a crack, the podium became 2 halves and fell on both sides. Such strong swordsmanship. There were also children from the Heitake family here, and they exclaimed at that time, a sword cut through steel. It's too powerful. A child from a big family exclaimed, wow, this sword is so sharp. Teacher, it's amazing. Although the originally noisy classroom was still noisy, it did not become chaotic at this time, but became very consistent. Some people are ignorant, some people admire, and they all look at Heitake Sora. The same sword, but the speed of the sword is different. Senju Hashirama is more and more sure that it is correct to let Heitake Sora be the teacher. Everyone be quiet. Heitake Sora said, if anyone talks too much, then I can only try my sword with you. Guess, is it your body that is hard, or this steel desk? You may think, with the support of your parents or grandpa, I dare not hack anyone. Then if I hack you, I have the backing of Hokage. Is it your parents who are stronger, or Hokage who is stronger? Guess. This time, Senju Hashirama was not outside the door, but was standing next to the classroom podium. After one experience, he felt that Heitake Sora's teaching was more and more interesting. He smiled and said, at present, no one can beat me. Hush! In an instant, all the children were silent and shut up. Some children even breathed very lightly after closing their mouths. Originally, they didn't quite believe that Heitake Sora dared to cut someone who spoke, but when Senju Hashirama spoke, they believed it. Today's Konoha, Senju Hashirama is not only a god in the hearts of adults, but also a myth in the hearts of children. That's good. Heitake Sora continued, let me introduce myself first. My name, what I think I am good at, and my dream. Of course, you can say more. From the first row, there is a beautiful woman with ruby red. Child, you speak first. The black-haired and red-eyed child was a little scared. Heitake Sora, my name is Makoto Ui. I feel that I may be good at illusion. My dream is to become a powerful ninja like my father. My name is Yueguan Zaifeng, and I also know swordsmanship. I want to learn the swordsmanship just now from my teacher. My dream is to surpass the Heitake clan and Senju Tobirama-sama and become the strongest swordsmanship in Konoha. My name is Mitarashi Benimaru. I have a higher IQ than my brother. My dream is to surpass my brother. My name is Heitake Sakumo, I am good at swordsmanship, and my dream is to surpass my master. After hearing these names, Heitake Sora looked a little weird. Except for White Fang, he was not familiar with the others, but these surnames reminded him of a Hokage term that was wrongly predicted by people when he was on Earth. Konoha 8 Colors. The so-called Konoha 8 Colors in Heitake Sora's previous life was only fabricated by people who liked Hokage, and Heitake Sora didn't believe it either. After all, there is a big age gap between these 8 people. For example, White Fang and Namikaze Minato are many years apart. But after hearing the names of these people today, Heitake Sora suddenly discovered that there is no Bashi Konoha, but with his own arrival, can you create a Bashiki Konoha? Thinking of this, Heitake Sora suddenly became excited. Compared with the introduction of the elite class, the introduction of these children in the student class is much simpler. Even if some children want to show off, they are young after all, and some of them have not even practiced chakra. How many? Soon, the little ones were done with their introductions. Heitake Sora opened the mouth and said, first of all, let me talk about a few school rules. 1. I like useful students. The first assessment will last for half a year. After half a year, all of you must have at least one skill, or have one of the biggest advantages. For example, Heitake Sora pointed at Heitake Sakumo Grandmaster Swordsmanship. At present, any of you who fight alone with him will be defeated by him, or even be killed with a single blow. Swordsmanship is his specialty and his strength. And, he pointed to Mitarashi Zixiao again, don't you say that you are smart? If you rely on your brain to design and defeat Shuo Imo, and resourcefulness is your specialty, then you will pass the examination. After finishing speaking, he paused. If half a year expires, there is no special feature, and you haven't reached Genin, just get out of school. I don't have such a bad student. Do you have any opinions? It's not fair. At this time, a yellow-haired kid named Namikaze Ruruka said angrily, the Heitake family is the strongest family in Konoha swordsmanship. They have practiced swordsmanship since childhood. They have advantages from the very beginning. It is not fair to us civilian ninjas if no assessment has been passed. You're right, it's not fair. Heitake Sora nodded and asked, kid, has this world ever been fair? That. Namikaze held back and didn't know what to say, because he thought about it carefully. It was indeed unfair. Heitake Sora said indifferently, there are 2 kinds of people who like to talk about fairness. One is the weak who don't work hard. Because they are weak and incompetent, they expect others to give them fairness. The other is an idiot. If you become a genin and you encounter a one enemy as Jonin, when Shinin wants to kill you, he goes to talk to him about the big difference in strength. It's unfair that you shouldn't fight. Will he spare your life? Namikaze Ruruka was silent. The world is inherently unfair. We can't decide our starting point in life, but I can work hard to achieve the height of my life. I will not treat you fairly. I like outstanding students, and I also like hard-working students. If I like them, I will be rewarded. I am lazy and weak. Don't call them my students after graduation. It's embarrassing. Okay, let's talk about the second rule. Those who are late for class will not be in class for a week. Ninjas have no sense of time and will die miserably. Of course, if you are talented and your strength improves quickly, you can come to class as often as you want. With strength, anything can be made up for. Okay, Heitake Sakumo is temporarily acting as squad leader. If anyone refuses to accept it, he can challenge him. Now, follow me to the off-campus training ground. Let's start the duel. Then, Heitake Sora walked out of the classroom first. At this time, the children in the classroom began to discuss. This teacher is so fierce. If he is disobedient, will he kill us like he smashed the desk? Ui Zhenhong said in fear. Maybe, Dad told me to listen to the teacher, maybe it's really fierce. Mitarashi Benimu said, what's so fierce? In my opinion, it's just an old man scaring children. I'm not afraid of him. When I learn his swordsmanship, I will be able to surpass him in the future. Yueguan Zaifeng said confidently. I'm not afraid, my father is Jonin. Walking in the forefront, Senju Hashirama looked at Heitake Sora beside him and whispered, are you being a little harsh on them? After all, you are still young. What were you doing when you were 6? Heitake Sora looked at Senju Hashirama. Ugh, it was different then and now. Senju Hashirama didn't respond positively. He had already started fighting when he was 6 years old. Compared with him, Senju Tobirama had killed many people when he was 6 years old. It's different, but when dealing with children, don't scare them. It's very annoying to make noise every day. Heitake Sora said helplessly. Ha ha ha. Senju Hashirama couldn't help laughing. Just when Heitake Sora was going to the training ground, Uchiha Station, a ninja reported the details of the elite version of the class. After listening, the Uchiha Patriarch said flatly, this Heitake Sora founded the Konoha Shinobi School, thinking that there is some subtle means, but I didn't expect it to be nothing more than that. In terms of strength? This world is not like this. There is no need to die for him. Old man, just stubborn. That's fine. Uchiha's pale face showed indifference. Father, the grievances between me and that old guy happened to be resolved today. At the beginning, he made me lose face, and today I will make him lose face. My Uchiha's glory shall not be desecrated by anyone. The Uchiha Patriarch frowned. You, don't be impulsive. The Konoha Shinobi School was established today. If we provoke trouble at this time, it will arouse Hokage's suspicion. This school was obviously planned and established by the two Senju brothers. The old guy just happened to be pushed out. As long as the school exists, anyone can be the principal. Didn't he say that if you beat him, you can be the principal? Then, I think, if I have with that position, we in Uchiha will also have a large number of ninja followers. This is an opportunity. Yes, over there at Hokage. Father, you are old, and the opportunity is in front of you. If you have the strength, you should not miss it. Uchiha Yu pointed to his eyes. This kind of strength is beyond Sanguyu's comprehension. Then, all right. Patriarch Uchiha looked a little sad. You, make up your mind. Yes, you will never be disappointed. Just when Heitake Sora brought 38 children from the student class to the training ground, Sarutobi Hiruzen and other 20 teenagers and girls were already waiting here. 20 people, some standing together alone, some in groups of 2s and 3s. Although Danzo has been competing with Sarutobi Hiruzen, the two stand with Mito Kato Homura, Yutaten Koharu, and are clearly together. 20 people, very good, no one lost their way. Heitake Sora said loudly, okay, before you fight, let's watch the battle of younger brothers and sisters, as an appetizer to the main topic. Now, Heitake Sora hadn't finished speaking, but a figure flickered not far away. Body flicker technique. For suddenly appear, wearing Uchiha costumes. Uchiha Patriarch, Uchiha Yu and 2 others. Mr. Heitake, why don't you watch the battle between us first and have an appetizer? Let the children understand the enrichment brought by strength. Uchiha smiled quietly, but the smile was unscrupulously cold. Kindness? Seeing Uchiha Yu coming, and hearing these words, Heitake Sora glanced at Senju Hashirama, and said to himself, young man, you are too impulsive. Senju Hashirama frowned. He could feel that Uchiha was different from half a year ago. Even though the other party was suppressing him, the aura couldn't be concealed. Let's see a good show. Patted Senju Hashirama, indicating that the latter can stabilize himself. He smiled, took a step forward, looked at Uchiha and said, I was worried that the children still had no idea about ninjas. It just so happens that since you are here, let's demonstrate it for everyone. Uchiha sneered and said, this is not a demonstration. You said earlier that if you are stronger than you can also replace your principal position. Does it count? He came today to win the name of the Uchiha family by defeating Heitake Sora. Since Uchiha Madara passed away, the family status and Senju were immediately incomparable. Recently, there was a conflict with the Hyuga clan, and the opponents did not back down. Even Sarutobi and other small clans challenged Uchiha. Will not be shaken. Heitake Sora knew for a long time that the big families would secretly eavesdrop on his first lesson, so he was not surprised when Uchiha Yu said this. Yes, Heitake Sora said, then add one more thing, not only my students can challenge me, as long as they are from Konoha village. Do you want to challenge me? Yes. You are old, have outdated concepts, and have limited energy. As the Konoha clan, I, Uchiha, have the obligation to share it for you. Uchiha looked at Senju Hashirama, Master Hokage, now I am challenging according to the rules that Mr. Heitake said, there is no intention to disturb Konoha's order. Senju Hashirama looked as usual, and smiled, it's within the rules, but everyone is a village, so be careful. In the eyes of Senju Hashirama, compared with Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Yu, who has become stronger now, is still too weak. At the beginning, Heitake Sora and Nine Tails fought hard, and at the same time fought against Uchiha Madara a few moves. He is confident that Heitake Sora can handle this. Heitake Sora turned around, looked at the students, and said loudly, "Children, today I will give you the first practical lesson, how to fight with others." Many students were puzzled, and Uchiha sneered in his heart, "Now I am different from half a year ago. If you are old, you may realize that you are going to lose to me, so you can make a tie and find yourself a step down." Sarutobi Hiruzen had the courage to ask directly, "Teacher, why do you want to draw a tie instead of defeating your opponent?" Heitake Sora smiled and said, "Because, the first battle at the beginning of school, save face for the challenger, otherwise no one will dare to challenge me in the future, and life will be too boring." "Ha!" Uchiha said quietly, "Mr. Heitake, you are making excuses for yourself because you are afraid of failure? This kind of words can only deceive ignorant children, and the result will let them know who is stronger and who is weaker. Come on. I'll be busy teaching my students later." "Okay." Heitake Sora nodded, and said loudly, "All students retreat 500 meters. 500. It's so far away." Some students were surprised. For 5 or 6-year-old children, this is a very long distance. Although they were puzzled, no one asked any more questions at this time. They were more interested in who would win and who would lose. While walking, Mitarashi Zixiao ran to the side of Heitake Sakumo and whispered, "It seems that you are very familiar. Do you think the teacher wins, or the Uchiha family wins?" "Teacher, no one can beat the teacher," Xiao Shuumao said seriously with a straight face. "Ignorance, Uncle Yusheng, our Sharinan of Uchiha is stronger than your imagination. To propose a tie means that he is afraid of Uncle Yu." At this time, a child of the Uchiha family said. Among the teenagers, Danzo frowned and said, "I heard from my grandfather that they fought before. Uchiha Yu was defeated by Heitake Sora, but he challenged again. That definitely has a whole card, and Mr. Heitake's words are more like looking for a step down. Hiruzen, who do you think is the best?" "It's hard to say. After all, the Uchiha clan, the strength improvement brought by Sharinan has a great span, but Mr. Heitake is too mysterious." Sarutobi Hiruzen rarely became serious. Some people are discussing, while others are excited. This is a battle of masters. They never met. Why be a ninja? Everyone here is here to get stronger. When you can see the masters fighting, of course it is exciting. After the students retreated more than 500 meters, Senju Hashirama also stood in front of the students. At the same time, Chief Uchiha and 2 members of the clan retreated to the side of the students. In the arena, Uchiha said quietly, "I'm not the same person I used to be. Do you really think that move will hurt me again?" "It's impossible." "Then I'll do something different." Heitake Sora smiled. Looking at Uchiha, the 50-50 ability is activated, and the target Uchiha is locked. Randomly, activate the Shinigami World Captain, Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shijikuni. The combat power is weakening, equivalent to the activation of Uchiha Yu's combat power. Damn it! It's amazing to activate this old man's ability. Hearing this, Heitake Sora was excited. One of the most powerful combat powers in the Shinigami world, this is the existence that can kill the Shinigami captain with a single blow. At that time, Heitake Sora felt an endless fire in his body, and the flame seemed to be used from the body to burn everything. This time Senju Hashirama is also there. The reason why he didn't lock the former to use the 50-50 split ability is because of his understanding of the Uchiha family. Now half a year later, the injury reappeared before he recovered. 99% of the time it may be the awakening of Mangekyo Sharinan, who is already a strong cage level. And Uchiha's cage level powerhouses are all the best among cage level powerhouses. The blood inheritance ability is mysterious and powerful. If you lock Hashirama again, give Uchiha Yu another crush. Others are not afraid, but may have a fear similar to that of Uchiha Madara, and thus have the thought of killing this threat. He doesn't really have the strength of Senju Hashirama. This is going to be assassinated. It's really going to be over. Both, I'll referee. 3, 2, 1, let's go. At this moment, Senju Hashirama shouted loudly. At that time, Uchiha Yu's eyes became blood red. 3 Tomo Sharinan was activated, and at the same time, the seal was formed quickly. Fire style fire extinction. Boom! A high wall of flames was erected, tens of meters high, with a very large range, and the scorching breath rushed towards the face. Then 5 kunai flew side by side and shot at Heitake Sora. However, flying in the air, they collided with each other, turned into different angles, and the attack changed suddenly. Duga 9 swords broken arrow style. Decipher all kinds of hidden weapons, knock away all kinds of hidden weapons fired by the enemy, and at the same time use your strength to counterattack, and use the hidden weapon shot by the enemy to reflect and injure the enemy. Heitake Sora pulled out the snow blade in his hand, and then the sword shadow flickered, and the 5 kunai flying from different angles flew back directly, flew over the wall of fire, and shot directly at Uchiha Yu. Whoosh! Uchiha quickly dodged, and the 3-hooked jade in his eyes, Sharinan, spun rapidly, and continued to make seals. Fire style impatience claw red. More than a dozen shurikens flew out of his hands, and then the flames of the Phoenix Fire technique attached to the flying shurikens, and flew towards Heitake Sora like impatiens scattered all over the sky. Hoo hoo, whoosh whoosh. The flaming shuriken attacked from all angles, almost blocking all angles that Heitake Sora wanted to dodge. However, Heitake Sora didn't move a bit. In the end, none of the flaming shurikens hit Heitake Sora, but instead flew past him from all angles. Uchiha realized that Heitake Sora was fast, so he attacked him this time to block the angles of Heitake Sora's evasion. It's a pity that Heitake Sora now has the ability of Yamamoto Genryuge Shiji Kuni. Naturally, he also got some combat experience of the latter. In his eyes, he could easily distinguish the flight path of this kind of flame attack, and none of them really flew towards him. It was very simple for Heitake Sora, but for the students in the distance, he was amazed. There were so many flame balls flying, and they didn't move at all. Are you afraid that they will hit him in case? Afterwards, Heitake Sora raised his foot, walked towards Uchiha, and said as he walked, "Flame, it doesn't work for me." Shunpo. Heitake Sora appeared in front of the firewall, and the snow blade in his hand suddenly burst into flames. Ryujin Jaka. As Heitake Sora stepped into the burning wall of flames, these flames seemed to have life, and they retreated to both sides naturally, leaving a gap for Heitake Sora as if they had met the Flame Lord. Not a trace of flame touched him. Heitake Sora didn't know the reason. After activating Shinigami's ability, he found that the sword in his hand seemed to have life, and became a Zanpakuto that belonged exclusively to Shinigami. And as Zanpakuto, the strongest fire element, all flames are under his control. Fire-style double-headed dragon fire technique. Uchiha formed a seal again and cast a powerful fire style. The flames condensed into the form of two giant dragons, and rushed towards Heitake Sora fiercely at the same time. What a powerful fire style. So the mighty ninja is so strong. Master Uchiha is too powerful. At this time, a teenager from the Uchiha family exclaimed. No one refuted this. A huge fire dragon tens of meters long, with a head much bigger than theirs, and a terrifyingly fast speed. You can't dodge it even if you want to dodge it. If you hit it, you may be burned to ashes. Some 5 or 6-year-old children dare not look at it, and they can't help but show fear. Some children shouted excitedly, "Fire-style ninjutsu is just so cool. The effect is good." Hearing the exclamation of the students behind him, Heitake Sora smiled, and then he just swung the sword in his hand. No fancy moves, no special tricks, it was just a normal swing of the sword. A flaming sword with a length of more than 10 meters flew out in a horizontal line, and the two fierce fire dragons that rushed in front of Heitake Sora became vulnerable and were directly chopped from the head, turning into shattered flames, and then shattered in midair. One sword, the powerful fire-style ninjutsu that makes all the students envious, shatter. Uchiha frowned. The reason why he used fire-style ninjutsu in a large range was to prevent Heitake Sora from approaching. Because the range was large enough, the opponent would definitely rush into the flames. It was impossible for ordinary people not to be burned by the flames, but this time the opponent didn't use that powerful physical technique, and his own efforts had little effect. And the opponent's swordsmanship can easily break through ninjutsu attacks, which makes Uchiha realize that Heitake Sora's swordsmanship is also very good. Humph. Fire style is just the beginning. Now I will use the strongest technique of my Uchiha clan. Once you use it, you will fail, Uchiha said quietly. Oh? I'm looking forward to it. Heitake Sora smiled. Whoosh. The three-pointed jade in Uchiha's eye spun rapidly, and finally connected suddenly, turning into a strange pattern. Mangekyo Sherinan. Suddenly, Uchiha's quiet breath soared, and the cage-level momentum exploded. The students who were 500 meters away felt a kind of air pressure that made it difficult to breathe. It's too strong, Mito Kato Homura exclaimed. I can't breathe. I can't stand. Strong. This is the truly powerful ninja. The teenagers trembled. The children are terrified. Mangekyo, really strong. The Uchiha patriarch's eyes were full of excitement. My Uchiha clan is destined to rise. The other two Uchiha ninjas were also very excited, and their eyes were full of admiration when they looked at Uchiha. Plop, plop. Many children couldn't bear the coercion emanating from the aura of the cage-level powerhouse. Their bodies went limp, and they couldn't help but fell to the ground. Many teenagers are holding on, but they are sweating coldly. This kind of pressure is even greater for genin, because they have gained strength and understand the gap in strength. It's okay. At this time, the gentle voice of First Hokage Senju Hashirama sounded, and some green leaves grew under the feet of everyone, and a peaceful invisible breath spread, and the original pressure on the students was greatly weakened. Now they can feel the power of that momentum, but it feels rather vague, and it doesn't have the pressure that made them breathless before. Although the distance is the closest, the two are equal in combat strength, not to mention that Shinigami's soul power is very strong. This kind of powerful momentum is like a breeze to Heitake Sora, and there is no pressure. Uchiha said quietly, surprised, aren't you? Thank you for the punch that hurt me. If it weren't for you, I might have to awaken these eyes for 10 years. However, now that I have it, I will definitely beat you with these eyes, to thank you for the punch you gave me back then. Verbal thanks are fine, remember to bring a red envelope next time. Heitake Sora smiled and said, I forgot to tell you, I have a 50-50th split with Mangekyo Sharinan. 55. Uchiha didn't quite understand, but he had already seen Heitake Sora's nonchalant tone. Now, let me show you the strongest blood succession ability in the world. Susanoo. Boom! A large amount of crimson chakra erupted from Uchiha's body, rising hundreds of meters into the sky, like a crimson flame. Then, with Uchiha as the center, huge skeletons appeared, and soon formed the upper body of a skeleton with a height of 100 meters, and there was a red flame giant sword in its hand. What a giant! What is that? Some students exclaimed. A big monster. If this monster makes a move, Mr. Heitake will be smashed to death. Teacher is in danger. Almost as soon as Susanoo was assembled, countless wooden strips suddenly rushed out of the ground, and then quickly assembled, turning into a wooden hemisphere with only a slight gap, covering all the students. At that time, the students couldn't see the situation in the distance clearly, and it was dark inside. Ah, it's so dark. What's the situation? For a while, the students became confused. At this time, Senju Hashirama's voice sounded, that kind of attack, even Jonin can't bear it, don't mess up, feel it quietly. One is for defense, and the other is that he doesn't want too many people to see the secrets of the Uchiha family. Uchiha belongs to Konoha. Maybe the child didn't understand and spread outside the village. How will you fight Susanoo? At the same time, Senju Hashirama was curious and looked into the distance. By this time, Susanoo had taken shape. So what if you live a long time? You don't know Susanoo of my Uchiha family. Allowing me to perform spells is your biggest failure. Uchiha's eye showed arrogance. No matter how hard your fist is, you can't open me defense, but you can't even bear my sword. Really? I just want to watch the whole Susanoo. Unfortunately, compared to Uchiha Madara, you are too far behind. Heitake Sora shook his head slightly. Humph. Talk big, even if you're not perfect, it's enough to defeat you. Uchiha shouted, and the huge Susanoo swung the huge sword in his hand, and slammed down on the tiny Heitake Sora below. It is said to be a giant sword, but it is actually like a thick pillar of flames tens of meters long. Shunpo. Heitake Sora appeared more than 10 meters away. Boom. A sword fell, and a gully was directly smashed out on the ground, and countless cracks were cracked in the ground around the gully. Not only the training ground was shaking, but the forest seemed to be shaking as if an earthquake had occurred. Swing the sword and chop again. Shunpo. Boom. For a moment, Susanoo's giant sword slashed continuously, and Heitake Sora continuously cast Shunpo around Susanoo to dodge. After slashing 6 swords in a row, the ground around Uchiha has become dilapidated and covered with rubble. And the 6 consecutive earthquakes caused those students who didn't see their battle to stagger around. Almost none of them could stand still, and only panic remained in their eyes. The two people actually created such a huge shock, it was as if they were going to smash the earth into pieces. At the same time, some ninjas in the village felt the vibration and heard the loud noise, and they all ran in this direction. I wanted to experience it just now, but unfortunately your Susanoo's attack is too slow to be interesting. At this moment, Heitake Sora, who had been dodging all the time, stopped and looked at the giant sword that fell from the top of his head. The flame on the snow blade in his hand burned even more intensely. Ryujin Jaka Shikai. Boom! Heitake Sora's snowblade flames became more intense, raging flames burned all over him, and at the same time a large number of flames burst out of the ground. Torch! Suddenly, the whole body of Heitake Sora exploded on the ground, and the flames all over his body shot up into the sky, forming a giant torch, which bombarded the flaming giant sword. Then, the giant sword capable of splitting mountains, rocks and earth did not stop even for a second, and flew upside down into the sky. Susanoo's huge body was unstable, which drove Uchiha to fly upside down more than 10 meters. Uchiha was surprised. Senju Hashirama was surprised, Uchiha Patriarch was surprised. Senju Hashirama fought the Uchiha family many times, especially Uchiha Madara, who knew Susanoo too well. His wood style is good against Susanoo, but I've never seen anyone strong against him with fire style. In his opinion, although Heitake Sora swung his sword, he used fire style ninjutsu. Fire style was able to resist Susanoo's attack and repel it at the same time. This is the first time he has encountered it. According to the records of the Uchiha family, only wood style and some summoning beasts can resist Susanoo. Human flesh and other small ninjutsu cannot compete at all. Humph. This kind of powerful ninjutsu should consume a lot of energy, so he doesn't use it much. Uchiha thought to himself, and shouted again. Susanoo's giant sword fell again. Torch! Boom! The flame soared into the sky and collided with the giant sword again, causing it to fly backwards again, driving Susanoo's huge body backwards as well. Come again. Boom! Come again. Boom! Another 2 strikes. Susanoo's shots were fierce and his attacks were fast. But Heitake Sora's flames were even more fierce, directly hitting Susanoo and retreating more than 50 meters in a row. At this time, Jonan, who was relatively close to here, had already arrived. Seeing this scene, they were all stunned in surprise. Many people have never seen Susanoo, but everyone can see that huge body and powerful attack. That's it. She was knocked back by the flames around Heitake Sora. After the fourth sword, Uchiha's face suddenly became flushed, and then turned pale. At this moment, Susanoo, who was originally solid, changed to thin. If Mangekyo Sharingan hadn't just been awakened, Susanoo's attack would definitely not be the only attack. It can't last, or my chakra won't be able to perform stronger ninjutsu. Thinking in her heart, Susanoo wrapped Uchiha suddenly shattered and dissipated. Is the battle over? Ichiro Kusanagi said, it's a pity that we are late. At this time, Uchiha still said confidently, don't be happy for too long, this is just the simplest attack of my Mangekyo. You'd better admit defeat now, otherwise you won't even have the chance to admit defeat in a while. Child, don't you know that the villain died because of talking too much? Use it quickly. Otherwise, you may have no chance. Heitake Sora responded, and the flames around him quickly retracted. Looking for death, Uchiha was furious at the time. A black light flashed in his right eye suddenly, like a black lightning flashing. He stared closely at Heitake Sora. Suddenly Heitake Sora felt an inexplicable sense of crisis. At this moment, a piece of ink-like water flowed from the ground under Heitake Sora's feet, and then black flames suddenly appeared from the water, staining his shoes. Amaterasu. Heitake Sora was surprised. Shunpo. In an instant, he disappeared and appeared more than 10 meters away, but his shoes were still burning with black flames, and then the flames quickly moved towards his legs. Heitake Sora's legs were burning with flames, enveloping the black flames, and following his control, he quickly left his legs and feet. Then he cast Shunpo and disappeared again. And at this time, the flames that wrapped the black flames disappeared, turning into all black flames. Fu. At this time, Uchiha moved his eyes and looked at Heitake Sora again, and the ground under Heitake Sora's feet flowed out of ink-like liquid again, and then a black flame burned. And with the appearance of the black flame, all the flames left on the ground were swallowed up and turned into black flames. For a while, the surroundings turned into black flames. Heitake Sora clearly saw that the soil and rocks on the ground were turned into ashes by the black flames, and the ground was sinking. The temperature of this kind of flame is not high, but the destructive power of burning is terrifying. Similar to the power of Amaterasu, it cannot be extinguished, but the form is different, it is not Amaterasu. Heitake Sora thought, it seems that this is one of the most unique abilities of Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan. This flame is so powerful that the earth and rocks have turned into ashes, and water style should not be able to extinguish it. Mr. Heitake may be in danger. Senju Hashirama thought, keeping his eyes on the battlefield, ready to rescue him at any time. The Uchiha patriarch became excited. Uchiha was about to win, he had seen it before. The flames that Uchiha cast couldn't hit the street at all, it was so powerful that it couldn't be resisted. In just a few seconds, a circle of black flames was already burning around Uchiha, the earth and rocks were burned into ashes, and the ground continued to collapse. Heitake Sora was on the periphery, constantly dodging, and the black flames were still following closely. Your fire style is too weak to be touched by my ink flame. You are defeated. Seeing Heitake Sora like this, Uchiha said quietly, his tone full of pride. Finally, Heitake Sora's powerful swordsmanship and fire style couldn't stop his attack. Really? Heitake Sora asked back. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly, the flame wrapped in the snow blade in his hand suddenly converged into the blade, and then the blade began to emit white smoke. Ryujin Jaka Bankai. Remnant Fire Teideo. Boom! Heitake Sora's originally restrained momentum could no longer be suppressed, and suddenly exploded, forming invisible ripples. Click, crack. The hemispherical wooden guard protecting the students suddenly cracked, as if being cut by countless invisible sword energy. At the same time, the distance was not too far, and several jonin standing within a kilometer all backed up involuntarily. Some people even cast a soil flow wall to resist. Because Heitake Sora activates the ability of the Shinigami Commander-in-Chief, the system weakens the Commander-in-Chief's combat power. But this kind of Ryutsu whose combat power is equal to cage level is terrifying. The aura has turned into a substantial attack. It's terrifying. As expected of a senior who has lived for 100 years, his mental power is so strong. This battle is getting more and more exciting. Ryutsu erupts, but it's not used to attack, and it's not aimed at anyone. Naturally, no one was injured, but being repelled by the invisible momentum at this time is already amazing enough. As soon as it broke out, Heitake Sora quickly controlled, Ryutsu disappeared, and once again restrained his momentum. Chi. A liquid like ink flowed out from the ground, black flames burned on the liquid, climbed up Heitake Sora's body again, and then went up along the legs. Remnant Fire Teideo Shi Prison Clothes of Remnant Sun. Heitake Sora exploded with crimson bursting flames all over his body, spreading like a flaming raincoat, with sparks swirling and gorgeous. and the soil and rocks within 10 meters of the ground where he was standing burned directly, exploded into dust, and collapsed down. The black flames that stained his feet and the black flames that stained his body were also instantly engulfed. Shikai's Ryujinjaka has already attacked terror, the temperature is terribly high, and the high temperature after Bankai has exceeded normal people's perception. After this move was performed, the 15 million degree flame, like a blazing sun, covered Headache Sora and the blade in his hand. Such a high temperature has surpassed the power of Moyan. Uchiha stared at Headache Sora, a large amount of ink sprang up from the ground, and even turned into a jet of ink, swallowing Headache Sora's body with a bang. Boom! In the next moment, a 15 million degree flame erupted, directly engulfing Moyan, making it completely dissipate. This black flame that can burn anything is no longer effective against Headache Sora. I don't believe it. There is no flame in this world that can swallow my ink flames. Uchiha roared, blood flowed from his left eye, and ink rushed up from the ground again, completely covering Headache Sora's body. There is no absolute in the world. Headache Sora said flatly, the flames on his body erupted again, engulfing Moyan directly. Shunpo. In an instant, Headache Sora appeared 5 meters away from Uchiha, slashing vertically with his sword. Condensation. At this moment, a large amount of ink liquid emerged from Uchiha-Yu's hands, and then quickly condensed into a black round shield, which was blocked above the head. Boom! The flame sword slashed down, and the black round shield in Uchiha-Yu's hand resisted for 2 seconds, and then turned into 2 halves. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he quickly closed the seal with one hand. Boom! Body replacement technique, Uchiha appeared more than 10 meters away, leaving his stone in place. Headache Sora's sword at this time was also wrapped in a 1500 degree high temperature flame, which almost turned everything into ashes, which disappears. At this time, black ink flowed out from Uchiha-Yu's hands, the flames condensed and quickly turned into a huge shuriken, and then threw it at Headache Sora. When the shuriken rotated, it drove the ink flames and turned into a knife wheel. Turning black flames into real objects to control them should be another Mangekyo Sharinan ability of Uchiha. Headache Sora guessed twice in a row. The Sword of the Mighty Fire. Then, the flame of the sword in Headache Sora's hand suddenly disappeared, and all of them condensed into the sword, and he swung the sword, hitting the flying ink flame shuriken. Then, the shuriken condensed by Moyan exploded directly, was engulfed by the crimson flames, and disappeared. This is the ability of Ryujinjaka after Bankai. After the flame is restrained, as long as it is touched by the remnant katana, flames will erupt directly from it. Not only the power of the explosion is fierce, but the high temperature of the flame will also burn everything to ashes. The attack of the two of them now seems ordinary, but those who really understand know it. Today's attack is extremely dangerous, because not only people dare not touch Moyan, but also any objects and weapons. If touched, it will quickly turn into ashes. And Headache Sora's flame can engulf the ink flame and swallow it. It is also an extremely dangerous flame. Whoosh! At this moment, 2 shurikens condensed by ink flames flew towards Headache Sora. Headache Sora swung his sword, and Moyan's shuriken exploded into a crimson flame. I don't believe you can keep doing this, Uchiha roared, and ink flames flowed out of his hands, trying to condense into a shuriken again. And at this moment, blood suddenly flowed from his right eye. The ink flame shuriken that had just condensed half in his hand suddenly turned into ink flame, flowing through his fingertips and disappearing. At the same time, a large mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, and he staggered involuntarily. And at this moment, Senju Hashirama in the distance rushed to the battlefield quickly and formed a seal at the same time. Boom boom boom. Surrounding Headache Sora and Uchiha-Yu rushed out of high wooden walls in all directions within a 100-meter radius, and soon surrounded the three of them. Soon, a wall more than 10 meters high was erected, and people outside could no longer see what was going on inside. Naturally, no one jumped on the high wall, because Hokage naturally didn't want people to see him making such a move. If anyone didn't have the eyesight to see, then the consequences might be beaten by wood style. Mangekyo Sharinan backfired very quickly. It's a good thing he can't hold on anymore, otherwise I wouldn't be able to hold on. Headache Sora kept counting the time silently in his heart, and there was still 1 minute left, and 10 minutes would be enough. If Uchiha Susanoo had half of his body intact, his attack would definitely double, and he could hold out for more than 10 minutes. Combined with its Sharinan ability, Moyan becomes a weapon or a shield. Then Headache Sora is not sure whether Ryujinjaka after Bankai can break through the defense. He was thankful that the opponent's Mangekyo Sharinan was still half-baked at the moment, and in the end Headache Sora didn't make a move, and Uchiha-Yu almost fainted himself. Of course, on the surface Headache Sora would not appear flustered, but said flatly, "Okay, your black flame has no effect on me at all, and the control becomes useless to me. That's it. It's a tie." Headache Sora sheathed the sword in his hand, and the crimson flames on his body converged and dissipated. Then, he turned around and walked towards the direction where the students were. Although the two fought fiercely, they both intentionally avoided the students, and the distance between them became farther and farther away. Naturally, there is no danger here, which is thousands of meters away. I don't accept it. Uchiha roared, blood flowed from his mouth, his eyes were even more bloody, and the ink flames in his hands quickly condensed into a kunao, and then his speed increased rapidly, and he rushed to Heidake Sora in a blink of an eye, and he was about to stab Heidake Sora in the back. At this moment, Heidake Sora didn't turn around or dodge, but walked naturally. Boom! Suddenly, a thigh-thick rattan with some green leaves shot out from the ground, directly hitting Uchiha's waist. Afterwards, Uchiha flew upside down for more than 10 meters, and the attack naturally fell through. Before his body landed, a large number of wooden strips rushed out from the ground, quickly binding his whole body, and then pulled it, and landed with a bang. Whoosh! Senju Hashirama appeared next to Uchiha, who was relatively mild and gentle, but the flames of first Hokage at this time showed indifferent killing intent. Just accept it when you see it, and you are also a Konoha shinobi. Is it the tolerance that a strong person should have? Uchiha, who originally wanted to recruit Moyan, stopped casting it, and then his Mangekyo Sharinan dissipated and returned to Sengoku. Uchiha tried to speak. Whoosh! Whoosh! The stick dragged Uchiha's body, made him stand up, and then disappeared. At this time, Senju Hashirama announced loudly, both of them have reached their limits. Today's battle is a draw. Uchiha is fine. Although Heidake Sora didn't hurt him from the beginning to the end, Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil technique was overused, and he hurt himself instead. After that, the combat power has greatly subsided. However, Heidake Sora seems okay by comparison. If they really wanted to fight, it was obvious that they were inferior, but Hokage gave them face and it was a tie. He's not stupid enough to yell for another fight. After all, Senju Hashirama has done enough to give their Uchiha family face, as can be seen from the surrounding walls. Thank you, Hokage-sama, Uchiha said respectfully. Wiping the blood on the corners of his mouth and face with his sleeve, he quickly cast water-style water barrier, summoning a pool of clear water to wash away the blood on his face. Pressing down on the injury, he made a relaxed appearance. Well, let's go back. Senju Hashirama turned and walked towards Heidake Sora, and the surrounding high walls rumbled down. And at this time, when 10 minutes were up, Heidake Sora rang in his head randomly. Did Yamamoto Genryase Shijikuni's flame physique and become more resistant to fire from then on, activate the fire attribute, and use fire style to attack and carry explosive effect. I'm sweating. Don't say leave Ryujin Jaka's Zanpakuto for me. Compared with Ryujin Jaka, this ability is much weaker. Heidake Sora pouted. At this time, the wooden hemisphere protecting the students also shattered. In the scene where the high wall falls, Heidake Sora and Senju Hashirama walk towards the students, while Uchiha walks towards the village. Look at Heidake Sora, look at Uchiha, and look at the ruined training ground. Some people want to see who is really victorious, but they both have similar auras, and their clothes are not damaged, so they can't tell. It's not like a tie, the winner should be decided. At this time, Kusanagi Ichiro said to himself, Minghong, who do you think wins? I don't know. Ui Minghong said flatly, it doesn't matter what you do, anyway, you can be sure, whoever plays us will be easily killed by those two. That's true. At this time, Hyaga Kiyoshi also came, and he said, with this level of damage, if you can't dodge it, it is easy to be killed with one blow. The seniors of the Heitake family are so shocking every time they make a move. A ninja said in surprise. But at this time, among the students, a group of children were stunned. Wow! The training ground has been turned into ruins. Is the strongest among ninjas so powerful? Sarutobi Hiruzen said loudly, much stronger than my dad. What a fuss, if Mr. Hokage makes a move, the destructive power will be much greater than this. Of course, Sensei and the strong men of the Uchiha family are really strong. I want to become such strong men in the future, Danzo said, with excitement in his eyes color. Teacher is so strong. Heitake Sakumo's eyes were filled with excitement. Teacher is really strong. I want to become a strong person like this. Uzumaki's face was flushed. Although I didn't see the specific battle, the place where the battle was fought is the best fact, and the interest of the students has been mobilized at this time. At this time, Senju Hashirama returned to the students. Heitake Sakumo asked eagerly, Teacher, you won. No. Heitake Sora smiled and said, it's just a competition. If you agree to split 50-50ths, then it will be 50-50ths. 50 to 50? What is it? Ui Zhenhong was only 3 years old, the youngest, and asked in a childish voice. Heitake Sora rubbed Ui Makoto's little head, and said with a smile, it means that the probability of winning or losing is 50%. In simple terms, it is a tie. I just said that it will be a tie, so let's make it a tie. Oh, teacher is so amazing. Teacher, I will definitely listen to you in the future. Can you give me powerful ninjutsu? Uzumaki, the red-haired little girl, ran over quickly and said excitedly, look at your performance. Heitake Sora smiled. Afterwards, all the ninjas dispersed. It was just a battle, and there was no reason for everyone to come and say hello to Hatake Sora. Moreover, the duration of the battle was very short. So far, less than 10 ninjas have rushed over. Most of them only saw two kinds of flames colliding, and the scene was not as big as Susanoo. Some people can't even see how strong the two are. The only ones who can be regarded as knowing the goods are the two elite Jonin, Kusanagi Ichiro and Ui Minghong. At the same time, Senju Hashirama also left. As for the Uchiha Patriarch and the other three, they had already left. The training ground is very large. Hatake Sora and Uchiha you destroyed about a quarter, and there is still a lot of space for activities. Afterwards, Hatake Sora organized the elite class to fight first. After one-on-one battles, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally fought 3 times in a row and defeated Danzo, Uchiha Kagami and Akamaiki, the most powerful in the class, and became the class leader. After this battle, Hatake Sora roughly knew the personal strengths of the class. Sarutobi Hiruzen is good at 5 attribute ninjutsu, and now he has the strength of Chinin. Although there are not many chakra, but the basic ninjutsu is combined, and the attack is multiplied. Danzo's wind style is very strong, and at the same time, he fights more ruthlessly and makes decisive shots. Uchiha Kagami has already turned on Urguyu. If it weren't for the lack of chakra, he would not have lost to Sarutobi Hiruzen. There is also Akamaiki who takes the wind. The multiplication technique has a fierce attack, and the fighting style is straight, and it is easy to miss and tire yourself to the ground. Hyaga Kiyoshi's son, Hyaga Railun, is also relatively strong. After all, at their age, they don't have large-scale ninjutsu attacks, and their physical skills are strong, which is more advantageous. Although there was a battle between Hatake Sora and Uchiha, after all, everyone didn't really see it, they just felt the temperature increase, the ground shaking and the resulting destruction. Most of the children still have no concept of ninja battles, and they only understand after watching the elite class battles this time. Many people showed envy. Then the student class fought one-on-one. It was simple, most of them didn't practice chakra, let alone ninjutsu. This time they couldn't hold weapons, they almost fought like ordinary kids. Only Hatake Sakumo, Hyaga and other children have a little bit of combat experience. Naturally, in the end, Hatake Sakumo, who became genin at the age of 5, was the most powerful and became the monitor of the class. When everything is over, Hatake Sora directly announces that the get out of class will be dismissed, and the class will start at 12 noon tomorrow. According to Konoha Shinobi in the anime, the school starts earlier, naturally in the morning, but now Hatake Sora is alone, and there are not so many classes every day. He doesn't want to lose his beautiful life of waking up naturally for the sake of going to class every day. Hyaga Station. Hyaga Patriarch said, "Ching, who do you think wins?" 90% of the time, the teacher won. In the last scene, I saw Uchiha's eyes bleeding and even vomited blood. We Hyaga and Uchiha have fought countless battles in the past. Hyaga said, "It is also recorded that although the Mangekyo Sharingan of the Uchiha family is extremely powerful, it can destroy the strength is amazing, but the load on the body is relatively large, and it is obvious that Uchiha is injured." I still remember the teacher's punch at the time. According to the situation at that time, the teacher only needed one punch to seriously injure Uchiha Yu. The result was a tie. Maybe the teacher stopped midway, or Hokage shot to stop a teacher. If there is no result, guesses are not accurate. It can be understood that Hatake Sora's strength is enough to draw with Mangekyo Sharingan, and may even defeat him. In other words, he can defeat our Hyaga clan, except for the third uncle. Yes, comparable to cage level. Hyaga nodded. "Ching, get in touch with that senior more." Originally Uchiha Madara passed away, and our Hyaga clan had a chance to surpass Uchiha, but now they have a cage level strongman, 2 cage levels, and the third uncle. If my Hyaga clan doesn't when you reach the young cage level, your prestige will continue to decline. I'll do my best, father. Uchiha Station. At this time, Uchiha was lying on the hospital bed with a pale face, and there were only Uchiha's old patriarch and a young man in the room. "Brother, are you not seriously injured?" the young man asked anxiously. Are your injuries serious?" Chief Uchiha asked worriedly. Now there is a young cage level in Uchiha, who is still his own son. If it affects his strength because of this time, it will not be worth the loss. It's just that I haven't fully mastered Mangekyo, overconsumption, minor injuries, Uchiha said quietly. Then what is the strength of Hatake Sora? Uchiha Patriarch asked. Uchiha's expression became indifferent. It's stronger than I imagined. This time he didn't use physical skills, but a combination of swordsmanship and fire style. This person can't stay, he is not afraid of my ink flame. Even if Hokage even my wood style can't stop my Mo-Yan. This old B***************** D can do it, but he absolutely can't keep it. The Uchiha Patriarch frowned and said, You can't be so impulsive anymore. Hatake Sora's strength is still unknown. If Hokage hadn't shot today, you might be seriously injured. Since we can't win, we don't set up this enemy. Uchiha Madara didn't understand this truth at the beginning. He was not Senju Hashirama's opponent, but he wanted to fight head-on, and eventually died. He wanted to drag our entire family out of the village, and almost brought Uchiha to perish. If you confront Hatake Sora now, it will make Hyuga and Senju happy, and you will put the family in danger. Uchiha frowned slightly, and said indifferently, Father, the Huiro strategy is not good. Because of your gentleness, Uchiha was provoked by those weak ninjas of Hyuga. You don't need to worry about this matter, I will handle it myself. The patriarch Uchiha still wanted to speak, but Uchiha Fu hurriedly said, Father, brother was injured today and needs to recuperate, so let's not bother him. All right, Chief Uchiha sighed, and the two left. Looking at the backs of the two, Uchiha's eyes were indifferent. The weak will blindly give way, adopting a soft strategy? Sooner or later it will lead the family to decline. Now I understand why Madara left. Now I haven't fully mastered Mangekyo. As long as I master it completely and design it properly, I will definitely be able to kill that Hatake Sora. In order to become stronger, I have lost her. For her, I cannot be defeated. And Uchiha must also be mastered by me in my hands. My efforts cannot be wasted. I want to accompany my wife for many years, that virtuous and gentle woman, the woman who took care of me meticulously after I was seriously injured and paralyzed for nearly half a year. She was soft in her arms, even though the knife was still bleeding. She still said softly, I don't blame you. Raising his right hand, Uchiha seemed to see that the blood on his right hand was still left, and it couldn't be washed clean. Thinking about it, blood flowed from his eyes. The momentum is getting stronger and stronger. Walking out of Uchiha Yu's room, the Uchiha patriarch said, Fu, come out for a walk with me. It's the father. Uchiha Fu responded. Leaving the station, passing through the village, and entering a forest, the Uchiha patriarch directly displayed the body flicker technique, and soon the two came to a cliff, with the vast Konoha village ahead. There's no one here, so you can talk in peace. The Uchiha patriarch said. Father, is there any trouble? Uchiha Fu asked. Do you know why Madara died? Not with Hokage. Uchiha Fu said, what does father want to say? Chief Uchiha said, he died of self-confidence. He was too intoxicated with the self-confidence brought by power, but he was not sure whether he could defeat Senju Hashirama at all. As a result, Hokage is still there, Senju is still flourishing, and he died. Now, Yu has awakened Mangekyo Sharingan, but so far we don't know the true strength of Hatake Sora. Taking the risk to form a vengeance will not only put him in danger, but may even put his family in danger. After a pause, he patted Uchiha Fu on the shoulder. From today onwards, you should not go out to do missions. Mangekyo, I can't awaken anymore, I am old, my strength is declining, Trist is getting stronger and stronger. But the stronger he is, the stronger I am instead. I became more worried. The stronger the elder brother, the better? This can lead the family to prosperity. Uchiha Fu said. Strength is not necessarily good, just like Madara. There is a problem with you being strong. Uchiha patriarch said, Akane's body, have you found it? I haven't found it yet. Uchiha Fu said, I heard from my elder brother that my sister-in-law said that she went to buy medicine that day, but she never came back. The tribe has been looking for it for several days, but there is no clue. Will it be caught by a foreigner? People from the village attacked? After all, the blood of our Uchiha family is very important in the eyes of others. I hope I'm thinking too much, you may know. The Uchiha patriarch sighed inexplicably, and then looked at Uchiha Fu and said, Fu, if one day I'm gone, you can support this family. I don't. Uchiha Fu was about to say, but Uchiha patriarch said first, promise me, you are my son, I understand you, your heart is not what it is now. As he spoke, he handed a scroll to Uchiha Fu, some records from our ancestors, after reading them, destroy them. After saying that, with a bang, Chief Uchiha disappeared. It was Shadow Clone. Looking around, Uchiha Fu quickly unfolded the scroll, and after reading the records in it, his eyes changed. From the previous softness, it has become a little more ambitious. Mangekyo Sharingan may be awakened from that method, and the pupil technique can be passed. There is also a more powerful Sharingan. The body of the big brother, the big sister-in-law may really not be found. I just wanted to live an ordinary life, but now, I want to become stronger. In the afternoon, first Hokage Senju Hashirama's home. Hatake Sora was invited again, and after the meal, the four of them drank tea and felt a little cozy. Master Hatake, is Mangekyo Sharingan strong? Senju Hashirama said. It's okay, that kid has just mastered it, half-baked. Hatake Sora said casually, however, he is 42 this year. If you practice for a few more years, you should pay attention. We have no enmity with him, you should be careful. Senju Hashirama said with a smirk. People who have died once, are they afraid of dying again? Hatake Sora smiled. Senju Hashirama was speechless, and then looked at Senju Tobirama with a wry smile. Tobirama, I can't help it, let me just say it. Don't go around with Mr. Hatake, it's useless, he won't fall for it. Okay. I still underestimated your IQ. Senju Tobirama said flatly, since you can't go around and say no, then say so. He looked at Heitake Sora and said, Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharinan is powerful enough to control the tail beast. Since the Uchiha Madara incident, the Uchiha family has not made any moves, but I'm sure they have a kind of grievance, a time bomb. If it is, I will kill this crisis in advance. Senju Hashirama said, Tobirama, you are sure it is your guess? Madara just wanted to defeat me, and did not want to destroy the village at all. Uchiha and Senju jointly created the village. We also love the village and will not destroy our own home. This idea is not valid at all. At this time, Uzumaki Mito looked at Heitake Sora with a wry smile and said, the main reason for inviting you to come to our house this time is, the two of them have differences and want you to make a decision. I'm from the Heitake family, do you believe me? Heitake Sora said. Letter. Senju Hashirama nodded seriously. I don't believe it, but you have lived a long time. I want to hear it. I have the ability to distinguish, so I can decide whether to implement it. Senju Tobirama said. TCH. Heitake Sora almost spit out the tea he just drank. Tobirama, your honesty touched me. After a pause, he said, okay. It's nothing more than how to deal with the unknown crisis of the Uchiha family to the village. I have never managed a family before, so naturally I can't think of too many methods. Give me 10 minutes. Okay. I'll wait for you. Senju Tobirama said. Of course Heitake Sora had a solution, but he couldn't say it at the time. He had to say it. It didn't mean that he wanted to hurt Uchiha, but they didn't believe it. Now that he and Uchiha have become enemies, Heitake Sora is thinking about how to kill the grandson. He is not the kind of person who calms down. That soft knife should be good, thanks to Senju Tobirama. Heitake Sora was happy. 10 minutes later, he said, I think of one. Now the security of the village is maintained by all family members, right? Is there a special department? At present, there is no such thing. It is our 12 families who divide the village into 12 areas and send out their own people to maintain law and order, Senju Tobirama responded. Heitake Sora said, after that, these 12 areas can be revoked, people from other families can evacuate, and set up a unified department, for example, called the Konoha Police Force. Let the Uchiha family take charge alone, and the village will be safe in the future. Leave it to them. Kindness, what do you mean? Senju Hashirama wondered. Senju Tobirama frowned and said, are you kidding me? Just now I said our scruples were that the Uchiha family would threaten the safety of the village. Now you let them take charge of the security of the village instead. Wouldn't that put the village in more crisis? Senju Hashirama also said, although I don't think Uchiha will endanger the village, but the security of the village is entrusted to a family. If the family really has a different heart, it will put the village in a very dangerous situation. Heitake Sora smiled, that's fine. I'm just talking casually and continued drinking tea. Yes, let's talk about something else. Mr. Heitake, what do you think of these children? Which ones are talented? Senju Hashirama took the initiative to change the subject. Heitake Sora said, the student class is still too small to see clearly, but the elite class generally looks clearer. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Kagami, Hyuga Hiruzen. They are strong, hardworking, and have the most potential. That kid Hiruzen. Heitake Sora was about to elaborate when Senju Tobirama slammed the table hard. I see. Senju Tobirama looked at Heitake Sora, I want to understand what you mean. What do you mean? You said Hiruzen. Isn't that your student? Senju Hashirama said, that kid has potential and is very enthusiastic. It's not big brother, what I'm saying is that I am in favor of the establishment of the Konoha police force, and I am more in favor of the Uchiha clan to control it. Senju Tobirama said. What do you mean? I was confused by you. Senju Hashirama said, can't you explain more clearly? Chatting with you, I'm so tired. Mito, do you understand? I don't even understand. Uzumaki Mito looked innocent. Okay. Let me explain. Senju Tobirama looked at Senju Hashirama and said, brother, do you feel that there are more and more people in our Senju clan who are dissatisfied with you and me? You're used to jealousy, think too much. Senju Hashirama didn't answer directly, but he had already felt it. It's better for Senju to be the great elder immediately. He wholeheartedly seeks various benefits for the clan, and even does not hesitate to have conflicts with other clans. His prestige is getting higher and higher. And when you become a Hokage, you do your best for the sake of the village, for the sake of stability, and sometimes let the clan endure. Because of your status and strength, they just started to believe in you, but how many times have they endured in the past few years since the establishment of the village? Some things were originally done wrong by us Senju people who were too domineering, but they didn't think so. What they thought of was their own people. If you didn't help them, they had to endure it. The more times they did, the more disappointed they were with you. But Senju immediately supported the people of the clan, whether right or wrong, they all supported it. Subconsciously, we now have not even 1/5 of the supporters in the clan we have. Alas, Senju Hashirama sighed, lowered his head, and was in a dull mood. It is a mistake to bully people in the name of a big family, and this kind of family concept of relying on the strong and bullying the weak should not be established. I understand what you mean, establish bar. Susanna said, it needs to be established. Although there are fewer and fewer clansmen who support you, but in your position, not many people dare to provoke Senju. Uchiha Madara was there before, and the two clans restricted each other. Now that he's dead, the Uchiha family is almost gone, and Senju is dominant. Over time, I'm afraid, our position will also be emptied. If there is such a day, everyone forces you to give way, can you suppress them with great strength? Senju Hashirama shook his head. I was elected as Hokage by everyone. If everyone thinks that I am not qualified enough, then I choose to abdicate. We can't retreat. We built it with one hand, and it is impossible for some despicable people to get it. Senju Tobirama said seriously, so, let Uchiha control, the prestige will increase, and at the same time, Uchiha will be hidden, so that the power will be balanced again. At this moment, Heitake Sora didn't know what to say anymore. In fact, he wanted to establish it only because he had watched the anime and knew that second Hokage Senju Tobirama was a clever way to weaken Uchiha and monitor Uchiha. He didn't even think about it, and it has something to do with the Senju clan. Well, if I say that I didn't think of this, will you believe me? At this moment, Heitake Sora interjected. Which aspect do you think of? Senju Hashirama wondered, how many more aspects are there? Heitake Sora said, I mean it is a test. From the moment they control the Konoha police force, the behavior of maintaining law and order can show whether they really love Konoha. If they really love the village, there is no need for a fight. If it's fake, you shouldn't be soft-hearted, right? It's impossible for a big family that created Konoha to destroy it for an unknown crisis. But Mangekyo is a threat after all, and it's impossible to leave it alone, so I thought of this method. That's it. It's worth trying, and the truth can be seen in practice. I believe that Uchiha will not betray the village. Senju Hashirama said. I don't believe it. With great power, anyone will have a lot of thoughts. Brother, let's wait and see. Senju Tobirama said. Then, Heitake Sora sat for a while, chatted with some teenagers in the elite class, and then left. Walking in the night, Heitake Sora felt a little relieved. Uchiha's behavior today made him feel a sense of crisis, but his system ability restricted him. With Senju Hashirama, he can crush 99% of cage-level masters, but also because of Senju Hashirama, he can't kill. But Senju Hashirama is not there. Even if he is equal to the opponent's combat power, it is still a question of whether he can kill him. Once 10 minutes pass, if he can't kill him, then he will have to die. And letting Uchiha take control of the Konoha police force is a soft knife. In the early stage, the prestige of the Uchiha clan will increase and the power will increase. But after a long time, when maintaining law and order, the Uchiha clan will become more and more hated by the villagers, and naturally, the big clan will gradually weaken. This refers to the urban management of a certain place. Weak Uchiha really betrayed the village in advance, then Heitake Sora can justifiably kill that Uchiha by Senju Hashirama. This Hokage world has never been a beautiful world, and Heitake Sora has never believed that people can get a good life instead of waiting to be killed. Why not take the initiative? And when the strength is insufficient, the soft knife stabs first. Regardless of a power or a country, there will always be people who can conquer the country, and there must be someone who can sit in the country, so that they can grow and develop for a long time. In Konoha, Senju Hashirama is someone who can fight in the world. Although he is kind by nature, he is strong enough to crush everything. And Senju Tobirama and the future Sarutobi Hiruzen will sit in the country. Senju Tobirama created a complete Konoha political and social system, and Sarutobi stabilized these developments and stabilized this stable situation. Shortly after the establishment of the village, Senju Tobirama started to create the ninja school. In addition to the original copywriting, after several years, he made all the original ninja textbooks. At the same time, there is also the training scroll of 3-body technique, which was given to Heitake Sora together. As early as when the school was being built, Heitake Sora read the textbooks and learned the 3-body technique. There are 2 classes in the elite class at noon, 45 minutes of cultural class, 15 minutes of rest, and then 2 hours of outdoor training, and school ends at 3 p.m. The student class starts at noon, and there are 3 45-minute cultural lessons every day, with a 15-minute break in between, and a 60-minute self-study class. School ends at 4 p.m. Only on Wednesday, the self-study class after the 3 cultural classes is arranged as an outdoor training class. Both classes are off on Saturdays and Sundays, and they are off on holidays. Originally, Senju Tobirama did not have these 2 regulations, but Heitake Sora is used to salty fish, so it is impossible for him to stare at these children every day. In fact, he is giving himself a holiday. After all, Heitake Sora is giving the lecture, and Senju Tobirama can't help it, so it's settled the courses in the elite class are relatively simple. Heitake Sora distributed a textbook on the basic knowledge of ninjas to each person, and then irresponsibly read the textbook for the first lesson to them, and then asked them to study by themselves. When the time is up, take the boys and girls to the school training ground and let them practice freely, ninjutsu, gymnastics, etc. Not fighting for now. Because, Heitake Sora currently has insufficient amount of chakra, just genin. Every time two teenagers fight against each other, if they can't hold back their hands and are in danger, they can't use the dog demonization to stop them. Every time I play with my paws with red eyes, it is always a little scary. And every time this method is used, it will be easy for people to doubt the authenticity of his past strength, so when his strength is not up to chinin, let the teenagers learn by themselves first. For the students in the student class, you have to teach cultural lessons well. Fortunately, Heitake Sora was a top student in his previous life. Even though he has a solid foundation in the past 100 years, he quickly became familiar with it after reviewing it. In the beginning, children were too young to fight when they came up. This is not Kirigakur. At the same time, in a peaceful age, there is no need to start cold-blooded fighting at a young age. Sleeping until I woke up naturally every day. When Heitake Sora was in class, every Amaterasu, Senju Tobirama went to the Sarutobi family and also to the Uchiha family. On the second day, the Uchiha patriarch abdicated, and Uchiha Yu was appointed as the new Uchiha patriarch. The news spread that all the families were entertained and bored, and Heitake Sora also participated in the banquet. At the banquet, Uchiha was very high-spirited. When he clinked glasses with Heitake Sora, he even left a sentence in his ear: "In a few days, you will be very surprised." Heitake Sora smiled slightly, but didn't respond. The opponent really thought that it was a battle to show the strength of his Mangekyo, so that he was taken care of by Hokage, thus giving the Uchiha family this position, but he didn't know that it was his own idea. Seeing this kind of pig opponent, Heitake Sora felt relieved. 3 days later, at night, the elders' meeting was held. Calling all the member elders is the first real meeting since the establishment of the elders group. In the conference room, everyone sat in the same direction, except that the Uchiha patriarch did not come. This time it was replaced by Uchiha Yu. And the original entourage did not come today, only 22 people including Hokage. Right in the middle, Senju Hashirama said, "I called everyone here today. I have a very important matter to discuss with you. That is, I decided to establish the Konoha police force, which is mainly responsible for formulating the laws and regulations of the village, strengthening and maintaining Konoha, the order and security of the village, and the arrest of criminal ninjas. What do you think?" Uchiha said first. "I agree. The village is divided into 12 areas, and our 12 families assign ninjas to maintain law and order, which is very flawed. For example, when a criminal escapes, he will pass through many areas. When chasing and killing, entering other areas will cause misunderstandings among the families. Establishing a complete organization will help the stability of the village." There is no problem with Uchiha Yu's words, but in the meeting back, Senju Hashirama said the key points. Senju Tobirama added that this time Uchiha Yu just became the patriarch and rushed to talk, which made some patriarchs frown slightly. Senju Hashirama continued, "I decided to let the Uchiha family take over the Konoha police force. Do you have any opinions?" "What? Kindness." At that time, except for Uchiha Yu who looked calm, the expressions of the other members of the elders changed drastically, especially Senju Great Elder Senju Lima and Hyaga Patriarch. "I disagree, such an important matter should not be handed over to the Uchiha family," Senju said immediately. "I don't agree either." Hyaga Patriarch said, "Master Hokage, the decision is too hasty." Then, they looked at the others. Both Yamanaka and Akamaiki looked at Patriarch Nara, who frowned, lost in thought, and did not speak. At this time, the head of the Kurama clan said, "I don't agree either. Uchiha Madara just endangered the village half a year ago, and now the Uchiha clan is in charge of the Konoha police force, which makes people worry." Chief Inyazuka grinned and said, "I don't quite understand, but I disagree." Patriarch Unai said flatly, "I don't agree." Patriarch Shinura said, "It's dangerous for one clan to dominate. I don't think it should be done." Chief Heitake looked at Heitake Sora. Heitake Sora looked up at the ceiling, as if he had nothing to do with himself, and the conflict with Uchiha had erupted. If he supported the other party, Uchiha would feel stingy, and if he didn't support him, he would look stingy, so he simply stopped talking. The Patriarch Heitake was embarrassed, but although he is average, he is also a smart person. The second grandfather didn't speak, so he didn't know what to do. So after thinking about it, Patriarch Heitake also remained silent. At this time, the Sarutobi Patriarch said, "I, the Sarutobi clan, agree. Shihai Minghong, I agree. Ichiro Kusanagi, I agree. Gale Blue Cloud, I agree. Mori Neaji, I agree. Mitarashi Koriko, I agree. Vortex Water Voice, I agree." At this time, the Nara Patriarch who had not spoken all this time said, "I want to hear Master Hokage's explanation." After listening to these, Heitake Sora roughly saw the distribution of the elders. The 6 elite Jonin and Sarutobi clans representing individuals belong to the Hokage clan. The Senju clan belonging to Hokage Senju Hashirama's main family is another faction. Looking at the eyes of several people, Shimura and Kurama belong to the Senju side, while Inyazuka and Yuno belong to the Hyaga clan. Yamanaka, Akamaiki, and Nara belong to one school. As for Uchiha, from the beginning to the end, regardless of whether she supports it or not, Nimi and Uchiha you have no eye contact. And indeed, as Heitake Sora guessed, the Uchiha family did not support the family, because of their arrogance and super fighting power. They do not need others to depend on. Let me tell you, Senju Tobirama said, if the Konoha police force is joined by all the families and ninjas, there will be a lot of thoughts. Before the village is safe and orderly, there will be internal problems. Let a few families control, I think those who didn't enter will not accept it, right? Everyone didn't speak, it was acquiescence to Senju Tobirama's statement. Senju Tobirama continued then, let a family take over and do one thing with one heart, and get twice the result with half the effort. Except Hyaga, Senju, Uchiha. Are there enough ninjas in your other families to ensure Konoha law and order? If anyone says yes, Big Brother will agree now and let the family take over, but if the law and order are disrupted, the consequences will be at your own risk. Except for the three major clans, the other families stopped talking. Except for the three major clans, the number of ninjas from the other clans is really not enough to manage the security of a village. Moreover, such as Nara and Yamanaka are not suitable for single-player combat. Even if there are enough ninjas, they are not enough to take on this important task. Senju Tobirama continued, these years have been peaceful, but last time my eldest brother was injured and many ninjas broke into the village, it can be seen that it is only temporary peace. Maybe there will be another war in the next few years. At that time, the ninjas of the Hyaga clan will definitely go to the battlefield, because the ability of Bien will allow us to predict the enemy in advance so that we can attack and kill the opponent, and we can also predict the crisis in advance and not be surrounded. It can be said that without Hyaga's participation in the war, we may have lost a lot. And if Hyaga came to control the Konoha Jingbya troops, a real war broke out and they left. The village temporarily found someone to take over the security. Even if the war is won, Konoha's internal it will also be chaotic and attrition. At this time, Senju immediately said, Tobirama, our Senju clan can do it, the number of ninjas is enough. Senju Tobirama nodded and said, okay, let's vote. The Senju family and the Uchiha family, which family will take over the Konoha police force? The one with the most votes will take over. When the time comes, everyone will be elected. Is there any objection? Senju frowned immediately, always feeling that something was wrong. Let's get started. I haven't had my supper yet. At this moment, Heitake Sora spoke. Let's get started then. I support the Uchiha clan to run the police force. Senju Hashirama said first. Uchiha Yudeo, of course I support our Uchiha family. Senju immediately, I support Senju. Hyaga and Uchiha kept looking at each other, saying, support Senju. In the end, those who voted for the Uchiha clan were Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, Uzumaki Mito and Uchiha, Sarutobi. 6 elite jonin, voting Senju family are Senju Tatama, Hyaga, Inyazuka, Abarame, Shimura, Kurama, 6 people. And Heitake Sora didn't vote from the beginning to the end, the Heitake Patriarch also imitated him and didn't vote, and the Ino, Shika, Cho tribes didn't vote either. Senju Tobirama looked at Heitake Sora and said, Mr. Heitake, it's your turn to vote. Don't you need to vote? Heitake Sora said, Hokage has 5 votes plus 10 of you, and those who support Uchiha have 15 votes, and 22 of us have a total of 26 votes. You have already accounted for the majority, even if I, Watermark and the other 3 races they all voted for Senju, and the Uchiha clan will take over, so it doesn't matter if they vote or not. Indeed. Senju Hashirama got up and said, the vote is already clear, do you have any comments? Of course Senju had objections right away. But the vote gap was too big, as Heitake Sora said, even if they didn't vote for the Senju clan, it wouldn't help. At this time, the big families realized one thing, that is, the 6 elite jonin plus Hokage, Senju Tobirama, and Uzumaki Mito accounted for half of the votes, that is, 13 votes. Almost every time a decision is made, only one vote joins the Hokage family, and the decision has to be finalized. Moreover, this was a democratic vote, which was agreed by the patriarchs at the beginning. The main thing is that they ignore one thing, these 6 elite jonin all follow Hokage, and their secret bribery of 6 people for half a year is useless at all. And through this time, Heitake Sora also realized that the status of the family in Konoha began to decline, and the rights began to be gradually emptied. After a pause of 5 seconds, no one spoke. Senju Hashirama said again, okay, then it's settled. Uchiha has a confident face on his face, don't worry, everyone, the Konoha police force entrusts me to the Uchiha family, and it will definitely do the best. That's it, the meeting is over. Walking on the street, the Akamaike Patriarch said next to the Nara Patriarch, Brother Nara, although I don't understand it, I always feel that we are being calculated. Yes, Yang Mao, I can't stop it. Let the younger generation make more commoner ninjas in the future. The situation in Konoha will change. Senju stationed, "Father, what should we do?" A middle-aged man knelt respectfully beside the 60-year-old Senju boss Jing Senjuljian. "Hashirama and Tobirama are no longer the guardians of our family. They would rather give great benefits to our vengeful Uchiha than to their own people. It is simply abominable. The family raised them, and they treat the family like this." Senju immediately said, "Come with me to the capital of the land of fire these few days." "Yes, father." Uchiha Station. The old patriarch Uchiha Oka lost the majesty of the past. Wearing a black kimono at home, Uchiha Fu sat beside him respectfully, and the other was Uchiha Yu. Comparing the respect he once had with his father, now he is calm and naturally reveals the arrogance of a superior. "You, what's Heitake Sora's reaction?" Uchiha asked. "TCH, there is no response, the old guy pretends to be airless." Uchiha Yu said, "Hokage, let me Uchiha family control the Konoha police force. The absolute number of votes is suppressed, even if he talks too much, it is useless. Although Madara is not here, but with the addition of me and the 2 cage levels of my family, Hokage is still afraid of my Uchiha family. In order to stabilize us, he did not hesitate to have conflicts with his Senju family, and still let my family take the lead. I can tell." "It's true," Heitake Sora really didn't respond. Uchiha Chu asked again, still worried. Uchiha frowned slightly, and said, "Father, you think too much. After living for more than 100 years, maybe he can't live a few more years, and he can't make much trouble. We fought that day, and that was because I used Mangekyo too much. It didn't hurt me, and my real strength is about the same as mine now. In another year or two, he will be older and I will be stronger." "Okay, let's go." Uchiha Chu said, "No accident, you are also the minister of the police force, and the clan has no objection. Your brother always goes out to do missions, and it is also dangerous. After all, the Sharinan of our clan is watched by many people. I thought that he would not leave the village in the future." Uchiha said quietly, "I understand. Since I am a minister, of course the best is for my family. For the time being, Fu will start as the captain of the first team, and when the time is right, he will become the deputy minister." "Thank you, brother," Uchiha said excitedly. Easy to do. He doesn't even care about the changes of various races and future development strategies for the Heitake family. What he has to do now is to learn more basic ninjutsu, develop some ninjutsu by the way, and practice chakra at the same time. If your strength does not improve, you will still be unsteady. If you have no strength, you can't feel at ease with salted fish. Therefore, if you want to be a perfect salted fish, you need to work hard for 7 consecutive days. Heitake Sora went to class in person. After that, he did not go to the main body. Instead, he used multiple shadow clone techniques, and divided 5 shadow clone, one of which went to class. There is no real battle class, he doesn't need to make a move, just talk about it. There is no difference between the avatar and the main body. With his current chakra, there can only be 5 shadow clones, and the other 4 shadow clones are practicing Raiznan at the same time. Raiznan has been developed, but later Big Ball Raiznan and Wind Style Spiral Shuriken, and even not only Wind Style, but also Raiznan with other attributes. Heitake Sora still wants to try to develop it. And the Heitake Sora body is the beginning, the development of 8 inner gates. 8 inner gates, by emptying the channels of chakra in the human body, release the excess energy and temporarily gain powerful power. When the 8th gate is fully open, it is also called 8 inner gates formation. The Might Guy in the anime almost killed Rinnegan's Uchiha Madara with this trick, which is a powerful mess. I don't know how many years I will be able to jonin if I just practice chakra, and it will take many years to think about cage level. And the 8 inner gates can make the energy that cannot be mobilized in the body free to use, and the strength, speed, etc. will all become stronger, which will naturally increase the strength. However, when the 8 inner gates are opened, they will cause great damage to the body. For ordinary people, if they forcefully open a gate for a long time, they may lose their lives. A ninja with a stronger body is more suitable for practicing 8 inner gates. With the blood of the big dog demon, Heitake Sora has a much stronger body than normal humans, so he is naturally suitable for practicing this secret technique. Heitake Sora began to recall the narration in the anime. In the flowing meridian system of chakra, from the head down, there are the opening door, the rest door, the life door, the wound door, the do door, the scene door, the shock door and the death door. A place where chakra learning gathers. What I have to do now is to find the 8th gate first, feel the existence of the 8th gate at the same time, and then familiarize myself with the location of the 8th gate, and then try to open the door from the first to slowly open the 8th gate. Then, I have to find my best student. Hyaga is clear. In terms of the most familiar body acupuncture points, it is the Hyaga family. Hyaga's white eyes can see any acupoints on the human body and the flow of chakra, and it is easy to identify the acupoints, saving Heitake Sora to find a model for comparison. Naturally, Heitake Sora only needs to find out about Hyaga, let him take a look, and point out the location of the 8th gate that he needs to know. After asking clearly, it took Heitake Sora 3 days to really get acquainted with where the 8th gate is, and a week later, he was able to attack the 8th gate clearly with chakra. Then he started to try, hit the first one, and open the door. The 8 acupoints of the 8 gate are not simple meridian intersections, but 8 doors with only one gap, which is difficult to fully open, restricting excessive chakra. Heitake Sora tried for a month, but couldn't break through the first life gate with chakra, so, keep trying. 3 months after becoming the old principal and sole teacher of the Konoha Shinobi School, Heitake Sora received a large scroll from Senju Hashirama, which recorded some basic ninjutsu of the 5 attributes. The basics, but these are worth a fortune. After all, ninjas are mostly mortal bodies, especially genin and shinin, who can cast a great fireball technique, which can burn the same opponent to death if it hits it. Some basic ninjutsu are recorded by big families, and they can also be bought with money, but for ordinary people, it is difficult to learn without money and without family teaching. Heitake Sora got a total of 10 basic ninjutsu: Fire Styles Great Fireball Jutsu and Balsam Technique, Water Styles Water Barrier and Water Dragon Bomb, Earth Styles Earth Style Wall and Heart Decapitation, Wind Styles Great Breakthrough and Vacuum Sphere, Lightning Style Ground Walk, and Shadow Clone Technique. There is still a big difference between Clone Technique and Shadow Clone. The clone of Clone Technique has no attack power and is easily destroyed. Simply put, it is not useful. And Shadow Clone is conscious and has chakra, which can fight. Chakra is cultivated from the 130 trillion cells in the human body. The physical energy absorbed by each cell is fused with spiritual energy. Heitake Sora is physically strong enough to live 2 lifetimes, and his mental power is also very strong, so he can practice chakra naturally at a very fast speed. Time flies, half a year has passed in a blink of an eye. Heitake Sora can finally open the open door after his chak volume has increased a lot, and at this time, he can be regarded as a chinin without using the ability of the big dog monster. This almost made Heitake Sora cry with joy. When he actually developed 8 inner gates, he realized that 8 inner gates is really not as easy as imagined. First, the body needs to be strong enough to withstand the damage after opening the door. Second, you have to control chakra with a high ability, and then when you use chakra to impact, you must be strong enough to have a chance to rush away. It's not like rushing away instantly if you want to rush away. And since reaching Chinin, Heitake Sora's physical body can withstand opening the door at any time for tens of minutes, and his body is only a little tired without any damage. Therefore, he will let the elite class fight more in actual combat afterwards, because he can stop the students at any time without using the system to ensure the safety of the students. Time is like running water, and half a year has passed. Heitake Sora can open the former 4th gate, but starting from the 2nd gate Shumen, after he casts it, his body will be damaged. At the end of 1 year, all the teenagers in the elite class have graduated. In the end, no one could shake Sarutobi Hiruzen's squad leader position. By observing Heitake Sora, it can be confirmed that Uchiha Kagami and Sarutobi Hiruzen are quite equal in strength, but Kagami is a little indifferent to fame and wealth, and is somewhat different from the general Uchiha tribe. After graduation, according to Senju Tobirama's secret arrangement, he personally led the team of 6 people: Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, Mitokato Homura, Yuditen Koharu, Akamaike Tekes, and Uchiha Kagami. He is also ruthless enough to directly recruit 4 of the 5 best players in Heitake Sora's elite class. Mitokato Homura and Yuditen Koharu with outstanding knowledge were also selected by Senju Tobirama. Another Hayaga Hiran and Inyazuka and Abarame's boys were led by Ichiro Kusanagi. After teaching this elite class, Heitake Sora did not choose the elite class. At the same time, Zihi Minghong took the initiative to become the 2nd teacher of Konoha Shinobi School this summer. This summer, the 2nd batch of 5 or 6-year-olds was recruited again. There are 30 students, taught by Ui Minghong. This year, Heitake Sora began to develop Reikari and Chidori of lightning style, and at the same time began to develop his own ninjutsu. Spring went to autumn, winter passed, and 2 years passed to the 9th year of Konoha. Heitake Sora's chakra has increased a lot. Multiple shadow clone can disperse more than 20 people and practice at the same time. Reikari and Chidori have already learned it, and Big Ball Raiznan has also been developed. Only he dared to use 20 shadow clones to cultivate like this, because his mental power was strong enough. If he failed to cultivate it with other people, it would also cause a lot of practice experience and memories to flood into his brain because of the disappearance of Shadow Clone, causing mentally broken and dead. In the 3rd year of its founding, the school recruited a 3rd batch of 35 students, taught by an elderly Chinin Namikaze Lulu. More than 3 years have passed since the establishment of the school, and in the 4th year since the establishment of the school, 2 more Chinin teachers came, who are still very familiar to Heitake Sora, that is, his students Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. In the anime, Heitake Sora didn't know that the 2 had been teachers, and through the anime, I remembered that the 2 of them were very good at training ninjas. Maybe the 2 of them had actually been teachers and had experience. In summer, the birds are singing and the flowers are fragrant. This weekend, Heitake Sora is idle and bored. Today is useless. Shadow Clone is resting, purely resting. It was already noon after eating, and I was so happy at home to enjoy the sunshine in the afternoon. At this time, the courtyard door was pushed open, and Senju Hashirama walked in. In the past 3 years, Heitake Sora couldn't count how many times he went to Senju Hashirama's house for dinner. He went there whenever he had something to do. As a result, Senju Hashirama not only has an extra light bulb brother, but also an extra light bulb old man. Similarly, Senju Hashirama has come to Heitake Sora's house too many times, and he is no longer rusty and polite at first, and seems very casual. You kid took the initiative to look for me, there must be nothing good. Say it first, if you are too tired, don't do it. Heitake Sora narrowed his eyes and said casually. Senju Hashirama approached Heitake Sora, and then a word seal appeared in his hand, and he slapped the doorframe. Sealing technique silence. A star shield appears, enveloping Heitake Sora and Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama looked a bit embarrassed. I'm a little tired, and my life may be in danger, but only you can help me with this matter. I don't worry about others except Tobirama and you. After a pause, he continued, Nine Tails is about to break the seal. If you don't deepen the seal, Mito's life is in danger. The lazy Heitake Sora suddenly sat up. 9 Tails. It's impossible for 9 Tails to break Mito's seal, right? Heitake Sora wondered. He knew Naruto's seal when watching anime, and it couldn't be broken unless Naruto took the initiative. Uzumaki Mito's sealing technique is definitely beyond 4th Hokage and Uzumaki Kushina. Senju Hashirama said helplessly, the last time I fought with Madara, I only temporarily suppressed 9 Tails, which lasted for a day at most. Later, I was seriously injured and passed out. It was Mito and Tobirama who rushed to seal 9 Tails into Mito's body together. Tobirama is good at speed and killing people, but they couldn't suppress 9 Tails at all. The sealing was rushed at that time, and it was an incomplete sealing technique. Heitake Sora asked, can it be reinforced? It can be strengthened, but it only delays the time limit for breaking. 9 Tails will eventually break the seal. Senju Hashirama suddenly showed a bitter expression and said, although our Senju clan has strong vitality, we have been injured too many times in continuous fighting in those years. I have always had hidden wounds in my body, and the battle with Madara completely broke out my hidden wounds, which cannot be healed anymore. My idea was to release 9 Tails and make a complete seal again, but Mito has always been concerned about my injuries, so he delayed again and again. He reinforced it several times in a row, and now he can't seal 9 Tails even after reinforcement. With that said, he looked at Heitake Sora and said, so I came to you this time. Tobirama is strong, but he can't suppress 9 Tails at all, and the Uchiha family's Mangekyo is the most suitable, but Mito feels it can be seen that Uchiha has an evil aura and is afraid of accidents. You have fought 9 Tails before, and I am not sure if you can defeat me, but you can suppress it. As long as you help me this time, I will agree to any conditions. Conditions. The TV at home is too small, change it to a bigger and more expensive one, Heitake Sora said. Senju Hashirama was speechless, demanding, too low. Okay, when will it start? Heitake Sora asked. 3 days later, at night, at the seaside near your villa, far away from Konoha, and also far away from other villages, Senju Hashirama said. Good. Then, Senju Hashirama left. Resurrected from the dead, Heitake Sora is almost mixed with the Senju brothers. Although there is a big age gap, there is not too much separation between generations, but they are more close friends. The two are doing their best for Konoha. Heitake Sora also sees it. When watching anime, I like Heitake Sora of the two. Naturally, I don't want them to have an accident. As for the benefit, that is, when 9 Tails is in Konoha for one day, Heitake Sora can lock 9 Tails at a 50-50 split to ensure that his combat power is also the top in the ninja world. As long as Senju Hashirama is alive, Heitake Sora can lock Hashirama to display his 50-50 ability. His own strength is the pinnacle of the ninja world, and he is not afraid of anyone. 3 days later, Heitake Sora left a shadow clone at home, cast transformation technique on his body, left the village, and went to his villa early. At night, Senju Tobirama hides in the dark outside the gate of Uchiha's garrison, without breath. Even elite Jonin can't sense it, and can't see his presence. There is no room for loss tonight, there is no impenetrable wall, and he cannot guarantee to seal 9 Tails again from everyone's knowledge. Therefore, he has to keep a close eye on the 2 cage levels of the Uchiha family. If they have bad thoughts and rush to the bad things, he doesn't mind ending their lives with his own hands. Comparing the safety of the eldest brother and sister-in-law, the others can be discarded. Inside the Uchiha resident, in the shadow of Uchiha's secluded house, a white-haired old man's voice was slightly hoarse. Senju Tobirama is outside the door. It seems that the news from that person is true. They are going to seal 9 Tails again. Uchiha Yudeo, this is an opportunity. After 3 years, I have mastered Mangekyo Sharingan, and I am sure to control 9 Tails. You need to be cautious. When Madara united with 9 Tails, it was still defeated by Senju Hashirama. Now your strength is not enough, but I want to check it out. What I want is not 9 Tails, but Hokage needs to be replaced. Wait, chance. Senju clan land. Senju set up a room, and he sat cross-legged, closing his eyes and meditating. At this time, a figure flickered, a man in black night clothes and a mask knelt on one knee. Father, 3 years, Uchiha is in full swing, and the prestige in Konoha has surpassed my Senju clan. Now the villagers don't see my Senju clan anymore. The two brothers have forgotten that the family raised them, but the clan is so cold-blooded, they are no longer members of the Senju tribe. Regardless of success or failure, your foster father will remember your love forever. Father raised me and taught me that you are Senju's hope. This time, I will be 4 or he will die. If I die, I hope you will take care of my family. After finishing speaking, the black shadow suddenly disappeared. At this time, there are 3 people in Heitake Sora's villa, he, Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Mito. What time does it start? Heitake Sora asked. Midnight. Uzumaki Mito frowned. I always feel that there is a danger in the dark. This is normal. After all, Nine Tails is too destructive. He is not my opponent, but if he tries his best to escape, he will be troublesome, Senju Hashirama said. Okay. Heitake Sora looked at Senju Hashirama and said, the 3 of us are not in the village, so we can't hide it. Guess whether Uchiha will come or Senju will come today? It's absolutely impossible for Senju. Senju Hashirama frowned slightly. I don't think anyone will come, they can tell the difference. With 9 tails, no one dares to come to Konoha easily. Power makes people intoxicated. Heitake Sora smiled mysteriously, then squinted and leaned on the sofa. I'll sleep for a while, remember to call me when the time is up. About 2 hours later, Heitake Sora was woken up by Senju Hashirama, and the 3 of them walked out of the villa. Standing side by side, Senju Hashirama looked at Uzumaki Mito. Are you ready? Mito. Okay. Uzumaki Mito showed a gentle smile, but at this time her voice sounded from Heitake Sora. In the most critical time, please protect Hashirama. Almost at the same time, Senju Hashirama's voice sounded in Heitake Sora's head. When it is most critical, please protect Mito first. Heitake Sora was speechless. This bag of dog food. Boom. At that time, Uzumaki Mito's body burst into red flames, and Nine Tails chakra was released. Boom. Nine Tails chakra surged out from Uzumaki Mito's body, forming a red-tailed beast gauze, and 9 Tails chakra tails fluttered along with it. 9 Tails, come out! Uzumaki Mito shouted. A golden seal flew up from her forehead. Then the golden seal became thinner, and then dissipated directly. Ha! Uzumaki Mito's body floated up, and 9 Tails chakra gushed out of Uzumaki Mito's mouth like crimson magma, and a vicious and violent breath erupted, as if a world-destroying beast was about to be born. The powerful momentum completely surpassed most cage-level powerhouses. In an instant, the birds in the jungle were startled, and many wild animals ran away thinking about the distance. In just a few seconds, a huge crimson fox appeared in front of Uzumaki Mito more than 10 meters away, hundreds of meters high, with 9 tails like tall buildings. Roar! At that time, 9 Tails let out a deafening roar that could be heard for hundreds of miles, and then looked down at the 3 little ones below. Hi, brother 9 Tails, long time no see. Heitake Sora raised his hand and said hello. Disgusting humans. 9 Tails thought to himself, roared, and ignored Heitake Sora. At the beginning, he was controlled by Uchiha Madara, and he only saw killing and fighting in his eyes, so he was not too sober. But I still remember Heitake Sora fighting him. This human is very strong and worth eating by himself. 9 Tails, come back into my body again. It's not sure whether Uchiha Madara has passed away. It's relatively controlled by him. I'm the safest here, Uzumaki Mito said. At this time, her face was pale, her breath was very weak, and she felt as if she might faint at any time. From Heitake Sora's point of view, Uzumaki Mito is already very powerful. Normally, if the tailed beast in Jinchuriki's body is separated, it is a death. After watching the anime, Heitake Sora remembers that, except for Gaara who was resurrected again, the other Jinchuriki who were taken out of 9 Tails were all dead. And 9 Tails left Uzumaki Mito's body. Uzumaki Mito is not dead, and can still speak. From this, it can be seen that Uzumaki Mito is strong enough, and the sealing technique of the Uzumaki family is also strong enough. Good idea. Do you think I don't know? The seal is about to be broken. If you don't open it, I will be able to come out soon. And now, you want to catch me again? Impossible. You will all die in the future. With a sound, 9 Tails turned around, took a big stride, and unexpectedly, ran away. Escaped. Heitake Sora was a little dumbfounded. This script is wrong. In the anime, even if 9 Tails is in Naruto's body, it is an existence that hates the sky. And when he came out alone, it was even more frenzied killing, and he had never seen him run away. But today, Heitake Sora has been refreshed. The huge red fox hundreds of meters roared ferociously. He thought he was going to fight, but in the end, he ran away. You are awesome. Heitake Sora couldn't help giving Senju Hashirama a thumbs up. Obviously, Senju Hashirama grabbed Nine Tails continuously and easily suppressed it, leaving a psychological shadow on this big fox. I can't hold it for too long, 5 minutes at most. At this time, Uzumaki Mito's body was weak, and he couldn't help but sat on the ground, his face became paler. I can't go. At this moment, Senju Hashirama didn't have the time to chat with Heitake Sora, he shouted, and made madras with his hands, and red marks appeared on her face. Sage body. Xianshu Mingshen Gate. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, a huge red torii gate made up of one horizontal column and two vertical columns descended from the sky, directly nailing the Nine Tails to the ground. This kind of fairy art is specially used to suppress the tailed beast, and it can seal its chakra in a short period of time, preventing it from displaying its true strength. I'll go. Come up and open up. Heitake Sora thought, and immediately locked on Nine Tails. Random, activate One Piece World Kaido, calculation of combat power, equivalent to the activation of Nine Tails combat power. At that time, Heitake Sora felt that his body was rapidly becoming stronger, dozens of times, hundreds of times stronger. Wooden Golem Jutsu. As soon as Nine Tails was suppressed, there was a loud rumbling sound on the ground. Senju Hashirama rose up as a wooden giant from under his feet, rushed to Nine Tails with a single step, and stretched out his hands to grab Nine Tails' neck. Roar! Nine Tails' eyes were full of fierce light, and his claws directly slapped on the huge wooden golem's palm, and then gathered the black-tail beast cannon in his mouth, and bombarded Senju Hashirama above wooden golem's head. Boom! A wooden dragon grew out of wooden golem, rushed forward, bit the tailed beast bomb, and launched a bombardment towards Nine Tails. At this time, Nine Tails spewed out a tailed beast bomb again. The two tailed beast bombs collided in midair, bursting out with great power, blowing up wooden golem's body, causing him to fall backwards involuntarily. Crack, crack. At this moment, the red torii gates that fixed Nine Tails cracked, and then all shattered. Damn human, it's you again. Senju Hashirama was furious. The Nine Tails looked huge and thick, but they were not bulky at all. They were extremely fast and hit the huge wooden golem continuously, smashing it to pieces. Senju Hashirama took the opportunity to support a wooden dragon and knocked back. Sage art would style true several thousand hands. Boom! Senju Hashirama clasped his hands together, and a giant Buddha with countless arms rose slowly from the ground, not much bigger than wooden golem. Heitake Sora has seen this move before. This giant Buddha is much bigger than the wooden golem, even the huge Nine Tails seem small in front of it. But at this time, he discovered that compared to the giant Buddha summoned by Senju Hashirama when he fought against Uchiha Madara, this giant Buddha was twice as small in size. At the same time, the speed of summoning is much slower than before. Roar! At this time, Nine Tails also realized that although he is a tailed beast, his IQ is even higher than that of most humans. Yuchi fought with Senju Hashirama a few times, but he has a deep memory. He remembers the opponent's attack power very clearly. Whoosh! Nine Tails raised it violently, Nine Tails, and lashed towards Senju Hashirama at the same time. This time, it's my turn. The corners of Heitake Sora's mouth curled up slightly. Boom! He moved more than 10 meters laterally, and shot straight up, causing a 10-meter crater to explode on the ground under his feet, and the stones were all shattered. His body was like a cannonball, and it flew into the air in front of Senju Hashirama in a blink of an eye. Boom! The Nine Tails overlapped and slapped Senju Hashirama on the forehead of the giant Buddha one after another. And Heitake Sora came to midair in an instant. The muscles of his right arm suddenly bulged, and he punched. Accompanied by a loud noise, the whipped huge red fox tail collided with Heitake Sora's fist, making a loud noise. That fox tail was punched back by Heitake Sora. Heitake Sora didn't let up, and once again threw 8 punches in a row. The 8 fox tails that followed were hit by Heitake Sora one after another, and they also flew backwards. None of the fox tails hurt Senju Hashirama. The strength is so strong. Uzumaki Mito in the distance couldn't help being shocked, thinking, no wonder Hashirama said that Mr. Heitake has a powerful strength comparable to Nine Tails. It is true. Roar! Nine Tails was furious, and finally waited until Senju Hashirama's strength weakened and it was time to take revenge, but now he was stopped by the old man again. In a rage, when Nine Tails fell to the ground, one of the Nine Tails attacked first, and then flew back again after being sent flying, directly engulfing Heitake Sora's body. Damn, I've been ed. Heitake Sora was anxious in his heart, but before he could break free in the future, he had already been slapped directly on the ground by a fox tail. It's over. Boom! The ground was pulled out by the huge fox tail into a gully more than 10 meters deep and nearly 100 meters long, and Heitake Sora's body had already been smashed into the ground. There is no one in sight. It can also be seen from this that Nine Tails' anger is at its peak, and this time he unreservedly attacked. Damn! Heitake Sensei! Seeing this scene, Senju Hashirama's eyes were full of worry and anger at the same time. In order to save him, Heitake Sora was succeeded by Nine Tails. At this time, the giant Buddha has taken shape. Turn into a Buddha on the top. Senju Hashirama shot out angrily, controlling the giant Buddha of true several thousand hands, all the giant hands clenched into fists, and hit Nine Tails with countless phantoms. Boom boom boom. Nine Tails was able to dodge at first, but there were so many big wooden fists that it was inevitable to avoid. As a result, Nine Tails' huge body was directly buried by fists. This time, Nine Tails didn't have Uchiha Madara using Susanoo as a defense. The attack power of the Buddha on the top is quite powerful, and at the same time, the attack is also quite fast. It only takes half a minute for the attack on Senju's upper arm to end. At this time, a big hole has appeared below, and Nine Tails was directly beaten and paralyzed in the big pit. It was difficult to get up for a while. Phew! At this moment the giant Buddha dissipated and Senju Hashirama floated down to the ground. At this time, a hand stretched out from the edge of the ditch next to it, and Heitake Sora crawled out. Bah, got a mouthful of dirt. Heitake Sora crawled out, his clothes were badly damaged and his face was disheveled, but he didn't have a single wound on his body. At the same time, the breath did not weaken at all. You're not dead, Senju Hashirama said in surprise. Crow's mouth, how could I die? I was caught off guard by the big fox. Heitake Sora spit out a few more dust and said casually. At this moment, Heitake Sora was very surprised. He thought that even with Kaido's ability, his body was very strong. But after all, Nine Tails is the most powerful tailed beast in the Hokage world besides 10 tails. A single tail can smash a mountain, not to mention that he was directly smashed into the ground. But the fact is that Heitake Sora, who has the ability of Kaido, has become quite pervert physically, not only powerful. Nine Tails is the strongest blow, except for his clothes being damaged. There is nothing wrong with his body. Looking at Nine Tails again, they have been beaten and lying in the pit. Let's get started, Heitake Sora said, without him actually saying it. At this time Uzumaki Mito had already run towards Nine Tails, making madras with both hands at the same time. Phew! Wooden dragons appeared under the feet of Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Mito at the same time, leading them to rush towards Nine Tails at the same time. Seal! The word seal appeared on Uzumaki Mito's forehead, and more than a dozen golden chains flew out from under Uzumaki Mito's feet, flew through the air, stretched infinitely, and wrapped around Uzumaki Mito's neck, for claws and body, and 9 tails respectively. At the same time, Senju Hashirama formed a seal, and a large amount of chakra poured into his right hand. He bit his thumb, and a bloodline flew out, forming a huge seal in midair. Then, 9 bloody silk threads flew out from the seal, flew towards 9 tails, and directly wrapped around its neck, body, and limbs. At the same time, Senju Hashirama's face began to turn pale, and his breath began to weaken. Roar! Roar! 9 tails roared unwillingly, but at this moment, chakra of 9 tails seemed to be completely suppressed, and his strength was also suppressed. Break free, come back! Uzumaki Mito yelled. 9 tails' body became thinner and transformed into chakra, and the crimson 9 tails chakra rushed towards her body. Naiucha! Heitake Sora, who was not far away, couldn't help admiring. Senju Hashirama is not only good at fighting, but also really good at dealing with tailed beasts. Even if there are hidden injuries and his strength has weakened a bit, the 2 big moves can directly overwhelm 9 tails, and then suppress it, so the seal started smoothly. Recalling that in the anime, 9 tails appeared and was invincible, almost destroying Konoha. In the end, 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina teamed up to kill them and sealed it. In comparison, the current Senju Hashirama's strength is definitely a mess. Thinking of this, Heitake Sora couldn't help yearning for such a powerful strength. At this time, 9 tails has already been the chakra of Huoyai's large group, unable to struggle, and part of it has entered Uzumaki Mito's body, and the seal has come to an end. But at this moment, Heitake Sora suddenly felt a sense of crisis. Shua! Suddenly, a sharp black spike flew out from the shadow on Senju Hashirama's back, directly stab at the back of his heart. Depend on Hashirama! Uzumaki Mito exclaimed. They thought that there would be a surprise attack, and they even sensed their surroundings all the time, but including Heitake Sora, the 3 of them didn't feel that there was any breath nearby. I didn't even expect this kind of weird ability. Shadow Scene Technique. The Nara family's secret technique. If normal, this kind of ninjutsu can't hurt Senju Hashirama at all, but at this time Senju Hashirama wholeheartedly helps Uzumaki Mito seal 9 tails. Even if the attack is not too high, the shadow thorn spikes may cause a lot of damage to him. If you look carefully, you will see that there is a pothole left by the previous battle just on Senju Hashirama's back, and a slender shadow thread just links Senju Hashirama's shadow. Looking for death. Heitake Sora stepped on the ground, the earth and rocks under his feet shattered, and his body shot out, rushing directly towards Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama is also worthy of being a strong man who has fought countless times. At a critical moment, his other hand formed a mudra with one hand, and he rushed out of the wooden bar under his feet, driving his body and shifting his direction. Then, the shadow spike pierced through his side without hurting the vitals. Whoosh! At this moment, the slender shadow broke away from Senju Hashirama's shadow, rushed more than 10 meters quickly, and linked to Heitake Sora's shadow. Shadow mimicry. Heitake Sora's body stopped instantly, and then he rushed forward suddenly, and the shadow snapped off. Shadow couldn't control him at all. But with just this second of pause, the ground behind Senju Hashirama has exploded, and a figure rushed out. Earth-style heart beheading technique. As soon as he rushed out, a short sword in his hand stabbed directly at the back of Senju Hashirama's neck, and the tip of the sword was already close to Senju Hashirama's skin. Puffed. Suddenly, the man stopped moving. It's not that he hesitated, but Heitake Sora rushed forward and punched through the back of his heart. At the same time, the other hand grabbed the blade, making it difficult to attack Senju Hashirama again. Senju Hashirama also heaved a sigh of relief. Just now he had felt the attack from behind and could dodge it. However, he is maintaining the sealing technique. Once he moves violently, it is easy to make the seal unstable and directly break the suppression of Nine Tails. At that time, the previous efforts will be in vain. If you don't dodge, you may be killed. Even if you don't dodge a little, you may be stabbed, injured, and interfere with the seal. Fortunately, Heitake Sora arrived in time. Blood flowed from the masked man's neck, and his eyes were full of unwillingness to stare at Heitake Sora. Just, almost. It's not far away. Heitake Sora curled his lips, pulled his fist out of his body, and then planned to throw the corpse away. But at this moment, the man's mask slipped off, and a look of madness appeared in his eyes. It seemed to be returning to the light, and there was an extra detonating talisman in the other hand. Then it was directly attached to Heitake Sora's chest. Boom! At that time, the detonating talisman exploded, and a large flame burst out. The force of the explosion directly shattered the man's arm, and his body was even blown away. And Senju Hashirama reacted promptly and retreated quickly. On the contrary, Heitake Sora, although he was in the center of the explosion, was fine. Kaido's powerful body made the detonating charm's damage to him so-so. But, next, his chest exploded again. Boom! 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 Tandem paper bombs. There were continuous explosions, and this time Senju Hashirama didn't have time to avoid it, and was directly blown upside down, and at the same time, his face was flushed, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. And the bloody seal character that was originally controlled became unstable and dissipated with a bang. The bloody thread that originally bound Nine Tails' chakra disappeared instantly. Oops! Senju Hashirama exclaimed, but it was too late to cast it again. Originally, the Nine Tails chakra that entered part of Uzumaki Nito's body became violent, and then flew out of his body with a whoosh. I can't hold it anymore. Uzumaki Nito's face changed drastically, chakra surged out and entered the golden chain, but, crack, crack, the golden chains that bound Nine Tails chakra were also broken one after another, and finally all of them broke. Boom! An air wave erupted from the Nine Tails chakra, and Uzumaki Nito was directly thrown tens of meters away by the air wave. At this time, Nine Tails chakra escaped from trouble, and soon became the real body of Nine Tails again. At this time, he was no longer in a panic after being beaten, and his momentum returned to its peak again. Everyone has to die, everyone has to die. Ho ho ho. Nine Tails' eyes turned blood red, and he roared continuously. A huge black-tailed beast bomb condensed in his mouth, and then he spat directly at Uzumaki Nito. Nito, danger. Senju Hashirama rushed quickly, a slap on the ground boom. Five-fold Rashomon. 5 giant grimacing iron gates rose one after another, followed by the tailed beast bomb blasting the 5 gates in succession, and then flew towards the sea obliquely behind, directly erupting huge waves. At this time, Heitake Sora's chest was blown up more than 50 times in a row before the explosion stopped. The power looks fierce, but unfortunately Heitake Sora's body is still not injured. But looking around, Heitake Sora frowned. The raider died, but the seal failed, and Senju Hashirama was injured, as was Uzumaki Nito. The biggest problem is that Nine Tails' eyes are blood red at this time, which is different from the cowardly look who wanted to run away when he first appeared, and now he exudes an extremely bloodthirsty aura. At this time, Nine Tails stood up and looked at Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Nito. Human beings should die, damn. Especially you, who possess the power of 6 paths, but use it against us, damn it. Roar! A huge tailed beast bomb condensed again from Nine Tails' mouth. Wooden golem jutsu. Booming, the huge wooden golem rose again from the ground, but at this time Senju Hashirama was bleeding from the corner of his mouth again, and the rising wooden golem also showed a slight delay. If he was simply fighting against Nine Tails, he would not be afraid at all, but this time he spent a lot of life force for the seal, and as a result, he was ambushed midway, and the seal was broken halfway and backfired, which hurt him even more. Whoosh! At this time, Heitake Sora appeared in front of Senju Hashirama. Stay away, I'll come, Heitake Sora said, biting his thumb and slapping the ground directly. Then a cloud of cyan light directly wrapped around Heitake Sora's body. The light was so thick that it looked like liquid, making Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Mito unable to see Heitake Sora clearly. Heitake Sora's gesture is summoning. Of course it is not, but one of Kaido's abilities, and it is also quite terrifying. Qinglong form. At that time, Heitake Sora had 2 deer antlers growing out of his head, as well as 2 sharp bull horns. Green scales appeared on its face and body. Boom! Heitake Sora's clothes were broken, and his body was surrounded by green brilliance. Then the light burst out and continued to rise. An aura no worse than 9 tails burst out, as if a world-destroying beast was revived. Boom! At this time, the tailed beast bomb with a diameter of tens of meters had already flown in, directly blasting the green light, and the light also dispersed. A huge monster about the size of 9 tails appeared in front of Senju Hashirama. To be exact, Heitake Sora turned into a cyan dragon with cyan dragon scales and 4 dragon horns. 4 huge dragon claws. This state is very cool. Heitake Sora looked at the tailed beast bomb flying towards him. The tailed beast bomb, which was much larger than the human body, was much smaller in front of him. Then, he opened his mouth directly. With one bite, Heitake Sora, who transformed into a blue dragon, directly ate the tailed beast bomb. Boom! The tailed beast bomb exploded in Heitake Sora's mouth, bursting out with powerful power to destroy everything, but it did no harm to Heitake Sora at all. He felt like he had eaten a ball of air, the air shattered, and a gust of air blew. My mouth felt chilly, and then I didn't feel much. This summoning beast is so powerful, Senju Hashirama exclaimed in surprise, and the raised wooden golem disappeared, turning into 2 wooden dragons, leading him and Uzumaki Mito back quickly. Uzumaki Mito was also surprised. Summoning beasts that are not weaker than tailed beasts. Mr. Heitake is getting more and more mysterious. Didn't you say that he also summoned a huge snow-white dog king? Yes, in the first battle, the big dog's attack was also very strong. Let's retreat first, and if Mr. Heitake is in danger, I will attack again. You take the opportunity to heal quickly, Senju Hashirama said. Chinese people all have a belief in dragons, and he turned into a dragon, which made Heitake Sora feel unspeakably happy, then roared and spit at 9 tails. Oh no, it's a powerful attack in the form of a dragon heat breath. Boom! 9 tails released the tailed beast bomb. Heat and the tailed beast bomb collided and exploded in mid-air. Although they were in mid-air, a large-scale aftermath erupted, blasting the ground to pieces. 9 tails, you'd better enter Mito's body, or you will be eaten, believe me, Heitake Sora said loudly. Go to hell! 9 tails yelled, jumping directly at Heitake Sora. He is currently the strongest tailed beast, the strongest creature in the world. How could he be afraid of other creatures? Then let's fight. Heitake Sora also rushed over at the same time. Boom! Boom! A huge crimson firefox and a cyan dragon collided directly, and both claws slapped on each other at the same time. 9 tails' sharp claws landed on Heitake Sora's dragon body, like a sharp blade cutting fine steel, sliding without leaving any scars. But Heitake Sora's sharp claws landed on Heitake Sora's body, but it directly opened several holes. 9 tails is the body of chakra, and now the body is fully wounded. No blood will be left, but chakra will be lost in large quantities. Chakra is weakened, less powerful, which is almost the same as being injured. Hoo! The 9 red tails were drawn directly on Heitake Sora's body, and a huge shock erupted, hitting Heitake Sora's body with a force that could smash rocks. There was a little bit of pain, but it couldn't be done harm. At the same time, Heitake Sora swung his dragon tail and hit 9 tails, but 9 tails was thrown upside down by a direct hit, and the mansion collapsed directly with a bang. Currently, 9 tails and Heitake Sora have similar strength and attack. 9 tails has 8 more tails than Heitake Sora, and his attack frequency is higher than him, but his body is stronger than 9 tails. Therefore, Heitake Sora was not afraid of being drawn again, and rushed to 9 tails again. It's delicious, you really eat it. Heitake Sora yelled, allowing 9 tails' big tail to draw on the dragon again, ignoring the pain, opened the dragon's mouth, and directly bit 9 tails' neck. 9 tails was also fierce enough. He opened his mouth and bit Heitake Sora's dragon body directly, piercing Lin's family with his sharp teeth, getting close to his flesh and blood. Puffed. However, the defense of the dragon scale is stronger than that of 9 tails. Before 9 tails can completely bite Heitake Sora's neck, a large piece of flesh on his neck was bitten off by Heitake Sora, turning into 9 tails chakra and directly entering Heitake Sora. Abdomen. Puffed. 9 tails took pain. Not only did not dodge, on the contrary, he became more aggressive, directly biting the dragon scale, and then biting Heitake Sora's dragon body. At the same time, its 9 tails flew over and directly wrapped around Heitake Sora's neck, preventing it from biting again. But tailed beasts are immortal because they are living chakra condensates. As long as there is chakra, they are alive. And in the cognition of ninjas in this world, there is nothing that can completely destroy the tailed beast chakra. But tailed beasts are also afraid of pain and fading strength. Even if they can regenerate chakra's 9 tails, if the loss is too great, it will take a very long time to restore their full power. And Hatake Sora knows that he only has 10 minutes to fight, and once the time is over, he will be a weak chicken. He is not sure that when he locks on Senju Hashirama, he will have the ability similar to Kaido to fight head-to-head with 9 Tails. Therefore, he is the strongest in the battle. At the same time, immune to death 9 Tails, it is almost useless to fight him, and he does not know the sealing technique, so the best way is to eat him chakra, which will greatly reduce his strength. Then leave it to Senju Hashirama for a while to seal it. With the 9 crimson fox tails wrapped around Hatake Sora's neck, the force was so great that Hatake Sora couldn't bite 9 Tails' body. But he still has a trick. Afterwards, his dragon tail directly wrapped around 9 Tails' body, and his claws grabbed a fox tail and sent it to the dragon's mouth. With one bite, Hatake Sora grabbed one of 9 Tails' tails and began to bite forcefully. 9 Tails was angry, very angry. He had never seen such a monster. Except for 8 Tails, other tail beasts couldn't stand their own attacks, but this monster couldn't be killed by shooting, and the tail beast bomb couldn't be killed. He was still eating his own chakra, and his own chakra didn't explode the opponent. Puffed. The thick fox tail was cut off by Hatake Sora, and then swallowed by him. Again, Hatake Sora continued to bite 9 Tails' tail. At this time, 9 Tails also exerted full strength, and directly tore off a large piece of flesh and blood from Hatake Sora. A large amount of blood flowed down, accompanied by pieces of dragon scales. Damn, it hurts. Hatake Sora really felt the pain this time, but both sides were entangled, and it was impossible to retreat. So, Hatake Sora bit off another part of 9 Tails' tail, and this time, he had already eaten 1/3 of a huge tail. Roar! 9 Tails yelled, his fierceness broke out, and he bit near the wound again, trying to tear off a piece of dragon meat from Hatake Sora again. At this point, both Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Nito were dumbfounded. They have seen animals fight, and some have bitten off their flesh, but most of them are small in size. But today, when these two behemoths, especially the dragon god, was bitten off a piece of flesh, the blood left behind was like a waterfall of blood. What should I do? Uzumaki Nito, who was always calm, was no longer calm. She looked at Senju Hashirama and asked, "How long can you hold on?" Senju Hashirama said. Uzumaki Nito said, 4 minutes have passed now, and I will hold on for another 2 minutes at most. After the time passes, my strength will decline rapidly, and it will be difficult to perform a powerful sealing technique. What about you? Senju Hashirama said, I can cast it one more time. I will find a chance to seal 9 Tails. We seal it forcibly. There is Mr. Hatake's summoning beast. No one can stop us when it comes back. And when the two were talking, Hatake Sora had already eaten half of 9 Tails' tail, and he was torn off another piece of flesh. At this time, Hatake Sora bit the tail and said vaguely, as long as my summoning beast has enough chakra, it can recover from its injuries. And you fox, every time you are eaten, you will lose chakra. As long as you eat you, my summoning beast can fully recover. Let's see who eats more. As he spoke, he bit the big tail harder and ate it faster. And 9 Tails roared and ate even faster. Go to hell! Go to hell! In just a few seconds, Hatake Sora directly ate 90% of 9 Tails' entire tail, and then grabbed another tail. 9 Tails couldn't bear it anymore. 3 tails wrapped around Hatake Sora's body flew out, and directly hit Hatake Sora's huge dragon head. Boom! 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 Huge force struck, but Hatake Sora only felt a little pain in the head, and the damage was not serious at all. However, only 4 tails are left to wrap around his neck, and the winding power is reduced. Opportunity. Hatake Sora leaned over suddenly. The 4 foxtails could not be suppressed. 9 Tails was bitten by Hatake Sora's neck again. Chick. A large piece of meat was bitten off by Hatake Sora. Now, only half of 9 Tails' neck was left, and the chakra in other parts of his body frantically condensed towards the neck and began to fill it. And this bite was like the straw that broke the camel's back. 9 Tails' breath suddenly dropped a lot, and his body became smaller. Roar! Hatake Sora roared, pounced on him again, and wanted to bite 9 Tails' neck again. Ha! Boom! This time, 9 Tails finally couldn't help it anymore, and even opened his mouth on his own initiative, stopped biting Hatake Sora's neck, and then slapped Hatake Sora with both claws, and the 8 Tails also drew on Hatake Sora's dragon body, borrowing his strength back out of the tens of meters. Damn it! After stopping, 9 Tails glared fiercely at Hatake Sora, and said, Our tail beasts will not die, but your summoning beast will die. If you keep pestering them, your summoning beast will eventually die. I said earlier, after eating your chakra, he can reply. Hatake Sora said, so, now I give you 2 options. The first one is you enter the stomach of my summoning beast. The second is to enter Uzumaki Nito. The body is sealed. As for escaping, you can try. Monster Dragon, you and I are the strongest in this world, why do you listen to that human being? Human beings are all evil, there is no truth. 9 Tails continued. Hatake Sora wanted to laugh a little. In his blue dragon form, he pretended to be a summoning beast, and he hid himself in it to speak. 9 Tails actually wanted to instigate rebellion? Stop talking nonsense, get on, Hatake Sora yelled and rushed towards Nine Tails. Roar! Nine Tails yelled fiercely, then stomped on the ground hard, but turned around and ran away. Instead of continuing to fight with Hatake Sora, he ran away again. Hatake Sora is also speechless to Nine Tails. What a treacherous fox. The Nine Tails he sees in the anime are all fearless, and they always look like Lao Zi is the strongest in the world and no one can beat him. Now it's like a sinister villain who just shows up and gets scared off by Senju Hashirama. Seeing that Senju Hashirama's strength was declining, he immediately sent it to rush forward to eat people. Now I haven't really hurt the root, but Chakra, who lost a tail, ran away again. Whoosh! Nine Tails just ran more than 10 meters, Hatake Sora leaped into the air, and in a blink of an eye, he was beside Nine Tails. Hatake Sora in the form of a blue dragon is good at flying and is not affected by the potholes on the ground. His flying speed completely surpasses Nine Tails. Nine Tails is very fast, but it's a pity that it can't get rid of Hatake Sora at all. While flying parallel to Nine Tails, he grinned and said, "Where do you plan to run?" Roar! Nine Tails was furious. This monster wanted to eat its own chakra to recover its injuries. If it kept fighting, it would become more and more passive. But he can't run faster than him. It's just too hateful. Human beings, you and I have no grievances, why do you insist on chasing me? Nine Tails spoke human words loudly. No grudges, but you have grudges after 2 fights, so I have to let my dragon eat you. No threat is the best. As he said, Hatake Sora opened his mouth and bit Nine Tails' neck. Hey! A large piece of meat was torn off by Hatake Sora in one bite, and a large mass of red Nine Tails chakra entered Hatake Sora's stomach. Roar! Nine Tails suffered from pain, and at the same time became even more angry, and wrestled with Hatake Sora again. Boom! 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 One dragon and one fox fought again. This time, Nine Tails was also ruthless. Since he couldn't escape, he would kill this monster. So he bites crazily, his big claws keep attacking, and his 8 tails also frantically lash Hatake Sora's dragon body. But Hatake Sora is simple, no defense at all, let the 9 tails attack. This green dragon form is quite resistant to blows, and does not suffer too much damage at all. He grabbed 9 tails' body or tail and just ate them. Knowing that the opponent's chakra has decreased and his strength has weakened, he naturally has a clear purpose in fighting. As a result, in just half a minute, the dragon scales on Hatake Sora's body were bitten to a lot of blood, and at the same time, the claws of 9 tails scratched and shattered countless dragon scales, leaving many scars. However, the breath was not weakened, but 9 tails was eaten by Hatake Sora again. At this time, Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Nito had arrived and saw them fighting again. How long? Senju Hashirama looked at Uzumaki Nito worriedly. More than 40 seconds. Uzumaki Nito responded. Let me shoot directly. Otherwise, if the time exceeds, even if you seal 9 tails afterwards, you will lose too much vitality. Senju Hashirama said. Again, wait. You have lost too much vitality. If you forcefully cast the fairy technique again, you will lose your life. Wait a little longer. Uzumaki Nito pursed his lips and said while watching the battle in the distance. He could feel that Senju Hashirama was not in good condition. He had hidden injuries. After the battle with Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama suffered more serious injuries, and his actual strength had faded. The sealing technique failed today, which made him seriously injured. If this continues, she is very afraid that Hashirama will really leave. Boom! 9 tails aura weakened a lot again, and with all his strength, he sent Hatake Sora flying. Hatake Sora stabilized quickly, and then planned to rush forward again. Stop! 9 tails giant claw shouted. Why? Hatake Sora asked, keep fighting, let's see if you kill my dragon first, or you get eaten first. If you attack this monster again, even if I die, I will drag him to die together. 9 tails said angrily. Then let's die together, Hatake Sora said very bachelor. Roar! 9 tails let out a loud and angry roar. He shouted that he would not talk to humans, because in his eyes, human beings were so small that they were not worth talking to. But today I have said too much, but it doesn't help at all. Hatake Sora didn't care about 9 tails yelling, and rushed towards 9 tails again. You win! 9 tails quickly pushed away, dodging Hatake Sora's kill. Then he looked at Senju Hashirama and said loudly, stop that monster, I agree to be sealed. What? Hatake Sora stopped, thinking he was hallucinating. Let this monster go away, I agree to be sealed. 9 tails looked at Senju Hashirama again and said in a deep voice. Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Nito were dumbfounded. 9 tails, such a powerful tail beast, offered to be sealed. If someone said that before today, the tailed beast would take the initiative to let humans seal it, Senju Hashirama would absolutely not believe it. But now that 9 tails said so, the two still didn't believe it, including Hatake Sora also didn't believe it. You're wise, if it's later, I'll eat another tail of yours, Hatake Sora said. In fact, he was a little ignorant at this time, because the 10 minutes were almost over, but he had to hold on to his face. "I remember you as a human being. You'd better live until the next time I come out. Next time, I must eat you," Nine Tails said harshly. "Although I don't believe it, Senju Hashirama can't wait anymore, it's only 10 seconds. 10th Edict on Enlightenment." The word seed appeared in his palm, and a large number of cuboid wood flew out from the ground, directly wrapped around Hatake Sora's body, and then wrapped it. As he rushed forward and dropped his palm, Nine Tails was directly suppressed. But this time, Nine Tails did what it said, without any resistance. Quick! A golden word seal appeared on Uzumaki Nito's forehead. Swish, swish. More than a dozen golden chains flew out across the sky, directly penetrated the gaps in the wood, and wrapped around Nine Tails' neck, body and limbs, as well as the remaining 7 tails. At the same time, Senju Hashirama bit his thumb, and when he waved his hand, blood flew out, forming the word seal, which appeared in front of him, and blood threads flew out at the same time, wrapping around Nine Tails' body as well. And the wood that wraps the 9 tails dissipates quickly. Hatake Sora flew to the side of the two and protected them with a huge dragon body. There must be no mistakes this time. If something happens, the two of them may die, and at the same time, when my time is up, both of them may be shot to death by 9 tails. At the same time, his pair of huge dragon eyes were also staring at 9 tails. As long as the big scarlet fox tried to move, he would rush up and entangle it. And 9 tails is also staring at Hatake Sora, as if he wants to remember this monster madman who ate a lot of chakra forever. "Human, live well, next time I will definitely eat you." The seal was quite smooth this time, and 9 tails did not struggle against it. In just a few seconds, the red 9 tails chakra of the Huai group surged towards Uzumaki Nito's body. Hoo! The 9 tails chakra seemed to be in a liquid state, and it poured into Uzumaki Nito's body in just 5 or 6 seconds. Then, the golden chains wound around Uzumaki Nito's body, and then all rushed into the center of his eyebrows, making the golden seal more conspicuous. Whoosh! The bloody seal in front of Senju Hashirama fell back and was printed on his palm, then he rushed out and landed a palm on Uzumaki Nito's navel. "Seal!" The two shouted at the same time. The blood-colored seal and the golden seal shone with dazzling light, and then dissipated at the same time. Uzumaki Nito was extremely pale and fell into Senju Hashirama's arms. Although Senju Hashirama was also pale, but in comparison, he is the strongest after all, and the momentum of being weak is stronger than the average cage level. And at this time, 10 minutes later, Hatake Sora emitted a hazy green light all over his body, and then his green dragon form disappeared with a whimper, and the brilliance disappeared, revealing Hatake Sora's real body. Random ability, none. "You're so stingy, you've been beaten to death, yet you don't have anything, what a pity," Hatake Sora murmured in his heart. Suddenly, Hatake Sora felt a sense of fatigue and dizziness at the same time. At this time, his body was very bad. He was bitten by 9 tails a lot when he was in the green dragon form, and the blood flowed like a waterfall. When Kaido's ability was activated, his defense was super strong, and at that time he felt that he was seriously injured. But now that the ability disappeared, Hatake Sora's injury was immediately exposed. There were several blood holes on his neck, and there were at least 100 scars on his arms and body. "Hashirama, remember to give me the TV." Hatake Sora waved and said something, then rolled his eyes and passed out directly. Meanwhile, the Uchiha station. The right half of Uchiha's body was wrapped in gauze, blood seeped from the right chest, and his face was a little pale. His eyes were fierce, like a wounded wolf, with a bit of forbearance in his ruthlessness. From the shadows, a hoarse voice sounded, "Ninja World's #1 super fast, it really deserves its reputation. I used illusion to hold him back, but I didn't expect that after only 2 seconds of slack, he had already appeared outside the village and stopped you." Uchiha said coldly, "If it weren't for Senju Hashirama, I would have used Susanoo and Imoyan. He couldn't break through my defense at all, and he didn't dare to approach my body. This Senju Tobirama should be damned. I'll keep my hands on him, he didn't hold back from me." A hoarse voice in the dark, "He kept his hand away from you. If he didn't keep his hand back, it would not be the right side of your body that was stabbed, but the heart on the left side of your body. You know, the talent of Izuna's Mangekyo Sherinan was no worse than that of Madara, but was still killed by him with one blow. I thought that his vigor had faded and his strength had declined over the years, but he didn't expect that his shots were still fast. When dealing with Senju Tobirama, you can't be negligent or you will be killed instantly. Don't leave the station recently. If you don't tell them, they will don't say it, just pretend it never happened." About an hour passed, in Senju Hashirama's Hokage mansion. On one side of the single bed is Hatake Sora, who is covered in bruises and fainted, and on the other is Uzumaki Nito, who is fainted. Hatake Sensei and sister-in-law are seriously injured. Senju Tobirama asked eagerly. Senju Hashirama said, "Nito just released 9 tails, sealed it again, consumed too much vitality and chakra, was not injured, and will recover soon." Teacher Hatake was seriously injured, with hundreds of wounds on his body, even more serious neck wounds, and blood loss at the same time many. I used the healing technique to temporarily heal the wound, but he may be injured too badly. The injury cannot be recovered in a short time. Let the best medical ninjas from the medical department come here, and several of them will treat them at the same time. Senju Tobirama said, brother, what's going on? You said Mr. Haytake and Nine Tails can draw. If you two work together, it's impossible for him to suffer such a serious injury. Assassinated, the secret art of the Grandmaster Nara family, and at the same time holding the idea of dying together, this is a corpse. Specifically, I will talk about it later, and I have to heal my wounds. Senju Hashirama took out a scroll in his hand and threw it at Senju Tobirama. The Nara family won't do this. He has used the forbidden technique of tandem paper bombs. This time, he must investigate. Fortunately, Mr. Haytake made a move. If Mr. Haytake didn't exist today, I might have to use my life to seal Nine Tails. If this time teacher Haytake will never wake up, I want them to pay with their lives. The always kind Senju Hashirama showed a strong killing intent in his eyes. Leave this to me. Senju Tobirama took the scroll and left. Today is bound to be a restless night. At 2 o'clock in the morning, Nara's resident, Akamaiki, Yamanaka, and Nara's 3 old patriarchs all came, as well as the most elite ninja of the family. Because Senju Tobirama came to Nara's residence with a dead body, and at the same time, the entire Nara old patriarch's mansion was completely surrounded by more than 10 jonin. These jonin didn't show their bodies, but they all showed their breath on purpose. Naturally, the masters of the 3 clans felt the killing intent in the dark. Before Konoha was created, the Senju brothers and the Uchiha brothers had gained prestige. Now, the 2 Uchiha brothers are dead. Senju Hashirama is kind, but Senju Tobirama is notorious for his murderous intentions and ruthless shots. Therefore, Yamanaka and Akamaiki arrived at the same time, and they realized the seriousness of the situation. Although I don't know what's going on, it's better to come first. Heard that someone attacked Senju Hashirama, almost made the Nine-Tail Seal fail, and Haytake Sora was also directly seriously injured, and this person used the Nara secret technique. The 3 clans quickly began to investigate. After more than an hour of genealogical investigation of the Nara family, several masters of the Yamanaka family quickly read the memory of the corpse with secret techniques. The 3 clans breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Patriarch Yamanaka said, his memory is very chaotic. Someone deliberately smashed his memory to prevent us from reading it. But there are still many clues left. First of all, he belongs to the Nara family. He was seriously ill when he was 5 years old, and then disappeared. In his vague memory, this person was rescued by others, and then he learned ninjutsu from others. It is unclear what the instructor looked like. His specific there is no name either. Over the years, he has been killing people, using the secret technique of the Nara family, and the appearance of the people he killed is vague. In the blur, we read this imprint. As he spoke, he drew a vague family emblem, similar to a round fan. Uchiha. Chief Akamaiki looked at Chief Nara. Understood, Senju Tobirama said flatly. Half an hour later, Senju Tobirama left the Nara clan's residence. Instead of going to the Uchiha clan, he appeared at the Senju residence. On the same day, news came out from the Senju resident that the eldest son of the great elder Senjujian suddenly became seriously ill and died. At the same time, Senju Tobirama brought out the news that the elder Senju was so sad because of his son's death that he would not participate in the decision-making of the elders for a year, and his power was temporarily taken over by his second son Senju Lu. Afterwards, Konoha returned to calm again just like that. A week passed, in Senju Hashirama's mansion. Haytake Sora's eyelids fluttered slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes. It was noon at this time, and the midday sun shone through the window, making him blindfolded involuntarily, and slowly got used to it. Where is this? Haytake Sora sat up and stretched his upper body, remembering the sound of knuckles. In a trance, he had a dream, dreaming that he seemed to be floating in a crimson pool, warm and very comfortable. Remember. Haytake Sora woke up completely. He remembered that he was sealing 9 tails before he fainted. Damn, I miscalculated this time. I can't fight like this in the future. Haytake Sora felt a little regretful. Originally, the 50-50 split system ability was activated, and he was not injured in a tie, or even in a defeat, which made him think that the injury he received would not be transmitted to himself when the ability was activated. This time I realized that my ability has retreated, and if I get injured, it is a real physical injury, but it will not disappear. If it is serious, it will kill people. Looking around, Haytake Sora found that he seemed to be in a ward with a white bed, and his whole body was wrapped in gauze, leaving only his head. And there is a small needle inserted in the right hand, and the infusion bottle is next to it. Looking at the calendar next to it, 7 days have passed. Stretching his legs, Haytake Sora didn't feel any pain, then pulled out the needle and put on the white kimono that was neatly folded beside him. As soon as he walked out of the yard, a black shadow flickered, and a black-clothed ninja wearing a mask appeared, kneeling on one knee. You're awake. Yeah, I can't sleep anymore. Haytake Sora grinned. You're busy with your own business and don't mind me. Where are Hashirama and Mito? The 2 adults are in the Hokage building. You have not recovered from your injuries and need to recuperate. The ninja said. It's okay, they will come back later, tell them I'm going home first. Saying that, Heitake Sora walked towards the door. The ninja was about to stop him. At this time, a female ninja with medical equipment came out from another room and spoke. Okay, let's talk about deducting your wages. Don't follow me anymore, you're so hot-tempered. Heitake Sora turned around, glanced at the two ninjas, then opened the door and walked out. The two hesitated for a moment, but instead of chasing them out, they ran towards the Hokage building. Of course, Heitake Sora is not homesick, nor does he feel that this place is strange. After all, he has been here n times. The main reason is that when he left the room to walk around, he suddenly found that his body was much stronger than before, and the blood of the big dog monster in his body, the power is much stronger than before. It is inconvenient for someone here to check the body, so he hurried home and checked the body. After more than an hour of detection and testing of body strength, resistance to blows, and speed, Heitake Sora is sure of one thing. That is, he ate so many Nine Tails chakra in the green dragon form, not only did he not burst his current body, but also allowed his bloodline of the big dog demon to evolve. Nine Tails is the tail beast with the largest amount of chakra, which is many times more than the average cage-level powerhouse. The amount of chakra in the two tails is naturally very large, and the average ninja can't hold it at all. Either the body will be exploded, or the chakra will be corroded and killed. But Heitake Sora is not. He discovered that his bloodline of the great dog demon was advanced enough to absorb all the Nine Tails chakra. Although it was the dog demonization ability obtained from Sesomaru, which endowed him with the blood of the big dog demon, Heitake Sora felt at the beginning that the power of this blood was still strong or weak, and he was more like it as a low-profile version of the blood of the big dog demon. If comparing Sesomaru's Daigaeo bloodline to level 10, his previous self was at most level 2, but now that he has absorbed a lot of Nine Tails chakra, his Daigaeo's bloodline level has directly increased to level 5. The reason why the evolution of the bloodline is determined is that his original body is equivalent to that of an old man in his 60s or 70s, but now he has been reborn. After the gauze is removed, the scars and old necrotic skin on his body all fall off with the gauze, and the aging skin also gone. Now the skin on his body is tight. This is almost the robust body of a young man in his 20s. Compared with his 20s, he is much stronger. Without exercising, his chest muscles and 8-pack abs are naturally displayed, and his body line is simply perfect. After testing, Heitake Sora estimates that his physical body has improved 3 to 4 times compared to the original one. He was stronger than ordinary people before, but now he is stronger than most ninjas. At the same time, it may be the evolution of the bloodline, or it may be the stimulation of Nine Tails chakra, which has increased his own chakra by a large amount, directly reaching the amount of Jonin's chakra. After taking a shower and changing into a clean white kimono, Heitake Sora was drinking afternoon tea while thinking a few things can be confirmed after this time, that is, the trauma when the 50-50 opening ability is activated will not disappear, and it will not disappear in the future. So hurt. Also, not only will the tailed beast chakra not explode my body, but it can also help the evolution of the bloodline of the big dog demon. It seems that to find a chance, I have to find Uzumaki Nito and get some Nine Tails chakra to eat. That night, Heitake Sora was again invited to dinner at Senju Hashirama's house. He finally woke up, and when Senju Hashirama knew about it, he ran from the Hokage building to find him in a hurry. Naturally, he wanted to have dinner at home. Heitake Sora was too lazy to cook, so he went naturally. But before meeting Senju Hashirama, he used the transformation technique, and his strong body became the old man before, continuing to lean on the bamboo pole. After the meal, Heitake Sora and the Senju brothers, and Uzumaki Nito, had some dessert this time. How is Heitake-sensei's injury? Let Nito check you again, Senju Hashirama said. Healed up. Heitake Sora said with a smile, if you live too long, your life is hard, so you don't need to be checked. But you too, have you recovered from your injuries? Uzumaki Nito smiled and said, I wasn't injured originally, it's just the loss of vitality caused by Nine Tails' departure. I was sealed again and recovered quickly. Hashirama, it's okay. Yes, alive and well. Senju Hashirama grinned. Heitake Sora continued, then what happened to the corpse? Senju Tobirama said flatly, brother tried his best for the sake of the village, but they messed up behind his back. It's just a loss of life, and let him reflect for a year by the way. This time, Senju Hashirama rarely blamed Senju Tobirama. From this, it can be seen that he was also very angry about being attacked this time, because he knew that Heitake Sora was more than 100 years old. He had bruises all over his body and fainted from serious injuries. If he didn't do it well, he would really die. In order to seal Nine Tails, let a senior whom he respected sacrifice. This is what Senju Hashirama does not want to see. Heitake Sora didn't know who they were talking about, but he didn't ask. Anyway, he would find out gradually. Then he said, by the way, where's my big TV? It's sealed, give me the big TV. Senju Hashirama held his forehead, then looked at Uzumaki Mito. You tell me. Uzumaki Mito said, of course the big TV will be delivered to your home, and I will ask someone to buy it tomorrow. There is one more thing, I would like to ask Mr. Haytake for advice. What's the matter? Haytake Sora asked. Uzumaki Mito said, I would like to invite you to the Uzushio village in the Uzumaki country. There is an old man who lived to be 110 years old and is about to pass away. He heard that you are from the same era as him. He wants to see you before leaving. With a glance at the contemporaries, I let Uzumaki Amber take you there. You have taught students for so long, and you have never left the village. You have done your best. It is time to take a break. This time, as a public tour, we will bear all your food, clothing, and living expenses. We just want you to relax, play for a while. Public travel. This is great. When will we leave? Haytake Sora said happily. At the beginning of the anime story, the country of Vortex has been destroyed, and when living in the villa, Haytake Sora has always wanted to visit the country of Vortex across the sea. This time is just right. Moreover, he felt that there was something in Uzumaki Mito's words, and he didn't just ask him to travel. At the same time, in this period, it will not be too long before the country of the Vortex is destroyed. Haytake Sora thought that if he didn't take a look, he would really look at the ruins when he went back next time. You decide the time, Uzumaki Mito said. Okay then, let's go tomorrow. After Haytake Sora left, Senju Tobirama looked at Uzumaki Mito and said, Mr. Haytake's injury is still uncertain whether he will recover, and this time thanks to that senior, we didn't thank him. It's not like your style. Senju Hashirama proudly said, Tobirama, there is finally a time when you can't figure it out. It's not a secret, I just said it directly. Uzumaki Mito said, Hashirama specially visited the ancestors of Uzushio village, and it took a lot of money to get that person's consent. Tobirama, you can feel that since Haytake Sensei after truly displaying its true strength, Konoha develops faster and more stably than before. Yes, many critical times, because of the existence of that senior, made things easier. Senju Tobirama nodded. Senju Hashirama said, so, I want this old man to live longer. Although it is unrealistic to think that an old man who has lived for more than 100 years can live longer than me, but I feel that he can still live for a long time. I want to increase the success rate by a few % on this possibility. Brother, you said Uzumaki's secret technique? Senju Tobirama asked in surprise. Uzumaki Mito nodded, yes, that is the core secret art of our family. Only the most core members of the family can practice it. At the same time, it cannot be passed on without the consent of the elders of my Uzumaki family. I can't pass it on. The understanding of the secret arts is not deep enough. So Hashirama went once, and the ancestor finally agreed, but the premise is that he wants to meet Mr. Haytake who has lived for more than 100 years. Suddenly I'm looking forward to Mr. Haytake's youthful appearance. Senju Hashirama said. Uzumaki Kohaku is a student of Haytake Sora, who was 6 years old when he enrolled and is now 9 years old. The little girl has fiery red hair and is very beautiful. She lives up to her name and her skin is pink and tender. This is a red-haired little loli as precious and lovely as Amber. Unlike the tomboy-like violent personality of Uzumaki Kushina later, Uzumaki Amber is beautiful, loves to read and studious, and has a tendency to develop into an intellectual royal sister. At the same time, because the Uzumaki clan is friendly with Konoha now, and the country of Uzumaki still exists, she is very popular in the class. She is the class flower in the class and the goddess in the hearts of a group of boys. Haytake Sora said he would leave the next day. Uzumaki Amber came and knocked on the door of Haytake Sora's house after 6 o'clock in the morning. Haytake Sora breathed a sigh of relief, let the little girl in, and then went back to the room and continued to fall asleep. At about 10 o'clock, Haytake Sora woke up naturally and rubbed his head. Haytake Sora sat up and was about to get the clothes beside him. Then a pair of pants stretched out in front of him. Haytake Sora took the pants, and then froze. He turned his head quickly, and saw Uzumaki sitting quietly on the chair beside his bed. She had brought the pants. At this time, Uzumaki's small face was reddish, and his two big eyes were staring at Haytake Sora's upper body. He was dumbfounded, but he still pretended to be calm, and said, Teacher, it's almost noon. At this time, her heart was beating like a deer, thumping, and her face was already flushed. Because, although Haytake Sora has been in class for more than 3 years, in the eyes of everyone, he is an old man, hunched over and leaning on a bamboo stick every day, walking slowly, and doing business slowly. But now, Haytake Sora sleeps wearing nothing but big underpants. He can't do the transformation technique while sleeping, so the lean muscles of the upper body and the young and fit figure stand out. Seeing this figure in perfect body lines, Uzumaki Amber knew that he shouldn't look at it, but he still wanted to look more, as if there was a magical power that kept the little girl's eyes away. Student Huber, do you want to watch the teacher put on clothes? Haytake Sora said with a black face. He was startled by this little girl early in the morning. Now that the child wakes up so early, it is very difficult for him, an old man. You must know that something under the quilt has raised its head now. If the child looks down, it will not teach the child badly. Detrimental to the teacher's image. Throwing down his pants, Uzumaki got up quickly and ran out. Halfway through the run, I turned around and took another peek. My child, you are so precocious, Heitake Sora muttered. After putting on clothes and washing up, when Heitake Sora came out, Uzumaki Amber had already prepared the meal. Heitake Sora learned from Uzumaki Nito that Uzumaki Kohaku's mother is from Uzumaki village, and her father is Konoha Shinobi. When she was 5 years old, both of them died in a mission. Opening a school for the first time, she was recommended by Uzumaki Nito to go to school. Since she was a child, she has been living in Konoha by herself, with the subsidies given by Uzumaki Nito. Her life is not rich, but she has enough food and clothing, a very independent little loli. After eating, the two left the village and went directly to the direction of Uzumaki, which was also the direction of Heitake Sora's destroyed villa. Thinking of the villa, Heitake Sora feels distressed. It went smoothly to the beach, and there was already a boat waiting. After boarding the boat, Heitake Sora asked in confusion, Amber, why are you following me this time? It's not because you want to skip class, so ask Nito to tell you to lead the way. No. Uzumaki pouted and said only the Uzumaki people can enter the village. Outsiders will be blocked by the seal barrier, and they will be attacked if they try to break in. The people of Konoha are all on missions, and I am the only one. Yes, Master Mito asked me to take you. You can't go too long this time, or you will delay my course, but I want to graduate with the best grades. It's up to me whether I'm good or not. Let's talk about it after having fun. Heitake Sora pouted. Uzumaki Amber was speechless. After getting along for more than 3 years, they also discovered that Heitake Sora, the teacher and old principal, was very dignified at first, and then he was an unreliable old man. In the middle of the lecture, the students asked me that they couldn't answer the question, and it didn't make sense, and then I just said, you think about it yourself, and it's gone. Shuriken has never hit a red heart, not as good as her, but students are required to hit it. Taijutsu knows how to draw a sword. In ninjutsu, some students wanted him to teach not seal, and even gave a picture for students to learn by themselves. However, Uzumaki Amber respects Heitake Sora very much, because he founded the school and gave them the chance to become a ninja and become a strong man for these children who can only be ordinary people in this life. As for his true strength, at the beginning of the First World War, they only heard the sound, but did not see it. More than 3 years have passed, and everyone has almost forgotten the strength of Heitake Sora. After more than 4 hours, at around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun was half set, and Heitake Sora and Uzumaki Kohaku arrived at the small island where the Uzumaki kingdom is located. Little Amber, how far is it from Uzushio village? Heitake Sora asked. It's not far, but we need to climb over a dozen mountains, because our village is in a valley. Teacher, why don't we go to the country of the vortex first, which is not far from the sea? Uzumaki Amber pointed to the distance. Cross, you can reach the forest ahead. Let's go, Heitake Sora said. After walking into the forest, Heitake Sora frowned slightly, and after walking about 1,000 meters, he stopped suddenly. Teacher, Uzumaki Amber wondered. My friend, you've been hiding for so long, aren't you tired? Heitake Sora looked behind him. A figure jumped down from the high-altitude bushes. Seeing this, Heitake Sora frowned. Kakuzu. Heitake Sora frowned slightly. When the major ninja villages were first established, there were many masters. But Heitake Sora is really familiar with few people. Kakuzu counts as one, after all, the chief financial officer of the Akatsuki organization later, and he has lived in the world of Hokage for quite a long time, and is most famous for daring to kill first Hokage and still live. From the current angle, he was wearing a black tights, with short black hair, and a pair of small eyes with a bloodthirsty gleam. You know me? Angle asked. Heitake Sora said, I haven't seen it, but I know it. I was beaten up by Hashirama. My child, what do you want from me? To this address, Kakuzu frowned slightly, with killing intent flashing in his eyes. Although defeated by Hokage, he was able to escape successfully in the assassination of Senju Hashirama. He is the only one in the ninja world today, which can be regarded as his capital in the underground assassin organization, but was ridiculed by the other party. Heitake Sora, age 104, bounty 50 million. You are very valuable and worth my shot. Kakuzu said, his tone became cold. A pair of eyes are like wild beasts, staring at the prey, staring at Heitake Sora firmly, killing intent without reservation. He often stays next to the two Senju brothers. For Heitake Sora, there is no one stronger than those two at present. As for murderous intent, there is no one stronger than Senju Tobirama. The murderous look from a natural angle did not put too much pressure on him, but at this time Uzumaki Amber showed a look of panic. Because she was standing right next to Heitake Sora, more than 10 meters away, but the angle in her eyes was like a huge black shadow beast, looking down at him, threatening to eat him in one bite at any time. So powerful. Old, teacher, let's run. Uzumaki Amber finally realized what a powerful ninja is. For the first time, I understood the boundless sense of crisis outside the village. She couldn't help breaking out in cold sweat, her body became even weaker, and she was about to fall down. You can only scare children. Heitake Sora said flatly, his hunchbacked body slowly stood up straight, and quickly formed a seal. Shadow clone technique. Whoosh! Heitake Sora's shadow clone appeared and directly hugged Uzumaki Amber. Body flicker technique. Shadow clone and Uzumaki Amber quickly backed away. Angle cares about money very much. In his eyes, the current Heitake Sora is a lot of money. As for the people around him, he doesn't care. However, just when Heitake Sora focused on the Uzumaki Amber that Shadow Clone took away, he knew that the opportunity had come. Killers don't wait for their opponents to be ready before striking. Earth Resentment Tentacle Punch. Suddenly, the forearm of his right hand broke, but it was connected by a large number of black tentacles. Then Yusha clenched his fist and shot out in a straight line. Shua! The bamboo pole in Heitake Sora's hand flashed brightly. Sword out, cut! Bang! The sword collided with the fist, and Heitake Sora felt a huge force coming, and he couldn't help but flew back more than 5 meters and stood still. However, Kakuzu's fist was deflected and flew towards a diagonal line, directly penetrating a big tree. Earth style is hardened. Heitake Sora thought. The sword in his hand returned to its sheath again, and he directly stabbed the bamboo staff into the ground. Play with you. As he said, white fluffy fluff grew on the back of his hand, and the nails on both hands grew longer, turning into a pair of sharp claws. Demonization. Heitake Sora is a real big dog demon blood, different from the half-demon of Inuyasha, although his demonization is only a part, but it is closer to the dog demon. At the same time, the fluff-growing attack is stronger than only fingers and claws. Having finally reached Jonin, and possessing a body stronger than ordinary ninjas, Heitake Sora also wants to try the true combat power of this great dog demon bloodline. Water-style Water Dragon Bomb. Afterwards, the angle quickly closed. A water-quality dragon directly charged at Heitake Sora. Swoosh! Heitake Sora moved more than 5 meters laterally, letting the water dragon fly past him. At this time, Kakuzu had already rushed in front of him, and a kunao in his hand stabbed straight at his face. However, Heitake Sora did not block, because he knew that the opponent's attack method was not such a simple sword fight. It was indeed as Heitake Sora expected. When kunao was flying in midair, the left hand holding kunao suddenly broke from the angle, and the black tentacles quickly extended, making kunao, who was still half a meter away from Heitake Sora, approach him in an instant in front of you. Whoosh! Heitake Sora, relying on his super physique, quickly dodged sideways, and then rushed straight forward. The right claw is directly towards Kakuzu's heart. The blood of the big dog demon not only endowed him with a strong body, but also subtly made his fighting consciousness much stronger than before. Boom! Swish, swish! Suddenly, Kakuzu's clothes shattered, his arms and shoulders cracked, and countless black tentacles flew out of it, most of them hit his claws directly. The ground resents you. Break out! At that time, Heitake Sora felt as if he was grasping a steel wire, and a pile of wires was formed, like a ball of steel hitting his claws. At the same time, a large number of earth grievances with black tentacles erupted, directly entangled Heitake Sora's body, and part of the earth grievances even pierced directly to his heart. Damn, what an annoying thing. Heitake Sora frowned, but this time, instead of retreating, he rushed forward. Boom! Heitake Sora punched Kakuzu in the chest. With just one punch, all the earth grievances rushing towards Heitake Sora stopped suddenly, and then quickly retreated to protect Kakuzu's body, and the latter flew backwards like a ball of black monsters. 50 meters away, Uzumaki Amber, who was watching the battle, asked curiously, what's going on? Although Heitake Sora has become physically stronger. But Earth Resentment is not a simple tentacle, but a strange thing that is harder than steel wire and stronger than human power. In the previous battle, Heitake Sora's claws were resisted. Normally, Heitake Sora certainly couldn't knock Kakuzu into the air. However, he did not use normal methods. It was Armament Haki who stayed behind after getting the White Beard ability, which made his punch so powerful. And Dyuanyu was already a part of Kakuzu's body, and his body suffered heavy injuries, so he naturally retracted to protect his body. Kaka! Kakuzu flew upside down for more than 30 meters, broke 2 big trees, and then stopped. At this time, a round hole in his chest collapsed, and it can be seen that Heitake Sora the power of a punch. As expected of a head worth 50 million tails, that's what makes it interesting. Kakuzu stood up, the pit on his chest bulged quickly, and then flattened. Damn, this person is no longer a human body, is it? Maybe the bones are replaced by the entanglement of the earth. Heitake Sora frowned. According to normal people, his punch would definitely break the opponent's bones, and the angle did not vomit blood, so it was impossible. He didn't show any pain, and quickly recovered and stood up. It can be seen from this that Kakuzu's Earth Resentment is not only powerful in attack, but also powerful in defense. I've heard for a long time that your physical skills are very powerful. It seems to be true. I need to show my real strength. Kakuzu grinned, showing an indifferent smile, and suddenly two groups of black grudges flew behind him. Someone in Konoha bought my head. Heitake Sora thought to himself. Now he doesn't fight a few times, and only a few people know about it. Ha! Ha! Soon, two monsters with a height of more than 10 meters and composed of earth resentment appeared on both sides of Kakuzu. Their faces were two strange white masks. Wind-style harm. Kakuzu was just a seal, and the monster on his right opened its mouth, and a gust of wind spewed out of it. This is not an ordinary gust of wind, but a tornado with high density and concentrated wind, like a huge wind cannon, with a wide range of more than 50 meters. As soon as it flew out, it smashed the rocks, trees, and grass in front of it. It's just a sideways push, heading straight for Heitake Sora. Rely on your grandma, it's so powerful. Heitake Sora's shadow clone took the Uzumaki Amber and ran away quickly. He slapped his hands on his body, and directly cast transformation technique. A puff of white smoke rose. In fact, it is disguised by transformation technique, directly displaying dog demonization in an instant. He turned into a big snow-white dog more than 8 meters long, with blood-red eyes and sharp claws. Whoosh! After transforming, Heitake Sora's speed increased, and his strength also increased. He stepped on the ground suddenly, and then jumped more than 50 meters high, causing the powerful wind-style attack to fly below him and hit the air. Then, Heitake Sora volleyed and charged directly at Kakuzu. Fire-style Fire Dragon Bomb. Kakuzu formed a seal, and the monster on the other side opened its mouth, and flames spewed out, forming a huge dragon shape, and bombarded Heitake Sora in midair. Armament Haki. Heitake Sora sprinted very fast. At the same time, his claws covered Haki, his defense was improved, and he drove his body, directly smashing the dragon-shaped flame, making it rush forward before burning his body. Heitake Sora threw himself directly in front of a monster and slapped its mask with a paw. Attacking the ground and complaining, naturally cannot kill Kakuzu. This mask is Kakuzu's heart and his life. Breaking one mask will kill one life for each mask. At this moment, a large black ball of grudges rushed out from Kakuzu's back again, and driven by a strange mask, it rushed towards Heitake Sora in midair. Another monster. Damn! Heitake Sora had to change the trajectory of the culling, and then slap the monster with his back paw. She-la-la. Heitake Sora's sharp claws, like a sharp blade, were cut off by Heitake Sora's claws this time, even though the earth was extremely hard, and then 1/3 of the monster's body was cut off by Heitake Sora's claws. However, the resentment here is too weird. After leaving the body, it still has life, and under the control of Kakuzu, it rushes up again and merges towards the monster's body. At the same time, a third monster appeared, Kakuzu not seal. Lightning-style False Darkness. The thunder and lightning condensed into a huge thunder gun, carrying a lot of lightning power, and flew towards Heitake Sora. Whoosh! Heitake Sora had just landed, stepped back and stomped on the ground, dodging quickly. However, the attack range of the lightning was too large, and it avoided the puncture of the thunder gun, but it did not avoid the lightning around it. At that time, Lightning climbed onto the back of Heitake Sora's body, making his legs feel a little numb. Fortunately, the body after being transformed into a giant dog is strong enough. If it is a human body, Heitake Sora feels that he may be directly paralyzed by the electric shock all over his body. Suppressing the numbness, Heitake Sora jumped again after landing, and retreated quickly. Although the opponent only used 3 ninjutsu, he couldn't handle it. The range of this ninjutsu is too large, and it is very fierce for you. It is very difficult to avoid it. Moreover, the power of wind style and lightning style is also very powerful. Yes, they may be seriously injured. When Heitake Sora retreated, behind Kakuzu, a white mask connected with a large number of black tentacles rushed out again. For huge monsters. Angle single attack. Due to the strangeness and attack intensity of the land grievances, the strength is not as good as cage level, but it exceeds most elite jonin, almost equivalent to Zenying. But the attack power of each of the 4 monsters exceeds that of an ordinary elite jonin. Combined, they are cage level properly. It seems that my strength is still not enough. I need to continue to become stronger. Heitake Sora weighed the pros and cons, and once again displayed the 50-50 ability. Lock the angle, randomly. Hokage World Senju Tobirama, the combat power is weakening, the combat power equivalent to the angle is activated. The ability was activated, white smoke rose from Heitake Sora's body, and he turned into a human body in an instant, and then a force was generated out of thin air. Activating Senju Tobirama's ability, Heitake Sora is happy all at once. Although Senju Tobirama's strength is not crushing, he has many means. In particular, Flying Thunder God technique is elusive. However, Heitake Sora encountered an embarrassing thing at this time. His shuriken skills were so poor that he never wore it on his body. As for Kunao, he didn't wear it because he looked too ugly. So there is nothing on the body that can engrave the spell. Helpless, Heitake Sora quickly picked up a stone on the ground. Flying Thunder God's spell brand, and then threw it where his sword was. Shua, Heitake Sora disappeared and appeared next to the cane. Water style, Great Falls technique. Lightning style, False Dark. At this time, Kakuzu formed a seal again. First, a masked monster spit out a large amount of water, forming a large-scale waterfall, and spraying it mightily towards Heitake Sora. Then, the thunder and lightning fell on the water surface, causing the waterfall, which was originally just a force of collision, to instantly carry lightning and its power sword. Whoosh! The sword in Heitake Sora's hand was thrown by him, flying more than 10 meters into the air, and then his body appeared in midair. Flying Thunder God technique. Water style water severing wave. In midair, Heitake Sora quickly formed a seal, and violently sprayed a straight line of ultra-high pressure water jets from his mouth. It directly turned into a sharp water blade, cutting off the rushing waterfall from the middle, and breaking the half-conducted lightning along with it. Then, a large amount of liquid water appeared in Heitake Sora's hand, and it spun rapidly, forming a huge water vortex. Uzumaki spun rapidly, and quickly condensed into a water javelin. Water-style hard vortex water blade. The goal is really Kakuzu standing in the very center. Earth-style earth flow wall. Water-style water barrier. A thick earth wall appeared in front of Kakuzu, and at the same time he also raised a thick water wall to enhance his defense. However, he still underestimated the attack of the hard vortex water blade. After the collision, the huge water javelin pierced through the water wall in an instant, and then, like a drill, caused the thick wall to be erected with mud. Then, just for 3 seconds, the thick wall of 2 or 3 meters was directly penetrated. However, because of these 2 or 3 seconds, Kakuzu had already dodged 10 meters away, and the hard vortex water blade directly blasted a hole more than 3 meters deep on the ground beside him. Thinking to attack me? Impossible. Kakuzu mocked. Really? It turned out that the sword with the Flying Thunder God spell branded earlier was hidden in the hard vortex water blade just now. Although the hard vortex water blade hit empty, but at this moment, the long sword flew 5 meters away from Kakuzu. Kanaha Ryu Dance of the Crescent Moon. In an instant, Heitake Sora rushed out 3 avatars all over his body, held his sword at the same time, and rushed towards Kakuzu from the left, right, and 3 directions. Shua! 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 Earth resentment surged wildly, and the black tentacles pierced in 3 different directions. Puff puff puff. Heitake Sora's 3 clones shattered into white smoke at the same time. I see. Swish! Heitake Sora rushed directly past Kakuzu, a sword flashing like lightning, like thunder. Almost there Kakuzu didn't see clearly. One knife style Iai lion song. At this time, Heitake Sora was holding the handle of the cane in his left hand, and the sword had already been sheathed. In the blink of an eye, there was a cracking sound, but it was the mask in Kakuzu's heart that cracked and then burst. With one sword, Kakuzu's heart is broken. Then his body straightened and fell down. Yeah, that monster is dead. From a tree trunk hundreds of meters away, Uzumaki Amber shouted excitedly, "Teacher is so powerful. This sword is so handsome." The dance of the 3 suns and the moon is not an attacking swordsmanship, but a way to divert the attention of others, and then the caster finds the opponent's vital points, and the body sends out the most direct killing blow. If it is Senju Tobirama in full bloom, it is easy to kill Kakuzu with one sword, but unfortunately the system reduces the combat power, reducing its attack power and speed. Heitake Sora felt that he was not good enough to kill. In particular, Kakuzu's ground grievance is too annoying, the attack range is too large, and the simple attack after the combat power is reduced can't do any damage at all. So, he casts IAI from Zoro's one knife style. A lightning attack with a sword, the distance is so close, even Kakuzu's earth grievances have not had time to defend, the heart has been cut open by Heitake Sora. Fire style head hard. At this time, a monster spewed out a large amount of flames and bombarded Heitake Sora. Heitake Sora's figure disappeared, and reappeared next to a stone more than 10 meters away, which was the stone on which he had left the Flying Thunder God brand before. Water style water dragon bomb. Lightning style false darkness. The giant water dragon contains powerful thunder guns, forming a lightning water dragon, and rushes towards Heitake Sora. Heitake Sora, who originally wanted to rush up to kill the masked monster again, could only give up his thoughts and dodge quickly. Ha! Following that, the masked monster that cast fire style poured into Kakuzu's body, and Kakuzu slowly stood up again. He's not dead, Uzumaki Kohaku exclaimed in the distance. She had never heard that people who were killed could come back to life. Didn't you think so? Kakuzu stood up, stretched his muscles on purpose, and sneered, "Hey, even Senju Hashirama can't kill me, so it's up to you? It's impossible to kill me, I'm immortal." Really? Heitake Sora held the hilt of the sword with his right hand, and said calmly, 5 masks, 5 lives, now 1 is lost, and there are 4 left. Kakuzu's originally fierce eyes flashed with shock, but his eyes are small enough that most people can't see them at a distance. But Kakuzu is also considered to have killed countless people. The shock disappeared in a flash, but it didn't show on his face, and his expression was calm. Humph. 5, 4? Your fantasy is ridiculous. I have infinite life, but you, age limit, can fight for a while, right? I want your head. After speaking, Kakuzu seals. Wind style harm. Hokage head hard. The wind assisted the fire, which originally attacked the ferocious flames. With the violent blowing of the crushing damage, a large-scale tornado of flames was formed, covering hundreds of meters, and the mighty bombardment hit Heitake Sora. This Kakuzu is worthy of the old Jiangyu. When the masters are at the same level, mentality is very important. Whoever is afraid will naturally perform abnormally. However, he does not know enough about Senju Tobirama. Heitake Sora was thinking in his heart, the corners of his mouth slightly curled up, the figure suddenly disappeared. In an instant, Heitake Sora appeared beside Kakuzu. Flying Thunder God technique. Because after he cast a sword, there was a process of his body sticking to the ground, and then stopped. During the 2 or 3 seconds of the stop, he simultaneously cast the Flying Thunder God technique, and the spell fell on a small stone on the ground, which was very uncomfortable. Conspicuous. He just bet that Kakuzu's confidence in the ninjutsu issued by Dirinaya would not move, and in the end, the bet was right. The distance between the two sides was only about 1 meter. One sword stabs Kakuzu's heart again. However, this time, the grievances were very fast, and a large amount of grievances gushed out, directly entangled Heitake Sora's arms, and even entangled his whole body. It was only 10 centimeters away, and the tip of the sword could pierce the heart, but it was just this little bit, and it missed. Unexpected. Kakuzu sneered. He didn't know Senju Tobirama, nor did he know Heitake Sora, but he had been fighting for decades. This kind of fighting awareness made him remember Heitake Sora's previous attack methods, and he was always on the defensive to counterattack. This time he finally caught Heitake Sora up. Death. Kakuzu yelled violently, and a large amount of anger turned into spikes, piercing down on Heitake Sora's whole body. However, at the same time, lightning-style Chidori stream. Suddenly, thunder and lightning erupted from Heitake Sora's hand, and lightning flashed from his body at the same time, and then he transmitted the long sword in his hand, and then the lightning crackled and flew more than 10 centimeters away, directly hitting Kakuzu's heart. At the same time, the thunderbolt is shaped like a thunder snake and transmits the grievance from Heitake Sora's whole body, making Kakuzu's whole body surrounded by thunderbolt. The sudden Chidori flow is very destructive to ordinary people, but it is not strong against angle attacks. However, the lightning's paralyzing effect erupts, and even Kakuzu's whole body is numb. Earth Resentment's attack stopped suddenly, and the strength of Earth Resentment wrapped around Heitake Sora's body also weakened. Rush. Taking this opportunity, Heitake Sora took a fierce step forward, piercing the mask with the sword in his hand, and then piercing through the back of Kakuzu's heart. One sword, piercing the heart. Boom. Although Kakuzu's body was paralyzed, the monster beside him was awake. At this time, a black tentacles on a monster formed a big fist and hit Heitake Sora. Heitake Sora felt as if he was directly hit by a truck, and he couldn't control it at all, and flew more than 50 meters before he stabilized his body. But behind him are the ruins that have just been achieved by the powerful ninjutsu of fire style combined with wind style. Fortunately, otherwise, if I hit a tree, I feel like I have to break a few bones in my back. Phew! The ninjutsu released by this place is terrifying, and its strength is strong enough. Pure brute force is enough to kill elite jonin. Fortunately, my body is strong enough, but... Heitake Sora looked at his left arm, the left forearm was broken. In comparison, Kakuzu was miserable at this time and lost another life. 3 lives. Heitake Sora smiled calmly. Come on, continue. The wind attribute masked monster poured into Kakuzu's body, and then his body stood up again. Looking at Heitake Sora, Kakuzu's eyes became more murderous, but this time he didn't shoot again. I've made up my mind on your head, but now you're more than 50 million taels, and they're giving you less. I'll wait for you to raise the price, at least 100 million. As long as the price is right, we will meet again. Kakuzu said coldly. Then, he jumped onto the body of a monster. After that, the two monsters quickly ran into the distance. Heitake Sora naturally didn't stop him. He was at the end of his strength, because he was only 1 minute away, and his strength faded when 10 minutes were full. Not to mention killing the remaining 3 lives of the opponent, even a monster, he can't do it, and then he has to run away with Uzumaki Amber. And probably still can't run. That's okay too. Kakuzu got scared. Heitake Sora won this wave of psychological warfare. It's so intimidating. Heitake Sora pouted, then turned, and walked in the direction of Uzumaki Kohaku. Shadow Clone jumped off the tree trunk with Uzumaki Amber, and the little girl quickly ran to Heitake Sora, and said excitedly while running, Teacher, so you are so powerful. Heitake Sora said indifferently, didn't you know when the school was first built? Didn't you see at that time? I heard from Uchiha Suonhai that it was all the damage caused by their patriarch. Then your shuriken skills are not as good as mine. Uzumaki Amber was embarrassed to say, but actually wanted to say Heitake Sora has always been unreliable. She just believed Uchiha Suonhai's words. Don't listen to the old man's words. Didn't I tell you in class? I have a 50-50 split with Hokage, Heitake Sora said casually. Uzumaki nodded his head heavily. I believe this time, you are really strong. Okay, this time I really can't go to the Uzushio village, let's go to the Uzumaki country first. After Heitake Sora finished speaking, the shadow clone disappeared, and he was heading towards the Uzumaki country. Wait, Uzumaki Kohaku suddenly shouted. After walking a few steps, Heitake Sora turned around and asked doubtfully, what else is there? At this time, Uzumaki's face was slightly red, and he hesitated for a second, then suddenly knelt down. Please accept me as a student, teacher. Ugh, aren't you my student? Heitake Sora said helplessly. You were scared to death by the fight just now, right? Not that kind of student. Amber Uzumaki shook her head and said seriously, I want to be the teacher's personal student, like Sakumo. I work hard and I am very good. I will listen to the teacher in the future, and I can cook and do laundry, and… Stop, Heitake Sora yelled. You agreed, Uzumaki Amber rejoiced. Let's go. I'm hungry, I have time to teach you an interesting ninjutsu. No need to seal, I remember you are wind attribute. Heitake Sora didn't answer directly, but turned and left. Yeah. Uzumaki ran quickly, following Heitake Sora. Under the setting sun, the shadows of one big and one small grow infinitely. Walking, when 10 minutes were up, a system voice sounded in Heitake Sora's head. In the random retention ability, activate the same Senju family blood as Senju Tobirama. Suddenly, Heitake Sora felt warmth in his body, and the amount of chakra began to increase rapidly. I'm going. This is a surprise. Although it's not as good as the Flying Thunder God technique, but because the Heitake family doesn't have much chakra, this time I will directly replace it with the Senju blood, which is naturally born with a lot of chakra. This is cool. In just a few seconds, Heitake Sora felt that the chakra in his body had doubled out of thin air, and he vaguely felt that his vitality had increased, and at the same time chakra could increase many times. Senju and Uzumaki, the two tribes are both descendants of Ashura. Although they do not have powerful pupil skills, they have inherited the physical characteristics of Sage of Six Paths. Chakra is huge and has tenacious vitality. The small island where Uzumaki country is located is not big, and the country is not big either. The only central city is about the same size as Konoha village, and its prosperity is about the same as Konoha village. The Nation of Fire is a country, and Konoha village is an independent ninja village that is not under the jurisdiction of the Nation of Fire. It is more like an independent armed organization and has a cooperative relationship with the Nation of Fire. While walking, Heitake Sora listened to Uzumaki Amber, and here, the ruler of Uzumaki is the ninja of the Uzumaki clan, and naturally they also protect the civilians on the island. Uzumaki village is the place where the rulers of Uzumaki cultivated ninjas. At the same time, many old people from the Uzumaki family will also move here to enjoy their old age. Since it is a public trip, Heitake Sora must of course stay in the best hotel, have a meal, soak in the hot spring by the way, and wake up. This time, there was no rush. Heitake Sora also slept until he woke up naturally. After waking up, I saw Uzumaki Kohaka squatting next to her again. Heitake Sora didn't sit up this time, lying on the bed, helplessly said, You didn't sleep in your room this early in the morning, why did you come here again? Teacher, it's time to get up at 10 o'clock. Uzumaki blushed a little, remembering Heitake Sora's body yesterday, and then she was shy, but also a little expectant. Understood, let's go out. Uzumaki Amber did not move. You don't want to see my good figure, do you? Heitake Sora said. No, it's too precocious. Uzumaki's small face suddenly turned red, and she ran out quickly. What are the children thinking now? Heitake Sora muttered. Woke up, had breakfast, and set off. The combination of the blood of the great dog demon and the blood of Senju made Heitake Sora recover very quickly from his injuries. He didn't look for a medical ninja either. Of course Heitake Sora didn't know how to do medical ninjutsu. Just this night, his arms were almost able to move naturally, but he couldn't use too much force. It takes about 3 months for a normal person to have a fracture, but in Heitake Sora, I feel that I can do it for about a week. Heitake Sora and Uzumaki Amber did not run, but went to Uzumaki village, because there was nothing important, and he came this time with the mentality of traveling. Walk slowly, take a look at the scenery, and see what novel little animals are there. Since yesterday's battle, Uzumaki Amber is convinced that Heitake Sora is very strong, and he doesn't think Heitake Sora is unreliable as before. Then, along the way, Uzumaki Amber became a studious student, even took out the textbooks from the small backpack, and asked for advice while walking. Heitake Sora is also speechless, a pretty little girl, wearing smart casual clothes. Why did she take out her textbooks? Amber. Seeing Uzumaki's curious eyes, Heitake Sora said helplessly, You may have misunderstood me, and at the same time, you also misunderstood ninjas. Huh? Uzumaki Amber wondered. Heitake Sora raised his right hand, and Chakra of the Wind attribute appeared, then spun, and soon became a wheel ball. Raise Nan. Use your knowledge to calculate how fast this wind is, Heitake Sora said. Uzumaki Amber was speechless. Heitake Sora slammed Raise Nan directly on the big tree trunk beside him, and with a bang, a pothole was smashed out. If you hit someone, will you die? Heitake Sora asked. Hit the vitals and die. Uzumaki Kohaka nodded. Heitake Sora said, so, if you want to become a powerful ninja, you don't just need to learn a lot of knowledge, but to improve your personal combat effectiveness. For example, look at Sakumo. Is his cultural class very good? Yeah, I understand. Uzumaki Amber still had this confusion in his eyes, but he didn't understand, and couldn't remember the loopholes in Heitake Sora's words, so he nodded obediently, and quickly stuffed the textbook into the small bag. Teacher, I want to learn this ninjutsu, can you? I said yesterday that I intend to teach you, this is called Raise Nan. Heitake Sora smiled slightly, but he was secretly relieved, because he didn't understand Uzumaki's question just now, but fortunately he maintained his majesty as a teacher. Stop and go, dawdling until the evening, the two arrived at the Whirlpool Village. Whirlpool Village is located in a valley. When standing on the mountain, looking down, there may be an enchantment. You can't see the existence of the village at all, but you can see a large shade of trees. Going all the way to a stone tablet, following Uzumaki Kohaku holding Heitake Sora's hand and taking a step forward, a different scene appeared in front of Heitake Sora's eyes. Not far away was a village, much smaller than Konoha. At this time, they were standing on the hillside, and they could tell at a glance that there were only about 50 families in the village, all of which were bungalows. It is now past 8 o'clock in the night, and there is no one outside the village. Whoosh! At this moment, a figure flickered. Foreigners, report your name. Following the sound, a figure suddenly flew out from the ground. It was a young man in black, and Heitake Sora could tell it was a Chunin. I am Uzumaki Kohaku. Master Mito asked me and the teacher to find the ancestors. Here is this. Uzumaki Kohaku was a little cautious, and hurriedly took out a broken wooden sign from the small bag. It's you, that 100-year-old senior. Seeing the wooden sign, the young man Chunin took out the wooden sign, took the wooden sign from Uzumaki's amber book, put it together, and it fit perfectly. With a happy expression on his face, it is you, the ancestor of the Heitake clan. Please come with me. That's a good name. Heitake Sora squeezed his chin, and carefully, in the Heitake family, he is indeed an old ancestor. While walking, the young man looked at Heitake Sora with respect in his eyes and said, you were able to come from Konoha in 2 days, you are in good health. It's okay. Heitake Sora smiled. Amber Uzumaki hurriedly said, the teacher didn't come until he woke up naturally, otherwise he would have entered the village yesterday. On the way, he also fought a very powerful ninja. The ninja has many black tentacles all over his body, which is very scary. The young man was taken aback. Ha ha, I'm old, I feel too much. Heitake Sora said casually, and then pinched Uzumaki's amber cheek. The first lesson of field experience, don't lie and lie. Are you fighting the killer who once assassinated Konoha-sama Hokage? The young man looked at Heitake Sora in disbelief. You know a lot. Heitake Sora smiled, but didn't answer directly. My uncle is the daimyo of Uzumaki. The young man said, it's a miracle that you can still fight such a powerful ninja. I was injured, but fortunately I ran fast with Kohaku. Heitake Sora pointed to his left arm. This time, Uzumaki Amber learned to be smart, covering her small mouth with her small hand, and did not speak. Although I don't understand it, Heitake Sora said earlier that this is an experience class, and the little guy abated very much. Then did he follow secretly? The young man asked nervously. I went back to Konoha, and it came again. He was chasing in that direction, but he really dared to go to Konoha, and he can be removed from this world. So let me spare you, and I only arrived today. Heitake Sora said. That's true. The young man nodded, thinking that Heitake Sora's words were reasonable. As he said, the three of them had already entered the village. By the way, senior, my name is Uzumaki-lee. If you need me in the future, just tell me. No problem. The Whirlpool Village is indeed not very big. After walking not far, we reached the center of the village, which is also the largest house in the village. As it gets closer, Heitake Sora can feel a faint sense of crisis. There should be a ninja hiding in the dark to protect this place. At this time, 2 doors opened, and a white-haired old man opened the door. Seeing the three of Heitake Sora, he showed a kind smile. Senior Heitake is finally here. My ancestor has been waiting for the past 2 days and can't sleep well. I haven't slept well recently, and I'm excited to see my contemporaries. Heitake Sora smiled. Uzumaki pouted, obviously wanting to talk, but she didn't dare to say it. She can guarantee that the teacher is absolutely lying. She watched it for 2 consecutive days, and he slept soundly. Lee, let's go. The old man stepped out and said, please. Uzumaki looked at Uzumaki Amber and said, I'll take you to your residence with Senior first. Afterwards, Heitake Sora entered the door alone. The first thing he saw was an old man sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed under the light of a lantern. The old man was dressed in a gray-white kimono, his sparse white hair was almost gone, and the skin on his face was wrinkled like old tree bark. His breath was even weaker than that of ordinary people. Just looking at his complexion, he looked like an old man who was about to step into a cemetery with half his foot. Heitake Sora even used the transformation technique, and he looked like an old man in his 60s or 70s. Comparing the two, it is hard to imagine that they are close in age. The door behind the room was closed, and Heitake Sora approached slowly, and the old man slowly opened his eyes. Seeing Heitake Sora, his eyes showed shock, and then he became calm, and said, My name is Uzumaki Yuen, specifically, is 112 years old. My name is Heitake Sora, and I'm 104 this year. Heitake Sora smiled and sat next to Uzumaki, and said, Mito said that Senior Monbuchi wanted to see me, but I think it's more than just wanting to see me, right? Uzumaki Ninayuan said, I have lived for too long. There are people I want to see, but they are no longer in this world. It can be seen that there are fewer and fewer people. Kong, do you know the secret of our Uzumaki clan's longevity? What secret? Heitake Sora asked curiously. When watching anime, he has not seen a few long-lived Uzumaki people. However, when I came to this world, I always heard that the Uzumaki clan was born with a long lifespan. Even in the war years, 60 or 70 years old was very common here, so Heitake Sora couldn't help being curious. Uzumaki looked up at the crescent moon in the sky, and said to himself, it's actually very simple, it's just because we are born with strong vitality, that is, we live a long time. Ugh, your answer is so honest. Heitake Sora was also speechless. He thought the other party was going to tell the real secret. Then, the Heitake family doesn't have the talent for longevity, so why do you live so long? Uzumaki Katabuchi said looking at Heitake Sora. Maybe I was born to live a long life, after all, the world is so big, there are so many wonders. Heitake Sora smiled, he can't say that I have a system that makes me live longer. At this moment, Uzumaki Menbuchi said to himself, maybe I'm too old, so I became stubborn. I never believed that Senju and I would have a long-lived bloodline outside the Uzumaki clan. While speaking, he slowly stretched out his hand, but his thumb, blood was about to bleed, and then wiped his right eye with his thumb. Suddenly, a golden light flashed in his right eye, and he looked towards Heitake Sora. Senju blood, Uzumaki Menbuchi said to himself, and then he let out a sigh of relief, as if a knot in his heart had been let go. He calmly said, sure enough, there is no family in this world with more vitality than our two clans. Although I don't know why you have the blood of the Senju clan, it can also explain why you have lived for a long time. We are of the same bloodline. After speaking, his eyes softened as he looked at Heitake Sora. Fortunately, I had a fight with Kakuzo halfway, otherwise it wouldn't make any sense. I understand that this old guy asked me to come to see the reason for my longevity. Maybe he is afraid that there will be a longer-lived bloodline in the future, surpassing Uzumaki and Senju. Let them be destroyed soon. Heitake Sora thought, it's a pity that he didn't expect that it's useless to live for a long time, and it's also an extermination if you can't fight. Heitake Sora didn't ask, and looked at Uzumaki Katabuchi quietly, wanting to see what else this old guy wanted to do. At this time, Uzumaki said, do you want to learn 100 healings mark? Can you learn? Heitake Sora couldn't help asking. Heitake Sora has a deep memory of the 100 healings mark technique. Grandma Tsunade, who used to watch anime, developed another secret technique by relying on 100 healings mark. As long as you learn it, Heitake Sora doesn't need to maintain the transformation technique all the time, and can swagger and appear in his youthful appearance. At the same time, 100 healings mark stores a large amount of chakra, which will explode during battles, increasing combat power and combat endurance. This is equivalent to opening a blue buff that can increase strength and other attributes, which is a mess of power. Uzumaki said, as long as you want to learn, I will teach. That's great. Heitake Sora smiled and said, it's not such a good thing, is it? Uzumaki Minayuan said, originally, I also agreed to hashirama. He hoped that you would live for a few more years and gave something that touched my heart, so I agreed. I didn't understand it at first, but now that I understand your blood, I understand. At the same time I also prefer to let the Senju clan prosper. There is no record in the 100 healings mark. Only the core tribe can learn it. There are also regulations within the tribe. Without the consent of the 3 elders, it cannot be taught to outsiders. If it is taught privately without consent, our Uzumaki tribe will combine the teacher and the learner. Kill them all. How cruel. Then Tsunade learned it later and taught it to little Sakura. Maybe the Uzumaki clan was wiped out, and the rules are useless. Heitake Sora muttered in his heart. On the surface, of course, he said seriously, without your consent, it will never be passed on to the outside world. Inheritance, I understand. Okay, I'm starting to talk about the practice method. The method is not difficult, but it depends on the individual's control over chakra. The stronger the practice, the faster the 100 healings mark will be. The weaker the control, the slower the practice, and it may even be impossible to learn. Before you finish your studies, live in the village. I help you practice every day. I haven't taught the sealing technique for a long time, and I don't know if I'm unfamiliar. Thank you. This time, Heitake Sora responded sincerely. The night is like water, quiet and peaceful. Heitake Sora had already gone back, and two old men with the same white hair came to the Uzumaki Minayuan courtyard. They were a little more energetic than him, but they also looked like they were going to die. Father, Senior Heitake, are you relieved? Uzumaki, the old man in black, asked. Uzumaki Katabuchi smiled and said, I was worried at first, but I performed the blood test technique. Although he is the ancestor of the Heitake family, the root of his blood is Senju. Senju. No wonder Hashirama is willing to give up his precious cells in exchange. Another said. Uzumaki Minayuan said again, he is a very interesting person. He is only a few years younger than me in terms of age, but he feels like a young man, as if there is a youth in the old body. Soul. Besides, he has a long breath. I heard that he can still fight against cage-level powerhouses. He is really a mysterious long-lived person. By the way, Yan's daughter also came back together. Yes. The old man in black said, although Yan is married to Kanaha, she is still my granddaughter after all. I secretly saw that Hupo's blood is very pure. Uzumaki Minayuan said, I have time to talk. As our Uzumaki clan, we are also a lineage of our clan. We don't know the sealing technique, and we will be laughed at when we go outside. Understood, father. Uzumaki Minayuan continued, bringing a line, our family's crisis may be coming. Recently, is there anyone from Kirigakure secretly going to the island? Have. It's not enough to tie the knot, we have to increase the bargaining chip, Uzumaki said to himself. Heitake Sora's chakra control ability was very weak when he was first resurrected. After all, there was no chakra in his body, so he was not familiar with it. But with the refining of chakra, especially the development of 8 inner gates, often controlling chakra's impact gates, the control becomes stronger and stronger over time. At the same time, after living for 2 lifetimes, his spiritual power is far superior to that of ordinary people, which naturally causes his chakra to have stronger control. Although 100 Healings Mark is controlled by the Uzumaki clan, all clan members will not be allowed to learn, only core members are allowed to practice. But in fact, even if other people learn it, not many can achieve it, because the requirements for the ninja's chakra control are quite high. Insufficient control, it is possible to learn for several years or even never. The chakra control ability of the small Sakura in the anime is the strongest in the same generation, so I learned it. Uzumaki Menbuchi is too old, he has difficulty walking, and he doesn't usually do much activities. It is of course the best to be able to learn 100 Healings Mark quickly. Heitake Sora started from the second day, except that breakfast was cooked by Uzumaki Amber, and he spent the rest of the time learning 100 Healings Mark at Uzumaki Menbuchi. He also had lunch and dinner with the old man. Eat. Anyway, he has children and grandchildren to take care of cooking, and Heitake Sora just took advantage of the meal. A week has passed, and under the guidance of Uzumaki, Heitake Sora finally learned the 100 Healings Mark. Through Uzumaki Minayuan, he also knew that it took Uzumaki Minayuan 10 days to learn it, and he was the fastest genius in the clan to learn 100 Healings Mark. There are only a handful of people in the Uzumaki family who can learn 100 Healings Mark in a week, and Uzumaki Mito, who learned in 5 days, is currently the record holder for the fastest learning. However, 100 Healings Mark is different from general ninjutsu, it can be used without learning it, because this is not an offensive ninjutsu, but a sealing technique. It is usually to condense chakra, accumulate and store it on the forehead, and when it reaches full value over time, a diamond-shaped mark will be formed on the forehead. At this point, the 100 Healings Mark is truly completed. Similar to installing a high-energy power bank on the forehead, it needs the ninja itself chakra to charge. Afterwards, when needed, the seal can be unsealed through the unsealed ninjutsu 100 Healings Mark solution, releasing a large amount of chakra, instantly healing injuries and increasing attack and speed. Through chatting, Heitake Sora confirmed that the Uzumaki family does not currently have Baihao technique and ninja art mitotic regeneration technique, and the latter 2 forbidden techniques were created by Tsunade. At the same time, the Uzumaki family did not develop the 100 Healings Mark that can last forever like Tsunade based on the 100 Healings Mark. Cultivators can only rely on the 100 Healings Mark to delay the aging of the body a little bit, but they can prolong their lifespan on the basis of their already strong vitality, but they will still age as usual. From this, Heitake Sora thought of one thing. That is, you can develop Baihao technique and ninja art mitotic regeneration technique by yourself. After learning it, Heitake Sora naturally didn't have to stay beside Uzumaki, and after that it was a long condensed chakra stored on the forehead, and then wandered around. Compared with the Land of Fire, the small island of the Land of Vortex is not too big, but for a person, it is still not small. There are mountains and trees, the birds are singing and the flowers are fragrant, and the scenery is very beautiful. In addition to condensing chakra every day, Heitake Sora wandered around the village with Uzumaki Amber. Occasionally sit by the field, watch the old farmer plowing, and chat a few words when he is resting. Occasionally go to the lake, go fishing, and chat with those who are also fishing. Heitake Sora used to live in the country of fire in the direction of the country of vortex, and often saw Uzumaki clan ninjas going to Konoha village or the capital of the country of fire, and knew some people. He happened to know someone in the village. I knew Heitake Sora from the beginning, and after knowing that Heitake Sora lived more than 100 years old, he is the ancestor of the Heitake clan, and he is still so energetic, and there is no generation gap in chatting. Naturally, the Uzumaki clan in the village like to contact him. Through contact, Heitake Sora also found that the Uzumaki people are really violent. For example, there is an old man who is fishing, and he usually looks very kind. One day, when he didn't catch any fish for a long time, he threw a wind-style ninjutsu into the lake, causing waves to blow up into the sky, and then he caught a few and went home. However, after contact, Heitake Sora liked it more and more. Although it was violent, the Uzumaki people were not murderous. They are simple, bold, and straightforward. Compared with Konoha's intrigue, Heitake Sora even gave birth to wanting to stay here for a few more years. Getting to know the villagers well, besides fishing and farming, Heitake Sora did not have much fun every day, so Heitake Sora took Uzumaki Amber to go further afield. Of course it's not that he wants to take this little loli, but Uzumaki Amber is chasing him hard. This time, Uzumaki Amber is also very rewarding. With the consent of the elders of the Uzumaki clan, they can formally practice the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. So, Heitake Sora took a walk in the flowers and trees to enjoy the scenery and enjoy life, while Uzumaki Amber, a lowly schoolmaster, kept practicing the sealing technique. Plus, holding the water polo, practiced the reiznan that Heitake Sora taught her. Just 1 month later, Heitake Sora took little Amber to the beach in the north of the island. Yesterday, I heard from Uzumaki that the crabs here are very big and delicious. Heitake Sora wanted to catch some. Uzumaki Kohaka practiced the sealing technique, and Heitake Sora ran barefoot by the river to search for crabs. As a result, after working for more than 5 hours, only 3 were found in the afternoon, which made Heitake Sora quite upset. Thinking of going back with 3 crabs and being laughed at by the people in Uzumaki village, I don't plan to go back today. These days, sometimes Heitake Sora runs a long distance, and may sleep in a tent in the wild. Uzumaki Amber is also used to it. For this teacher who has lived for a long time, she still has this kind of carelessness. She doesn't know what to say. As the red sun was about to set, Uzumaki successfully cast reiznan again, making a big hole in the sand. As the dust fell, she suddenly saw a small boat approaching the shore in the distance. "Teacher, there is a ship approaching," Uzumaki Amber shouted loudly. "Huh?" Heitake Sora raised his head and frowned slightly. Although he was tens of meters away, he already felt a faint killing intent. There was a vague premonition that the other party had come ashore to kill someone. Whoosh! Heitake Sora cast body flicker technique and appeared next to Uzumaki Kohaku. Soon, the boat docked and 2 people jumped off from it. The 2 Heitake Sora don't know each other, but the image of one of them reminds him of a family. "Teru Yoryuaki clan. Are you from the Uzumaki clan?" The man with 2 small red dots between his eyebrows and 2 braids in front of his long-haired face asked first. "No." Heitake Sora shook his head. "Oh, just kill it," the man said indifferently. "Me. This is killing people right from the start. Kirigakure really deserves to be called the village of blood mist." Heitake Sora complained in his heart, and then said, "Stop. Give me another chance to organize the language. We belong to the Uzumaki clan." Uzumaki Amber was speechless. The teacher didn't even blush when lying. At this time, she dared not say a word, because the 2 people on the opposite side were too murderous. Although Kakuzu was not as strong as the last time I saw Kakuzu, it was also extremely stressful for Uzumaki Kohaku, who only had the strength of genin. "Are you sure it's the Uzumaki family?" asked another man in a white kimono. "Sure." Heitake Sora nodded and smiled. "What are you doing in the country of Vortex?" "Just right, let me lead the way to Uzushio village. I am Kagaya Lulin, and soon you will see me destroy your Uzushio village." The man proudly said, "Mizunazuki Yuta, Master Mizukage said Uzushio the village is so powerful that even if all of us come out, we won't be able to take it down." "I don't believe it, you and I are enough. Originally, so what if they have a lot of chakra? They can't break through your defense, let alone my secret technique." Yuta Manedatsu in the white kimono looked at Heitake Sora and said, "Take us to Uzushio village. If you are happy, save your life." "Teacher, what should I do?" Uzumaki asked with some fear. However, it was just the fear of danger, and it didn't frighten him to run away immediately. Because, she has already seen the power of Heitake Sora. In her eyes, the current Heitake Sora is the top of the ninja world, and she has never heard of him being defeated. Heitake Sora said, "Before you die, can you tell me something so that I can understand when I die?" "There's more time, you can ask," Kagaya Lulin said. Heitake Sora said, "Are you Kirigakure trying to destroy Uzushio village? Or is it just you two?" Kagaya Lulan sneered, "Is this very important? The Uzumaki family is not strong, but they are good at sealing techniques that can seal tailed beasts. Mizukage doesn't want a neighboring island country that may seal our tailed beasts at any time, so we should eradicate them as soon as possible." "Okay, you know what you shouldn't know, now you must be killed, but if you take us to Uzushio village, we will leave you with a whole body," Minajiki Yuta said. Heitake Sora picked up the bamboo stick and said flatly, "For the sake of your honesty, I will leave you a whole body." Huh, the two frowned. Shadow clone technique. Heitake Sora's shadow clone appeared, picked up Uzumaki Amber and backed away quickly. As for Heitake Sora, the first sprint was directly in front of Minajiki Yuta. Water-style water barrier, melt the ice. Boom! The water rushed up from the ground and quickly turned into a solid ice surface. Heitake Sora's sword only penetrated halfway, but he couldn't penetrate an inch. Ice escape makes the defense of the water which is weak to become very strong, and at the same time, the attack becomes much stronger. Water-style mystery thousand killing Shuixiang. With a bang, the ice surface shattered and turned into water again, and countless liquid water thousand copies flew out of it, directly stabbing Heitake Sora. At the same time, Kagaya Luran pointed at Heitake Sora with both hands. Dead bone pulse 10-finger piercing. The phalanges of the 10 fingers of his hands grew rapidly, and more than 20 bone bullets like bullets flew out at an extremely fast speed. For a moment, Heitake Sora was surrounded by attacks from front to back. Lightning style, Chidori style, broken arrow style. Randomly, thunder and lightning emerged from Heitake Sora's right hand, and he swung his right arm, wrapped around the long sword, and directly performed the Duga 9 Swords broken arrow stance. Duga 9 Swords lies in skill. In this world, the power is far behind, but combined with Chidori style, it can make up for the weak power. This is also a ninjutsu invented by Heitake Sora. Ding ding dang dang. Heitake Sora directly shattered Mizusenmato flying from the front, then stepped on the ground and jumped up, causing the bone bullets flying from behind to fly past his feet and directly flew towards Minajiki Yuta. Mizukina body. Minajiki Yuta's figure disappeared and appeared 5 meters away, easily dodging the bone bullet attack. At this time, Heitake Sora dived directly, shot diagonally, and once again stabbed Minajiki Yuta with his sword. Hui Yoryuki's dead bone pulse has 2 strong defense and powerful melee attack. It is easy to be knocked down by Kagaya's opponent, but injured by the opponent instead. As soon as they fought each other, Heitake Sora was sure that both of them were Elite Jonin. Elite Jonin's dead bone pulse is hard to kill in a short amount of time, so he chose to kill Minajiki Yuta, who had low physical defense first. Water-style water barrier melting ice. Mineduki Yuta performed the same ninjutsu again. However, this time Heitake Sora's right hand grew sharp claws and suddenly turned pitch black. Demonize. Armament Haki. Puffed. The ice wall was like tofu, directly pierced by the long sword in Heitake Sora's hand, and then pierced directly towards Minajiki Yuta's right chest. How can it be the same move? The power is skyrocketing. However, Minajiki Yuta's reaction was also quick. He moved sideways, the long sword cut through his right arm, and the blade drew a bloodstain. It was almost penetrated. Then, Heitake Sora swept his sword, the ice wall was cut open, and Minajiki Yuta's body was split in two. Crack. Unfortunately, the two halves of the body turned into Iceman. Ice clone technique. Whoosh. At this time, Minajiki Yuta had already retreated more than 10 meters away. Your swordsmanship is not bad, but if this is the only way, then you should die. While speaking, a mirror formed of ice crystals appeared in front of Minetsu Yuta, and then his body moved rapidly. Every time it moves, a mirror of ice crystals appears. Heitake Sora didn't move, his expression was indifferent. Ice escape secret art magic mirror ice crystal. Lu Lin, you don't need to go, I can kill this old man alone. Minajiki Yu's confident voice came, but Heitake Sora couldn't tell which direction the other party was in, because, at this moment, 20 ice crystal mirrors appeared around him, and in one of them was Yuta Minajiki, who appeared in another mirror in a blink of an eye, and appeared in another mirror in an instant, and it was impossible to trace the other party to the end where exactly. Whoosh! A kunai flew out of the ice crystal mirror behind Heitake Sora. Heitake Sora didn't turn around, and swung the sword in his hand to the back, and the kunai was chopped off by the sword. Then, behind him, Yuta Minajiki appeared in 10 mirrors at the same time, and kunai flew out of them at the same time, covering more than 180 defensive tracks behind Heitake Sora. It's boring. Heitake Sora didn't turn around, the sword in his hand quickly returned to its sheath, and directly stabbed into the beach. Then, a crescent moon appeared on his forehead, his eyes became blood red, 2 red lines appeared on his cheeks, and his hands turned into sharp claws. Heitake Sora, who has the blood of the great dog demon, has a super strong body, accompanied by 5 senses that are beyond ordinary people. While the sense of smell is particularly strong, the sense of hearing is also very strong. Turn around quickly and grab the shot with both hands. Swish, swish. The phantom flashed, and all the kunai that flew towards Hatake Sora were knocked down by his claws, and none of them hurt him. But at this moment, a white shadow suddenly rushed out from behind him, but Yuta Manajiki had already arrived behind him, with a kunai in his hand, which was about to stab Hatake Sora in the back of the neck. Get out! Hatake Sora's hands fell to the ground suddenly, and his right foot turned back and swept across, like a whip whipping back. While avoiding kunai, Hatake Sora kicked Manajiki Yuta, who was flying towards him. So fast! Boom! Manajiki Yuta flew upside down, but his right arm became irregular during the flight. Because Hatake Sora's kick directly broke his right arm. Whoosh! The ice crystals danced, causing Yuta Manedatsu's figure to plunge into it, disappearing again, and constantly flickering on the ice. Suddenly, Yuta Manajiki appeared on 20 pieces of ice in the surrounding area at the same time, and then a thigh-thick ice dragon flew out of all of them and charged fiercely at Hatake Sora in the center. The battle can be over. Hatake Sora said to himself, slapped the ground, white smoke rose, and the transformation technique concealed the dog demonization cast, and turned into a huge snow-white dog demon in an instant, then stomped on the ground and flew into the air more than 20 meters. Summoning Beast. Kaguya Lulin, who was watching the battle, frowned. The summoning beast felt a little dangerous to him. Boom boom boom. The ice dragon impacted and hit the original ground of Hatake Sora, smashing the ground directly into a big hole. At this moment, Hatake Sora fell rapidly into the air, sweeping with his big claws, smashing 3 ice crystal mirrors with one claw. As soon as he landed, he circled all the crystal mirrors again and slammed crack, crack. A circular white light flashed, and all the mirrors were easily shattered by Hatake Sora, turning into countless ice fragments. As debris fell all over Hatake Sora, just above his back at this moment, Manedatsu Yuta suddenly flew out of a small ice cube. Kunai stabbed Hatake Sora's head hard. Surprised, one-hit kills. Yuta Maneduki's eyes showed pride. The opponent's swordsmanship and summoning beast are very strong, but it's a pity that the ninja kills with one blow, all-powerful means are useless. Ding! Suddenly, there was a crisp sound, and the scene of Kunai stabbing into the flesh did not happen, but it managed to stab the steel plate. However, Hatake Sora exhibited armament haki, combined with the powerful body of the dog demonized. The opponent's kunai attacked, but left a small wound on his scalp, not even piercing the bones. How could that happen? Manajiki Yu was too shocked. He had calculated that the most powerful blow would kill an ordinary beast even if it was stabbed in the head, but this blow could not hurt the opponent. This defense is simply terrifying. Puffed. At this moment, Hatake Sora took advantage of Manajiki Yuta's momentary stupefaction, opened his mouth wide, and bit the other's left arm holding kunai. Then an arm was directly bitten off by him. Yuta is in danger. Kaguya Lulin was in a hurry. The fight was too fast. He just wanted to watch the old man's tricks, but he didn't expect that Yuta's 10 arms were bitten off by the summoning beast in just a few minutes. Ask for flowers. Broken arm, unable to seal, too much damage to ninjutsu ninja, not to mention, Manajiki Yuta's other right arm was broken. At that time, Kaguya Lulin quickly rushed to Hatake Sora, and at the same time quickly drew a white bone sword from the spine. Crack, crack. At this moment, Manajiki Yu was too critical and reacted quickly. Regardless of the severe pain of his arm being bitten off, he endured it, and his body quickly melted into a large block of ice and disappeared without a trace. You've been exposed. Hatake Sora murmured to himself, and rushed 10 meters away in the blink of an eye, sweeping his sharp claws. But at this time, it was Manajiki Yuta who had just rushed out of that ice surface, and was about to change to another ice surface, but was photographed straight, 0, 0 puffed. Manajiki Yuta was slapped on the ground by Hatake Sora's paw, and several bones in his chest were broken. How is it possible? At this moment, Manajiki Yuta couldn't describe the shock in his heart. He didn't understand how the enemy who didn't know where he was just now suddenly knew. I don't see you. Hatake Sora grinned, and a sharp finger of his left claw scratched Manajiki Yuta's neck without hesitation. Kill in one move. Go to hell. Originally, I came to Mizuokeo village, but before leaving the beach, my friend died, making Kaguya Lulin furious, and he jumped up, stabbing Hatake Sora's waist with the longbone sword in his hand past. Boom! Hatake Sora turned around, swiped his big tail, and directly hit the latter, sending him flying. Flying more than 20 meters, Kaguya Lulin quickly adjusted his body under control and stood firm again. This dead bone pulse's defense is really strong, it will do nothing if you smoke it. Hatake Sora thought in his heart, and as the white smoke rose, he lifted the dog demonization. When watching anime, he has seen Kimimaro use dead bone pulse. Those sharp bones are hard to guard against. His body is too big and it is easy to be pierced through his body. Some small ministry of the body. In comparison, the human body is easier to fight. Since you want to die too, let's stay together today. Hatake Sora smiled, and his red eyes looked even more bewitching. Kaguya Lulin disappeared on the spot, sprinting towards Hatake Sora quickly. Dead bone pulse relies on steel-like bones for attack and defense. Melee combat rarely suppresses them, therefore, at the beginning of the war, Kaguya Lulin chose to rush directly to Hatake Sora. Heitake Sora came out with chakra in his left paw, and with a quick spin, Reiznan began to take shape. Bang! Kagaya Lulin's bone sword directly slashed at the head, and Heitake Sora cast armament haki, grabbed it directly, and the two sides struck with great force. As a result, Heitake Sora's feet were 10 centimeters deep into the sand, and Kagaya Lulin did not change much. Competition of strength, Kagaya Lulin is stronger. Dead Bone Pulse Dance of Tangsong. Suddenly, Kagaya Lulin's skin and clothes were ripped open, and dozens of 353 bones grew out of his body, forming sharp white bone spurs, which quickly stabbed Heitake Sora. At the same time, his body was swinging like a blade, cut to Heitake Sora ahead. At this time, Heitake Sora's left hand Reiznan hit out accordingly. Kash-sha! A white bone was directly crushed by the spiral. Then, Kagaya Lulin was hit in the chest by Reiznan, and his clothes were directly torn. Boom! Kagaya Lulin flew upside down. But at this time, his chest was lined up with white bones to block the front defense. The powerful Reiznan only smashed a few grown bones, and did not hurt Kagaya Lulin's body at all. Humph! You can't break through my defense at all, but your body can't withstand my attack. It only takes one hit, and I'm enough to kill you. If you killed Manajiki Yuta, then you must die today. Kagaya Lulin sneered, then rushed towards Heitake Sora again. At this time, Heitake Sora had chakra spinning again in his left hand, and more chakra poured in, and a bigger Reiznan began to take shape. Big Ball Reiznan. However, at this moment, an earthen wall suddenly rose between the two sides. Earth-style earth flow wall. Two white shadows flickered, but it was two red-haired male ninjas running fast from a distance, and this ninjutsu was performed by one of them while running. Another person, 3 golden chains flew out of his body, passing across the sky. Adamantine ceiling chains, Uzumaki Jonin. Kagaya Lulin frowned, the body that was rushing forward stopped quickly, and then quickly backed away. The 3 golden chains stabbed directly at the beach. Next time we meet, I will take your head. Kagaya Lulin looked at Heitake Sora coldly, and then quickly ran towards Manajiki Yuta's body. This will take your head, Heitake Sora said to himself, and was the first to reach Manajiki Yuta's body. Before the battle, he ran away with the corpse just in case Kagaya Lulin escaped. This is the corpse of a blood follower, which is of great research value, so he has always been the closest to Manajiki Yuta. At this time, a big ball Reiznan with a diameter of half a meter had already condensed in Heitake Sora's hand, and then directly smashed into the rushing Kagaya Lulin. Corpse can't be thrown away. Kagaya Lulin gritted his teeth, his body quickly grew bones, and then bent to form a protection to protect the whole body. Boom! Unfortunately, Kagaya Lulin underestimated Big Ball Reizengan's attack power. It only lasted for a second, and the white bones protecting his body were crushed by the big jade spiral. Dangerous! Kagaya Lulin couldn't care less about snatching the corpse anymore. His body crazily grew a large number of white bones to protect his body, and then he was thrown upside down by the Big Ball Reiznan. During the upside-down flight, Kagaya Lulin couldn't help but spit out a big mouth blood. The bones can be defended, but they were suddenly broken, and before new bones could grow, his internal organs were injured by the Big Ball Reiznan. During the flight, the Big Ball Reiznan outside the bones was still spinning, crushing the bones, while Kagaya Lulin kept growing bones in his body. After flying more than 20 meters, Big Ball Reiznan disappeared, and the clothes beside Kagaya Lulin were broken, and the skin of one arm was shredded, and it became bloody, revealing a thick white bone arm. I must kill you. Tell me your name. Kagaya Lulin's eyes seemed to spew out fire. Since the battle, no one has ever injured him so badly. Heitake 50-50. Heitake Sora said seriously. Uzumaki's big eyes were full of doubts, and then he couldn't help covering his mouth, because the teacher lied again, and he was so calm when he lied. However, she looked at Heitake Sora with eyes full of admiration. You are indeed a teacher. In this crisis situation, you can still tell lies so calmly. Okay, I remember you. Heitake is 50-50. The next time we meet, it's your death day. The villain dies because of talking too much. You talk too much nonsense. After finishing speaking, Heitake Sora's left hand condensed chakra again. Whoosh! Kagaya Lulin ran away, and it was faster than he rushed to Heitake Sora. Heitake Sora didn't catch up, and the other 2 Jonin couldn't catch up either. Heitake Sora knew that Dead Bone Pulse also had a self-destruction ULT, and if he was in a hurry, the opponent would really do it. Unless he gains teleportation or similar abilities when his 50-50 ability is activated, otherwise, with the same combat power, he will die 90% of the time. Therefore, when the other party wanted to leave, he stopped chasing him. Because, at this time, Heitake Sora remembered that when he killed Manajiki Yuta earlier, there was an extra voice in the system. With your own ability, kill Elite Jonin, and the 50-50 system will be upgraded. After a few minutes, the upgrade was completed, and a voice sounded in Heitake Sora's head again. The 50-50 system upgrade is completed. Every day, there are 5 chances, 0.3 to temporarily activate the ability of a certain creature in the world, and the combat power can be improved to a tie with the target. The time limit for each tie is 15 minutes. When the time expires, the ability will disappear, and the strength will return to its original state. At the same time, there is a chance to permanently activate certain 2 abilities of a certain creature. This is amazing. For example, if there are 5 cage levels with similar strength in front of him, then he can continue to fight for 75 minutes. And every time it is activated, 2 abilities of a certain creature can be obtained immediately. In an instant, Heitake Sora's joy blossomed. At this time, 2 ninjas came running and looked at Heitake Sora with admiration in their eyes. "Are you the ancestor of the Heitake family?" the young ninja dressed in red who used the sealing technique before said respectfully. "It's me," Heitake Sora said with a smile. No matter which ninja village Jonin is in, he is considered a relatively top-notch leader or core, and it is not surprising that the other party knows him. "My name is Uzumaki Taro. Your name is so mysterious." 50-50. The ninja who performed the earth-style technique before said with a grin. "That's right. I made it myself." Heitake Sora casually said, "By the way, do you have any crabs?" "Ah, yes. Those 2 people wanted to go to Uzumaki village, so I settled it by the way. As a reward, I will give me a few caddies of crabs." 17. The 2 ninjas were speechless. In their cognition, shouldn't the strong, especially the older generation, be more serious, or do good deeds without asking for anything in return? Is it natural for this person to ask for something in return, and the speed is a bit fast? Then, a ninja took out the space scroll, put away Yuta Mineduki's body, and gave it to Heitake Sora. After all, he was the one who killed him, and his identity made the 2 of them dare not rob him. Another ninja quickly went to the capital and sold 10 caddies of crabs to Heitake Sora. Then, Heitake Sora walked towards Uzumaki village with a crab in one hand and Uzumaki Kohaku in the other, looking at the old and the young walking away. Chawataro said, "Brother, if we don't follow, why don't we protect our seniors?" Another person said angrily, "Does the senior who escaped after injuring the Yoryuaki tribe's Jonin still need our protection?" "That's right, but the ninjutsu attack that senior used before is very powerful. That is, the Wei Yoryuaki tribe. If it is replaced by other Jonin, it will die a miserable death. Don't think about it, let's continue to patrol nearby. Recently, there are always ninjas sneaking ashore in Kirigakure, plotting against us in the country of Uzumaki. We have to kill them in advance. Yes, see one and kill another. Our Uzumaki family is not easy to bully." After walking for a while, Heitake Sora looked at the sky and the moon came out. If he continued walking like this, he might not be able to return to Uzushio village until midnight. Afterwards, he directly performed dog demonization and turned into a snow-white dog king, throwing the Uzumaki amber to the back. "Hold on tight." "Wow, teacher, your transformation technique is so powerful, it feels like a really big dog." Uzumaki amber lay on Heitake Sora's back, buried her small face in the fluffy white fur on Heitake Sora's back. Happily he was surprised again. "Teacher, I have tried, why can't I become such a big dog?" "That's why you should study 3-body technique hard, you won't be able to learn it well. Girl, you still have a long way to go," Heitake Sora said, raising his foot and turning into a white shadow, sprinting towards Uzumaki Ate. If it is a real transformation technique, it cannot be sustained for a long time, and it will soon return to its original state. Even if it lasts a little longer, the general amount of chakra will not be able to sustain it. Heitake Sora is a real dog demon, with a strong body and very fast speed. In just 1 hour, he returned to the village with Uzumaki amber and 10 caddies of crabs on his back. The little girl may have been too tired from practicing all day, or it may be that the furry back was too comfortable, so she fell asleep on her stomach. After releasing the transformation, Heitake Sora gently hugged Uzumaki's small body in one hand, and walked towards the village with a crab in one hand, while little Amber was sleeping, subconsciously wrapped her arms around Heitake Sora's neck. The little head was buried in his neck and tested. Taking a fond look at Uzumaki Kohaku, Heitake Sora thought, "Lori's invisible attack has no limit." Back in the yard where he lived, Heitake Sora put Uzumaki Amber on the bed, covered the quilt, and left half of the crabs, and carried the other half to forget Uzumaki's residence. For more than a month, Heitake Sora has often wandered around the village, and he is familiar here, and he is the same age as Uzumaki Monbuchi, so there is no need to pay too much respect. "Brother Minayuan, are you asleep?" Heitake Sora called out from outside the door. "It's only 8 o'clock, isn't it?" Uzumaki Minayuan's slightly weak but kind voice came from inside. Heitake Sora pushed the door open, walked over and put the crab down, and said, "The crab caught today, let's talk about something, it should be more important." "What's the matter?" Uzumaki asked suspiciously. Heitake Sora took out a scroll and unfolded it, and Minajiki Yuta's body appeared beside him. "Minajiki Yuta. He's dead." Uzumaki Katabuchi was surprised. "Why do you have his body? It seems that you know him." "He went ashore with a jonin named Kagaya Lulin, and said he was going to destroy the Uzushio village, so I killed it along the way." "Then Kagaya's run fast, or I will bring you together," Heitake Sora said. Uzumaki Menbuchi looked at Heitake Sora, didn't speak, and then suddenly sighed, "Oh, I really envy you, it's just a few years behind, I can't walk anymore, and you can still kill Sweji Master." "It's different," Heitake Sora said, "I've rested for 100 years, and my body hasn't worn out, so I can move around now. But you fought too much when you were young, and you were injured a lot. It's a miracle that you're still alive now." "That's right. After fighting for so many years, now it's peaceful and I'm still alive. I'm very happy," Uzumaki said with a smile. Then, he looked at Heitake Sora and said, "What do you think of this incident?" Heitake Sora glanced at the corpse beside him. "Obviously, Kirigakure thinks your sealing technique is a threat and wants to attack you. Other ninja villages, excluding Konoha, and powerful ninja villages with tailed beasts, should have the same idea. You are in danger." Hearing what Heitake Sora said, Uzumaki looked up at the night sky, with a deep worry in his eyes. "Yes. You see it very clearly, the sealing technique is the pride of our clan, and it is also a means of fighting for our survival. But also because of the sealing technique, it also put us in a crisis." Heitake Sora continued, "It's not just the sealing technique, the Uzumaki family is suitable for it, the tailed beast Jinchuriki, right?" Uzumaki Katabuchi was stunned, he didn't expect Heitake Sora to know more than he thought. "That's all speculation, how could there be a bloodline that is naturally suitable to be a Jinchuriki, fake?" Uzumaki Minayuan shook his head and smiled slightly to cover up the shock in his heart. "That's right." Heitake Sora didn't expose Uzumaki's lie. Knowing anime, he can be sure that the Uzumaki family is quite suitable as Jinchuriki, with strong vitality and a lot of chakra. They can perfectly suppress the tailed beast, and even survive when the tailed beast is separated from the body. For other Jinchuriki, when the tailed beast leaves, 99% of them will die. Uzumaki Menbuchi continued, 520 so far, only Mito is the 9 tails Jinchuriki. Also because she perfectly controls 9 tails and can use the power of 9 tails, many ninja villages suspect that our clan is more suitable for perfecting Jinchuriki. Heitake Sora said, "It is a shortcoming, but also an advantage. Because of Mito, you are being targeted by many villages and want to use you as experiments. But also because of Mito, they dare not take action against the country of Vortex easily. Because once Hashirama makes a move, any ninja village, even if it has the power of a village, is not enough to resist." "Yes." Uzumaki Manbuchi said, "Hashirama distributed the tailed beasts to each ninja village, which caused the Uzumaki family sealing technique to be targeted, but also because of his strength, the country of Uzumaki can always be peaceful. Without him and Senjue family, the country of Vortex may not be able to be established, and it will not exist for so long, the good outweighs the bad." Heitake Sora continued, "However, the news of Uchiha Madara's death came out, and only Hashirama was left in Konoha. And the older generation who had seen Hashirama's strength, some died and some checked out. The ninja world has been at peace for too long. Hashirama hasn't really made a move for a long time, and Tobirama is also busy with government affairs and rarely makes a move. Konoha's deterrence to various ninja villages has decreased. At the same time, the new generation of ninjas have no intuitive understanding of their powerful strength. Cognitive. So, he looked at Uzumaki Minayuan and said, "They have got more crooked thoughts and started to increase manpower to monitor the country of the Vortex. At the same time, they are also looking for opportunities. They want to eliminate this threat in one fell swoop, or bring this threat under their own control. With the Senju clan and the Konoha clan, it is impossible to control the Uzumaki clan, so the idea of extinction is more than retention. You understand more than I imagined. With your strength and wisdom, if you made a move back then, the 3 Konoha clans might have become 4. Uzumaki said, "I like a simple life. This kind of life of taking a walk and drinking tea is more suitable for me." Heitake Sora smiled. In fact, he wanted to say in his heart, if Lao Zi's system had been awakened earlier, he wouldn't be acting aggressive now. "Crisis," Uzumaki Minayuan said with emotion. "The Uzumaki family has masters, but most of us, CFCD, are good at sealing techniques, and the lethality is insufficient. In real combat, it is suitable for cooperation on the battlefield, but not suitable for killing operations. If only our family goes fighting, the combat power is greatly reduced. What's more, Uzumaki has not produced strong men these years, and the new generation has no geniuses. How, when the day of genocide comes, will you help us?" Having said that, he looked sad, and suddenly reached out and grabbed Heitake Sora's arm. This is also the first time that Heitake Sora came here and saw such a big movement of Uzumaki Katabuchi. He usually seldom moves when eating, and there are always people holding a small table beside him. Heitake Sora could feel that Uzumaki Katabuchi's palm was trembling again. Maybe his body was too weak to support such violent movements. Perhaps, fear of extermination. "Yes. I can't guarantee that you won't be exterminated, but I can guarantee that as long as I don't die, I will do my best to protect 10 people. Heitake Sora looked at Uzumaki Menbuchi seriously. "Thank you." Uzumaki slowly withdrew his hand, and said again, you have lived for a long time, and your body should also be aging. You insist on living, why do you agree to help us? Because, I want to make a good relationship. Heitake Sora showed a mysterious smile. Uzumaki Monbuchi doesn't understand. In comparison, the Heitake family lived comfortably in Konoha. Heitake Sora has nothing to ask for me now, so he doesn't understand. Of course Heitake Sora would not say that the future son of luck is the Uzumaki family, and there is also a super powerful villain who is also the Uzumaki family. Just kidding. Heitake Sora casually found an excuse, and said, I often go to Mito's house to take advantage of the meal, and Amber is my direct disciple. I don't want them to go home and have a look after a few years. No more. So, for the sake of my students and my friends, I want to give them a home. Really? Uzumaki Katabuchi asked suddenly. Really? Heitake Sora nodded. Then from today on, Amber will be your daughter. Uzumaki said. Ah. This. Heitake Sora said awkwardly, I was joking just now, don't you believe it? Uzumaki Dorbuchi smiled and said, believe it or not, it doesn't matter, we have discussed this when you first came here. Kohaku is from my bloodline, Uzumaki bloodline is pure, comparable to Mito's bloodline, I have sealed all the seals of our Uzumaki clan, I taught her all the arts. And she has no parents. I think you like her very much. Stop, Heitake Sora hurriedly said, if you like it, it doesn't mean you have to recognize it as a daughter. You should find someone else. I don't have a wife, so I don't want to have a daughter first. You don't have a wife yet. I understand. Uzumaki nodded, let's forget about this matter. I am relieved that Kohaku has a teacher like you. Seeing Uzumaki Katabuchi's confident look, Heitake Sora felt that the old man probably didn't understand, but he couldn't linger on this topic, so Heitake Sora didn't say any more. At this time, Suimin Ayuan took out a small scroll from his bosom and handed it to Chimachin. This is, Heitake Sora wondered. All the sealing techniques of our Uzumaki family are recorded in it. Starting tomorrow, I will teach you the sealing techniques. Do you want to learn it? Uzumaki asked. I'll go. Heitake Sora was shocked in his heart, he was a foreigner, and Uzumaki Minayuan actually wanted to teach him all the sealing techniques. Although I don't quite understand why the other party treats him so well, but when the opportunity comes, Heitake Sora will never let go. Learn. Of course you have to learn. Heitake Sora took the scroll and said happily. Don't you ask why? Uzumaki Katabuchi smiled. Then why? Heitake Sora asked. I don't want to say it now, but I will say it when I have a chance in the future. Uzumaki Minayuan said mysteriously. All right. After that, the two chatted for more than an hour, all about the direction of the sealing technique practice. Naturally, Uzumaki Monbuchi said more. Heitake Sora, a layman, can only listen obediently. An hour later, after eating crabs, Heitake Sora took away 4 cooked crabs and brought them to Uzumaki Amber. Before leaving, Uzumaki asked him to take the corpse away again. After all, it was his combat item. After Heitake Sora came back, Uzumaki Amber had woken up, the little girl was working hard, and she was practicing Raise-nan again at this time. Today I met Heitake Sora's big ball Raise-nan, which made her realize the power of this ninjutsu, so she naturally worked harder. Heitake Sora put the crab on the table and went back to the house. Sitting on the bed and unfolding the scroll, Heitake Sora first saw a few large characters surrounded by strange special features. Gold, yin, 4, corpse, bright, probe, 6 big characters. When Heitake Sora put his hand on the golden character, a brilliance flickered, and a scroll flew out of it. Grabbing the scroll and unfolding it, Heitake Sora looked at the records and roughly determined that this is the practice method of adamantine sealing chains, the sealing technique. Yin big character, flying out of the scroll is 100 healings mark. This Heitake Sora has learned. The 4 seasons and 4 elephant seal can also be added to the 8 sign seal. The corpse is the ghoul seal, a forbidden technique that directly kills. Heitake Sora feels that he cannot learn it, and he can't really use it after learning it. But there is nothing wrong with learning more, the more the better. Ming is Myashin Gate. This technique consumes a lot of chakra. Senju Hashirama once used it to cooperate with Sage Body. Seeing this, Heitake Sora also knew that the sealing technique used by Senju Hashirama to suppress 9 tails was from the Uzumaki clan. Exploration, which does not belong to the sealing technique, covers 2 secret techniques. There is a blood test technique, which is used to find out the blood of the Uzumaki and Senju tribes. In Heitake Sora's opinion, this is a useless secret technique. Ask for flowers. There is also a detection technique, which can detect the flow of chakra within a certain range to determine the specific position of the ninja. Mind Eye technique, a secret technique used to perceive whether others are lying, is described in the scroll, and the accuracy is not 100%. At the same time, the scroll also records that some members of the Uzumaki clan will naturally awaken the ability of Kagura Mind Eye as they grow older, which is much stronger than the secret technique learned the day after tomorrow. Of course, these 2 secret techniques were also developed based on the abilities of some Uzumaki people. It was the first time he came into contact with so many sealing techniques, so Heitake Sora was naturally so excited that he couldn't sleep and kept watching. About 2 hours later, there was a knock on the door. "Teacher, are you asleep?" Heitake Sora looked up, didn't sleep. Then, "Can I come in?" Uzumaki Amber whispered, and gently opened the door. "You have opened the door, come in. What's the matter?" Looking at Uzumaki Kohaku who walked in front of him, Heitake Sora wondered. "That." Uzumaki's amber cheeks suddenly flushed. "That, you don't have a wife yet?" "Yes." Heitake Sora frowned. In fact, he didn't want anyone to mention these two words. 80 years ago, he liked a girl of the same clan. But less than half a year after the two got engaged, the girl fell ill and passed away from an incurable disease. Since that time, Heitake Sora has no thoughts of love. Especially, as his parents and brothers passed away one by one, he was even more numb and didn't want to touch these. "I grow up, can I be your wife?" Uzumaki Amber said suddenly. "Big amount." Heitake Sora is sluggish. Something is wrong with this script. "Have you watched too many TV dramas?" Heitake Sora said angrily. "What do you think about all day at such a young age?" "How old am I?" Uzumaki Amber said. 104 years old. Heitake Sora asked. "How old are you?" Uzumaki Amber said. 9 years old. Heitake Sora said helplessly. "So, you little girl, are you dreaming? I am an old man, you are a little lowly, where and where?" Uzumaki Amber pouted and said seriously. "It's not like that." "What's that like?" Heitake Sora asked. Amber Uzumaki pinched the little 547th finger and said, "You are not an old man, I have seen it before. Your body is obviously very young and strong, and you still want to use transformation technique to deceive everyone. That's an illusion." Heitake Sora said. "Really?" Uzumaki Amber said seriously, and then looked at Heitake Sora with a blushing face. "Also, then, read the book." "Me? What's in your little head?" Heitake Sora was speechless. Then, he waved his hand. "Okay, stop thinking about it, let's practice." Uzumaki Kohaku didn't leave, and said, "Sensei, I have decided to be your guardian ninja." "Guard the ninja? Guard me? That's okay, work hard." Heitake Sora said, "Children always think that they can surpass adults by working hard, so Heitake Sora does not discourage Uzumaki Amber's enthusiasm." "Well, it's settled." The whirlpool ran out quickly. Then, Heitake Sora continued to watch the sealing technique. Within 5 minutes, Uzumaki ran in again, and then put the futon on the wooden floor next to Heitake Sora's futon, and started laying down the futon by himself. "Wait." Heitake Sora stopped. "Amber, what are you doing? You agreed to let me be your guardian ninja, so we slept in the same room." Uzumaki Amber said as it should, although she blushed a little, but her eyes were full of sincerity. Feeling as if he misunderstood something, Heitake Sora asked, "What is a guardian ninja?" Uzumaki Amber said, "It is unique to our Uzumaki family. It is a ninja who protects the superior, takes care of the daily life of the superior, and accompany the superior. Then sleep in the same room." Heitake Sora said, "What if the superior has a wife? The guardian ninja is a man, what should I do?" "Male superiors, the guardian ninjas are women. If the superiors marry wives, the guardian ninjas will be in the next room, but if they don't, they will protect them in the same room." Uzumaki Amber replied solemnly. He took out a scroll from the small bag and handed it to Heitake Sora. "It's written here." Heitake Sora took it, unfolded it, and wrote, "Guardian Ninja Manual." "Who did you go to see just now?" Heitake Sora asked suddenly. Uzumaki Ninayuan just said those words, and now Uzumaki Kohaku behaves like this. Although this little girl is precocious and smart, she is too young to have a big idea about men and women. This is obviously a problem. See Grandpa Teju. Uzumaki Amber said, "He just mentioned something to me. I am a voluntary teacher." Heitake Sora frowned. "Could it be that you dislike me? You think I'm too weak to be your guardian ninja?" Uzumaki's eyes suddenly turned red, and the eyeballs started to spin around you. "Don't cry," Heitake Sora said hastily, and then sighed helplessly. "Okay, you win, respected guardian ninja. From today onwards, you are my guardian ninja of Heitake Sora." Actually, Heitake Sora also has a little devil in his heart. It is impossible to say that such a beautiful little loli has no thoughts. It's just certain concepts that keep Heitake Sora in a tight grip. But Uzumaki Amber's insistence let this jump up a line almost broken. Not in the mood to read the scroll anymore, Heitake Sora fell down and fell asleep. "Teacher, don't you take off your clothes when you go to bed? I remember you go to bed without clothes on." At this time, Uzumaki Kohaku stared at Heitake Sora with wide eyes, innocent. But Heitake Sora always feels that this girl is definitely precocious. "Okay, I'll wear it to bed from tomorrow." Heitake Sora closed the door, and in the dark, quickly took off his shirt and turned to bed. With his back to Uzumaki Kohaku, Heitake Sora looked at the wall, unable to sleep for a while. "I can't help but think of a popular sentence on Earth in my previous life. There are 3 good things about lowly, voiceless, soft body, and round Push Island. Now there is a little loli behind me, who is still my guardian 4.4 ninja, although I don't need her to protect me, but this feeling. For decades, Heitake Sora's numb heart has softened at this moment. It has become soft and restless. Looking at the stalwart back, the lying Uzumaki Amber, there is admiration, attachment in her eyes, and a trace of what she shouldn't have at her age, thinking about it. I will work hard, and I will definitely go to the same height as the teacher to guard, and there will be a day. Uzumaki Amber's eyes became firm. The next day, Heitake Sora went back to Konoha first, and gave Senju Tobirama the body of the frozen Minajiki clansman, which made Senju Tobirama very excited. Konoha used to fight many years and mostly inland, and rarely fought against Kirigakure. Naturally, there was no corpse of Ice Escape blood successor. Senju Tobirama is a workaholic, not only dealing with Konoha's government affairs, but also in ninjutsu development and biological research and development. Heitake Sora doubts that Danzo's crazy behavior may have inherited the characteristic of Senju Tobirama. Afterwards, Heitake Sora returned to the Uzumaki family and continued to learn the sealing technique from Uzumaki Minayuan. Heitake Sora found that, compared with other sealing techniques, 100 Healings Mark is easy to learn, but it is also difficult to learn. The ease lies in the fact that you don't need to learn and be familiar with any special symbols, you can directly control chakra, condense and other special skills. Difficulty is naturally due to the high requirements for chakra control, and if it cannot be achieved, it cannot be achieved even if it is forcibly studied. However, the sealing technique does not require too much control over chakra. As long as you work hard, you will eventually learn it after a long time. For Heitake Sora, it is still easy to control chakra, but it is difficult to learn these strange seal symbols and so on. This is tantamount to recontacting a new language without a trace of concept at all. And this kind of language can't be translated into popular words. First, it is memorized by rote, then understood, then familiarized with the use, then combined, and then displayed familiarly. Compared with the ninjutsu that can be performed after learning the seal, Heitake Sora found that the seal technique is easy to perform in the anime, but it is really difficult to learn. Just 2 months passed before Heitake Sora really learned the adamantine sealing chains on the scroll and the 3 secret techniques of exploring. As for the other sealing techniques, I haven't learned yet. Even if it is the proficient use of adamantine sealing chains, that is another long time. After Heitake Sora learned adamantine sealing chains, the Uzumaki clan held a small meeting and invited him at the same time, positioning him as the honorary elder of the Uzumaki clan. You don't need to do anything specific, just hang up a title. Heitake Sora also knows that the Uzumaki clan is facing a crisis now, and Uzumaki Katabachi wants to tie himself and the Uzumaki clan together, so that he can take action when he really encounters a crisis. Heitake Sora has learned all the sealing techniques from others, and Heitake Sora does not reject this. After all, he is short of manpower and should help others. What's more, after spending several months together, Heitake Sora also found that the people of the Uzumaki family are forthright and straightforward, and he also likes this place better. After staying in Uzumaki for another month, Heitake Sora returned to Konoha with his guardian ninja, Kohaku. In fact, Heitake Sora didn't want to come back. After all, he still had to learn the sealing technique, but Senju Tobirama came to Uzushio village to invite him, because, if he doesn't go back again, the class he teaches is about to disperse. This class is the first batch of students in the Konoha Shinobi School. Naturally, the major families sent the most outstanding children, as well as the descendants of elite jonin, as well as the talented ones selected from the common people. Naturally, the class led by Heitake Sora has as many talents as dogs. Not only Heitake Sakumo can play, others such as Mitarashi Zixiao and Yueguang Zifeng are already genin. And except for Shuo Mao, who is young and old and relatively stable, the others are very naughty and clever. The substitute for Heitake Sora was a chinin found by Senju Tobirama. One-on-one can still suppress those other than Heitake Sakumo, but the problem is that there are more than one student who quarrels, so every time this chinin is tired of discipline, he becomes a dog, and he doesn't control it. Recently, Chinese New Year was approaching, and it was even rumored that Heitake Sora would not come back to teach them. As a result, the students made a fuss and tied the chinin to the entrance of the Hokage building. Senju Tobirama didn't have time either, but Jonin had tasks and it was impossible to teach them, so as a last resort, his shadow clone went to invite Heitake Sora back in person. At night, Senju Hashirama's house. While eating, Senju Hashirama smiled wryly. I didn't expect that. When you were here, those children were very good, and nothing happened. It's like liberation after you left, and various accidents broke out. Senju Tobirama also said, at first I questioned your teaching method, but now I understand that it is really difficult to teach. If there are 1 or 2 mischievous ones in a class, teacher Chinin can still suppress them. If there are more than a few, even Jonin can't hold back. I have been a substitute class for 2 days, and I found out that half of the 30 people are not fuel efficient. I was almost so angry that I beat them. How do you control them so that they don't cause trouble? Heitake Sora Way 403 said with a smile, it's very simple. Learning knowledge is secondary, strength is enough. They only need to learn the basics, and they can make trouble in class. If they want to make trouble, I will accompany it. It is under my control, just do it. The two brothers were speechless, and Uzumaki Nito beside him was also speechless. This senior is sometimes really unreliable, and it is luck that nothing happened in the past 3 years. It's fine this time. I'm relieved that you're back. There are several talented children in your class. If something goes wrong, it will be a headache. Senju Hashirama said in relief. Children, it's okay to make a fuss. Heitake Sora smiled. At this time, Senju Hashirama said, Mr. Heitake, I have good news for you. Yin is pregnant. I am going to have a granddaughter. Granddaughter? Heitake Sora was a little surprised, and then calculated the time. In 2 or 3 months, after the end of the new year, it will be the 10th year of Konoha, and Tsunade will be born. Did you come up with a good name? Heitake Sora smiled. Not yet, I want to call Sakura, as prosperous and beautiful as a sakura flower. Uzumaki Nito had a look of joy on his face. Call, Tsunade, how? Heitake Sora smiled. The name sounds like a boy, Tsunaki. Senju Hashirama wondered, why did Mr. Heitake choose such a name? Heitake Sora smiled mysteriously, it feels like this child is destined for this name. Forward. When Heitake Sora came home, Uzumaki Kohaku was packing up in the next room, and then ran out with small steps. Teacher, I'll bring all my things here, and I'll be on the bed with you from now on, please take care of me. She said, her little face excited, and she bent slightly. It's so fast. Heitake Sora muttered, and then said, no problem. Didn't you have lunch? I've eaten. But, I'm still a little hungry. Uzumaki's small face turned red. Let's go. I just came back to the village, let's go home to celebrate. I'll treat you to a barbecue. Heitake Sora smiled slightly. Great. While walking, Heitake Sora said, all my money is in the box in my room. If you don't have money in the future, just take it from there. If you run out of money, tell me, and I'll find someone to get some. I will definitely keep the property for my family, and I won't spend it all. Uzumaki Amber said seriously. Heitake Sora wanted to say but didn't know what to say. It seemed that the misunderstanding was getting deeper and deeper. He means that Uzumaki Kohaku is not much by Nito's relief. Asking her to spend her own money, this girl actually understood that she made her the financial manager. Afterwards, Heitake Sora started her daily life in class again. However, after coming back again, this kind of life is not as boring as before. Every day someone cooks breakfast, and someone cleans the house. Apart from going to class, I just need to lie down and watch TV and go for a walk. This is the rhythm of retirement. As for using child labor and bullying children, Heitake Sora really never thought about it. He was wrong, and he was powerless. Because from the first day, when he had to cook and clean the house for a living, he was ambushed by Uzumaki. I rushed to do it. The next day he planned to continue cooking and cleaning. After all, it was not good for a little girl to do these things. As a result, the little girl cried, and Liwa cried with rain, saying that he didn't want her as a guardian ninja, and she was going to be replaced. This brain circuit made Heitake Sora speechless, so he could only let her do it. After Heitake Sora came back to class, the noisy class became quiet now. Heitake Sora not only did not let Uzumaki Kohaku hide his battle with Kakuzu and Kirigakure this time, but also told the little girl that she can chat with her classmates casually, just tell the truth. Uzumaki watched the two battles with her own eyes. After listening to her narration, many students who thought Heitake Sora was unreliable looked at Heitake Sora with changed eyes. Because Uzumaki Amber has always been a good girl, she almost never lies, and at the same time she is beautiful, and she is also the goddess of many boys, most people believe what she says. As a result, Heitake Sora didn't need to show his strength, and he calmed down the field at one time, so after his class, the students stopped making noise. In the blink of an eye, after the new year, Uzumaki Kohaku turned 10 years old, and when it came to August, this day was destined to be turbulent. Because, Senju Hashirama's daughter Senju Yin was going to give birth to a baby girl, and Uzumaki Nito came to deliver the baby. And this day, it was also the first time Heitake Sora entered the Kaishao residence. Senju Yin was in the first batch of elite classes at Konoha Shinobi School. In a blink of an eye, Senju Yin, who was 19 years old, had a baby, and Heitake Sora felt a little emotional. Seeing Senju Hashirama beside him so anxious, Heitake Sora wanted to laugh. His grandfather was almost more anxious than the child's father. According to the previous life, a girl born to a daughter belongs to the granddaughter, but Senju Hashirama always refers to the granddaughter. At the same time, look at the child's father, who wears the Senju clan's specific attire and clan emblem. He roughly guessed that this person might be a commoner, similar to a married woman who gave birth to a child belonging to the Senju clan, with maternal instincts. So the child is Senju Hashirama's granddaughter, but also a granddaughter. Brother, don't worry, little Tsunade will be born safely. Senju Tobirama said, you are walking around, and I have something to do. Heitake Sora didn't know why, but in the end Senju Hashirama really chose the name Tsunade. I'm not in a hurry, just taking a walk, Senju Hashirama said. Wow. At this moment, there was a loud cry of a baby in the room gave birth. Senju Hashirama was very happy, but he held back for fear of disturbing the inside. After about 3 hours, the medical ninja inside and Uzumaki Mito had everything ready before allowing outsiders to enter. The two brothers Heitake Sora and Senju entered one after another with the father of little Tsunade. At this time, Senju's face was full of exhaustion, and his forehead was still sweating. On the small bed next to him was the little Tsunade who was sleeping soundly. And her eyes are also full of tenderness. There is a kind of indescribable words, in Heitake Sora's mind, this is, the gentle eyes of motherhood. Suddenly, Heitake Sora recalled that girl 5 years ago, led by her uncle, to find herself. Now, I am a mother, father, uncle, teacher. Senju's voice was weak, but he still called out politely. She wanted to sit up, but was pressed by Uzumaki Mito next to her, lie down. It's so cute. Senju Hashirama looked at the small bed with a gentle look in his eyes. Yes, it's so cute, Heitake Sora also said. At this time, Uzumaki Mito looked at Senju Hashirama and said, you named the child and I thought you would make little Tsunade's life happier. So, can you accept her as a disciple? Ren. Heitake Sora was taken aback for a moment, then nodded and said, okay. Then, he cautiously stretched out his finger, tapped the forehead of little Tsunade, and said dotingly, little guy, you in the future will definitely be famous in the whole ninja world. One really? Senju Hashirama asked seriously. Heitake Sora nodded, really, my students, there are no weak ones, they must be strong ones, haha, yeah. Senju Hashirama laughed happily. Hokage's granddaughter is born, and a dinner party is held, attended by the patriarchs of the major families, and all the jonin in the village. Heitake Sora also came to participate with Xiao Amber. On the third day, an envoy from the Fire Nation daimyo arrived and bestowed on Tsunade the name Princess of the Fire Nation. Few people know exactly what rights this title enjoys, but this title made Tsunade famous in Konoha when he was born. In October, Heitake Sora attended a private celebration where an elite jonin had a son. He didn't want to go at first, but after hearing the child's name, he went. Ichiro Kusanagi, a member of the elders, his child is named Ji. This is the big boss of the first Hokage ninja anime, and it is also a villain that people can't hate. Earlier, Heitake Sora saw Ichiro Kusanagi with a pair of snake eyes and long black hair. He always felt the same as Orochimaru, but the last name made him think of 707, but now he is sure. Later, Heitake Sora secretly asked Sarutobi Hiruzen to find a name Jiraiya. Unexpectedly, Hiruzen found it. He was a child of a commoner family and was born in this year. Now, Yuen Fei Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo are still teachers at the school. They were students of Heitake Sora in the past, but now they are the teachers of the old principal of Heitake, so they are naturally more familiar with them. Sunin has been born. One, which caused the later Konoha collapse plan, and then indirectly cultivated the cow, which directly caused the Fifth Ninja World War, that is Orochimaru. The other guarded Konoha for decades, and taught 3 apprentices. One guarded Konoha from the Nine Tails disaster of Golden Glitter. The other directly wiped out all the buildings in Konoha. One almost wiped out Konoha, and created the frightening Akatsuki, and the third saved the entire ninja world, that is Jiraiya. The third place, the achievements are not so exaggerated, but he has saved countless ninjas, fought in games, is famous in the ninja world, and his figure is notoriously hot enough to make people fascinated. Tsunade. And with the birth of Sunin, soon, the first batch of students of Konoha Shinobi School, CFBF, graduated for 5 years and officially graduated. Unlike ordinary students, Konoha Shinobi School is not summer, but the time when the school was established with Heitake Sora. Then, the teacher appreciation banquet began. This teacher appreciation banquet is simple, but not simple. Uchiha Fu's son Uchiha Tai, a small local tyrant who is the deputy director of the Konoha Jingbyu army, directly booked a restaurant with only one large round table on the second floor. Simply it was just these kids and Heitake Sora, and the restaurant staff, a normal party. What's not simple is that the masters of all major families are secretly protecting, and even Senju Tobirama sent a direct line to protect here. These children, too many geniuses, are usually secretly protected by ninja school, so naturally they don't worry about it. Now that they leave the school, if some people gather together with bad intentions and kill them together, the loss will be too great. From this, it can also be seen that the major families attach great importance to their own geniuses. Teacher, can I have a drink today? Moonlight Zaifang asked with a grin while holding a jug of wine. Yes. Heitake Sora nodded. Today you can let go of drinking, let go of talking, don't be afraid of your parents. Who dares to pursue it, come to me, and I will support you. However, from today on, don't touch alcohol, especially the task. Whoever dares to drink, does not need the enemy to kill you, I will kill you too. That's enough for today. Ah, it's so cool. I can finally drink, Yue Guan Zaifeng said happily. I want to try it too. Heitake Sakumo said. Come here, everyone have a drink. Before anyone agreed or disagreed, Yueguang Zifeng had already started running around, pouring wine for others. 1 cup per person. Mitarashi Zixiao got up and said, originally, I could only learn ninjutsu from my elder brother, and my elder brother is very busy. According to the family plan, I can only learn to be a ninja by myself. But because of the teacher, because of the Konoha Shinobi School, I became a ninja, and also became genin many years in advance. And me, Moonlight Zifeng got up and said, my ninjutsu talent is very poor, and it is difficult to condense chakra. My father said that I am not suitable to be a ninja, and asked me to go into business and be an ordinary person. But the teacher taught me that knife. I only need this knife, and I have the strength of genin. The teacher made me understand that our Uchiha family is not only powerful in fire style and sweji, but with my eyes, my physical skills can also be very strong. Tai said Uchiha. Heitake Sakumo said, I am the teacher's direct disciple, and I will also become the strongest swordsmanship in Konoha, and even the strongest swordsmanship in the ninja world. Afterwards, students one by one kept getting up and talking. There are family members who have seen different ninja fighting styles, inspired by Heitake Sora. There are civilians who originally wanted to live an ordinary life, but because of Konoha Shinobi School because of Heitake Sora became a ninja. At this time, Ui Makoto, the youngest, got up and said, after the teacher's teaching, I understand that the illusion ninja is not weak, but also very powerful. As he spoke, he took out a stack of detonating talismans. Heitake Sora has no choice but to teach Xiao Zhenhong how to use various detonating symbols. For example, Tai Kunao and throw it out, pick up a stone and throw it out. Chakra is controlled by a line, and throw it out. In short, when the illusion ninja attacks, the opponent cannot move, or moves blindly, and the caster cannot act violently, so it is difficult to attack when the illusion is performed. At this time, combined with the detonating talisman, as long as you throw it in front of the opponent, you will be half dead if you don't explode. Don't be impulsive, Xiao Hong. If you can't hold it steady, you won't be able to eat today, and you'll have to eat a bomb. Heitake Sora said quickly, okay, let's have a cup first. Respect teacher, respect teacher. The voice is loud and full of sincerity. No matter who will become the patriarch in the future, or become a high-level executive of a certain department, or become a rebel. Today, they are classmates, students of Chi Shukang. This night, the children went crazy. The usually shy students stopped being shy, and let go of chatting, eating, drinking, and the familiar ones were even more crazy. Some laugh, some cry. As a result, these 8 or 9-year-old children, the oldest 11-year-old, drank all of them down. Looking at these children, Heitake Sora showed a satisfied smile. Whether they are good or bad in the future, but today, I have taught these outstanding students, and may influence the entire Konoha generation. The new era of Konoha has come, Heitake Sora said with emotion. Seeing that they were all down, Heitake Sora looked out the window and raised his voice slightly, come in, everyone, whizzing. One after another silhouettes continued to flicker in, and the children of the major families were carried away by the masters of the family. The civilian children were carried by the Hokage family and sent by Senju Tobirama one by one, and sent back home. After sending all the students away, Heitake Sora returned home with Uzumaki Amber on his back. When he got home, Heitake Sora put Uzumaki Amber on the bed beside him and covered him with a quilt. Sitting aside, he began to flip through a booklet. A photo album. There are 30 individual photos of the students, as well as photos with him. After today, they will have a new teacher and a new captain. And I will not lead the class, and there will not be too many students. At that time, those children will no longer experience the peaceful life in the village. Some will do missions, some will be spies, and some will even go straight to assassination. This time parting, how many people can meet for the second time? Heitake Sora said to himself. Look, I drank some wine today. Even with Heitake Sora's strong body I feel a little dizzy. Since Uzumaki Kohaka shared a room with Heitake Sora 3 months ago, he bought a few sets of pajamas and slept in pajamas after that. Today Uzumaki Kohaka slept very deeply. Heitake Sora also drank some wine, too lazy to change, just took off his clothes, covered the quilt, and went to sleep. In his sleep, Heitake Sora vaguely felt a small hand on his chest, and a slightly warm touch was produced. Go to sleep, I actually had this kind of dream. It seems that my mind is not pure. Heitake Sora muttered in a daze, and fell asleep again. At this moment, a petite figure has already entered, softly. Heitake Sora embraced her deeply, and continued to sleep. This time, Heitake Sora slept soundly, and woke up the next day when the sun was shining brightly. Next to it, Uzumaki Amber's quilt has fallen neatly, and the scent of rice wafts in from the outside of the house, making Banner's empty stomach gurgling. Stretching, Heitake Sora got up and got dressed. When eating, Heitake Sora looked at Uzumaki Kohaku opposite. The little girl lowered her head to eat. Her cheeks were a little red at first, and then turned red. Yes, I'm sorry, teacher. Uzumaki Amber whispered, I didn't mean it last night. I drank a little too much. Heitake Sora waved his hand. It's okay, didn't I say it earlier? If you let go of drinking, no one will hold you accountable. Just that one time, don't touch alcohol in the future. Ninjas will die if they drink. Having said that, Heitake Sora's expression became serious. In the wild, if you don't pay attention to drinking your own water, you may be poisoned to death, let alone touch alcohol. Ninjas fight with lightning and flint very quickly. The methods of killing are strange. Alcohol paralyzes the snake essence and reduces combat effectiveness. As for Xiaoli, who is drunk and plays a set of drunken fists, and his strength is beyond the charts, he is almost the only one. Uzumaki Amber was a little surprised, and then said, you don't blame me for that. It's just drinking, what am I blaming you for? It's okay, it's not dangerous anyway, it's a trivial matter. Eat. Heitake Sora said, however, drink some wine and sleep soundly last night. While eating, he said to himself, I dreamed that there was a kitten in my arms, the fur was very soft, so I modeled it a few more times, and it felt so good to the touch, even better than my transformation technique's dog monster. It looks soft, and it looks like I should buy a kitten and take it home for a doctor in a few days. Uzumaki bowed her head to eat, not daring to respond, and couldn't help thinking of her broad and nostalgic mind in the morning. She shook her head quickly, but she breathed a sigh of relief for me in her heart, and said to herself, fortunately, the teacher also drank alcohol, I don't know. Otherwise, it's so embarrassing. After yesterday's batch of students graduated, Heitake Sora approached Senju Tobirama and told him that he would only be the principal, not a teacher, and Senju Tobirama agreed. Although Heitake Sora's teaching method is avant-garde enough and has taught many young masters, but his teaching method is too wild. Once he takes over a certain class, he is fine in the class. Once he is not there, it is difficult to manage it by letting someone else take over the class. This magnifies the risk too much. Naturally, after today, Heitake Sora will be at leisure, and can be a shopkeeper who is also an old principal, and Uzumaki Kohaka didn't participate in any Team 10 heavy and practiced beside Heitake Sora. Senju Tobirama may have gotten the news from the Uzumaki family, and did not assign any duties and tasks to Uzumaki Amber, and did not follow certain teams. Next, Heitake Sora naturally continued to learn the sealing technique. This sealing technique is not something you can learn all at once, it takes a long time. In this way, after more than half a year, Heitake Sora finally learned all the seals. Adamantine sealing chains is also proficient, and Rei's non-wind attribute chakra nature transformation is also learned. Ask for flowers. Next, he plans to develop ninjutsu that combines fire style and swordsmanship, because he once obtained the flaming physique by activating the ability of Captain Shinigami, which makes it easy for him to cast fire style, and the attack power is still very powerful. Moreover, his fighting method has always been without seals, and he is used to it, so he doesn't want to fight with seals, so naturally he doesn't want to learn a bunch of seals fire style, and wants to try to develop a combat sword technique similar to Raijin Jaka's n-times smaller fire style combination way. 3 months passed like this. Heitake Sora didn't make much progress in ninjutsu, but he finally managed to complete the 100 healings mark, and a diamond-shaped mark appeared between his eyebrows. 0. The next step is to try to develop Baihao technique to find a way to become younger. After that, you can justifiably become tall, rich, and handsome. And this day Senju Tobirama suddenly came to Heitake Sora and asked him to go to Senju Hashirama's Hokage mansion. Senju Hashirama is a restless Hokage, especially after getting acquainted with Heitake Sora. If he really needs something, he will come directly to him. In the past 3 months, Heitake Sora has not seen Senju Hashirama, and now Senju Tobirama came to him, which made him feel bad. Go to Senju Hashirama's mansion. Heitake Sora frowned slightly. The door of the room was not opened, and there was a ninja hiding in the dark for protection. Walking through the door, Heitake Sora saw Uzumaki Mito, who remained calm, but Heitake Sora sensed a depressing atmosphere. I'll take you in. Then, Uzumaki Mito opened a mechanism, showing a passage leading to the underground secret room. Walking through the circular passage, Heitake Sora calculated that he came to a depth of more than 20 meters underground. Weird runes are painted on the wall of the secret room, and a seal enchantment has fallen. There was a big bed among them. At this moment, Senju Hashirama was sitting on the bed, flipping through a photo album. The door opens. Senior. Senju Hashirama smiled and said, I wanted to find you in person, but now, it's a bit difficult. Heitake Sora frowned, because at this time Senju Hashirama's face was pale, and there were a lot of white hairs between his black hairs. The powerful and long aura that surpassed all cage levels even if restrained, was gone. Are you sick? Heitake Sora asked Kuai. Senju Hashirama said, you sit down. You talk. Uzumaki Mito left and closed the iron gate. Heitake Sora sat down, frowned and said, what's going on? It's only been a year, why are you like this? You looked so good before. Senju Hashirama smiled wryly, it's just holding on. As he said that, he looked at a photo, which was the elite of their Senju clan, including him and his younger brother Tobirama, Senju Mamaka, Senju Takuma, and so on. Looking at the photo, Senju Hashirama said, "Our Senju clan and Uzumaki clan have the same vitality, and chakra surpasses ordinary ninjas. But also because of having a body that surpasses ordinary ninjas, my brother and I dare to develop various dangers of overdrawing vitality forbidden technique. My wooden 323 escape ninjutsu was not recorded before me. I don't know why I awakened the wood-style blood successor, and the wood-style ninjutsu I used after that was developed by consuming vitality again and again. Even though my body recovers very quickly, my vitality also recovers very quickly, even surpassing all current Senju tribes, including the Uzumaki tribe. But the perennial war makes me dare not stop. I keep developing new ninjutsu and fighting constantly. Originally, my life force consumption and recovery were almost the same, but as Madara became stronger and stronger, every time we fought, he used the powerful attack of Sharingan while overdrawing my life force, and I was also overdrawing my life force to fight in wood style. Since then, we've actually been dying fast." Speaking of this, he showed melancholy, and the album also turned to the scene where he hugged Madara's neck, and against Madara's reluctance, he was on the Konoha Hokage building. "It's been a few years since Konoha was created, we haven't fought, my vitality is recovering, and Madara should be recovering too. I thought I could live for a long time, and we would bring Konoha to prosperity. But Madara didn't understand me, and I probably didn't understand him either. So the fight happened, and then he left, and I felt that my life force was gone, and I thought, I'm dead, I can't protect the village." As he spoke, he flipped to the next photo, which was a photo of himself, Senju Tobirama, and Heitake Sora. Pausing for a few seconds, touching the photo, Senju Hashirama looked at Heitake Sora, and said, "But, I met you, and you rescued me." Mito hung him for a breath, and then my vitality began to recover, just very slow. In the previous battle, the vitality wasted so much that I knew that I would not live for 20 years. But now, 10 years, it's so difficult. Senju Hashirama sighed, "You should know that my family, the Senju family, sent killers. Sealing 9 tails again, the failure in the middle, I have already planned at the price of your life, seal the 9 tails, but it's still you. You helped me and Mito seal the 9 tails. I'm still alive, but my dark wound from that time was too serious to recover. In the past 2 years, I have been unable to make a move, and I will die if I make a move. The chakra left in my body was sealed by me with a sealing technique, and I used it to maintain a strong aura, making people think that I have nothing to do, so that people in other villages and this village will not have certain thoughts." Senju Hashirama lowered his head and looked at another photo, which was a photo of Senju Tobirama, Uzumaki Mito, and him, Senju Tone, and little Tsunade, their family. "But this time, chakra is exhausted and can't be recovered. I, too, have reached the end. To be honest, I really don't want to die. I want to see Konoha flourish and Tsunade grow up. I'm also worried about Mito and Tobirama." Having said that, he stretched out his pale hand towards the banner minister. Heitake Sora reached out and took Senju Hashirama's hand. "There is a voice in my heart telling me that I can't trouble you anymore. You have saved me twice, but I still have a little hope." Senju Hashirama bit his dry lips, and his voice became hoarse. "Please take care of my brother and wife, Oto, and Tsunade." As he said that, his eyes were full of hope. "I will," Heitake Sora said seriously and firmly. "You are alive, really reassuring." Senju Hashirama let go of Heitake Sora's hand, lying on the bed weakly, with a faint smile, as if a promise from Heitake Sora gave him the happiness of hitting. Heitake Sora didn't leave the chamber, and he hasn't left since. The reason why it is here is because there is a sealing barrier here, and they cannot let people see the weakness of Senju Hashirama. In the Hokage building, Senju Tobirama's shadow clone becomes Senju Hashirama, which has been working. His main body has already left Konoha, and went outside to find a way to treat Senju Hashirama. Heitake Sora didn't go back, but sent Senju Tobirama to bring Uzumaki Amber to the Hokage mansion. In the first half of Heitake Sora's life, his relatives left one after another, and he had no one to miss, and after he died, he also lost his nostalgia. In this life, I resurrected from the first sight, saw Senju Hashirama, and then took a meal with the 2 brothers and chatted. Listened to them talk about the battles in the past, those crises that almost killed them. Listened to them talk about the Konoha in their dreams, the prosperous Konoha in the future. Although he is 3.8 years older than them, Heitake Sora doesn't care about age, but he has already identified them as his closest friends. This kind of nostalgia makes him sad. Heitake Sora couldn't find a way to restore Senju Hashirama's vitality. He tried all the methods in this world to cure Senju Hashirama, but unfortunately he couldn't think of it. Therefore, he stays next to Senju Hashirama every day, and casts the ability of the 50-50 system on Senju Hashirama once a day, hoping to activate a certain creature, which has the ability to restore Senju Hashirama's vitality, and even revitalize him. Unfortunately, 1 day, 2 days, time is passing. Time is passing, but Heitake Sora has not activated the ability to heal Senju Hashirama, let alone the ability to resurrect people. There is nothing he can do. These days, Uzumaki Mito has been accompanying Senju Hashirama, and Senju Tobirama will come once a day no matter how busy Hokage is. Usually, Shadow Clone is in the village, and the main body is still desperately looking for a way outside. Senju Hashirama used to talk a lot, but now he seems to have endless words. He told Hideki Sora and Uzumaki Mito about his childhood and his brothers. Met Uchiha Madara for the first time, they hit the water, did whatever came to the game story, talked about the fight. Tired, lie down and sleep for a while, wake up, and continue talking. Keep talking, until now, talking about day in fantasy. Half a month has passed like this. Senju Hashirama's black hair has completely turned into white hair, and his face is covered with wrinkles, like an old man who is getting old. That night, he suddenly opened his eyes, showing a trace of relief. I think, look at the moon. Good. Hideki Sora nodded and stood up. 25 this time he lifted the transformation technique, and his body naturally became tall and straight. Although his breath was already weak, Senju Hashirama's cloudy eyes, which were naturally super sensitive, suddenly became bright. Uzumaki Mito was surprised. This kind of breath, this kind of vitality, this is not a centenarian at all. It is almost like her at this time. Senju Hashirama, who was so weak that it was difficult to shake his fingers, stretched out his hand and pulled the quilt away, picked up the long coat next to him and put it on. He got up and got out of bed with a straight posture. Suddenly, Uzumaki Mito's eyes were red and she bit her lip. She didn't speak. And Hideki Sora was also silent. This scene was actually something he didn't want to see. The three left the secret room and walked to the hall. Senju Hashirama walked to the door, pushed open the two doors, took a breath of air, and let out a long sigh of relief. The air outside is still comfortable. Senju Hashirama spread his arms, showing a look of enjoyment, and then sat casually in front of the door, looking up at the sky. Today's weather is a bit gloomy. There is no moon in the night sky, only dark clouds that make people feel oppressive. Uzumaki Mito came silently, held Senju Hashirama's hand, and sat beside him. I want to see the moon. Is it a full moon? But unfortunately I can't see it. Senju Hashirama said. Maybe it's because of shyness. Hideki Sora smiled and sat down together. Senju Hashirama said, although I am Hokage, Tobirama is more suitable to be Hokage than me. These years, he has almost done all the affairs of Hokage. Speaking of which, my big brother is very responsible. Indeed, Hideki Sora said. At this time, a serious voice sounded. You finally expected that you were irresponsible, and you finally expected that I am better than you. A figure flickered. Senju Tobirama stood in front of the door, and then sat down straight beside Senju Hashirama. Yes, Senju Hashirama did not quarrel with Senju Tobirama this time, and continued, Senior, although Tobirama is better than me, but some actions are too aggressive, and the killing intent is too strong. I am leaving, you have to help me suppress it. Senju Tobirama frowned. Hideki Sora nodded. I will, but I may be suppressed instead. It's okay, I believe Tobirama will respect your suggestion. Senju Hashirama said, stretched out his hand to hook Senju Tobirama's neck, and said with a smile, look for a chance, it's time to start a family, and you are not young. I see, long-winded. Now that you look better, go on with your Hokage business, Senju Tobirama said. Tomorrow, Senju Hashirama said casually, looking at Hideki Sora, he said, Konoha, I'm sorry for your trouble. As long as I live, I promise, Konoha will exist as long as it lasts. Hideki Sora said seriously. Okay. Saying that, Senju Hashirama's breath broke. He fell on Senju Tobirama, closed his eyes, and held Uzumaki Mito's hand tightly with one hand, very tight. Even if he lost his strength, he still didn't let go. Senju Tobirama didn't move, he kept his cold face, tears ran down his face and down his neck. Uzumaki Mito held Senju Hashirama's hand tightly, one hand tightly covered his mouth, tears poured out uncontrollably. Hideki Sora leans against the doorframe, looking at the night sky. Oil slips across the corner. But at this time, a thunderbolt flashed across the sky suddenly, and the rain fell, which soon turned into a torrential rain. This day is not destined to be peaceful. From the moment Senju Hashirama opened the door, it was not peaceful. With Senju Hashirama's strength, he doesn't need protection, but his mansion has been secretly protected for half a month, which has already aroused the speculation of a big family, and naturally someone began to secretly send people to observe. Especially the Hyuga clan, they watched from a distance with supercilious eyes. And some families use secret techniques to detect. Originally, the secret room had a ceiling barrier, so that everyone could not feel the change of Senju Hashirama. From the moment he walked out, the Hyuga family noticed, and then Senju Hashirama died, and chakra's change was natural be found. So, almost from the moment Senju Hashirama passed away, all the family leaders who heard the news were shocked. In his prime, Senju Hashirama, the strongest ninja world, died. The world's strongest ninja god, passed away. Subsequently, Senju Tobirama also spread the news of Hokage's death. It's so obvious that you can't hide it, so it's better to announce it generously. and save the 657 people from guessing what schemes you have. This news swept through like a gust of wind, spreading to every family, and spreading throughout the whole town. That night, the strongest families in Konoha held a family meeting, and many civilians, some even cried loudly in the street. The god of Konoha fell down. The god in their hearts has passed away. P.S. Generally, when the author puts the last few chapters on the shelves, they will use the climax as the last few chapters. This can mobilize everyone's enthusiasm for reading, thereby increasing subscriptions. But I didn't do this, because my story is here, and I can't quickly write the climax. That's it. A strong O********** M story is also okay, but it will make the texture of the book not taste good. I want to try it. I don't want to have a big O******** M during the shelf life. I want to write a smooth and complete story that everyone likes, and can keep reading. While writing this paragraph, I was also very sad inside, but I still let First Hokage pass away. It's the end of an era, 10 eras of First Hokage. Heitake Sora witnessed the end of this era. And a new era is coming. The glory of the second generation project period. There is a young doctor of Ninja World, the founder of Root, Konoha's White Fanja, who is considered to have to give up the mission and escape after seeing it. There is also Sunen's childhood. The next volume, the First Ninja World War, this battle, how the old man will go, so stay tuned. Uchiha Station. Uchiha sits on the top seat, with both hands next to him, the patriarch's father next to his left hand, and an old man with short gray hair on his right hand, another cage-level master of the family, Uchiha Kaitaro. After that came Uchiha Fu, and then several jonin of the Uchiha family. Uchiha Yu first said, Hokage has passed away. I will directly talk about the focus of today's family meeting. Now our Uchiha family controls the Konoha police force, and is in charge of Konoha law and order and stability in terms of prestige and power. Konoha has surpassed Senju and is the strongest. Looking around the clansmen, he said, so, I want to compete for the position of second Hokage. What do you think? In more than 4 years, Uchiha is approaching 50, and his strength is much stronger than before, and his momentum is also calmer than before, but that kind of strong edge has not weakened, and has become even stronger. Uchiha's old patriarch frowned and said, You are a little anxious. Everyone knows that although Senju Hashirama is Hokage, the rights and affairs of Hokage are almost all Senju Tobirama. Elite Jonin of the Hokage family also supports Senju Tobirama. At the same time, Senju Tobirama is not as talkative as Senju Hashirama. Before the village was built, it was notoriously bloodthirsty. If it is not done well, it will cause us Uchiha and Senju clans to resent fight. Uchiha said calmly, Father, you think too much. These years, everyone has been watching, the two brothers Dame Hokage and Senju Tobirama, although they belong to the Senju family, but in Senju, there are not many people who support them. Really competing for the position, the Senju family is not supporting Senju Tobirama. It may be the person they choose. And bloodthirsty? My strength has improved a lot in these years, but I want to try that one strength. As he said that, he turned his head to look at the others. Let me give you some advice. At this time, the cage-level old man Uchiha Kaitaro coughed and said, Senju Tobirama and Senju clan are not the same line, they are separated. After the separation, the Senju family has no cage level, and I have 2 Uchihas. Hayaga Kiyoshi of the Hayaga family has improved rapidly in recent years. It may be cage level, but it is not a concern. After a pause, he opened his squinted eyes, and said in a deep voice, Senju and Uchiha created Konoha together. Senju Hashirama was popular at the time, so there is nothing to say. Now Senju Tobirama? I don't agree, my Uchiha family should be born a Hokage. Uchiha looked at Uchiha Fu, who smiled and said, Of course I support big brother. Very well, after I become Hokage, you will be the chief of the Konoha police force, and Shiori will be the deputy chief. Uchiha said quietly. I also think it is most suitable for the patriarch to be the second Hokage. A young man named Uchiha Yanli hurriedly said, Of course he supports such a great benefit. Subsequently, several young and middle-aged people all supported Uchiha Yu. The older generation wanted to say something, looked at the former old patriarch, and finally didn't say much. At the same time, the Hayaga clan. Hokage's death this time is an opportunity for us Hayaga. Although you have reached the cage level, your prestige in Konoha is too low. However, if we support one, we can get some positions. It's my father. With my strength, second Hokage will need me in the future. Hayaga asked, I think I support Senju Tobirama, because he has a good relationship with the teacher, has the support of the teacher, and he has been handling Hokage affairs, the probability of success in 90%. Your teacher. Thanks to him, you have reached cage level in 5 years. But, you can't support him, Hayaga said. Hayaga frowned. Why? The Hayaga patriarch said, Senju Tobirama has the highest voice, and you have never been his core supporter. Even if he becomes second Hokage, even if we support the Hayaga family, waiting for him to become second Hokage will not allow us to gain more benefits than his core supporters. On the contrary, Uchiha is secluded and even Senju stands upright. Although we and Uchiha don't see eye to eye, but in the past few years, we have formed a gap with the Uchiha family. We can't threaten them. Naturally, they want to accept them, and naturally they will give big benefits. As for Senju, although he is very old, he still has a son, and he wants to have a future for his son. If we support him, before he dies, he must be willing to give a greater benefit. Hyaga frowned and said, Father, I think what you said is wrong. It is not necessary to weigh the benefits of everything. Without a teacher, I want to achieve cage level. At least 10 years of teachers have allowed me to achieve what I am today. The teacher is a person with great wisdom. I think the teacher's choice of Senju Tobirama has a deep meaning. I still think it is correct to support the teacher's choice. Ching, you are a little blind. Heitake Sora is strong, but he is old. It is a miracle that he can live another 10 years. You must know that he is 105 years old this year. You support him now. What if he dies? Do you believe in your father? I will not harm you. After all, you will be the patriarch in the future, and the choice is very important. Then, all right, Hyaga nodded reluctantly. Senju Station. On the ground floor, in a relatively spacious secret room, there are more than a dozen masters from the Han Ten clan sitting around. Among them are the great elder Kaishao Ijian and his son Kaishao Luyan. Senju immediately became older than before, especially the eldest son was forcibly killed by Chien, Wangzhao, Tobirama, which made him aged a lot, and at the same time, there was a hint of violence hidden in his eyes. Without the confidence of the two brothers, this place is really for the sake of the Senju family. Everyone has one purpose, and that is to be for our Senju family, and they are willing to give everything. Senju immediately said, those two brothers, although they are Senju family, but what have you done all these years? Everyone has seen it. The Konoha police force gave Uchiha, which made us lose the position of the largest family of the Senju clan, and the clan was bullied by the Uchiha family. And that Tobirama, who made a conclusion that I assassinated Hashirama, and then forced my eldest son to death, because he is afraid of becoming a competitor for his second-generation goal. This kind of bloodthirsty person is not worthy of being a Senju tribe, nor is he worthy of being a Hokage. I don't support Senju Tobirama as a Hokage, what do you think? Immediately after Senju finished speaking, his son Senju said coldly, Senju Tobirama is too much. When he was young, his father taught him martial arts. Hashirama is strong, and our Senju family is strong. How could someone from the same clan be so cruel? But he didn't give us a chance to explain. The elder brother wanted to explain to him. He directly wanted to kill his father, and finally forced the elder brother to die. He killed his own family, but no one punished him. Why? Because Hashirama is his elder brother. Hashirama does Hokage, we have no objection. Because Hashirama is kind by nature, he is good to everyone, not only to the family, but also to the people in the village. But he is too nice and let Tobirama do whatever he wants. I doubt that some decisions are made by Tobirama. Those decisions that are not good for our Senju clan are not like Hashirama's big brother. Now that brother Hashirama has passed away, once Senju Tobirama becomes second Hokage, if things get worse, our Senju clan will be even more dangerous. It doesn't matter if my father and I are Hokage or not, but I don't agree with Senju Tobirama being Hokage. I don't want a murderer to be the leader of the village we created. At this time, an old man said, indeed, Hashirama, the 123 child, has always been considerate of his tribe. He has paid too much for the village and the tribe, and Tobirama is indifferent by nature. Thinking about it now, Hashirama may not have made many decisions, and I don't feel relieved that Tobirama came to do Hokage. It was because he left the village without authorization, which caused Uchiha Madara to attack, and my son died in that battle. Senju Tobirama is too murderous and ambitious, so he is not suitable as a leader. I am afraid that he may start a ninja war. I think it is more suitable for the elder to be the second Hokage. I think so too. You have enough prestige and sincerity. You have been busy all your life for the family. We all feel relieved when you come to do Hokage. Yes, Heitake Sora doesn't know about the meeting of various clans, nor is he interested. Senju Hashirama's body was taken away by Senju Tobirama, claiming to be cremated. Neither Heitake Sora nor Uzumaki Mito stopped or followed. Cremation is impossible, but it is also impossible for other families to see Senju Hashirama's body, because Senju Hashirama's wood-style blood inheritance is too powerful and his cells are too precious. If wood-style cells are obtained and used by others, it is possible to create a powerful wood-style master, which is too great an unknown danger. Heitake Sora has seen it before. In the 5th Ninja World War in the anime, White Zetsu used Yamato's wood-style, which is Senju Hashirama's cells, to create an army of White Zetsu. If it weren't for Naruto's multiple shadow clone and the ability to distinguish between good and evil, the Ninja Alliance would have suffered heavy losses in this battle alone. Heitake Sora left with Uzumaki Kohaku, leaving Uzumaki Mito alone. At this time, it is not suitable for him to stay, and he can see that Mito can bear it no matter how hard he wants to stop crying, so he left and let her cry or vent. With an umbrella in one hand, Heitake Sora held Uzumaki Amber in the other, walking in the heavy rain, but walking very slowly. Uzumaki Amber whispered, "Sensei, has Master Hokage left?" "Yes," Heitake Sora said. "Don't be sad, my lord is a good man, he will definitely go to heaven, and he doesn't want you to be sad," Uzumaki Amber said softly. "Yes, paradise," Heitake Sora said to himself, but his mood couldn't get any better. Suddenly, Uzumaki's amber hand suddenly wrapped around Heitake Sora's neck and hugged Heitake Sora tightly, and she whispered, "You must be well, be in a good mood, and be in good health. Mom and Dad have left, and I am now only you. I will, okay, I still want to watch you grow up." Heitake Sora smiled, looking down at Uzumaki Kohaku, and at this time the little guy's eyes were red, as if scared, and seemed to be infected by Heitake Sora's sadness. Back home, Uzumaki Amber lay down, but not asleep. And Heitake Sora sat outside the door, under the eaves, watching the heavy rain, in a daze. "Although I have lived for more than 100 years, I still can't see through it," Heitake Sora thought in his heart, and suddenly recalled that decades ago, his father died in battle, and he stayed up for 3 nights. His mother died of illness, and he stayed at the tomb for 7 days and nights without sleep. It's not to remind yourself of this sadness by not sleeping, nor to express your own sadness. It's just a kind of sadness that can't be said, but it makes it difficult to sleep. And at this time, inside the closed door, Uzumaki Kohaku leaned against the door, hugging her knees. She doesn't understand and can't feel this pain, but she wants to sit with Heitake Sora in a daze. No sleep all night, Heitake Sora is not sleepy. Watching the sunrise, he stood up. "It was about 40 years ago since the last time I watched the sunrise, and the last nephew who had a good relationship with me died." A little emotional, but he doesn't miss this kind of sunrise, because he doesn't want to be sleepless, and this kind of sunrise is too hurtful. Turning around, Heitake Sora opened the door and saw Uzumaki Kohaku hugging his knees, curled up, very tired but still endured not sleeping. Feeling the door open, Uzumaki turned his head and looked up at Heitake Sora, but he showed a sweet smile. "Teacher, are you hungry?" "I'm not hungry. I need to deal with some things. Be good at home. No matter what happens, rest if you hear, don't leave here. Go to sleep now," Heitake Sora said. "I'm not sleepy," Uzumaki Amber said. "Go to sleep." Heitake Sora picked up Uzumaki Kohaku, entered the room, hugged him and lay down, and changed the quilt for him. "I'm looking at you, you're asleep, I'll deal with it," Heitake Sora said. I will fall asleep soon, and it won't affect your handling of things." Uzumaki Kohaku nodded, but her little hand passed through the edge of the quilt and placed on top of Heitake Sora's big hand. Heitake Sora smiled and clenched her soft little hands. Uzumaki Kohaku was really sleepy, maybe Heitake Sora was beside her, she felt relieved, and soon fell asleep. Heitake Sora washed up, changed into a black kimono, took a bamboo pole, and went to the Hokage mansion. When Heitake Sora arrived, it was only 6 o'clock in the morning, and the rain stopped. At this time, the courtyard door was wide open, and the black coffin was lying in the house, and the door was wide open. At this time, many people came beside the coffin, including Senju Tobirama, Uzumaki Mito, and 6 elite jonin of the elders. There are many ninjas standing outside the house, all of them are of the Hokage family. Everyone here put on the costumes of honoring the dead. "Let's be buried today," Senju Tobirama said calmly, as if Senju Hashirama's death didn't affect him, but Heitake Sora could hear the hurt in that calm tone. "Waiting for those people?" Heitake Sora asked. "Wait," Senju Tobirama said flatly. Heitake Sora walked into the coffin, took a look at the coffin, but didn't look at it much, because he knew that although the coffin exuded a dead air, the corpse inside was no longer Senju Hashirama. Heitake Sora said, "Just now when I walked down the street, I felt that the atmosphere was a bit weird. Some of you may have stayed up all night." Senju Tobirama said calmly, "It's normal. Although the eldest brother is kind, his strength surpasses everyone. No one has any ideas. But now that it's me, there will be more people with more ideas. I don't mind letting some people know that I can kill Uchiha Izuna in his prime, and I can kill anyone who disturbs Konoha's safety. You can't do this." At this time, Heitake Sora put a hand on Senju Tobirama's shoulder. "I am going to be a second Hokage person, so I have to be calm. In the next few days, I will come. Hokage is what everyone expects, not killed." Senju Tobirama seems to be calm, but actually his heart is very restless at this time. He misses Senju Hashirama and is also thinking about how to win the position of second Hokage. Heitake Sora's words have already shown that it is enough to support him as second Hokage. At around 7 o'clock, all members of the Sarutobi family came. Only Patriarch Sarutobi entered the door, while others waited outside. Soon the Heitake family came, and then the Senju family came, and Senju Lujian and Senju Luyan entered the door. Then came the Ino, Shika, Cho clan, then the Hyaga clan, the Inyazuka clan, the Abarame clan, the Kurama clan, and the Shimura. At 7:30, the Uchiha clan arrived last. But this time, it wasn't the core members who came, but all the members of the 12 great clans. Hundreds of people had already filled the street. With the arrival of the big family, thousands of civilians woke up. An old man who couldn't walk was pushed out in a wheelchair by his son, and a child rubbed his eyes and was hugged by his mother and walked with his father. At 9 o'clock, almost everyone in the entire Konoha village woke up and came too. Senju Hashirama has left too many legends and defeated too many opponents, but those are too unfamiliar to commoners. They don't care, it's just talk. What they care about, recognize, and miss is the first Hokage who created Konoha. He allowed them to have a home, peace, and food so that they could live happily ever after. In their hearts, Senju Hashirama is not a ninja god, but a person who will influence them for a lifetime, a kind, selfless great man who gave everything for the village. At this time, the patriarchs of various clans, as well as the core elite jonin were standing in the room. When each patriarch came in, he said some greetings to Senju Tobirama. Hatake Sora didn't go to receive them, but just stood aside and watched quietly. These were not what he should do. When Senju Hashirama was here, even if he didn't say anything, no one dared to mess around. After all, his reputation was made. But now that he is gone, some people may explode after being suppressed for a long time. But today, or even in the next few days, what Hatake Sora will do is to make some people remember. Since Senju Hashirama entrusted these to himself and promised, it must be done. Let's go, Senju Tobirama said flatly. Then, several jonin personally stepped forward, lifted the coffin, and walked out the door. Walking in front of the door, walking in the street, people automatically give way. 10 meters, 100 meters, walking through a street, there are still people on both sides, and countless people follow behind. Some people cried, some shouted blessings, and more civilians cried loudly. The rain stopped, but the tears of the whole street were like a rain, falling on the hearts of people and the heart of Konoha. On this day, the whole Konoha was in sorrow. The sky was cloudy, and lightning flashed again. It was cloudy and drizzling, but no one went to get an umbrella, so I followed, walked, and looked, asking for flowers. When we arrived at the tomb, people stood outside the ninja cemetery. Burial. The process was simple, but the crying still didn't stop. Uzumaki Mito stepped forward first and said a few words. Then came Senju Tobirama, followed by the sobbing Senju Tone. Then came Senju Lujian, Senju Luyan and other core members of the Senju clan. Then came the Uchiha clan, then the Hyuga clan. And Hatake Sora is worshipped together with the Hatake family. Everyone worshipped, and it lasted from morning to afternoon. With the end of the last worship, Senju Tobirama shouted, "It's all gone." Then, he turned around and planned to leave first. Every time everyone worships, it is a kind of blow to him, because every time it makes him think that his elder brother has passed away. He doesn't want to stay here any longer. But when Senju Tobirama turned around to leave, Uchiha suddenly said, "Now that Master Hokage Ichime has left, although we are all sad, but now we should think that the position of second Hokage is vacant. For the stability of Konoha guarded by Ichime, we should elect second Hokage ASAP." Hatake Sora frowned. Senju Tobirama looked at Uchiha. At this time, the old Senju immediately said, "Yes. Hashirama's departure will definitely attract the attention of forces outside the village. If someone takes advantage of this opportunity to sneak attack, Konoha will also be in crisis. We should choose second as soon as possible. Hokage." At this moment, Hatake Sora smiled and said, "Why don't you dance?" Everyone looked at Hatake Sora at the same time. The depressive story is over, and a big battle is about to begin. This battle, absolutely full. Son, although Senju immediately wants to become second Hokage, but if the words are said directly, the taste will be different. In particular, Hatake Sora directly appointed him regardless of anything, which made the atmosphere even more weird. "Look at me for what?" Hatake Sora looked at Senju and said immediately, "Don't you want to be?" Or, he looked at Uchiha and said, "You don't want to be?" Neither of them responded. It's not easy to answer. Senju Tobirama didn't speak either. Previously Hatake Sora said that he would handle it, so Senju Tobirama wanted to see how the senior would handle it. "Stop talking, then let me say it." Hatake Sora said flatly, "You are the rulers of the big families, look around, where is this? Is this the time to talk about this kind of thing? You are almost buried, what's the rush?" At 8 o'clock, the elders meeting will be held. In addition to the 816 members of the elders group, you can also bring whoever you think can become the second Hokage. Do you have any objections? Let's leave. Some patriarchs wanted to talk, but unfortunately Hatake Sora left first, followed by the Hatake family, Senju Tobirama, and the Hokage family. In the end, it was useless to say anything. In the end, it broke up. Hatake Station. At this time, only Daisara and Chief Hatake are in the house. "Second Grandpa, do we support Senju Tobirama?" asked Hatake Watermark. Hatake Sora said, "Naturally, I don't know anyone else except you two. Your prestige is not enough, and your strength is not enough. Of course I don't want that." Hatake Watermark worried, "But, The Uchiha family is in full swing now. They control the Konoha police force and are the most powerful. And the Senju family has the most Jonin masters, and they may not support its Senju Tobirama. The generation of Hokage has left, and I am not sure whether those elite ninjas who have a trace of Hokage still support Senju Tobirama. At the same time, the Sarutobi clan is not sure. There are few clear supporters of Senju Tobirama now. On the contrary, there is the Uchiha family in Uchiha, and the Senju family in Senju. Seeing this, other families may support the two families. It's too simple for you. Heitake Sora shook his head slightly, and then said, after Konoha was created, Hashirama is Hokage, which is very clear at this time, but who handles most of the Hokage affairs? Many assign ninjas important tasks, who will do them? It seems to be Senju Tobirama. Heitake said watermark. Heitake Sora said, Hashirama's kindness and selflessness won the hearts of the people. That is also based on the establishment of a strong strength, and then he became Hokage. And the ninja who chose to follow him really came into contact with Tobirama, and also worked with Tobirama. They believe in Tobirama. At the same time, they are not members of the family, or they have left the family to follow the Hokage line. That is a force. If they support other families at this time, it is also an outsider entering, and they are not the core of that family. So, regardless of the choice of feelings or influence, they can only choose Tobirama. In the end, I have a good relationship with Tobirama, and I choose him. There is nothing wrong with it. Heitake Watermark thought about what Heitake Sora said, and then nodded slightly. Understood. You mean that Senju Tobirama is still the strongest party that can get the support of those supporters when Dame was in office? Heitake Sora didn't speak. Actually, in his heart, there were not so many reasons at all. It's very simple. The two Senju brothers are his best friends. He just helps friends. It's just that simple. The reason why I say so much is to explain for the Heitake Watermark, because the latter has a family, and every choice he makes will determine the survival of a family. Let's talk more. First, to teach this little grandson, and second, to let the other party safe choice. I listened to you, Heitake said watermark. Okay, I'll go to Tobirama to see. By the way, bring your 3 sons. Especially Sakumo, although he is still young, but he needs to see today's good show. After speaking, Heitake Sora left Senju Hashirama residence. At this time, in the underground secret room, there is nothing. It is empty. Only the walls are painted with strange runes, barriers, shielding, and the external detection of the internal. At this time, there are many people in the secret room. Senju Tobirama as well as Uzumaki Nito, with Heitake Sora and the commoner elite Jonin who are 6 elders and 20 Jonin. Senju Tobirama said, before my brother left, did I tell you who the second Hokage position is for? I'm not sure. I called you here today just to ask. Who do you support? The question is straightforward. He added, don't worry, if you don't choose me, or if you are still hesitating, you don't need to respond, and I won't let you leave. After all, you were cultivated by us, and I also as a half-teacher, I never make things difficult for my students. At this time, Kusanagi Ichiro first said, my life was saved by brother Tobirama. When Konoha was not established, I was brother's bodyguard. I naturally choose brother Tobirama. Ui Minghong said, after working together for so many years, I know that only you are really for the whole village, and some families are too narrow-minded. I support you. Mitarashi Hiza said, teacher, of course I support you. You are usually a little serious, but you are sincere for the village. We can all see and feel it. Haifeng Lanyun, my swordsmanship is taught by my teacher, so I naturally follow my teacher. The 6 elite Jonin, Haifeng Lanyun, Mitarashi Kuriko and Morinoji, are Senju Tobirama's disciples. Uzumaki Mizun is Uzumaki Mito's cousin, and Kusanagi Ichiro is Senju Tobirama's rescue. Yuri Minghong belongs to friends. Through the speeches of the other 20 Jonin, Heitake Sora found that one of the 20 Jonin was more or less guided and helped by Tobirama. For the other 10 people, Senju Hashirama talked to them separately before leaving, and said that if one day he was not around, he hoped they would follow Tobirama. And these also show support for Senju Tobirama from this moment. Heitake Sora knew 2.8. From the moment the elders group was established, Senju Tobirama should have been deploying his own people. It may even have started when Konoha was established. This move was several years in advance. Senju Hashirama is not interested in power and politics at all, and he doesn't care what Senju Tobirama does as long as it doesn't harm the village, because he had no interest in Hokage's position. However, from the way he looked for these 10 Jonins, it can be seen that he was careless on the surface, but actually knew that Senju Tobirama was behind the scenes, and at the same time acquiesced. And these 10 people are not from his younger brother Tobirama. He is about to pass away, so he greeted him in advance. There really is no such thing as a simple Hokage, Heitake Sora thought, but he was more at ease this way. He has no interest in power. Senju Tobirama can successfully become a second-generation project, and he can go to the salted fish again and save trouble. After confirming the support of the strongest Jonin in the Hokage series, Senju Tobirama didn't say much, but let these people leave. Even though Senju Tobirama was sitting in the secret room, he didn't leave, and Heitake Sora didn't leave either. Heitake Sora said, "Don't you want to go to the Senju station?" Senju Tobirama said, "Jonin is the core combat force, and also has the core voice. The ninjas below Jonin have little voice. And these years, there are only a few old people left in the Senju tribe who supported me, and they are all gone. Jonin's strength. Let them enjoy their old age in the clan. Don't bother these elders anymore." Over the years, the Senju clan has changed, and they have forgotten the original intention of creating Konoha. Speaking of this, he couldn't help showing a sense of loss. Heitake Sora shook his head slightly, and said, "They haven't changed, but you and Hashirama took it for granted." "What do you mean?" Senju Tobirama asked. Heitake Sora said, "Because your original intention is not their original intention. The Senju clan defeated all the clans and formed the 25 Alliance. In the final battle, they also defeated Uchiha and then created Konoha. In the real sense, you are the victors. In the hearts of the Senju people, you should be the ones in charge of Konoha, and the victors should enjoy preferential treatment and spoils, instead of being divided by others. For example, you support Hashirama as Hokage, but you do not support Uchiha Madara. Excluding hatred in Uchiha Madara's character, you still choose Hashirama. That's because you don't help your relatives. You always make this kind of choice. Your people, will Tao be very selfless?" Senju Tobirama couldn't answer. Thinking about it carefully, the Senju clan's thinking has not changed, but he has changed because of the influence of his elder brother Senju Hashirama. From the concept of a small clan, to the concept of Konoha's entire big family. "Yeah, it hasn't changed, maybe, I have changed," Senju Tobirama said, and then he looked at Heitake Sora and said, "Then why don't you take this opportunity to fight for some benefits for the Heitake clan?" Heitake Sora smiled and said, "Since it's said, then wait until you become a second Hokage and give my Heitake some benefits, it's fine." "Ah, you are as direct as usual and as clear as ever." Senju Tobirama smiled. "No matter a force, or a group. Don't be afraid of being greedy, just be afraid of not being greedy. Because of being greedy, you have weaknesses. If you are not greedy, you will be suspicious, want more, or want something at this time." Senju Tobirama looked at Heitake Sora, and suddenly asked seriously, Don't you want to be second Hokage?" Heitake Sora shook his head, "I'm exhausted, but I just leave a name. Now my life is very good. I don't have any money and watermark points. If the amount is large, I will ask you. Really, there will be many people who will not only ask me for money, but may even ask for my life. If you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. So, are you ready?" He looked at Senju Tobirama. "Ready." Senju Tobirama nodded solemnly. At night, outside the Hokage building, there are ninjas of various races standing, and inside the Hokage building, in the most spacious conference room, all the members of the elders came, and they also brought some ninjas, some of whom were students of the elite class taught by Heitake Sora. Heitake Sakumo came along with his father, standing next to Heitake Sora, a little nervous, but still relatively calm. It is not easy to be so calm at such a young age. Uzumaki Yin and his husband behind Uzumaki Mito, as well as Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Kagami, etc. also came. At this time, Heitake Sora spoke first. "I'm not being polite, I'm decades older than you, I'll be the host. If anyone has an opinion, just keep it in your heart and don't say it." Everyone here is speechless. "You have been talking so much, who dares to say it?" It's natural to be shameless, and there is no one else. "Okay." Heitake Sora said, "Hashirama has a deep understanding of the shocking power of Konoha and other ninjas besides Konoha. When he was there, some of you didn't even think about seizing power, even outside the village. He didn't dare start a war." Everyone was speechless again. Uchiha Yu and Senju frowned slightly. Heitake Sora was almost implying something, it was too obvious. Unlike half the politicians, Heitake Sora's words are stressful. Heitake Sora continued, "When he left, some people in the village had too many thoughts and it was easy to cause chaos. Therefore, it is necessary to quickly elect second Hokage, and other ninja villages may take the opportunity to commit crimes. If there is no unified manager, it is easy to make this chaos worse. Therefore, it is indeed more necessary to elect second Hokage at this time. Finally, the elders will vote for second Hokage. Do you have any opinions?" This time, Heitake Sora didn't have time to say the last sentence, and actually didn't want to say more, but Uchiha Yu was afraid that he would say the previous sentence, "Don't mention it if you have an opinion," so he quickly interjected, "I have an opinion." He glanced at everyone and said, "In the past few meetings of the elders, everyone should have felt that there is a problem with the mechanism of the elders. I am not questioning the ability of the first generation. I think that there is a big problem with the decision of the elders." Question. At this time, the Hyaga Patriarch said, "If we start the election, there is indeed a problem." Not surprisingly, first of all the 6 elite Jonin support Senju Tobirama, Uzumaki Mito, and Heitake principals also support Senju Tobirama, the Senju clan, Heitake clan, and Sarutobi clan also support Senju Tobirama, plus his own vote. Then, there are 12 votes for Senju Tobirama, and only one more vote is needed to be invincible. 2 more votes, that is 100% Dell's own Hokage. Even if the rest of us get 13 votes, they are still on par with Senju Tobirama. Besides, it is almost impossible to get it. So I think it is impossible for the elders to vote for second Hokage. Senju immediately said slowly, it's not good, it's too unfair to everyone. Hokage's position is very important, and unfair elections cannot occur. Senju Tobirama frowned, with murderous intent in his eyes. The 3 major clans disapproved, and immediately made the eyes of other clan heads flicker. The first plan was declared a failure. At this time, Heitake Sora clapped his hands and said, how about a fight? When Heitake Sora said this, Senju immediately stopped talking. He is old now, his strength is declining, and he is only equivalent to the elite Jonin stage, and the battle cannot last long. Fighting with Senju Tobirama? That's courting death. Even his son Senju Luma is not Senju Tobirama's opponent. As for the Hyuga family, they didn't intend to be Hokage at first, but they were very calm. It's okay to decide the second Hokage through a battle. Uchiha smiled confidently. At this time, Senju immediately said, there is a problem with this kind of election. Hokage needs powerful ninjas to be Hokage, but not necessarily the strongest. After all, we are not Konoha created for war. Our purpose it is to make Konoha more prosperous. The one who has the ability to govern and lead Konoha to prosperity is the real Hokage, not just fighting and killing. Senju Tobirama, who had been silent all this time, looked at Senju and said, then what method do you say? If the position of Hokage is determined by fighting, he is really not afraid. Senju Tobirama believes in the supremacy of force, from beginning to end. It can be seen from his policies and means. Later Danzo learned some of Senju Tobirama's thunder methods. Senju immediately said, at the beginning Hashirama became Hokage, it was after being elected by the major families to become Hokage, and then got the consent of the Fire Country daimyo. I don't think the tradition should be lost. Let the major families continue to select 5 people from each family to vote, and finally go to the daimyo of the Fire Nation. If everyone agrees, it will be second Hokage. Senju Tobirama frowned. If he was elected according to the major families, it would be bad for him. Because Konoha was first established, all affairs of Konoha were distributed to the major families, and there were no civilian ninjas at all. And at the beginning, the Senju family was of one mind, but now, the mind is scattered, and they don't support him. In this way, his supporters will have no effect, and it will almost take him out of his original advantage. It seems reasonable, but in fact it is a ruthless move. Old fox, I should have killed my elder brother when he was injured that day. In the end, it will save me from being annoying now. Senju Tobirama was upset. At the same time, the 6 elite Jonins and the Jonins who came to support Senju Tobirama today were all dissatisfied. At this time, Kusanagi Ichiro said, your old way is wrong. When Konoha was first established, the masters of the major families accounted for 90% of Konoha, and the members of the family have the final say. This is normal. But now, 10 years have passed, and our ordinary family has also produced some masters. If we follow this method, we will almost be excluded. Elder Senju, do you mean that the 6 of us, and the 20 Jonin behind me, are not even eligible to vote for Hokage? Is that what you mean? I'm a rough person and I don't know much about it. I can still fight. Haifeng Lanyan suddenly took out the long knife beside his hand, and slammed it on the table. Mitarashi Hise frowned and said, don't mess around, this is the council hall of the elders. Even though the decision-making power is gone, it exists for a day after all, it is a day. Cut. Uzumaki Mizun pouted, what's the use of establishing a group of elders who don't even have the right to vote? They don't even qualify for Hokage votes. What's the point of disbanding the group of elders early? Water tone. Uzumaki Mito sipped, but he didn't mean to blame. It is obvious that several people have colluded to destroy this method. Heitake Sora was sitting next to him, and it was very interesting. This big show is really what you sing and we do. Thinking of the rights of third Hokage being checked and balanced in the anime, I feel a lot of helplessness. Today's Senju Tobirama has more than one level of skill, no matter how powerful your other families are. He didn't say a word, and he solved it with his subordinates alone. Senju frowned immediately, and tapped his fingers on the table. At this time, Senju behind him said, everyone misunderstood, my father didn't say the whole thing, let's do it. It's fairer for all Jonin to vote. Senju immediately said, this method is okay, now not only the big families have Jonin, but there are many Jonin, so it is fair. In terms of the number of Jonin, the single race of Senju is already equal to the 26 Jonin besides Senju Tobirama. At the same time there are other family support, so he has the confidence to be elected. At this time, Uchiha also nodded and said, yes, I think this method is fine. Over the years, being in charge of the Konoha police force has given them a lot of resources for the Uchiha family. After all, they are in charge of civilian laws and so on, some give gifts and so on, they have cultivated several Jonin, and some human ninjas are attached to them. Although the number of Senju is not enough, it is not too bad, and because of the power in hand, he has secretly contacted several families and bought some jonin, so he has the confidence to surpass everyone. Almost, after Uchiheo finished speaking, Yusiang Patriarch nodded and said, "This method is applicable." The patriarch of the Inyazuka clan who has been following Hyaga said, "Although I don't know much, but the method is possible." Chief Abarame, also a supporter of the Hyaga clan, said, "Yes." Chief Shinura nodded, "It's a good way." The patriarch of the Sarutobi clan looked at Senju Tobirama, and at the same time the 6 elite jonin also looked over, but the Ino, Shika, Cho clan did not speak. Senju Tobirama frowned. If it was a pure elders group, he would become the second Hokage 100%, and if it was a confrontation, it would be 100% more. If it is a family, it is 100% not him. If it is completely carried out by civilian elections, there are too many uncertainties. The big families have money, and if they secretly bribe, get Wang Zhao, it is not easy to do so. All these years, he and his eldest brother have been focusing on the village, and they don't have much money at all. Afterwards, Senju Tobirama looked at the table, but in the ear of Heitake Sora, he heard the voice of the former senior, "Why don't I kill that old thing Uchiha-yu and Senju Lima tonight? Without competitors, they don't want to let I can't even team up." Only Heitake Sora can hear this voice. Look at Senju Tobirama. Heitake Sora is speechless. Senju Tobirama is violent enough. When Senju Hashirama was there, he pressed Senju Tobirama, so that he was stillborn several times when he wanted to kill people by means of thunder. Now that Senju Hashirama has passed away, no one is holding back Senju Tobirama, and now he has let himself go. This is really moving and killing. "Let me come." Heitake Sora was flat, responding to Senju Tobirama, and responding to everyone. Everyone looked at him. Heitake Sora said, "Purely electing with jonin will make the common people feel that we don't care about them. Hashirama has just passed away. Just doing this will chill the hearts of those who shed tears for Hashirama. So I think, Konoha has all the jonin to vote at the same time. Then go to the street temporarily and find 30 ordinary people to vote. How about this time? Randomly selecting people is ruthless enough, because this prevents big families from buying off civilians in advance. After all, it is impossible for them to buy off everyone in Konoha because they don't have that much money." But, after listening to what Heitake Sora said, Senju Tobirama frowned and said, "There is a problem with this method. 30 ordinary people are about the same number as Senju's jonin. This can't affect the overall situation at all." He couldn't help but looked at Heitake Sora and shook his head slightly, but Heitake Sora didn't make a sound, mouthing, "Trust me." Senju Tobirama frowned, thought for a few seconds, and then he said, "I agree, it's not bad, jonin is an elite, but he can't separate himself from the masses." After finishing speaking, he said in his heart, "It's a bet on the method behind Mr. Heitake." Senju Tobirama agreed to 520, and the patriarch of the Sarutobi clan who followed the 2 Senju brothers nodded and said, "This method is fine." "Yes." Ichiro Kusanagi nodded, and then the 5 elite jonins beside him agreed at the same time. And the Nara patriarch, who has been silent all this time, said, "It's a method, it's fair." Subsequently, the Yamanaka and Akamika chiefs also agreed. Uchiha frowned, lost in thought. And Senju frowned immediately. "This method is no problem, but if 30 ordinary people all choose Senju Tobirama, plus the current 26 people, there will be 56 people, which may surpass them." However, they couldn't find a better way than this, and the two were very entangled for a while. At this time, Heitake Sora said, "One more thing." Everyone looked at him, he smiled and said, "The most important thing is to select people. Who wants to compete to become the second Hokage? Only when people are selected can they vote. First of all, Senju Tobirama is one. Also, in this room anyone can sign up, as long as they sign up, they count as one. I want to try it too," Uzumaki Mito said. Some people are surprised, but Senju Tobirama and Heitake Sora are not surprised. Mito is not really competing for the position of Hokage. She did it to share the votes, which naturally reduced the possibility of more opponents. "I want to too." At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was behind the leader of Sarutobi, raised his right hand. "I want to participate in the election, and my dream is to become Hokage." Now Sarutobi Hiruzen is a young man full of vigor. The young man is very excited at this time, as if he is really going to become Hokage. Courage is commendable. Heitake Sora smiled, and then said, "Who else? Everyone can sign up here today. If you miss this opportunity, you won't have it next time." "And me?" After hesitating for half a minute, Shimura Danzo raised his hand and said loudly. He can't be weaker than Sarutobi Hiruzen. The opponent dares to compete for the Hokage position in front of so many people, so does he. "Nonsense." Chief Shimura frowned. At this time, Heitake Sora said, "It's very courageous, I count you as one. Seeing that you are so passionate, I will also sign up. Maybe I will become the oldest Hokage in history. Give everyone 5 minutes to think about it." When the time is up, if you don't people, then the 5 of us will compete. Heitake Sora said this, which made Senju Tobirama even more confused about what he wanted to do. But already agreed, Senju Tobirama can't return temporarily. Everyone frowned, Uchiha's people looked at Uchiha, and Senju's naturally looked at Senju. The two were very upset. This was obviously a trick set by Heitake Sora, but now it was clearly contested by 2 youths, Heitake Sora and Uzumaki Mito. This is almost a foregone conclusion, and if half of the ordinary people don't choose Senju Tobirama, then they are sure to win, and this method is okay. But I always feel that these 30 people are uncertain factors. Time passed by every minute and every second, except for Uchiha and Senju who made eye contact. The others didn't speak at all. From the beginning, most people didn't think about Hokage's position, because they knew that with their prestige, they were not competitive at all, and if they talked too much, they would mess with the future second-generation project. As for the 2 youths, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, they followed Senju Tobirama before entering school, and after graduation, they were also Senju Tobirama's direct disciples, and they were also arranged by Senju Tobirama to enter Konoha Shinobi School. As for Heitake Sora and Uzumaki Mito, it is obviously a strategy, and everyone can see it. At 3 minutes, Senju said coldly, "I'm running." Uchiha frowned for 5 seconds and said, "I'm also running for the election." "Is there anyone else?" Heitake Sora asked again. No one responded. "Okay, then the 7 of us are running for second Hokage. We can't wait for all the Jonin to return to the village to re-election. Without further ado, send a message to call all Jonin to gather at the top of the Hokage building at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. The election will start on time. Latecomers it counts as an abstention, and those who have problems can raise it. Ninjas are inherently highly disciplined and highly punctual." No one objected to Heitake Sora's time and efficiency. Then, it will be gone. Until everyone left, only Heitake Sora, Senju Tobirama, and Uzumaki Mito were left, and the room became empty. "I've been busy all day, and I haven't eaten. Let's have a meal together, and I will be busy later." "At home? Or a restaurant?" Heitake Sora smiled. "Others? By the way, Senior, you asked me to agree with your election method, but if 30 ordinary people don't choose me, or even half of them don't choose me, then I may really have no chance." Senju Tobirama was puzzled. "You will know after eating." Heitake Sora smiled mysteriously. As soon as Senju Hashirama was buried, the election of second Hokage began in a hurry, and now Uzumaki Mito is not in the mood to cook, although the 3 went to a barbecue restaurant. Naturally Senju Tobirama pays. After eating, it was already past 11 o'clock at night. Walking out of the barbecue shop, Senju Tobirama still remembered what Heitake Sora said earlier, and asked curiously, "What else are you busy with?" Heitake Sora said as he walked, "If you want to succeed in doing things, you have to increase the success rate to 100%. If you can't improve it, then it will be infinitely close to 100%. So, I went to some families for a walk and taught them a lesson. If children don't teach them a lesson, they won't have a long memory." "You want?" Senju Tobirama wondered. "Are you going to the Hyuga clan?" Seeing the direction Heitake Sora was walking, Uzumaki Mito was surprised, and then hurriedly said, "Don't be impulsive. Before Hashirama left, you were asked to hold Tobirama down. If something goes wrong, things will go wrong. It's serious." Heitake Sora smiled and said, "No, I have a sense of proportion, but if you follow, people think that the 3 of us are going to exterminate the clan, then something will happen, you all go back. The election will start at 7 o'clock tomorrow, and I will not participate. At the same time, the 3 major clans will also abstain. If one day the 3 clans are charged with crimes, then I will decide the crime myself. Save yourself and don't know how to judge after you take office." In order to seize the Hokage position, I seriously injured 2 candidates privately, so that they could not participate in the election. I am guilty. As for the crime, you can make it up. "You want?" Senju Tobirama understood. He got it all. 30 ordinary people are not the main thing at all, they are dispensable, it is just a cover, which makes Uchiha and Senju immediately think that Senju Tobirama might try to buy ordinary people. It is true that all Jonin chooses second Hokage, which is not good for him, however. Heitake Sora is running for the campaign, which is the most important thing. As a campaigner, he wounded Uchiha and Senju for personal gain, which can also be explained clearly. In this way, Heitake Sora has no qualifications for the election, and with Heitake Sora's strength, immune to death, but it may make the 2 of them paralyzed for half a year. During the half-year period, they were ashamed to be defeated and said, "Senju Tobirama can justifiably become the second-generation Project Hokage tomorrow." Half a year later, the 2 of them will be healed, and they will re-elect Hokage? That's fine, but when the time comes, the raw rice will be cooked and the rice will be cooked. If they want to compete, it will be impossible. And if Senju Tobirama does this, there is only one result, that is, those 2 people are paralyzed, and he can't do second Hokage, and the whole Konoha is really messed up. Be careful. Uzumaki Mito also understood. He bowed respectfully towards Heitake Sora. Currently only Tobirama and Heitake Sora have the strength to do so, so she will not stop her. But in my heart, I am even more grateful to this senior for what he has done for them. Here you are. Senju Tobirama took out a wooden stick and handed it to Heitake Sora. There was a flying thunder god spell on it, which Heitake Sora had cast and still vaguely remembered. Then, the two left. Heitake Sora was not in a hurry. Even though it was late, he still walked slowly. After about half an hour, we arrived at the residence of the Hayaga clan. The residences of the major families are surrounded by high walls, and there are houses in them, which is equivalent to having a small village in a big village. The residence of the Hayaga clan is on the northeastern edge of Konoha. The 15 lands belong to the Hayaga clan. Walking to the door, Heitake Sora saw two young Hayaga people who were holding the door. Approaching, Heitake Sora smiled and said, "I'm bored, let's challenge the strongest master in your family." But just before Heitake Sora entered the door, he glanced behind him, and there was a black shadow flashing in the shadow, but Heitake Sora used the 50-50 ability on the target. Target Senju Tobirama, random. The fallen knight hero Tenshija Kuratsuichi Iki's ability activation, combat power calculation, and enhancement, is equivalent to Senju Tobirama's combat power stimulation. That's right, the black shadow is Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama is good at flying thunder god technique. He secretly hides the things engraved with the Flying Thunder God technique next to all the family's residences, just to move here quickly and monitor these families. Heitake Sora understands the Flying Thunder God technique, and the evolution of the Great Dog Demon bloodline makes his sense of smell no worse than that of the Inyazuka clan. It is easy to smell the scent of Senju Tobirama nearby. Hearing Heitake Sora's words, the two young ninjas were surprised at the same time. Since Konoha established the village, Heitake Sora is the first person who dares to directly challenge the strongest of the Hayaga clan at the gate of the resident. And this, they know each other, the old headmaster of Konoha Shinobi School to challenge the Hayaga clan. Are you kidding me? A young ninja asked uncertainly. No, I went in by myself. Heitake Sora smiled, and pulled out the snow blade in the battle. 7th Secret Sword Lightning. With this move, the speed of the swordsman swinging the sword far exceeds the dynamic vision of human beings, making the opponent unable to even see the sword, as fast as lightning. Ask for flowers. It is close to Ichido, but when swinging a sword close to Senju Tobirama's strength, it is not only fast, but also very powerful. Heitake Sora just drew out his sword, and behind the two ninjas, two wooden doors more than 10 meters high suddenly appeared two intersecting gaps. What's the situation? The two were shocked, turned around and saw this scene. Their legs were so frightened that their legs became weak. They are Chunin, even if they use gentle fist, they can't break the outer wooden door with all their strength. A door up to 10 centimeters. As a result, they didn't see when Heitake Sora's sword came out, but the gate had collapsed. When the two were in a daze, Heitake Sora had already walked in. Who is it? The loud sound of the door collapsing naturally shook the Hayaga clan's resident. The nearest one, Hayaga Jonin, rushed out of his yard quickly. At the same time, in the other direction, there are also Hayaga's ninjas rushing out. The Jonin who appeared first is known to be Heitake Sora, the principal of the Konoha Shinobi School, but he is a child of the family. How can one be afraid of a school principal? Even if the opponent in Uchiha found that the patriarch was tied, it was still a rumor, and he had never seen it before, and he didn't know who was stronger or weaker without fighting. Dared to damage the gate of our Hayaga family's residence, stop. Shouting, he quickly ran to Heitake Sora, and directly spread his arms, intending to display gentle fist. The sword light flashed. The tip of the sword in Heitake Sora's hand stopped in front of that Jonin's neck and throat, and he was almost about to stab him, but because the Jonin stopped in time, he was spared the danger of death. At the same time, a large number of people from the Hayaga clan who came running quickly saw this scene and were all surprised. So fast. The sword is drawn too fast. Heitake Sora said with a smile, "Don't go Jonin, I'm not here to kill people, but if there are too many people rushing up, and the sword has no eyes, how many people may die, I can't guarantee it. Let the strongest master of your family come out. It's okay, I just want to chat with him. Go and call the patriarch. Go and call Kingba." Some people were talking anxiously, but, needless to say, the Hayaga patriarch and Hayaga Kiyoshi had already come out at this time, looking at Heitake Sora from 100 meters away on the spacious main road of the resident. Crack! Heitake Sora sheathed the sword in his hand, looked at Hayaga Ching, smiled and said, "Ching, long time no see." 17 Although the distance is far away, Heitake Sora's voice is full of air, and everyone can hear it. While talking, Heitake Sora walked over. Chief Hayaga frowned and said to himself, "Let's go together." Following his steps, Hayaga Kiyoshi and several ninjas from the Hayaga clan also ran towards the banner minister. Heitake Sora is not in a hurry, but the Hayaga clan is in a hurry. The gate of the resident was broken, and it was the principal of the Konoha Shinobi School 370, who clearly wanted to challenge the strongest family. Heitake Sora severely injured Uchihayu, who punched Zwaniying at the beginning, and Hyaga Kiyoshi, who injured Zwaniying with another punch. He has a deep memory of the Hyaga patriarch. In just 5 seconds, the leader of the Hyaga clan has already run 10 meters away from Heitake Sora, and the masters of the Hyaga clan have also arrived beside him. Heitake Sora stopped and smiled. Let me just say it. You Jonin of the Hyaga clan will not participate in the election tomorrow. Why? Patriarch Hyaga frowned. Because I don't want you guys to go. Heitake Sora said bluntly. Principal Heitake, are you joking? Chief Hyaga's face turned cold. In order to compete for the position of second Hokage, you are so blatant to destroy our resident. Not allowing us to participate in the selection of second Hokage is tantamount to robbery and violates the rules of the various clans. So what if it violates? As he said, Heitake Sora lifted the transformation technique, and then his body began to grow taller, and his old appearance quickly became younger. In the blink of an eye, Heitake Sora changed from an old man to a young man in his early 20s, except for his gray hair. Now he seems to be a different person. Originally handsome appearance, coupled with a fit figure, and that unrestrained powerful momentum. Not Heitake Sora, someone exclaimed in surprise. Heitake Sora has changed so much that he has directly become a young man. No one would believe that it is the original Heitake Sora. However, Chief Hyaga quickly calmed down. Because they have white eyes, they can clearly see that Heitake Sora's chakra has not changed, and it can be sure that it is the original Heitake Sora. But this change made many ninjas of the Hyaga clan extremely surprised and puzzled at the same time. Why is Heitake Sora suddenly young? Isn't he a centenarian? Heitake Sora said flatly, I can't live for a few years, I want to leave some gifts for the junior, so I might as well give a big gift this time. Let's make it clear. You can send out anyone you want, one person or all of them, as long as you can hurt me within 10 minutes one trace, even if I lose. I'm a fair person. If I lose, my Teiju inheritance belongs to you. If you can't hurt me within 10 minutes, all Hyaga Jonin will voluntarily abstain from tomorrow's election, and don't go tomorrow. If you sneak out, something bad will happen, then don't blame the old man for pulling a few before he died. He's dying. Patriarch Hyaga was deep in thought. Heitake Sora suddenly became younger, much like some old people returning to life. Heitake Sora is more than 100 years old, and many people are wondering how many years he can live. But today, Patriarch Hyaga speculated that Heitake Sora might really be dying. Later, he said to the people around him, Principal Heitake may have to use his full strength, but even if he uses his full strength, it will be difficult to defeat him, but we can still do it if we hurt him. Although there is no limit to the number of people, if we go together, our Hyaga clan will not take advantage of others. Gentlemen, come on. Okay, brother. Masato Hyaga, who looked to be in his 50s, stepped out. Zuniying. Heitake Sora smiled slightly and said, You are too weak, remember you were there that day. But this time, I will change my style to see if you can block my knife. After a pause, he pulled out the snow blade. I only have one strike, if I don't defeat you, I will count myself as the loser. Senior, you are too contemptuous of me. Even with 10 swords, you may not be able to break through my revolving heaven defense. My revolving heaven has the strongest defense among the Hyaga clan. Hyaga said honestly, but what I want more is, hurt you, but I will keep my hand. Please enlighten me. After speaking, he rushed to Heitake Sora first. Boom! As soon as he got close, Masato Hyaga revealed chakra all over his body, and directly launched his strongest offensive. Its palms are very fast, and one palm wraps the thick chakra, making many Hyaga Jonin unable to see his movements clearly with pure vision. I don't even know how to avoid it, and I can only observe chakra with blank eyes to know its approximate moving direction. The secret sword of the End Shadow Chaser. This is a kind of sword intent, born of the sword, believe in the blade. At this moment, Heitake Sora seems to be integrated with the sword in his hand, regardless of each other, and this sword, even his own shadow can't catch up. It was a swift blow. At the same time Shura with one knife explodes. Boom! Heitake Sora ignited blue fireworks all over his body, and all the power he possessed was rapidly concentrated for 1 minute. Forcibly concentrated all chakra 1.9, making his physical strength tens of times stronger in an instant. This is a super burst beyond the limit of the body. Danger! At this time, Hyaga Kiyoshi shouted in a hurry, because the aura of Heitake Sora was too powerful, and the weak Genin and Chinin didn't feel real enough. As a cage level, I feel that this kind of momentum is even more scary. At this time, Masato Hyaga, who was the closest, naturally felt the danger more clearly and intuitively. Just about to hit a palm, the way of the hand is changed directly, the body rotates rapidly, a large amount of chakra gushes out, and then a huge chakra hemisphere is formed to protect it. One knife, split down. Shua. When a blue knife light fell with the long knife in Heitake Sora's hand, it formed a flaming knife light that was more than 10 meters long and smashed on the hemisphere formed by revolving heaven. Then the self-proclaimed Hyaga's strongest revolving heaven, Chakra's hemisphere with the strongest defense was cut open. Whoosh! Heitake Sora disappeared in place, his phantom was still in place, and the person appeared 10 meters away in an instant, and at this time he was holding a person in his left hand, which was Masato Hayaga. However, at this time, Masato Hayaga's left arm has left his body. Just 10 meters away, there is a very thin gap in the ground there, only the width of a finger, but no one knows how deep the gap is. On one side of the gap, a severed arm is lying down. The blade is too fast, beyond the limit of most Hayaga ninjas' supercilious eyes. It was also because the 25 cut was too fast, attacking Ultimate's cohesion. Even Masato Hayaga's body functions hadn't reacted yet. At this moment, his arm port was only bleeding slowly, and he didn't feel any pain yet. However, in the next second, Hayaga's left shoulder port, blood spurted out directly, like a fountain. He couldn't help but let out a cry of pain. The severed arm lying on the ground didn't react until blood spurted out. Whoosh! Heitake Sora disappeared again, reappeared at the same place, and said flatly, "Little boy, don't speak big words, or you will lose badly. Are there medical ninjas? Save people." Whoosh! Hayaga Ching quickly rushed forward, picked up the broken arm and pressed it on Hayaga Masato's shoulder, and then performed medical ninjutsu. Afterwards, 2 Hayaga ninjas ran out, one supported Hayaga Masato, the other held the broken arm, and succeeded Hayaga Kiyoshi. But at this time, some ninjas were startled, their mouths could not be closed in shock, they didn't see where the knife was slashing, and they didn't understand how powerful the knife was. However, they know that Masato Hayaga is a real revolving heaven practitioner in the family, and it can be said that the Hayaga family has the strongest defense master. But this is the strongest revolving heaven. Heitake Sora chopped off an arm, and from the fact that Heitake Sora appeared 10 meters away with Masato Hayaga, and then went back, it can be seen that if Heitake Sora did not make a timely move, this knife it's possible that more than one arm will be chopped off. This knife is too fast. Principal Heitake is too strong. What to do? At this moment, Masato Hayaga was sweating profusely on his painful forehead, but he still held back his pain and bowed slightly to Heitake Sora. "Thank you for saving me. If it wasn't for you, I would have died just now." "Thank you, sensei." Hayaga turned and bowed to Heitake Sora. "Take out the knife, leave, and return to the original place, that is, 2 or 3 seconds. Most people saw that Heitake Sora slashed and saved people, but they are not sure whether that knife can kill Masato Hayaga. But Masato Hayaga himself knew that Revolving Heaven's defense was extremely fragile under this knife, and it was impossible to resist at all, and he saw the knife, right above his head. At that moment, he knew that he was going to die, and he couldn't escape at all. At the same time, Hayaga clearly saw that the knife was right on Hayaga Masato's head. He wanted to rush out to save people, but it was already too late. "As I said, I will only strike once. If you can dodge it, then I will lose," Heitake Sora said calmly, pretending to be competitive. One sword shura is to explode the potential of the body and increase the strength by 10 times, which is similar to overdrawing the vitality to kill people. Even if Heitake Sora's body is strong enough, he cannot use the sword many times. Of course the surface is calm, and it is equivalent to Senju Tobirama's fighting power, to display a sword that has increased its power 10 times, this power, that is absolutely terrifying. Who else? As I said, there is no limit to the number of people. You have already used up 3 minutes, and there are 7 minutes left. If you still can't hurt me, then you will lose this bet, Heitake Sora said again. This time, no one attacked, the previous knife was too terrifying. One person, Heitake Sora can save one person, but if there are too many people, it is absolutely impossible for him to save them. If there is such a knife, it is absolutely dead. The Hayaga patriarch looked at Hayaga Ching bit his lip, and then respectfully said, "Teacher, I'm coming. Although I don't want to fight with you, but for the glory of the family, please understand." Heitake Sora smiled and said, "Of course I understand. Speaking of which, we have fought dozens of times. Since you achieved cage level, we haven't fought against each other. It just so happens that this time let me meet the cage level strong of the Hayaga clan. Teacher, I will use my full strength 787, because I can't resist that knife without full strength." Hayaga said seriously. Everyone retreats 50 meters away. It seems that the attack range is not small. Heitake Sora smiled. And hearing Hayaga Ching's words, everyone backed away quickly. The strong fought against each other, and if it was affected, they might die. Naturally, no one wanted to sleep, so he went in to die. In just 5 or 6 seconds, everyone retreated more than 50 meters. And Heitake Sora also raised the long knife again. Sure, it could last a minute with a single knife, and it was more than half of it at this time. It was too late if he didn't make another move. Boom! Hayaga Kiyoshi directly cast Revolving Heaven. However, his Revolving Heaven is different from Masato Hayaga. The range is narrowed instead, and it has become a lot weaker, just protecting his body. At the same time, there are wind blades like blades in it, which rotate with his body and surround his whole body. Revolving Heaven with the change of wind attribute chakra. Heitake Sora was a little surprised, and then shot decisively. In the one-knife Shura state, the secret sword of the End Shadow Chaser. Shua, the blue flaming sword fell from the sky, directly slashing at the protective circle around Hayaga Kiyoshi, and this time, everyone saw the knife clearly, because the knife stopped. Just when the saber light fell on Hayaga Kiyoshi's revolving heaven defense, Chuck caught the wind blades in the ball densely forming countless saber wheels around Hayaga Kiyoshi's body, colliding with the saber light continuously, remembering screeching sound. He even managed to break through the defense of Hayaga's strongest revolving heaven with ease. All the Hayaga clan were excited. Shua, however, this confrontation only lasted 3 seconds. Hayaga moved sideways quickly, and the knife light fell on the ground again, cutting a finger-sized gap more than 10 meters long. Teacher, as a disciple of a swordsmanship master, my revolving heaven also implies my understanding of swordsmanship. I call it Wine Sword Blade Revolving Heaven, Hayaga said after finishing revolving heaven. Although it was only 3 seconds, it was enough for Hayaga to avoid Heitake Sora's strongest blow. As long as you can't hit, no matter how strong the attack is, it will be useless. This has already shown that Heitake Sora's knife is ineffective against Hayaga. It's very good. Unexpectedly, you have learned swordsmanship after a few battles. It's also integrated into your gentle fist, very good. Heitake Sora praised without hesitation. Although Hayaga Kiyoshi shot at him, he didn't blame him. Because, if Hayaga Kiyoshi just trusts him blindly, and even loses the honor of the family when the clansman did not betray him, then Heitake Sora looks down on this student instead. This is passion. A battle is not about right or wrong, only success or failure. What's more, Hayaga Kiyoshi deliberately did not attack first, but let himself attack first, which is considered a humble move. In a battle between masters, this move could change the situation of the battle. He has already shown his respect for his teacher, Flag Dekong. Teacher, be careful, I still have a new gentle fist method at this moment. Hayaga raised his feet, and suddenly chakra with wind attributes appeared on both feet, and then took a step. One step, like teleportation, has appeared in front of Heitake Sora, only half a meter away. Too fast. Surprise everyone. Gust 8 trigrams Mountain Breaker. Hayaga Ching hit Heitake Sora with a palm. At that time, a tornado composed of wind blades rushed out from one of his palms, and directly bombarded Heitake Sora. This is much more powerful than ordinary mountain-breaking strikes. The first secret sword Rhinoceros Strike. Heitake Sora concentrates all the vectors of power at one point, a sword P********. Boom, the blue flame formed a wave of sword energy and bombarded out. First, a large-scale sword energy burst out, and instantly bombarded a big hole in the center of the tornado. The wind blade gale did not shatter, but its outer ring attacked Heitake Sora flew around. Boom boom boom. The gust flew behind Heitake Sora, quickly expanded its range, and directly smashed the wall behind him. Terrifying power. Shua. At this time, when the sword light approached Hayaga's chest, the latter centered on Heitake Sora, and a formation of 8 trigrams appeared around it in an instant, and then Hayaga cleared an 8 trigram step like a flash doctor. Boom! The sword light flew more than 50 meters away, piercing a wall directly, leaving a small finger hole, but the powerful Hayaga ninja could see it clearly with the white eyes. The sword light didn't stop, flying out over 200 meters. Fortunately, there was no one in the place where the sword light flew. If there were, they would be pierced to death. Back again. At this time, the Hayaga patriarch quickly shouted, "This sword is too terrifying. It is easy to be accidentally injured if you are close." Gentle Fist Method 8 trigrams Air Palm Combo. Hayaga, who flashed to Heitake Sora's side, cleared his palms and struck out continuously. At that time, more than 10 chakra groups flew out, hitting Chi Shikang from different directions. Back. Heitake Sora quickly moved 5 meters horizontally with his suddenly improved physique, and the chakra regiment flew to the rear at a very fast speed, like a missile bombing, directly shattering half of the courtyard and turning it into ruins. Cage-level Gentle Fist. The explosive attack is quite terrifying. At this moment, Heitake Sora, who had just dodged the attack, did not hesitate and slashed vertically from the air. It will be over in 5 seconds, and the strongest attack will be played. Heitake Sora calculated in his mind. After the first cut, the second cut was followed by another oblique cut, and then the sleeve of the black kimono on his right arm was broken, revealing a strong right arm. Regardless of the veins on his arm, he forcibly cut out the third knife. One knife is not enough, come 3 times. The secret sword of the End Shadow Chaser. Triple cut. Whoosh. The second knife, when Hayaga Ching moved vigorously, flew by his side, and the light of the blue flame knife brushed by his side, causing the corner of his clothes to be chopped into pieces. And the other 2 knives couldn't be avoided at all. The 2 were too close and fell too fast. Gentle Fist Method 8 trigrams Palm's Wind Blade Revolving Heaven. Then, Hayaga cleared his body and rotated, and the wind blade after the wind attribute chakra nature transformation surrounded the whole body and merged into the chakra, Chien Mahao, to form a small protective circle. The harsh metal friction sounded, and the second knife was resisted for a moment. Then there was a bang, but the third knife fell from another angle of the revolving heaven's protection circle, and the revolving heaven was directly shattered at that time. The combined attack power of the 2 knives is too powerful. and revolving heaven can't stop it at all. Hayaga took advantage of his strength and flew backwards obliquely, narrowly dodging the second knife, and let it fall from the left side of his body. However, he only flew upside down for 1 meter, and the third blade blow had already landed on top of his head, and he couldn't retreat at all, nor did he have time to move sideways. In the blink of an eye, Hayaga gritted his teeth, the blue veins in his white eyes were even more bulging, a lot of chakra emerged from his right arm, and he slapped the sword light with his palm. 8 trigrams wind blade breaking mountain strike. Mountain breaking strike was already powerful enough to break boulders, but now through the wind attribute nature transformation and Hayaga Kiyoshi's own understanding of kendo, its power has doubled. Boom, a powerful attack hit the sword blow. It's a pity that Hatake Sora's attack is too powerful. From the beginning to the end, no one can resist it. A strong defense can stop it a little bit, rather than attack? Even with Hayaga's strongest mountain strike, it's still not enough. There was not even a trace of stagnation. The attack of the wind sword blade piercing the mountain was so shattered that the blade light shattered directly, and then fell on the head. Can't escape. Hayaga knew that this time, he was really going to die. The strength of the teacher was beyond his imagination. Ching, the Hayaga patriarch who saw the scene in the distance shouted anxiously. Suddenly his legs became weak, and he couldn't help but backed up, leaning against the wall. If it wasn't for this wall, he would have collapsed. Because this is his most outstanding son, but his favorite son, and also the patriarch of the Hayaga clan in the future in 680. But after a sword fell, everything was gone, and at this time, he rushed 100 meters to save people? He couldn't save him, it's too late. At this moment, he regretted not listening to what Hayaga Kiyoshi said, and regretted that he still didn't understand Hatake Sora's powerful strength enough. At the same time, several Hayaga ninjas also cried out, some even couldn't bear it, and closed their eyes. The cage level of the family, today, is about to fall. Are you going to die? Hayaga resigned himself to his fate. At this time, he really regretted it. He didn't want to die, he really didn't want to die, because he didn't want to fight with the teacher. I don't even want to die so easily, my children and my family. Boom! Suddenly, Hayaga felt a huge force hit his left arm. At that time, his left arm was broken, and chakra, which was protecting his body, broke directly. He couldn't bear the bombardment of the huge force, and his body turned into a flowing shadow, disappeared in an instant, flew out sideways and upside down, and hit the wall not far away with a bang. Laugh! And when Hayaga was flying upside down, a saber fell, and a trace of blue flames flew past his fingertips, causing the skin of his fingertips to scratch and bleed. But it was only this point, the saber did not hit him. Instead, it fell to the ground, leaving a gap again. Beside the gap where the sword light fell, Hatake Sora stood holding the sword. Just now, of course, Hayaga Kiyoshi didn't feel the huge force out of thin air, but Hatake Sora rushed out and kicked Hayaga Kiyoshi on the left arm while taking advantage of the last second of the knife Shura. If the attack power is too weak, Hayaga Kiyoshi will not fly upside down so fast at all, because the sword blow falls too fast, so he has to burst out the strongest kick. 1 second passed, and it was time for a knife Shura. Hatake Sora immediately felt a colic in his heart and numbness all over his body. At this moment, he felt as if someone was piercing his heart with a knife, and the originally inflated strength in his whole body was rapidly declining. But fortunately, the blood of the big dog demon made him physically strong enough, and it only took 2 or 3 seconds for Shura to bite him back, and the pain disappeared. It's just that his physical strength is twice as weak as before. Although there is no loss of vitality, I feel that I may have to lie in bed for many days after this time. It's okay. I escaped. Patriarch Hayaga's weak legs gained strength, and he stood firm suddenly, with joy in his eyes, and at the same time he let out a deep beard. It's okay, nothing, kfa. Someone shouted. And at this time, Hayaga walked out of the collapsed wall stones in a panic. Except for his left arm drooping, he himself was not too traumatized. The stronger the Hayaga family, the stronger the gentle fist, and the stronger the control of chakra. He has always been protected by chakra, and the only injury is Hatake Sora's kick. Hit the wall afterwards, protected by chakra, no big deal. Teacher, thank you. Hayaga Kiyo bowed to Hatake Sora again, without saying much, and he will always remember this affection in his heart. I finally took in a cage-level apprentice, and I hacked him to death with a knife. It's embarrassing for me to say that the teacher went to someone's house and hacked the apprentice to death. Hatake Sora smiled and said, I have made great progress, but I am too confident in my defense and attack, and some attacks do not have to be resisted. Taught. Hayaga said bitterly, I lost, I am not sure about others, I will not participate in tomorrow's election. Then, he turned and walked in the direction of Chief Hayaga. At this time, the head of the Hayaga clan also ran quickly with the masters of the Hayaga clan. Ching, is the injury serious? Hayaga clan chief asked hastily. It's nothing serious, it's just a minor injury. If it wasn't for the teacher's kick, it wouldn't be a minor injury today. Hayaga said bitterly, Father, I tried my best. At this time, Masato Hayaga, who had his arms bandaged, said, "First, I understand that feeling. I can't resist, I can't dodge, it's too fast to react with my white eyes. It's good to be back," an old man of the Hayaga tribe said. "Principal Haytake is a courageous senior, patriarch brother, our choice has to be redecided." A person who was about the same age as Hayaga Patriarch said. At this time, the Hayaga Patriarch said, "Oh, I understand, that knife is too powerful. If we go out, let alone resist for 2 or 3 seconds, even if we try to dodge deliberately, we will not be able to dodge. I understand that you have tried your best." As he spoke, he patted Hayaga on the shoulder. "It's good to be able to come back alive. As for the choice, But before he finished speaking, an old voice suddenly sounded. The voice was not high, but it caught the attention of all the Hayaga people. "I didn't try my best, and as a newly promoted cage level of the Hayaga clan, it's stupid to have such poor observation skills." Accompanied by a burst of powerful momentum, Haytake Sora frowned slightly. "There is really no fuel-efficient lamp, and there is a cage-level expert hidden. I have never heard of it." He looks into the crowd. The blood of the big dog demon makes Haytake Sora's body surpass ordinary people, and the 5 senses also surpass ordinary people, especially the sense of smell. Every time he is in a place, he will automatically remember the smell of people around him. So he was very sure that the person who said this did not appear suddenly, but was already in the crowd. But the other party's control over the momentum and chakra was so strong that they almost hid the momentum and chakra, making it impossible for people to notice that there was such a thing. Strong people exist. But at this time, the aura he erupted completely not only surpassed the aura erupted by Hayaga Kiyoshi before, but also surpassed Haytake Sora, whose aura had fallen after the one knife Shura ended. In an instant, everyone couldn't help but look at the point where the momentum erupted, and the aggregate of chakra that suddenly erupted like a vast sea in the direction Haytake Sora was looking at. At this time, among the Hayaga tribe, a white-haired old man who looked to be in his 70s and wore a white kimono walked out. Every step he took, his aura rose a little bit, and the surrounding ninjas were all overwhelmed. I couldn't help but backed away. This kind of cage level completely surpasses Hayaga Kiyoshi, who has just become a cage level master. This is the momentum of the old cage level. Haytake Sora estimates that the opponent is almost close to Tobirama in terms of momentum alone. The 3 major clans, no wonder they are standing still. The Hayaga clan seems to be the weakest, but no one dares to bully them. It seems that they still have a lot of cards in their cards. Today may be a fierce battle. Haytake Sora thought. Third uncle. You want to make a move. The Hayaga Patriarch looked at the old man in surprise. The reason why he cannot obey the decision of his son Hayaga Kiyoshi, who is stronger than him, is that the root of his self-confidence is this third uncle, who is also his previous Hayaga Patriarch. Although he is over 70 years old, his strength still surpasses most people in Konoha. However, older ninjas lack stamina, and it is difficult to continue fighting. They can only burst out for a short time, and the number of times they can burst out with the strongest attacks is very small. The Hayaga Patriarch conservatively estimated that it would be very good for this man to continue fighting for 5 minutes. So, he didn't expect this one to come out. Therefore, at this time, he was surprised and puzzled at the same time. While walking, the old man glanced at Hayaga and said, "You didn't use all your strength at all, and you were looking for the end. My Hayaga family's gentle fist 8 trigrams palms and soft steps are not weaker than any physical skills. Weakness can only mean that you are serious about yourself. The understanding of home gymnastics is not enough. Third grandpa taught that," Hayaga said respectfully. The old man Hayaga Hoshin said, integrating chakra nature transformation into gentle fist, as well as the attack of swordsmanship, the power is enhanced, but it is mixed. Today I will let you see how powerful the purest Hayaga physical attack is. At the same time, I said that you didn't use your full strength because your fighting method was wrong. Our white eyes are used to gain insight into chakra. If this is the case, you should have discovered that chakra suddenly mobilized a minute ago, and at the same time his body subtle changes occur. As he said that, he looked at Haytake Sora. "Principal Haytake, as I said, you are right, you used a certain forbidden technique within that minute, which increased your strength many times, and then exploded with an attack far beyond normal many times, right?" Everyone was surprised. They knew that Haytake Sora mobilized chakra, but they really didn't pay attention to the subtle changes in the body. In fact, the white eyes can not only look at chakra, when chakra is mobilized, subtle changes in the human body can also be seen clearly. You are very insightful, indeed. However, the 10 minutes I said earlier, now only 2 minutes. If the time is up, and your entire Hayaga clan has not hurt me, then carry out what you said before. Haytake Sora smiled. At our stage, if we want to, we can decide the winner in half a minute. I don't have the confidence to beat you, but if I hurt you, I can do it. Seeking Flowers 00. The white-haired old man Hayaga Hoshin was not in a hurry to fight, but looked at Hayaga Kiyoshi and continued, the 3 swords just now are because his 1-minute time is about to end, so he exploded the strongest. And before that, you and him shouldn't be fighting head-on, but avoid him from the beginning, and launch the strongest attack when his body changes slightly and chakra suddenly weakens. Because at this time he cast the forbidden technique, there was a backlash, not only not as good as that minute, but also not as good as when he came a minute ago. Zero, that's how it is, said one jonin, that is to say, just now, Principal Haytake's strength has skyrocketed, and we shouldn't be head-to-head, but now, he is weaker than before, we have a chance. I have been taught, Hayaga said respectfully, but he did not go out, but said, you are right, it is my lack of insight. However, the teacher saved Masato and me, and I have already lost. I know, we of the Hayaga clan, we lose if we lose, I'll do it next. Hayaga turned around and walked towards Haytake Sora step by step. At this time, all the members of the Hayaga clan who ran to the front all retreated sharply. Before Hayaga Kiyoshi and Haytake Sora fought, the powerful attack that broke out was terrifying enough. At this time, Hayaga Teruta, who is stronger than Hayaga Kiyoshi in the eyes of everyone, makes a move, which is definitely more destructive. If this is injured, it will be really unlucky. At the same time, the Yin family didn't want to interfere with the battle of their strong men. Father, Grandpa has seen Mr. Haytake's tricks, will he win this time? Hayaga Nichiren, who is already 18 years old, said at this time, he is very curious about his teacher and the strongest grandpa in his family. Who is strong? Zero. Hayaga Patriarch said, 90% of the time, think about it carefully, Principal Haytake did have a slight change in his body just now, and the third uncle is stronger than Xing, so he can win this time. Speaking of this, his eyes also showed hope, because this battle determined the interests and honor of their clan. Winning, he supports Senju to stand up, which can bring a lot of benefits to the family, and at the same time let Hayaga know that his decision is correct. At the same time, it also defends the powerful image of the Hayaga clan. Lost, all is lost. At this time, Hayaga Qing frowned and said, I can't be sure, the teacher has too many fighting methods, we have fought many times, although most of them are swordsmanship, but the swordsmanship at that time is not the same as today. The third grandpa will definitely do it. A member of the Hayaga clan firmly said, in my 933 memory, he made a move without defeat. The discussion in the rear can't disturb the two of Haytake Sora, because the eyes of the two of them are all on each other. At this time, while walking, Hayaga Teruta said, before I die, I can see seniors who have lived longer than me and are comparable in strength. I will have no regrets in this life and death. Haytake Sora felt a little upset when the other party acted like a master. It's just an old fox, who didn't show up before, but actually let the younger generation consume my energy, observe my fighting style secretly, and at the same time build up momentum. Then after Hayaga cleared the attack, he made sure that my one-knife Shura was over, and I was confident that I could make a move. Then he broke out and suppressed me first in terms of momentum. Then a bunch of rhetoric, which seemed to teach the back, was actually just to make I'm flustered. The psychological tactics are very smooth. After listening to Hayaga Teruta's words, Haytake Sora stretched out a finger, shook it, and said, you are wrong, I live longer than you, and at the same time, our strengths are not equal. That's right, you used the forbidden technique to forcibly improve your strength. I'm stronger in real strength. Hayaga Hoshin smiled, showing confidence, you're older, so I'll make the first move. Good. Haytake Sora nodded. Boom. Suddenly Hayaga Teruta right fist appeared chakra, forming a kind of purple flame. Haytake Sora couldn't see clearly, just felt the purple flame staring quickly. The people of the Hayaga family in the distance can clearly see that the chakra all over Hayaga Teruta's body is rapidly condensing towards his right fist. A powerful cage-level master, with the whole body of chakra condensed a little, the strongest blow to explode. Boom! At the same time, Haytake Sora, who had dissipated the blue flames all over his body, once again displayed one sword Shura. Time is running out, there is only 1 minute now, and these 15 minutes will be over, if the battle is not over before the end. Then today's visit, he died prematurely, and he was really ashamed. With the real Kurogane Iki's body, he can use Icto Shura at most once a day, because his body simply can't hold up to using it a second time. But Haytake Sora's powerful body can make the box. Although it will cause more damage to the body, Haytake Sora doesn't care. This time he ignores the damage to the body and casts it again. Rush! Rush! Hayaga came first, followed by Haytake Sora. In just 1 second, Hayaga Teruta's right fist was already wrapped in a purple flame lion's head the size of a human being, and 90% of his chakra was condensed here. Because he was really old, even if he didn't send out the strongest blow, with his body and endurance, he couldn't continue to fight for too long. He wasn't sure if Haytake Sora still had the strength to issue the previous forbidden technique. However, he can be sure that Haytake Sora's physical body and chakra have weakened a lot suddenly, and he cannot be given a rest time. If the psychological battle has already won, he will not give the opponent a chance to breathe, and the burst is the strongest. Even if the opponent casts it again, the slash is not as powerful as before. He is confident that this blow will completely crush that slash. Not to mention the weakened slash. Soft Step Lion Fist combined with 8 trigrams Mountain Breaking Strike, and the special insight that belongs to Hyaga Hoshinyubian and Chakra's Super Control, developed Chakra Cohesion. Wild Lion breaks the mountain. A few meters away, Hyaga Hoshin took the lead in attacking and punched out. The purple lion head suddenly became a lion head of more than 10 meters, rampaging, the floor smashed directly, without any barriers. This blow condensed too much chakra. At this moment all the Hyaga people showed shock, some even showed fear. Because I can see clearly, I know the horror of the attack of so many chakra. It's just, no one can resist it. Someone exclaimed. At the same time, when Heitake Sora was running, the blue flames that wrapped around his body suddenly disappeared. The veins on his right arm were bulging, the blood vessels all over his body burst suddenly, his eyes were bloodshot, and then bright red blood suddenly flowed out from the corners of his eyes. Papa! Heitake Sora's blood vessels in his right arm were shattered, and the blood vessels in his whole body were shattered, directly piercing the skin. In an instant, his whole body was bleeding. The snow blade in his hand directly turned into a blood-colored long knife. Rakshasa with one knife. This is the strengthening of one sword Shura, which is to condense the attack power of one sword Shura, which has increased its power by more than 10 times and lasted for 1 minute, into one knife. The enhancement of physical fitness has jumped from dozens of times to hundreds of times. All it takes is one knife. P********K. Boom! The knife and the person merged into one, and as the blood shot out, it formed a blood shadow like a blood flame, which collided with the 10-meter large purple lion head with a bang. Then, everyone in 1.1 saw the blood shadow shock wave, which directly penetrated the extremely violent purple flame lion head without being blocked. The lion head attack has already terrified the Hyaga clan, but Heitake Sora's knife is even more terrifying. Whether it is the terrifyingly condensed chakra, or the powerful mountain breaker that stands in the way, all obstacles are like paper, useless. Can't resist. But at this time, Senju Tobirama, who was hiding in the dark, was also shocked when he saw the sword. He was confident in avoiding it with the Flying Thunder God technique, but resisted? He has no confidence at all, and he even feels that even his elder brother Senju Hashirama can't fight hard. Too strong to attack like a human being. Laugh. Hyaga Hoshin's attack was shocking, and Heitake Sora's knife was even more shocking. At this time, seeing the result, everyone was not surprised. Tick-tock. Beads of blood flowed from the tip of the sword, ticking to the ground. At this time, the long knife in Heitake Sora's hand had been pierced through Hyaga Teruda's right chest, and the ticking blood belonged to him and more to the other party. This knife not only pierced through Hyaga Teruda's right chest, but the sword energy even injured the opponent's internal organs. Therefore, after one strike, Hyaga Hoshin, who had not much chakra left, was even more powerless to resist. Hyaga Teruda gushed blood from his mouth, and his eyes still had an expression of disbelief. He thought of the previous slash, even the third slash. He had the confidence to shatter it with his strongest blow, and never thought that Heitake Sora would have a stronger slash. Boom boom boom. At this time, the building behind Heitake Sora collapsed 25 times, and it is still collapsing continuously. The huge lion head pierced by Heitake Sora just now was because Heitake Sora's attack was too concentrated. It was not broken, but passed through Heitake Sora's body. Although it did not hurt Heitake Sora, it fell behind him in the yard of the house. All obstacles along the way were smashed into pieces, and a blank road with a width of more than 20 meters and a length of more than 200 meters was directly created. This mountain-breaking strike can be described as really breaking mountains and breaking rocks, and the attack power is so terrifying. And the more terrifying the attack shown by Hyaga Hoshin's attack, the more shocked everyone was at Heitake Sora's knife that easily broke through the attack just now. The demeanor of that knife is simply shocking. As I said, we are not equal in strength. You are not enough. Heitake Sora smiled, drew out the sword in his hand, put it back into its sheath in an instant, retreated more than 5 meters, and then landed on the bamboo staff with both hands. Because, at this time, his whole body was still bleeding, and the place he passed was like a bloody road. Yudeo Rakshasa is very strong, but it has exceeded the limit of his body, and after this time is over, the backlash is also very serious. He is supporting himself with a bamboo pole. His eyes turned to a dark place, and he shook his head slightly. There was no one in that direction, but Heitake Sora could smell Senju Tobirama was there, and the other party wanted to come over. In the dark, seeing Heitake Sora shaking his head, Senju Tobirama hesitated for a while, and finally chose not to appear. After Heitake Sora left, the Hyaga Patriarch and others quickly ran to Hyaga Hoshin, and Hyaga Ching quickly ran to Heitake Sora. Several medical ninjas of Hyaga quickly performed medical ninjutsu, and Hyaga healed his wounds. Hyaga Kiyoshi quickly healed Heitake Sora. You won. Hyaga Hoshin is worthy of being a strong old man, but after being injured, he stood stiffly. But when he said these words, there was bitterness in his eyes. He created everything, but he never thought that in the face of absolute power, all efforts would be in vain. At this time, when 15 minutes expired, a system voice sounded in Heitake Sora's head. 15 minutes expired, the ability disappeared. Among the random abilities, there is no ability. Sigh. The cool ability of this sword is not left behind. Heitake Sora felt a little regretful, but he was used to it. After all, he targeted Senju Tobirama and did not fight Tobirama. At the same time, the previously agreed time has come. Heitake Sora smiled and said, 10 minutes, I think your Hyaga family is a family that keeps promises, right? Head Hyaga hesitated, looking at Hyaga Teruta. Instead, Hyaga Teruta looked at Hyaga Kiyoshi who was healing Heitake Sora, and then sighed slightly. Oh, it's the age of young people, and we can't see through some choices. Ching, take good care of Senior Heitake. Then, he looked at Heitake Sora and said, that sword, you can actually stab my heart, because you can change the angle. You are a courageous senior. I was self-righteous before. As he spoke, he bent slightly to show respect, and continued, all members of the Hyaga clan, from now until tomorrow, no one from our Hyaga clan will leave the station, nor will they appear in the Hokage building where we are running for election. Hyaga all join and abstain, and if there is any violation, they will be punished with family crimes. His voice was so loud that it reached everyone's ears. You are also very courageous. When you recover from your injury, if I am not dead, I will ask you to drink tea. Heitake Sora smiled. Although the opponent was defeated, and saw that he was injured so badly, he didn't take advantage of the danger to let others besiege him again. On the contrary, he has the courage to admit it without hesitation, declares loudly, and keeps his promise. Now Heitake Sora thinks this old man is quite interesting. Okay, Ching 030, just some minor injuries, no need to treat. Heitake Sora patted Hyaga Ching on the shoulder. Take care of your third grandpa. I have something to do, I have to go first. After speaking, he leaned on his cane and walked to the door of Hyaga's residence. Hyaga Kiyoshi hesitated. Hyaga Teruta nodded slightly. Teacher, I'll take you home. Hyaga Kiyoshi quickly followed Heitake Sora. Stop. Heitake Sora said, I'm not old enough to be picked up. Follow me, be careful, I'll give you another knife. This. Hyaga was confused. Now he is not afraid of being cut by Heitake Sora. Seeing Heitake Sora covered in blood, he is afraid that Heitake Sora will kill him again. Then be careful. Hyaga knew Heitake Sora clearly, and the other party refused to let him follow, but forced him to follow. Maybe this might make a move. Walking out of the Hyaga residence, Heitake Sora walked towards the direction of the Senju clan residence. Swoosh! A black figure flashed beside him, and Senju Tobirama appeared. You still want to go to Senju's residence in this state? Yes. Heitake Sora smiled and said, next stop, Senju. Senju Tobirama frowned and said, you are too injured, don't fight anymore. While walking, Heitake Sora said, the injury is not serious, it's just a skin injury, but the image is a bit bad. I'll go home and change my clothes, and I'll go back later. 100 healings mark solution. Heitake Sora's diamond-shaped forehead emitted light, and then black lines appeared on his face, spreading all over his body. At that time, a powerful chakra erupted, and the wounds on Heitake Sora's body began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the surface, his injury was indeed caused by a Rakshasa explosion, which caused a lot of skin trauma, so he recovered quickly. 100 healings mark was completed so quickly. Senju Tobirama was slightly surprised, and then said, with this secret technique, that's okay. However, he hesitated, and said, you still don't want to go, the Hyaga clan has cage level, and others may also have it. My eldest brother and I don't know what happened in the Senju clan these years. I don't want you. This matter has really consumed too much vitality. My eldest brother has already left, and there are fewer and fewer people around me. Heitake Sora patted Senju Tobirama on the shoulder, and said with a smile, don't worry, saying that I'm going to die is just an explanation to some people. It will take many years for me to die. Okay, don't follow, it's not good if people mistakenly think you and I are colluding, Heitake Sora said. Then, you must be careful. After Senju Tobirama finished speaking, his figure disappeared. The Senju family's residence is in the southernmost part of Konoha village, and Heitake Sora's home happens to be in that direction. The battle doesn't take much time, it's almost midnight, and there are still several hours before 7 o'clock tomorrow. He used a knife shura and a Rakshasa, and his body was a little weak. Therefore, he was not in a hurry, and planned to go home, take a shower, change his clothes, and go again. Fighting, you can also get the best image. This is covered in blood, which damages the image. And just after Heitake Sora left, although Hyaga Teruta was injured, he didn't lie down to heal his injuries. Instead, after his injuries were suppressed, he called the core members of the Hyaga clan and started a meeting. At the same time, a message was sent out that all clan members were not allowed to disclose anything about today, because this is not a glorious thing, but rather a shameful thing. A family is singled out by one person, and all the masters are defeated. And the other party still said that as long as they are injured, they will be defeated, but unfortunately they still didn't do it. Once this matter gets out, the strength of the Hyaga clan will drop rapidly in the eyes of others. The base of the Hyaga clan was originally on the edge of Konoha, and the battle in the base lasted very short. The news was quickly blocked, and it soon subsided. War. In the conference room, the head of Hyaga looked at Hyaga Taruta, third uncle. What shall we do next? If we abstain, then the Senju clan's suppression of Senju Tobirama's votes will be gone, and Uchiha may become the second generation head instead. One Hyaga Hoshin shook his head slightly, and said, being a Hokage sometimes doesn't mean you can control all the power, you have to have strength too. With the strength shown by Heitake Sora today, he is not weaker than Senju Tobirama. The two teamed up to suppress. It's not difficult for all the masters in Konoha. Heitake Sora said that he lost his vitality today, he suddenly became younger, and he may have used some kind of forbidden technique. But it is not certain that he will die tonight. He only needs to live for another year, or even half a year. Senju Tobirama's forces are useless. Is the strongest. Whether Senju Tobirama is second Hokage or not, we can't provoke Heitake Sora anymore. After all, he is old, and it is easy to do some outrageous things before he dies. Because even if he does, and then he dies, how can we pay back? That's the truth. The Hyaga patriarch was helpless. It was really powerless to meet such a powerful person who was about to be buried. Let's do it this time. Since we have abstained, we have not offended the three parties. No matter who will become second Hokage tomorrow, with the strength of our Hyaga clan, they will not blame them, but will recruit them. Hyaga Taruta said again, however, in order to prove our value, Ching, go to the Inyazuka family and the Abarame family. Let them abstain together. I want all three parties to understand that even if we don't participate, we still have changed the energy of something. Yes, third grandpa. Hyaga said, then, what if the two clans disagree? Impossible. Hyaga Hoshin said, I'm old too, but you are in the prime of life. They will weigh what the two cage levels can do. Besides, we have a good relationship between the three clans. I believe they will make the right choice. Yes. At this time, there was almost no one on the street. Heitake Sora was wearing a black kimono, and if he didn't get close, he couldn't see the blood clearly. And there are very few Konoha guards patrolling at this time. Walking through the street, with almost no one on the street, naturally no one noticed Heitake Sora. When he reached the gate of the small courtyard where he lived, Heitake Sora pushed the door lightly. Originally, he was afraid of disturbing Uzumaki Kohaku who was sleeping inside, but he saw small figures sitting in front of the house and looking at the courtyard gate. Uzumaki Amber. The little girl dragged her cheeks and kept looking at the courtyard door. It was already midnight, but she was still watching. Seeing this scene, Heitake Sora suddenly trembled in his heart. The ice that was about to melt suddenly cracked, and then there seemed to be a broken sound, and then it shattered. It melted. Home is not a big villa, nor a certain house, but a place where there are loved ones who are thinking about it. This is a place where you want to go back, Wang knows, when you are tired and hurt, and then you see a few, or one, waiting for you. Heitake Sora had no home in his heart long after his loved ones passed away. Although he lived in the Heitake family, his heart had been frozen and numb, and he had been in a daze for decades until he died madly. But today, seeing that little figure, the ice that froze his heart shattered and melted, and he suddenly felt that this was home. Teacher. Amber Uzumaki saw the person at the door. Although his appearance was much younger, it was covered by bloodline, so he couldn't see it unless he looked carefully. He and she are used to seeing Heitake Sora's body, and at the same time, they can feel that it is Heitake Sora's breath with super perception. Getting up quickly, Uzumaki Kohaku quickly ran towards Heitake Sora. However, when I ran up to Heitake Sora, she suddenly had red eyes and cried, "Woo, you are injured. There is a lot of blood." According to Uzumaki Amber, Heitake Sora is always calm when fighting anyone. Even if he is injured, his whole body is not stained with blood. But today, his blood vessel is broken, even in black kimono, but it was all soaked in blood, and the strong smell of blood made Uzumaki Kohaku sure that Heitake Sora had shed a lot of blood. Seeing Heitake Sora like this, she felt flustered, scared, and even more distressed. The teacher has never been hurt so badly. Heitake Sora stretched out his hand, intending to touch Uzumaki's small head, but seeing that his hand was covered with dried blood, he took it back and said with a smile, "It's all other people's blood, look." As he spoke, he wiped his broken right arm with his sleeve, and the dried blood on it was wiped off without a single scar. In fact, it was untied by 100 healings mark long ago, and the released large amount of chakra healed it. Ah, that's it. Woohoo, I was scared to death, I thought the teacher was injured. Uzumaki Cobra stood on tiptoe, carefully looked at Heitake Sora's right arm, carefully looked at it, and made sure there was no scar. Slightly relieved. Then she quickly wiped away her tears and pouted, "Teacher, you are not hurt. I thought you were hurt before I told you. Even if I was hurt, you 070 was not hurt, why are you crying?" Heitake Sora suddenly wanted to tease little Amber, and hung his finger on the little girl's little nose. I didn't. Uzumaki shook her head, washed her nose, and said, "I didn't eat all day, and I cried from hunger." "Yes, I cried from hunger." "Okay. I'm going to take a shower, you go to cook. I haven't eaten, I'm starving to death after a busy day. Heitake Sora laughed. By the way, help me find that black belt with waistband, the long coat, I ordered it last time. It will be delivered to me after I take a shower later. You are talking about the clothes you call robes. I see, there are still some ingredients at home. What do you want to eat? Uzumaki Amber said happily, knowing that Heitake Sora was not injured is enough. As for what others have learned, then she doesn't care. I'll eat whatever you like. After Heitake Sora finished speaking, he walked to the bathroom. In fact, he just finished eating and went to fight. However, having a meal with the little girl might as well take a rest. Entered the bathroom, took off the torn kimono, threw it aside, opened the hood. After washing away the blood, the scars on Heitake Sora's body were gone, and the rhombus on his forehead was condensed again. However, chakra consumed 1/3 of the repair of the injury this time, which became much weaker and had to be replenished. Amber, bring me my clothes, by the way, take my underwear too, Heitake Sora shouted. The two have lived together for more than a year, and Heitake Sora has been familiar with it since he was embarrassed to let the little girl take the clothes at the beginning. After all, living together, it is impossible to hide underwear every time when doing laundry, and these are nothing, so he didn't care. Okay, Uzumaki Kohaku answered outside the door. After wiping his body, Heitake Sora went to the mirror and took a closer look. There was indeed no scar left on his body. After stretching his body, he still felt extremely sore all over his body. If he hadn't supported himself, he would have the feeling that if he just lay down, he might collapse for 3 or 4 days at any time. Looking at himself in the mirror, with a young and handsome face without any wrinkles, Heitake Sora couldn't help but pose a pose. Finally, I don't have to be like the old man, it's a little cool, Heitake Sora said to himself. At this time, the door was pushed open, and Uzumaki came in with her clothes in her arms, and saw Heitake Sora in front of her. Then, she froze. So handsome. Previously, Heitake Sora's face was covered with blood, and she didn't pay much attention in the dark night. She knew that Heitake Sora had a young and fit body, but Heitake Sora had always looked like an old man, but now in front of her eyes was a handsome appearance, plus a healthy and beautiful body without a trace of meat. So, the precocious little girl was taken aback. Her cheeks turned red suddenly, but she still watched. Why did you come in, girl? Heitake Sora frowned, and quickly blocked Uzumaki Kohaku with a bath towel. That. Uzumaki Amber wanted to be blindfolded, but she held her clothes with both hands. Although she was shy, she still wanted to see in her heart, and then stammered, I want to see if the teacher is really hurt. You know you are not injured, that's fine, I'll go first and give you clothes. She quickly ran towards Heitake Sora and planned to put the clothes in Heitake Sora's arms, but unfortunately the ground was too slippery. Uzumaki Kohaku suddenly lost her footing and rushed directly to Heitake Sora. Whoosh! Heitake Sora stepped forward quickly, hugging the clothes and Uzumaki Amber in his arms, which made the latter stand firm, but Kohaku's little face is stuck on Heitake Sora's chest. Leaning against that broad chest suddenly, Uzumaki Kohaku's cheeks became flushed, and his heart beat wildly. I said I wasn't hurt. You're still genin. You can't even stand on the road, let's get out. Heitake Sora supported Uzumaki Kohaku and said casually. However, because he just hugged him with a bath towel in one hand before Uzumaki took a look, opened her small mouth slightly, showing surprise, and then ran out quickly. At this time, Heitake Sora's old face was also a little red. It is also very embarrassing to be watched continuously. Am I spoiling the kids? Heitake Sora pinched his chin and asked himself. Putting on his clothes, Heitake Sora tidied up and went out. Uzumaki Amber cooks very quickly. Watching Heitake Sora come out, she quickly served her favorite chicken rice ball. Teacher, are you really over 100 years old? Uzumaki Kohaku looked up at Heitake Sora, her face was still a little red, and asked in a low voice. Yes, Heitake Sora nodded. But you don't look like this at all. You are too young now, this is not an old man at all. This is a big brother, Uzumaki Amber said again. The ability newly developed by my 100 healings mark has restored my appearance in my 20s, and I will teach you later, Heitake Sora said casually. Oh, 100 healings mark. Uzumaki bowed his head, a little envious. He doesn't have much chakra now, and he lacks control and can't learn. Then she raised her head again and said, I see that your place is usually so hard in the morning, just now, why is it so soft? Forehead. Heitake Sora couldn't answer it anymore. A 10-year-old little loli asked this kind of question in such a serious manner, Heitake Sora really couldn't answer it. If it was a young girl in front of him, he even wondered if the other party was interested in him and was deliberately molesting him. And Uzumaki Kohaku, this little loli should not be, but her precocity makes her curious about everything about Heitake Sora. What's more, how long has this girl seen? Heitake Sora pondered for a while and said, it's cloudy today, and I'm not energetic, so that's it. When the sun is shining, I will be strong. Oh, that's right. Uzumaki nodded slightly, always feeling that this answer was wrong, but the little girl who had never been in contact with these things didn't know what was wrong with Headache Sora's words. You girl, don't stare at me in the future. Especially don't sit next to me and stare at me when I'm sleeping late. If I find out, I'll make you stand. Headache Sora said seriously. Got it. Uzumaki stuck out her tongue. Okay, eat quickly, I have to go to a meeting later. Don't wait for me today. If you stay up late, your skin will age prematurely, and when you are 20, you will look like me before. Isn't it scary? Headache Sora said. Ah, really? I don't want to grow old. The teacher is young. If I become old, the teacher will not want me. I will definitely go to bed early today. Uzumaki Amber hurriedly started eating, while muttering, eat after dinner, I will sleep. That's right. Headache Sora smiled. Although it was not long after eating, Headache Sora ate a lot because the previous battle had consumed too much energy. Then, he sat aside and watched little Amber fall asleep before he left. It was about 1:30 when he left home, and it was almost 2 o'clock in the middle of the night when Headache Sora walked to Senju's residence. And when he walked, he could smell Senju Tobirama's smell, which was relatively strong, and it was obvious that the other party had been guarding outside the door. Looking in the direction where the smell came from, there was a shadowy figure in the dark, and I couldn't see it clearly unless I looked carefully. The Senju clan's residence is much larger than the Hyuga clan's, and the door is also larger, with 2 Chunin standing by the handle. The Senju clan needs to work hard. Headache Sora murmured to himself, and when he walked to the door, he smiled and said, I want to have a chat with Senju, the great elder of your Senju clan, and let's go in and report. What? The two were puzzled. The principal of Konoha Shinobi School came to chat with the Grand Elder in the middle of the night? A young man said, is there anything urgent for you? Okay. It's boring to explain. Headache Sora put the long sword in front of him. 8 inner gates open. This door removes the restriction of the brain region, allowing the caster to exert 100% of their physical abilities, and consume body energy to increase attack and speed. Afterwards, Headache Sora didn't stop, and opened the Hue gate again. Shut the door open, release the restriction of physical fatigue, overload the body's energy to restore physical strength, and offset the fatigue caused by the energy consumption speed of opening the door. Shua! When the sword in Headache Sora's hand was unsheathed, the two of them didn't see clearly, nor did they see clearly when it returned to the sheath. But a second later, a gap suddenly appeared in the heavy door behind the two of them, and then it rumbled into 4 pieces. You! What are you going to do? The two were shocked, and one of them looked at Headache Sora and asked anxiously. However, when he first saw Headache Sora, it was just a phantom of Headache Sora. The real Headache Sora rushed into the Senju residence by opening the 2 doors. I've been waiting for a long time. After Headache Sora rushed in, he was about to continue running, but a person protruded from the ground in front of him, making an old voice. But feeling the opponent's momentum, Headache Sora smiled. Senju clan, hidden cage level. Although after midnight, he can lock Senju Tobirama again, but the activated ability does not fight Senju Tobirama, and he cannot get the ability. This time he still wants to have a chance to get something. It just so happened that the other party had a cage level powerhouse. Afterwards, Headache Sora released the Shenmon and Shuumen, and only opened them for a few seconds, which did not cause much damage to his body, although his body was not very good at this time. But I can hold on. 5 meters away, it was an old man wearing silver-white, Japanese-style Sengoku period armor, protecting his chest, arms, and legs. Ask for flowers. The old man looked about the same as the Hyuga Patriarch, about 50 or 60 years old. However, the single momentum is more than that of Hyuga Patriarch's quasi-shadow, but a real cage level. In the dark place in the distance, Senju Tobirama frowned slightly. Unexpectedly, the 5th uncle who disappeared for more than 10 years not only did not die, but stepped into the cage level and hid in the dark all the time. And as the old man Senju Huajian appeared, figures rushed out of the houses on both sides, but they were all Jonin masters of the Senju clan, including the elder Senjulijian and his son Yushulijian. Your news is fast. Headache Sora smiled. He believed that the Hyuga clan would not spread the news. It was obvious that the Senju Ten clan had planted some spies among the Yuxian clan. Zero as the Konoha founding family, Headache Sora is not surprised that they can do this. Senju immediately looked very calm and said, Principal Headache, we have received news that you have used the forbidden technique continuously, and your body has suffered serious wear and tear. Now you can no longer exert your previous strength? If you forcefully use the forbidden technique again, it may be that today you not only can't stop us, but let yourself die early. You can think about it. Senju Luyan then said, Senior, our Senju family is born with supersensing ability. Although it is not as clear as white eyes, I can feel that your breath is much weaker than usual. Although you look young now, your real strength is not as good as when you went to the Hyuga family. It's better to give up. Our two families have no enmity. We don't want to hurt seniors. As long as seniors leave, we will treat it as nothing happened. Then, Senju Huajian said, if you force to fight, we will accompany you to the end. When the time comes, the sword will have no eyes, and I will not hold back. I have been waiting for the other party's words. Heitake Sora smiled and said, then I'll stick with you to the end. Afterwards, he directly displayed the ability of 50 to 50. Lock target, Senju Huajian, random ability, Shinigami World Byakuya Kukaki's ability or, the combat power is weakening, the same as the combat power of the sublimation room is activated. Okay. Since you came to fight forcefully, don't worry about me being rude. Senju Huajian's voice became indifferent. Compared with the Hyuga clan, the Senju clan, as the leading country that established the village, has many masters and great power. Compared to Hyuga's fear of Heitake Sora, they are much stronger. It is also because Heitake Sora has always been friendly with the Senju brothers, but now they are of the same clan, but they are very dissatisfied with Senju Tobirama, and naturally this dissatisfaction is also placed on Heitake Sora. You don't need to be polite, and at the same time, you don't need to be polite. Heitake Sora smiled, 4 different battlefields, let's have a different bet, and the bet is higher, which is more interesting. After a pause, he said, all the people of the Senju clan, if you can touch my body within 10 minutes, you will win. As soon as this remark came out, the people of the Senju clan showed their anger, but they lost if they met? It seems that it is easier to win than Heitake Sora and the 963 Hyuga clan, but it also makes the people of the Han clan think that Heitake Sora looked down on them. Humph. You really look down on our Senju clan. If it's just an encounter, then it seems that I don't need to take action. Since you want to give us your physical inheritance, then we want it. Lu Jian, let's take the inheritance. Senju Huajian said to himself. Yes, fifth uncle. Senju said between the roads, looked at Heitake Sora, and said respectfully, Senior, please enlighten me. After speaking, he quickly closed the seal. Earth-style Huangquan swamp. At that time, the ground beneath Heitake Sora's feet turned into a liquid mud swamp, and his body was about to sink downward. Sparkle. The special shunpo that can make the body form a rotation, can quickly turn behind the opponent. Whoosh. Heitake Sora disappeared suddenly, and appeared behind Senju Luyan in an instant. Without turning around, the snow blade in his hand was already out of its sheath, stabbing behind him. Boom. Heitake Sora's body turned into a stake and was pierced by Heitake Sora's sword. Body replacement technique. Senju Luyan appeared 5 meters away, and then sealed again. Scatter, Senbonzakura. Heitake Sora said to himself. Senbonzakura, Shikai. Heitake Sora held the snow blade in front of him, and suddenly the blade disintegrated into thousands of sharp blades that were countless to the naked eye, and then the blade flew up, refracted by the moonlight, like thousands of withered sakura flowers. Boom! Heitake Sora took control of his faith, and the thousands of sharp blades flew directly towards Kinlilijian. Senbonzakura's Shikai was too fast, and Senju, who was about to issue an aggressive ninjutsu, had to end quickly, and then performed other ninjutsu again to avoid the bombardment of thousands of sharp blades. It can also be seen from this that Senju Luyan's strength can quickly complete the second ninjutsu seal in such a short time. Earth-style earth wall. Thousands of sakura flower-like sharp blades flew towards the earth wall, knocking it out of a big hole, and flew towards the Senju road. Whoosh! Senju's figure disappeared on the road, leaving only a wooden stake in place. Another body replacement technique. Boom! At this time, thousands of sharp blades directly hit the ground in a direction 3 meters away from Heitake Sora. There was nothing on the ground, but there was now. However, a figure suddenly broke through the ground. But Senju, who was about to use the earth-style heart beheading technique, was directly bombarded by the sharp blade. Even though he jumped out in time, the sharp blade still slid through his clothes, and several bloodstains appeared on his body. And just as Senju appears in the middle of the road, Heitake Sora points to the ladder. Bakudo S61 6-stick light prison. In an instant, 6 paths 1 meter long light beam flew out, galloped away, formed a hexagon directly, and nailed it to the ground between the hand paths. He just wanted to move, but found that the seal of the light beam was so strong that he couldn't move at all. While Senju hesitated in the middle of the road, Heitake Sora had already controlled thousands of sharp blades and directly bombarded the opponent. Shikai Senbonzakura's sharp blade attack is not too strong, but only a few sharp blades are not enough to attack. Thousands of sharp blades directly hit Senju Luyan's body. Repeated attack is not a human body. I can bear it. At that time, the latter's clothes were torn into pieces, his body was continuously cut with blood, and blood was cut again on the blood, and new blood was cut on the blood again. Boom! The sharp blade flew past Senju's body, and Senju's clothes remained in place. At this time, his clothes were broken, and there were countless wounds on his whole body except his head and neck, especially the wounds on his arms and legs, and even head straight out. The light beam disappeared, and Senju couldn't control his legs at all, bleeding from his mouth, and fell limp to the ground involuntarily. One person, lose. Senju Luyan is not weak, surpassing most elite jonin, and his ninjutsu attack is very powerful, but he is a ninjutsu type ninja. However, Heitake Sora's Senbonzakura attacked very fast, and didn't give him a chance to perform ninjutsu at all, and then he was caught off guard. As a result, even though the attack power was too strong, he was knocked down by Senbonzakura before he could attack in time. Whoosh! Two medical ninjas rushed forward, quickly carried Senju Luma back to Senju Huajian, and began to heal Mei Luma. Glancing at Heitake Sora, Senju immediately looked at his son Senju, frowning, and asked the medical ninja beside him, "How is the injury?" "I didn't hurt my internal organs, but my body was cut too much. Even if I kept using healing techniques, it would take at least half a month to recover," one person said. "Well, I understand." Senju looked at Senju Huajian immediately, and the latter said flatly, "I've never seen this kind of attack, but his body almost didn't attack, which shows that his body is indeed seriously injured. In order to the position of second Hokage cannot be like that of the Hyuga clan, all jonin and stronger ones, the hidden weapon attack is not too strong, let's go together." Then, he looked at Heitake Sora, pointed in one direction and said, "There is not enough space here, let's go to the clan training ground and let go of the battle." "Okay. I'll wait for you." After Heitake Sora finished speaking, he cast Shunpo directly, and a flash appeared more than 10 meters away, and then flashed continuously, as if teleporting. This action made the ninjas of the Senju clan feel the pressure immediately. 0.4 Let's go. Senju Huajian waved his hand and rushed forward quickly, saying he has not made any other movements, which shows that his body is very weak. Don't be intimidated by his mysterious fighting style. It's just relatively secret chakra only controls hidden weapons. This time, all of us will win together. The Senju training ground is very large, with a radius of thousands of meters, and Heitake Sora has arrived here. After half a minute, 33 members of the Senju family have arrived, including Jonin, Elite Jonin, and possibly Zenin, as well as the strongest cage-level Senju Huajian. Just arrived. This time Senju Huajian didn't show any courtesy at all, just waved, "Come on. In this case, let's fight quickly." The corners of Heitake Sora's lips curled up slightly. The sharp blades surrounding his body quickly condensed into a sword, which fell directly into the ground in his hand. Senbonzakura Bankai. Heitake Sora let go of the knife in his hand, and then the long knife stood straight down, quickly sank into the ground, a ripple appeared and then disappeared. Boom 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 boom. At that time, from the underground ripples on both sides of Heitake Sora, 2 rows of huge sword blades rose up. It may also be because Senju Huajian's strength is not strong enough, and the complete Byakuya Kukaki was not activated this time in terms of strength. More than 500 broadswords were raised in the 2 rows, and the number has more than doubled. But even so, this ostentation still stunned the masters of the Senju clan who were about to rush to Heitake Sora. They had never seen a ninja who could use so many giant swords. "What's the situation? Illusion?" Jonin asked. Boom! The giant knife appeared, immediately shattered, and turned into countless sharp blades, flying and scattered together, and the petals of Sakura were scattered, looking beautiful. This is much more than the original thousands of sharp blades, hundreds of millions of sharp blades. Floating directly in the air, it directly formed a 10-meter-long protection around Heitake Sora. Is this the summoning technique? Someone wondered. No, it's a secret technique that we haven't seen before. These Sakura petals are really pretty, someone said. Get a bunch of 25 petals and still want us to meet him as a loser? Ha ha ha. This Heitake principle is really interesting. A jonin with a long knife in his hand laughed out loud. Just now he was hit by a giant knife. He was calm and instantly gained confidence. At the same time, everyone who saw this scene also had confidence. Tajutsu ninja go first. Pay attention to those Sakura petals, they should have the same attack style as the sharp blade that injured Lian earlier. At this time, Senju Huajian is also worthy of being a cage-level strong, but he was not defeated by Heitake Sora's mysterious the means are calm, quick analysis, and then quick command. Swoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that time, the 3 jonin, all holding long knives, were running from one direction at the same time, but they quickly dispersed in 3 directions halfway and attacked Heitake Sora. Joined together, as Senju Huajian yelled, the 2 jonin at the same time quickly made seals. Earth-style Huanquan Swamp. Earth-style Huanquan Swamp. The 2 jonin same ninjutsu had a very wide range, and the area more than 10 meters below Heitake Sora's feet turned into a quagmire. During the gallop, Jonin, a 3-dimensional physicist, appeared under his feet. It was obvious that they had joined forces many times, and they had been prepared. They stepped on the mud, but they did not sink, and soon approached Heitake Sora. But Heitake Sora didn't dodge this time, and didn't fall at the same time. Because his chakra control ability is very strong, just appearing in the mud is to control chakra, form the effect of walking on water, and stand steadily on the mud. Boom boom boom. At the same time, just stepped into the mud, and when they were 7 or 8 meters away from Heitake Sora, the 3 jonin were simultaneously bombarded by the Kamalai Sakura flower blade controlled by Heitake Sora. As soon as they made contact, the 3 of them swung their knives in time, trying to break the blade directly. Unfortunately, Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi behind Bankai had a blade attack that was much stronger and faster than Shikai's. At that time, the three of them swung their knives and slashed on the sharp edge, feeling the barrier, and then couldn't help but swung their knives repeatedly to resist the sharp edge. Naturally, it is impossible to rush to Heitake Sora at all. Return! Ding ding dang dang. Someone behind the three of them quickly ran out of the rope, wrapped it around their waist, and pulled it hard, pulling the three of them out of the attack range of the sharp blade. The rescuers acted fast enough. There were still more than a dozen wounds on the three of them, although they were all just wounds on the clothes and skin, but such a face-to-face made everyone realize that Heitake Sora's attack is powerful. At this time, a person stood beside Senju Huajian, frowned and said, "Uncle Wu, what should we do? There may be tens of thousands of sharp blades, although the attack is not too strong, but if surrounded by thousands of sharp blades, it may appear like Lu Jian the situation, let alone more at this time, it is impossible to get close." Ninjutsu joint attack. At this time, Senju Huajian said loudly, and then formed a mudra with both hands. Earth-style earthquake core. Earth-style iron prison. Earth-style heavenly cover. At that time, under everyone's feet, the entire Senju training ground, which was thousands of meters wide, sank. A circular enclosing circle formed by a hard soil wall is also raised around it. Then, a huge earth cover with a grimace suddenly fell from the sky, covering this training directly. Just two ninjutsu completely changed the entire terrain, and the third ninjutsu directly blocked Heitake Sora's escape route. It was the first time for Heitake Sora to see Cage level to perform Earth style, and he couldn't help being shocked. Senju and Uzumaki are famous for having a lot of chakra. This ninjutsu is really powerful. Heitake Sora didn't flee outside. If he escaped deliberately for 10 minutes, then even if the opponent couldn't touch him and won, the Senju clan would not accept it, and there was no effect at all. So when the other party performed the spell, he just stood and waited. As soon as the terrain changed, 3 jonins ran out to seal at the same time. XX plus 2 asterisk. Boom boom boom. After using the chakra of the three, a huge amount of water, like a waterfall, rushed towards Heitake Sora. Heitake Sora jumped up, and his whole body was protected by hundreds of millions of sakura flower blades forming a protective ball. The impact of the huge waterfall was very powerful, but it didn't attack Heitake Sora at all. At the same time, Senju Huajian was married again. Water-style giant water prison. The flood rushed out, directly forming a large-scale water prison of more than 500 meters in front, trapping Heitake Sora in it. Then the 5 jonin rushed into the water and formed seals at the same time. Water-style water dragon bomb. With a large amount of water, 5 people controlled it, and 5 huge water dragons appeared directly, circling each other, and directly bombarded Heitake Sora in the center from 5 directions. Whoosh! Suddenly Heitake Sora in the center disappeared. The place where the 5 water dragons bombarded had long since disappeared. Heitake Sora was empty. At this time, Heitake Sora was behind the 2 jonins. Sparkle. Chi chi chi. Before the 2 jonins could turn around, they were wrapped by Senbonzakura's sharp blade. With Heitake Sora casting Shunpo, the blade flew away, and only 2 jonins were left with blood on their bodies and limbs. The scarred jonin fell weakly underwater, and a lot of blood flowed out, directly staining the water in that direction red. Help! Leave! Senju Huajian yelled, and the 3 jonin beside him rushed out quickly, with the help of 2 people. At the same time, an iron chain flew into the water, entangled the 3 of them. Swoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh! The 5 quickly flew out of the dungeon. At this time, Senju Huajian finished sealing again, and 4 huge soil pillars appeared around the water prison, and a lot of lightning flew out of them. Lightning-style 4-pillar bondage technique. Crack! Massive lightning strikes the water prison directly, and the water conducts electricity, causing the lightning to spread rapidly throughout the water prison. The diamond-shaped imprint on Heitake Sora's forehead radiated light and spread rapidly, forming black lines. 100 healings mark solution. Then, chakra exploded out of his feet instantly, and his body shot up with a whoosh, and then Senbonzakura's sharp blade formed a torrent and rushed out of the water prison into a big hole in an instant. Just after rushing out, the water dungeon behind Heitake Sora was already filled with lightning. If he was inside, he might be directly stunned. Senbonzakura can defend against sharp weapons, but not against lightning. As Senbonzakura rushed out, Heitake Sora also rushed out, but he disappeared in the blink of an eye. Appearing again, it was already behind the 3 people who were retreating with their hind legs wrapped around the chains. Send you a ride. Heitake Sora smiled. Boom! With the appearance of Heitake Sora, Senbonzakura's sharp blade directly buried the 3 of them, and just a second later, as Heitake Sora ran away, the 3 of them had the same situation as the other 2, and were directly cut countless wounds by the sharp blade, directly lost combat effectiveness. Boundary, trap him. At this time, Senju Huajian shouted again, and 4 jonin rushed out again, standing around Heitake Sora. Scrolls appeared in their hands. For purple flame formation. At that time, a wall of purple light rose, trapping Heitake Sora directly within it. Heitake Sora stood in it without moving and said with a smile, "The ninjutsu of the Senju family is very strong, and this enchantment is also very strong. But you seem to have forgotten the previous bet, and you will meet me within 10 minutes. The 4 purple flame formations are trapped. My question is, can you come in?" Senju Hanama is tongue-tied. The 4 people who set up the 4 purple flame formation were also taken aback. The main purpose of this formation is to prevent outsiders from breaking in. As long as you touch the purple formation, you will be burned by purple flames, and the attack is very fierce. And now, with Heitake Sora inside, they're standing outside. What is very speechless is that they have isolated themselves from the outside. How to touch Heitake Sora? At this time, Senju Huajian quickly calmed down and said flatly, his body has almost no other movements, which shows that his body is seriously depleted. We don't need to touch him, we just need to knock him down. It's never too late to touch, long-range ninjutsu attack. As he spoke, he quickly closed the seal. Earth-style clay from the sky. Earth-style rock pillar gun. Then, within the range of the 4 purple flame formation, a big hole appeared in the sky above Heitake Sora's head, directly leaving crimson clay behind. The ground continuously pierces a large number of ground thorns. Above is blockade, below is attack. However, as soon as the ground thorn appeared, it was directly smashed to pieces by the torrent of sharp blades around Heitake Sora. You have quite a lot of attack methods, the battle range is quite large, and the destructive power is quite strong. Unfortunately, these are suitable for the battlefield, but not for me. Forget it, you are all lying down, so you don't have to participate in the election. Heitake Sora said to himself, both hands pointed at one of the 4 Zeons outside the formation at the same time. He wants to attack the 4 purple flame formation? This formation cannot be destroyed at all. Some people were surprised, but it was a pity that he was shocked as soon as he finished saying this. Boom! Hundreds of millions of Sakura flower blades formed a huge sword, and with a loud explosion, it directly broke the 4 purple flame formations. The nearest Jonin was wrapped in the blade at that time. Crack, crack. Afterwards, the entire 4 purple flames were like glass, shattered to pieces. The other 3 ninjas were backlashed at the same time, and they couldn't help but fly away. Boom! Sakura Hua's sharp-edged giant sword shattered again to form a torrent of sharp-edged blades, rushing directly past the bodies of the 3. The 4 Jonin, with numerous wounds all over their bodies, fell to the ground and could not get up again. His attack is too powerful. Jonin from the Senju clan exclaimed in surprise. There are still 21 people. Heitake Sora looked around, including Senju Huajian, there were 30 Jonin, and now 9 people have fallen. Dodge that sharp blade attack, will be fine, wind, fire. At this time, Senju Huajian was still commanding calmly, but his eyes showed coldness. Subsequently, 5 Jonin seal simultaneously. Fire style great fireball technique. Fire style head hard. Fire style big firebomb technique. Wind style tornado hurricane. Wind style tornado hurricane. At that time, the flames on the ground spread, and with the help of the tornado, the 2 fireballs soared in scope and power, spread hundreds of meters, and rushed directly to Heitake Sora. The range is too large, Heitake Sora can't dodge at all. I said, your area ninjutsu is invalid for me. The corners of Heitake Sora's mouth were slightly raised, pointing forward. Boom! Sakura's sharp blade formed a tornado, and rushed out suddenly. Along the way, a circular pit with a depth of half a meter appeared on the ground, and at the same time, in the sea of flames in front of her, turning her knees, a picture of Sky's path without flames appeared. Afterwards, Heitake Sora cast Shunpo in succession, rushing towards several ninjas quickly. Earth-style earth wall. Earth-style earth wall. Earth-style earth wall. There are 3 Jonin seals at the same time, but the combined impact of the torrent of blades is too strong, and these defenses are vulnerable. The 3 thick earth walls that had just appeared were broken, and Heitake Sora rushed directly through the flames, and had already appeared 5 meters away from a ninja. It's been tricked. At this time, 3 figures suddenly broke out from the ground around Heitake Sora, forming a triangular encirclement, and grabbed his legs at the same time, Earth-style heart beheading technique. But at this moment, the flying speed of the sharp blade floating around Heitake Sora was faster than the 3 of them stretched out their hands, and they bombarded the ground at that time. However, most of the sharp blades hit the front, and there were only hundreds of them left. In the eyes of the 3, they could completely bear these attacks. As long as they touch Heitake Sora, they win. Unfortunately, when the sharp blade touched the 3 of them, Heitake Sora suddenly burst out with a lot of lightning power. Lightning-style Chidori stream. The thunder and lightning flew out, approaching the Sakura flower blade, and then quickly transmitted to the 3 of them directly. Crack! The 3 of them were shocked by the electric shock at the same time, and their whole bodies couldn't help shaking, let alone reaching out to touch Heitake Sora, their whole bodies went numb. At this time, a large number of sharp blades fell back and rushed into the ground with a bang, directly bombarding 3 large pits. The 3 people were wounded all over their bodies and lay powerlessly in it. Whoo! Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, 3 jonin holding long swords rushed to Heitake Sora 3 meters away, and the swords in their hands lit up at the same time, revealing chakra, which greatly increased their power. Bang bang bang. Heitake Sora's whole body was surrounded by sakura flowers forming 3 shields, which were directly stabbed by the 3 swords. However, the attacks of the 3 of them were strong enough, and they actually penetrated a large number of sharp blades, and they were about to penetrate. It's a pity that after a second of stalemate, the 3 of them were buried by the sharp blade, and the 3 of them were seriously injured. Rewind. Within 20 meters, there were 5 jonins, some quickly ran out of shuriken to attack Heitake Sora, and some quickly backed away. But at this moment, 5 golden chains flew out from under Heitake Sora's feet, flying out across the sky. Sealing adamantine sealing chains. The 5 people were very fast, but unfortunately the chains of adamantine sealing chains were even faster, wrapping around the waists of the 5 people in an instant. This sealing technique mainly blocks the tailed beast chakra, making it difficult to move. A chakra as powerful as a tailed beast may be suppressed. Even if Heitake Sora is not good at learning skills, it is still possible to temporarily suppress 5 jonin chakras. At that time, the chakra in the 5 people's bodies was not flowing smoothly, and even if they couldn't perform the body replacement technique, they were swallowed by the torrent of 5 unfinished flowers. The sharp blade flew past, leaving behind 5 seriously injured figures. Back quickly. At this moment, Senju Huajian's face changed, and 30 jonin went up together, and only 3 or 4 minutes later, 20 of them were seriously injured. The necks and heads of these people were not injured. Obviously Heitake Sora kept his hand. If Heitake Sora wanted to kill them, at this time there would be 20 jonin corpses. The others were retreating quickly, but Senju Huajian did not retreat at this time, and pulled out a short sword from his waist, and then the short sword emitted white light, wrapped in chakra, and at the same time, chakra overflowed from his whole body, emitting a khaki yellow light. The ground beneath his feet suddenly cracked. Earth-style multiple hardening. Boom! Senju Huajian's whole body was covered with black soil, but it looked like iron, and the ground under his feet suddenly cracked even bigger. With a bang, his body shot directly towards Heitake Sora like a line. During the running, the chakra of the short sword in Heitake Sora's hand became more and more intense, and even formed a whirlwind. It's Uncle Wu's strongest swordsmanship. Someone among jonin who retreated quickly said, with hope in his eyes. At the same time jonin showed the same look, because they couldn't compete with Heitake Sora. Now only Senju is left. Okay, that's the strongest collision. A long sword appeared in Heitake Sora's book, and the sakura flower blades quickly gathered around him. Final scene: Beatty sword. Suddenly, Senbonzakura's petals poured into the sword in Heitake Sora's hand, and then emitted a white light on the sword, and then the light spread, and suddenly appeared behind Heitake Sora's wings, which made his body float up, and the whole person seemed to spread wings. Battle angel. Cut with one sword. At the same time, the short sword in Senju Huajian's hand exploded with dazzling white light, and the whirlwind directly formed a small tornado, enveloping his body. The man and the sword are like one, forming a tornado of sword energy, stabbing. Iron arm. One word: wind sword. The sword light fell, and the sword energy stabbed one word, collided with each other, and a powerful wave of air burst out, and the attack falling wave spread out. At that time, the ground under the 2 of them sank suddenly, and a sunken round pit with a radius of 100 meters appeared. There were countless cracks on the ground. Then, after only a second of stagnation, the 2 figures flew backwards one after another like bullets, and 2 ravines were created by the rubbing of the falling surface, and they flew hundreds of meters away. Boom! Senju Huajian's body crashed directly into the edge of the rock wall, creating a deep hole. But Heitake Sora was flying backwards. The sword in his hand pierced the ground directly, cutting the ground for 100 meters, and stopped at a distance of more than 50 meters from the wall behind him. However, as soon as he stopped, blood overflowed from his mouth. Senju Huajian's move is very powerful, not only the appearance of the whirlwind and sword energy, but when it collides, even chakra, which is nature transformation of wind attribute, pours into his body. Originally, his body was seriously worn out due to the use of Rakshasa. With this sword, it felt like his internal organs were about to be shredded. Fortunately, his sword was very powerful, almost offsetting the opponent's attack power by 90%. It hurts to weaken the combat power. Heitake Sora complained in his heart. If Senju Byakuya was in full bloom, he would have the confidence to split Senju Huajian in half with this sword. It's a pity that it can only be flat now. At this time, a figure flashed out of the deep cave, but it was Senju Huajian who rushed out. At this time, there was still black soil on his body, and the soil on his right arm was broken. He was holding a sword in his hand, and he seemed to be fine. However, as soon as he came out, he couldn't help holding onto the wall beside him with his left hand, and a large amount of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth that was originally stained with blood. Swoosh! The jonin quickly rushed towards Senju Huajian, and someone, of Li Qian's, directly cast medical ninjutsu on him. At this point, everyone no longer thought about how to fight Heitake Sora. If Senju Huajian fell, it would be useless to fight again, even if he won. Now their Senju clan can't rely on Senju Tobirama. The strongest combat power is Senju Huajian. Uncle Wu, are you okay? Someone asked worriedly. Senju Huajian checked the corner of his mouth with his sleeve, then stood up straight, and glanced around at the 9 uninjured people, with resentment in his eyes, but a trace of powerlessness. Hey kid. Senju immediately looked at Senju Huajian incredulously. For this time to become second Hokage, he started preparations several years ago. Originally, he thought that Senju Hashirama would live for many years, so his preparations were for his son to become second Hokage. He contacted various families, bought some jonin, and also secretly contacted the daimyo of the Fire Nation, and promised some benefits. Senju Hashirama's sudden death gave him the opportunity to see that he could become second Hokage, the closest he came to success. But at this time, Senju Huajian is about to give up. All his efforts will be reduced to nothing. At this time, Senju Huajian reached out and grabbed Senju Lijian's arm, approached the latter, and said in a deep voice, "You know my swordsmanship, it is a sword that consumes 80% of chakra and ruptures a large number of cells, enhances explosive power, and exerts its limit. After casting, the body will have backlash. This sword, as long as I use it, even Tobirama and Hashirama will not fight it head-on. Generally speaking, if the cage level is close, they will even be killed directly. But Heitake Sora resisted head-on, and it was no big deal. Now I am not only backlashed, at the same time, his internal organs were injured by his attack, and he was unable to make a move. Although his body is also seriously worn out, his attack method has never relied on his body. Obviously, he still has the strength to send out 103 blows with that sharp blade. Without me, your enemies can't hold it at all. If you are obsessed with fighting, all the jonin of our entire Senju clan may be seriously injured in the end. If the entire family is attacked by other forces at that time, the loss will not only be a second-generation target position, but a genocide crisis may occur. Are you sure that the ruthless Tobirama won't take the opportunity to attack us? You know, Hashirama has passed away, and no one can suppress the bloodthirsty Tobirama now. I'm thinking about it. Thinking of Senju Tobirama, Senju immediately frowned. But still hesitant, several other jonin of Senju also looked at him and Senju Huajian, waiting for their decision. At this time, Heitake Sora, who was in the distance, stepped towards the opposite side. As he walked, the previously scattered sakura petals and sharp blades floated up again, surrounding him. And with the hundreds of millions of petal blades floating, some Senju jonin's eyes showed a trace of fear. Even if Heitake Sora is merciful, there are wounds all over the body, and even more explicit wounds on the limbs. This kind of pain is not what they want to experience. And Heitake Sora took every step, but it was like a huge boulder fell on Senju's heart. Every step a boulder weighed, making him unable to breathe. I really don't want to give up, but what to fight? When Heitake Sora took 5 steps, Senju immediately let out a long sigh, and then said loudly, Principal Heitake, there is no need to wait 10 minutes, our Senju clan voluntarily surrenders. From now until tomorrow, we won't be in the Hokage building, and we won't be running. You won. After saying the last 3 words, he seemed to have aged in an instant, and his energy seemed to have been taken away. Powerless. Failed. At this moment, he missed Senju Hashirama inexplicably. Although the two have disagreements, Senju Hashirama is kind in nature. He protects the clan and the village. When he is around, who dares to challenge the Senju clan alone? Even if the opponent wins, can he still beat Senju Hashirama? One day with Senju Hashirama, their Senju is the most brilliant #1 family, and now Senju Tobirama? Maybe in the dark, but he didn't appear. Because he is the winner of this battle, how could he appear? That's right. Heitake Sora said flatly, hurry up and save people. If you don't save people, some people may lose too much blood, so I won't pay for the medical expenses. By the way, I will give you a step down. As he spoke, he pointed to Senju Huajian. If you are suspected, then spread the news, you and I will learn from each other, and both of you will be injured. Some jonin were injured by the aftermath of our attack and need to rest up. After speaking, Heitake Sora's figure disappeared, and he cast Shunpo continuously. Then the torrent formed by Sakura's petal blade directly smashed a big hole in the big grimace cover above, and then swung away. Seeing this scene, Senju Huajian was slightly relieved. He said, fortunately, the 9 of you didn't make a move, otherwise our Senju clan would really be wiped out today. To this extent, his secretary's attack power is still so powerful, and the attack is also too weird. He is useless at all. From today on, don't provoke this senior. Kvi, just follow what he said. If anyone doubts, spread the news that the 2 of us fought and injured the other jonin. The injured jonin, don't leave the station until the injury recovers. Yes. Continuous Shunpo, when leaving the Senju station, 15 minutes is up. Heitake Sora's head rang a system voice, 15 minutes is up, leave the ability at random Senbonzakura, Shikai Zanpakuto that can summon Senbonzakura, only activate Shikai ability. Sparkling Flower, Shunpo has been improved. After casting it, it will show a curved figure, quickly appear behind others, and deliver a powerful killing blow. And just when the ability disappeared, Heitake Sora suddenly felt dizzy, and he was about to faint. 100 healings mark solution. He had consumed 2/3 of it before, but this time he ignored the consumption, and the remaining 1/3 of chakra quickly filled his body and began to repair his injured body. But this time the trauma was too severe, and he could only maintain it until he would not fall. Swoosh! The figure flickered, and Senju Tobirama appeared beside Heitake Sora, intending to reach out to support Heitake Sora, worried, "Are you okay?" "It's okay." Heitake Sora supported his body with a cane and grinned, "It's okay. The Senju family will not participate tomorrow, but I originally planned to go to the Uchiha family, but I can't go this time. I'm really old and I can't fight, move." "You are already good at fighting." Senju Tobirama looked at Heitake Sora with strange emotions in his eyes. Before Senju Hashirama passed away, he told him in private that trusting Heitake Sora would definitely bring him good luck. As an absolutely sane person, he doesn't believe this sentence. But today, he believes that this good luck is not really good luck, but Heitake Sora, who is 100 years old, worked hard for him. "I'll take you home." This time, Senju Tobirama didn't care about Heitake Sora's objection, picked it up directly, and then ran quickly to Heitake Sora's house. While on Senju Tobirama's back, Heitake Sora couldn't hold it any longer and fainted. The next day at 5 o'clock, Senju Tobirama was already waiting on the roof of the Hokage building. At the same time, his 6 elite jonins and 20 jonins also came. Uzumaki Mito didn't come. Heitake Sora was seriously injured last night. Senju Tobirama asked Uzumaki Mito to rush over for treatment. Afterwards, the families arrived one by one. However, from 5 o'clock to 7 o'clock, no one from the Hyaga family and the Senju family came from the beginning to the end. Not only jonin, not even a single family member appeared here. Also, jonin from the Aberame clan and the Inyazuka clan who had befriended Hyaga did not come, and none of the Kurama and Shimura clans who had made friends with Senju came. The two battles last night lasted very short, and the news of the two clans was too tightly blocked. At the same time, the other 4 families who did not come did not know the reason, so naturally there was no news to spread. Except for Senju Tobirama, many people in the Hokage building are full of doubts. But no one raised it. After all, one side is supporting Senju Tobirama, and the other side is the Uchiha family. If those 6 families do not come, Uchiha will lose one opponent instead. At 7 o'clock, according to the regulations, jonin who did not come will lose the eligibility for the election. Now, start the second generation election. Watching the time, Senju Tobirama announced aloud. At noon, the sun was shining brightly. Heitake Sora opened his eyes, reached out and rubbed his eyes, but felt his arm was sore. This time the injury is serious. Heitake Sora muttered, "Teacher, you're awake." At this moment, Uzumaki Amber, with a sweet voice, shouted in surprise. Heitake Sora turned around and saw the little girl sitting on a chair with a scroll on her lap. Seeing Heitake Sora wake up, Uzumaki Kohaka quickly put away the scroll, and then jumped to the bed. But as if she was afraid of hurting Heitake Sora, she wanted to pounce on it but held back. "How many days has it been?" Heitake Sora asked, moved his body a bit, but still felt a little sore, so he simply lay down under the quilt. "It's been 5 days. I was scared to death. Fortunately, Master Mito said that you just lost a lot of blood and fainted," Uzumaki Amber said. "It's too late." Heitake Sora looked at the ceiling and said, "Who is second Hokage now?" Uzumaki Amber didn't answer yet, but a voice sounded from outside the door, "Me." Following the sound, Heitake Sora saw Senju Tobirama walk in wearing a Hokage hat and white robe. Obvious Hokage suit. "Congratulations, second Hokage." Heitake Sora beckoned, "Cumber helped me up." ENN. Uzumaki Kohaka stroked Heitake Sora and sat up, leaning on the pillow. "How about it? Do you think Hokage is fun to do?" Heitake Sora asked. Senju Tobirama said flatly, "I don't feel anything, I still do what I used to do." "That's right, the original Hashirama is the shopkeeper. Tell me about the election process. I really want to see Uchiha use ugly face when you are elected. It must be very exciting," Heitake Sora said. Senju Tobirama said, "Thanks to your original idea this time. You said to create the Konoha police force and unified management. At that time, the Uchiha family had no choice but to choose. However, because of this, in recent years, the Uchiha family seems to have become more and more powerful and prestigious, but in fact it is becoming less and less close to the people among the common people. Jonin selected my 26 confidants, plus go to the Sarutobi clan, your Heite clan, and Nara, Akamaiki, and Yamanaka. Uchiha is the Uchiha family plus some idle Jonin, and in the end I had 10 more Jonin votes than him. Then the common people, originally Uchiha was still very confident, thinking that they have been in contact with ordinary people, managing ordinary people, and those ordinary people should be the majority pick him. As a result, civilians were randomly selected, and 25 of them chose me. I don't think I am so close to the people. Looking at the expressions of those people, it is obvious that they are too afraid of the Uchiha family. On the contrary, I don't want them to take power. So, I have become second Hokage with an advantage of more than 30 votes. At the beginning when you said 30 more ordinary people, I thought it was just a random addition. Now, you have deep meaning. As he spoke, he looked towards Chi Tian. It's just a coincidence. Heitake Sora smiled and said casually. At the beginning, he let Uchiha control the Konoha police force. The purpose was to weaken Uchiha in a disguised form, so that Uchiha would reap the fruits of himself. As it turns out, it's now working. Afterwards, Senju Tobirama said, the Hyuga clan and Senju didn't come to me immediately to talk about your business. I secretly asked someone to investigate your battle that day, not to mention now, even if their injuries are all healed in the future, there will be no one. Say. After all, once it gets out, even if you are convicted, their influence will be greatly reduced. What's more, you didn't kill anyone, and you didn't maim anyone, you just hurt them. I won't convict you as you said. Let's forget about it. Also, I created a ninja school guard team and appointed Chief Heitake as the chief captain. This guard is not managed by the Konoha police force and exists independently. It is managed by Chief Heitake. The main duty is to protect the ninja school's student. That's right, it's a small place, and the watermark ability is adequate, Heitake Sora said. In fact, he is still very happy in his heart. Protecting the school seems simple, but it is not simple in reality. Because 99% of Konoha's masters in the future will come from Konoha Shinobi School, the Heitake family mainly protects these students. They have made friends with future masters since they were young. The benefits are not obvious at the beginning, but as time goes by, the positive image of the Heitake family in Konoha has been established. Ask for flowers. This may not seem to be of much benefit, but the benefit is quite large, and this is also considered as a reward for Heitake Sora's 2 battles. Heitake Sora didn't intend to lead Heitake to become so powerful, but it is naturally a good thing to make the family prosperous. Moreover, the Konoha Shinobi School is the place where each generation of Hokage trains the direct line, and the Heitake family comes to protect it, which also shows Senju Tobirama's position that the Heitake family should be tied to the Hokage line. Afterwards, Senju Tobirama said again, this time, you have helped me so much, if you say something that I can do, I will definitely promise you. This. Heitake Sora looked at Uzumaki Kohaku and said, Kumaku, how much money do you have at home? Little Amber glanced at Senju Tobirama, obviously a little wary, which made Heitake Sora laugh directly. Let's just say it, how could Master Second Hokage be eyeing our little money? Heitake Sora smiled and stretched out his hand to pinch the little girl's little face. Oh, Uzumaki Amber thought for a while and said, there are 300,000 taels, not too much, it will take a while, teacher, I will go to earn money. It's impossible to make money, you only need money to live, like this. Heitake Sora looked at Heitake Sora and said, give me 1 million taels, and that's the reward this time. Ah. Senju Tobirama said helplessly, among the Konoha powerhouses, you are the only one who can ask for money so naturally. I will ask Ichiro to bring the money later, but this money is a bonus I paid to the principal of the Konoha Shinobi School. You don't ask for anything in return, but I won't withhold it. As he said, he held a scroll and put it beside Heitake Sora, my secret art, not many people in this world can learn it. I taught Hiruzen and Danzo, but unfortunately they couldn't learn it. If you can learn it, the world can be regarded as the second person who has learned it. If you meet a talented student in the future, you can also pass it on. What, so mysterious? Heitake Sora took the scroll, unfolded it, and a few words immediately attracted him. Flying Thunder God Technique. Are you really willing? Heitake Sora closed the scroll and looked at Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama looked directly at Heitake Sora, pointed to the white robe on his body, and said seriously, you are willing to risk your life to fight for this future for me. I have nothing to be reluctant about. You have many secret arts, maybe this secret art is not too important to you, but this is my most precious ninjutsu, so I am willing to give the most precious ninjutsu to the most precious people. Okay, I'll take it. Heitake Sora grinned, next time there will be such a good thing, call me, maybe prepare me another ninjutsu. But, you need to develop more, or you won't give it. I will try my best, Senju Tobirama said seriously. Ah, just kidding. Well, have you eaten yet? After sleeping for 5 days, I'm almost fainting from hunger. I've eaten. This is my shadow clone. I'm just waiting for you to wake up. Now I'm leaving. If you have time, come to the Hokage 843 building. I want you to help me plan something. After speaking, a puff of white smoke suddenly rose from Senju Tobirama's body, and Shadow Clone disappeared. It's better not to talk too much outside of business, Heitake Sora complained. Senju Tobirama is very different from Senju Hashirama. Although Hashirama is powerful enough to crush everything, he rarely talks about business, and he rarely talks about fighting in politics. When you are free, you can do chores or talk nonsense. Unless it's very important, I don't think he is Hokage at all. On the other hand, the younger brother Senju Tobirama is a workaholic. Apart from business, he seldom talks about other things. For example, when he wakes up from Hatake Sora now, he doesn't have any pleasantries. Then after it was over, without saying a word of courtesy, the person disappeared. However, such a Senju Tobirama is more real and makes Hatake Sora relaxed. He was originally a person who was too lazy to chat. Sometimes he spent the whole day watching TV at home, and he didn't want to say a word to anyone. Okay, get up and eat. Hatake Sora planned to get up, but found that he didn't have a room for a single piece of clothing. Amber? Hatake Sora looked at Uzumaki and said, "You took it off?" No, I didn't do it on purpose." Uzumaki's cheeks turned red suddenly, and he hurriedly said, "Master Mito said that after the treatment for you, clothes are easy to make you recover slowly. Then I thought, you should recover after taking off your clothes. Quick. So that's it." "All right." Uzumaki Amber said again, "Don't worry, I won't touch the place I shouldn't touch. I really didn't touch it. Even if it was hard, I didn't touch it." "Ah." Hatake Sora was dazed, and then slapped Uzumaki's Amber forehead. "What are you thinking all day? From now on, don't peek without my consent. Children should do what children should do." Uzumaki Amber innocently said, "Teacher, what should children do?" "This. Anyway, don't look at it, don't think about it." "Got it. I won't talk nonsense to others." Hatake Sora didn't want to talk anymore. He couldn't explain this precocious red-haired little loli anymore. After getting up and getting dressed, Hatake Sora still felt sore all over his body, but fortunately his internal organs were not injured, nor were his muscles and bones injured. It is estimated that when the Lord comes again, it will almost recover. At this time, I have to admire the strength of the blood of the big dog demon. I used Shura twice with one knife, Rakshasa with one knife, and the 8 inner gates opened 2 gates. After fighting again and again, it is not easy to still stand up now. Of course, thanks to Uzumaki Mito for his superb medical ninjutsu. After eating, Hatake Sora was not in a hurry to find Senju Tobirama, but in the room, unfolded the scroll Flying Thunder God Technique, and began to read it. This scroll contains not only the learning method of Flying Thunder God Technique, but also some learning experience left by Senju Tobirama. Through the scrolls, Hatake Sora knew. Flying Thunder God Technique, which belongs to Time-Space Ninjutsu, can leave the Flying Thunder God Technique on an object, and then the person left behind can instantly appear in the direction of the technique across space or instantly move something to a certain place orientation. It's easy to say, but very difficult to learn. Just like when Hatake Sora first learned sealing art, he felt that sealing art was compared to those fire style, water style, and other ninjutsu. It was like another language, and there was still no language for translation. Obscure and difficult to understand, it takes a lot of energy to understand. And the current Flying Thunder God Technique gives Hatake Sora the feeling that it is like a third strange language, a language that not only has no comparison translation, but also requires very high physical fitness. The real thing to do is not to learn how to drop the Flying Thunder God spell. This is just the foundation. It is easy to learn. What really needs to be learned is the perception of the power of time and space. This is like a fire-attributed ninja who starts to learn to use chakra. After becoming a jonin, he begins to perform fire-attributed chakra nature transformation. If it is cage level, he even begins to integrate multiple chakra nature transformations. If you want to learn the Flying Thunder God Technique, you must first feel the existence of the power of time and space, and then try to touch it according to the method described in the Senju Tobirama scroll, and then use it simply. Then learn the spell, set the spell, and then teleport. As mentioned in Senju Tobirama, not everyone can feel the power of time and space. Most people have limited physique or understanding, and cannot feel it in their entire lives, let alone practice. As for this, Hatake Sora is very relieved. Because he fought Kakuzu once earlier, he has the Senju blood of Senju Tobirama, and the blood and physique are of the same origin. It is 100% sure that Senju Tobirama developed the Flying Thunder God Technique based on himself, and Hatake Sora, who has exactly the same blood as him, naturally cannot fail to feel the power of time and space. The only thing to think about is how long it will take to feel this mysterious power. After seeing the afternoon, Hatake Sora and Uzumaki Kohaku had lunch together again, and at the same time watched the progress of the little girl's practice. Then we walked to the Hokage building. Uzumaki Amber is not only beautiful, but also very talented, and now he can easily cast Raiznan. However, due to the age limit and insufficient amount of Chuck, she can only issue ordinary Raiznan, not Big Ball Raiznan, let alone nature transformation. Uzumaki Amber has 2 attributes of wind and fire. Hatake Sora thought that the progress of developing Fire-style Ninja 1.1 Taijutsu must be accelerated, otherwise his students would not have to learn it. Hatake Sora came to the entrance of the Hokage building. It was already past 8 o'clock at night, and was about to enter the door, but was stopped by the ninja. The reason is that I have never seen him. Thinking about it carefully, I am already young. Even if the Hatake family has seen him when he was young, they are all dead. If you don't use your breath to distinguish, you really can't prove that you are Hatake Sora. Very helpless, Heidake Sora had no choice but to cast Shunpo directly, came to the window of Senju Tobirama Hokage's office, and jumped in. He got 2 abilities from Byakuya Kukaki, among which Shining Flower is improved by Shunpo, so naturally he will also be Shunpo. Why did you come in through the window? Senju Tobirama, who was dealing with business at the desk, wondered. Heitake Sora points to his face, there is no way to prove that I am me. Senju Tobirama couldn't help but be taken aback. Senju Tobirama is naturally sensitive to breath and chakra, and can even perform his own secret technique to sense where the ninjas are within a few kilometers. Naturally, people usually look at people with their eyes, but in reality they rely more on their senses. During the battle that day, Heitake Sora became younger. He had seen it before and thought it was just a temporary forbidden technique, but now Heitake Sora is still young, and he looks older. Now he really noticed that Heitake Sora has indeed changed a lot. Is it always like this from now on? Senju Tobirama asked. Heitake Sora shrugged and said, it's hard to learn 100 healings mark, and developed a secret technique that can preserve your face. You don't need it for nothing, do you want to learn it? Senju Tobirama shook his head, I want to pay some price for the secret technique of the Uzumaki family. However, our Senju also has the secret technique of recovering injuries, so let's forget the price. Let's do it. I will issue you an ID card, original name, or change it. Of course it's the original one, let's give it a Jonin status. However, it's not good to be young all the time. Some people who want me to die think that I can live another 100 or 80 years, and have some radical thoughts. Said, Heitake Sora displayed the transformation technique, and became old again, hunchbacked. 25 It looks more comfortable this way. Senju Tobirama turned to find a file folder, then quickly wrote on a piece of paper, and then opened a drawer from the side. While talking, you choose a Konoha Shinobi forehead protector. The length of the lace is different, but the size of the forehead protector is the same. If you need to customize, you can slightly increase or reduce it. You need to inform the master who made it in advance. Give me whatever you want, tie it on your arm or around your neck. Heitake Sora said. Okay. Senju Tobirama handed a Konoha Shinobi's forehead protector to Heitake Sora, and said at the same time, the information has been written, and I will have someone enter it later. Then, Senju Tobirama said, you didn't eat lunch, did you? I didn't eat either. Let's go to Mrs. Mito's for dinner. Okay. Heitake Sora ate naturally, but thinking of Mito treating him, he didn't thank him after waking up, so he just went to thank him together. Many things have happened these days. Uzumaki Mito is Senju Hashirama's wife, but at the same time he is also one of the top Konoha masters. After these few days, he has returned to his former calm. Simple meals, Heitake Sora didn't eat too much, Senju Tobirama ate a lot, it's not polite enough. After the meal, dessert was served. The three sat down, Senju Tobirama ate a mouthful, and said directly, Mr. Heitake, I have a question right now, and I need your advice. You're never idle for a while. Heitake Sora leaned on the sofa and said helplessly, don't be in such a hurry. Let me eat, I haven't eaten Mito's dessert for a long time. Oh. Senju Tobirama watched Heitake Sora take a bite, and he said quickly, I want to cancel the elders. Okay. Heitake Sora was also helpless with Senju Tobirama's work-oriented personality. He looked at Uzumaki Mito and said, Mito, what do you think? Uzumaki Mito said calmly, with this vote, it can be seen that the major families have discovered the disadvantages of the elders group and have developed resistance. Instead of waiting for someone to propose disbandment, it is better for Tobirama, who is the purpose of the second generation, to propose it. It also shows that we thinking of everyone. After all, no matter who wanted to compete with Tobirama for the second generation target position, it has been settled now, and there is no need to pursue the past. What should be done now is to quickly stabilize the situation. Heitake Sora nodded and said, since it's useless, let's disband along the way. In fact, you have become second Hokage this time, which has proved one thing. What's the matter? Senju Tobirama asked. Heitake Sora said, the power of the family is weakening, and the number of civilian masters is increasing. As time goes by, when Sakumo and his generation grow up, it will become more and more obvious. Originally, the elders were established. Your purpose is actually to sway the power of the family. Now that the purpose is achieved, it can be disbanded. Existence is worthless, Senju Tobirama said. Then, he quickly took out a folder from the side table and handed it to Heitake Sora. You're really well prepared. Heitake Sora smiled helplessly. It could be seen that Senju Tobirama had prepared the materials for a long time and put them here, just waiting for him to wake up and come to Uzumaki Mito to discuss. I like to prepare everything in advance, Senju Tobirama said. Heitake Sora opened the file, and a few large characters attracted him to Konoha Assassination Tactics Special Forces Creation Plan Umbu. Heitake Sora looked up at Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama nodded, it can be called Umbu for short, and I also call this Hokage's Direct Ninja Unit. Through this time, I think it's time to create Hokage's Direct Unit. When the eldest brother was there, he was super strong and not afraid of anyone. People, even a ninja village can't do anything to him, so he doesn't want to set up any department. My strength is not bad, but there is no guarantee that the next few generations of Hokage will be as powerful as we are now. At the same time, it is also difficult to guarantee that they will have the number of masters I control today. So I created this team in advance. Directly determine Hokage's direct lineage, and no longer rely on the family from now on. Hokage will have greater power. I don't need to look for the family to do what I want to do. I can do it with my direct line masters. At the same time, if there are some rebels in the village, some spies outside the village, or some high-level officials of the 840 village who are about to endanger the village, Hokage can also directly issue orders to complete the killing task quickly. There is no need to find family masters, which also avoids information leakage. Higher efficiency. While Senju Tobirama was talking, Heitake Sora was listening, and also looked at the text explanation on the document. Not much text, just a first draft. In Senju, Heitake Sora has finished watching. He raised his head and said, "This department is good. To improve the efficiency of work, with Umbu, it will not be like you were interfered by Senju and Uchiha during the election and almost made mistakes. How soon do you plan to establish it?" Senju Tobirama said, "If possible, disband the elders group tomorrow and form Umbu directly. Because most people in Senju have not recovered from their injuries, the Hyuga clan found me with Sarutobi Patriarch after you went last time, roughly indicating the same line. So, create as soon as possible." "That's great. Create," Heitake Sora said. "Since you agree, it will be easy." Senju Tobirama looked at Heitake Sora and said, "The plan for the establishment of the assassination tactics special forces has been given to you, and the signatures have been written. Starting tomorrow, you will announce the establishment at the meeting Umbu." "What? Me?" Heitake Sora wondered. Senju Tobirama said, "Yes, you create Umbu, this." Heitake Sora took a quick look at the document. It really says Heitake Sora, creation. There's something wrong with this script. Heitake Sora wondered. Then he looked at Senju Tobirama and said, "What's your plan?" "It's settled. I don't have time to take care of Umbu's affairs. There are a lot of trivial matters, which seriously affect my life rhythm. You don't know, according to normal people, are you old enough to retire?" Uzumaki Mito chuckled. "Senior Heitake, please don't rush away. Tobirama didn't let you really deal with Umbu affairs." Seeing Heitake Sora anxious, Senju Tobirama suddenly also felt amused. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly, showing a hint of a smile. He said, "If it is someone else, I dare to mention it, and he will definitely agree without hesitation. It is so refreshing for you to refuse such a great benefit. I said it directly. It is like this. If I create Umbu, everyone will know I'm going to create a unit that belongs exclusively to Hokage's direct line. This will also make the major families afraid of me, so they may overreact to any of my decisions and create various unnecessary conflicts. At the same time, if I manage directly, the commoner ninjas who enter Umbu believe that the background is strong enough, and there may be conflicts with the major families. So, I want you to be the founder of Umbu, and also the first minister of Umbu. Although the news of the night between Hyuga and Senju has not leaked, but you did not show up, and many people roughly guessed that you might have made a move. Then you come to be the minister of Umbu. They may understand that we have reached an agreement. You help me destroy the two big clans, and I will give you power. Then they will not think that Umbu is mine, and they will think that some of them are mine. You are in control. Rights are shared, the threat is weakened, and you usually don't care about things, which also caused the civilian ninjas who joined Umbu to dare not conflict with family ninjas. After all, it really happened. If you are not here, he will be out of luck. Regardless of which side, you are the best choice to be the minister of Umbu. One thing you can rest assured, Umbu's various affairs are managed by Mitarashi Hizi and Zyujihong with their assistants. So on the surface you control a lot, but you really don't need to care about those. That's okay. How much is the salary? Heitake Sora asked. Senju Tobirama was also convinced by Heitake Sora's brain circuit, but he refused just now. The promise is so straightforward. The question is this a matter of salary? 500,000 taels a year? Senju Tobirama was unsure. That's fine. Heitake Sora nodded. Okay, this document is fine, so I don't need to go into details. It's not right, and I didn't intend to let everyone know about the structure of the inner order and the division into 10 classes. King, we'll have a meeting tomorrow, just look at mine, but you're putting such a big deal on me, so you have to give me some benefits. Find me some medical ninjutsu scrolls. I plan to teach students. I have this, I'll give it to you later. Uzumaki Nito smiled. Such a job as Heitake Sora will be beneficial. If it is replaced by other people, it will be too fame and fortune. But every time Heitake Sora asked for something, they were happy instead. Always trouble Heitake Sora. They are also a little embarrassed, but fortunately Heitake Sora makes requests every time, and they are all insignificant things, which makes them feel a little bit at ease. At night, when Heitake Sora came back, Uzumaki came running quickly and said happily, "Teacher, we have money." And uncle sent a lot of money. It is the 1,000,000 taels that Master Hokage promised just now. Why are you so excited? It's not worth as much as my head. Heitake Sora said casually, remembering that Kakuzu still quoted 50 million at that time. No accident, after tomorrow, his head will really exceed 100 million. At this time, Uzumaki Amber trotted to keep up with Heitake Sora, and said at the same time, Teacher, I don't think we can ask for money from others. This is not a long-term thing. In case Master Hokage and Chief Heitake have no money, what to do? Well, that's a problem. Heitake Sora squeezed his chin and said, talk to Hiruzen another day. Why are you looking for Sarutobi, teacher? Uzumaki Amber wondered. He is rich. There will be even more money in the future. Heitake Sora smiled mysteriously. Amber Uzumaki doesn't understand much, but I don't know what's wrong with this method, but I can't figure out what's wrong. At noon the next day, a meeting of the elders was held. Originally Senju Tobirama was anxious to think about the morning, but Heitake Sora had to sleep until he woke up naturally, so he had to choose this time slot. All the elders are here today. Seeing Heitake Sora, Chief Hyaga and Senju stood up and greeted each other with a smile. On the contrary, Uchiha Yu's expressionless face. From voting once, he has already realized the problem of the Konoha police force, but he realized that he is also reluctant to give up such a big right, let alone share it with other families. It's just that I've been very upset. After sitting down, Senju Tobirama first said everyone came today and said two things. The first thing is that I decided to disband the elders. Do you have any opinions? No one spoke. They had seen the crushing votes when Senju Hashirama was there. In fact, they didn't want the existence of this elder group for a long time. Since Senju Tobirama is going to be disbanded, many families naturally agreed happily. Subsequently, Senju Tobirama continued, Principal Heitake made a copy these days, and he showed it to me yesterday, and I think his idea is very good. Now it is decided to adopt his plan. Now Principal Heitake will talk about this plan. Heitake Sora said, the plan is very simple. I plan to set up a Konoha assassination tactical special unit. I won't go into details about what it mainly does. I'm not going to ask you to agree to this today. Just to let you know, that's fine. Earth Hook. It's as if you said nothing, and your disgusting tone is too obvious, isn't it? The patriarchs, who got Lee, were very upset. Every time I heard Heitake Sora talk, I had the urge to beat him up. Unfortunately, even if I could do it, I couldn't beat him. How angry. At this time, Uzumaki Mito couldn't stand it anymore, and coughed lightly. You can say a few more words, not the important ones, but let everyone have an idea. Umbu is a plan drafted by Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama understands it best, but if Senju Tobirama comes to explain it now, then the problem is really a problem. Senju Tobirama also concealed his helplessness and said, Principal Heitake, explain a little bit. Okay. It has something to do with you. Heitake Sora nodded and said, simply put, Hashirama left, and other villages began to have the idea of invading the Nation of Fire. So I want to form a force to counter certain threats in advance. Killing in the cradle. For example, leading someone to destroy San Shinobi village or something, that's what it means. Everyone was surprised. If you open your mouth, you will destroy the village. Everyone was both surprised and surprised. Because Heitake Sora said that this has nothing to do with them, so it is very likely to choose someone else, so it is not necessarily possible for these people to destroy a village outside, but it is also possible to destroy a certain force in the village. Immortal Village. Senju Tobirama explained in time, Heitake Sora is really daring to speak nonsense. It is hard to guarantee that some of these people may tell San Shinobi village. Maybe Heitake Sora's words directly lead to a war between the two villages, which is not what Senju Tobirama hoped. After all, even if he is not afraid of war, he doesn't want to take the initiative to provoke a war. Just kidding. Heitake Sora smiled and said, Umbu has many functions. For example, if the contemporary Hokage does something wrong to the village, I can bring someone to detain him. Then we will choose a new one. No need for others to do it. Senju Tobirama wants to do it now. What are you talking about? It is obviously protecting Hokage, but Heitake Sora said so. It has become a force to suppress Hokage. However, Heitake Sora's words also led others astray. Originally, the direct line of Hokage was said to be the supervisor of Hokage. At present, everyone does not understand it, so there is no obvious opposition. When the major families really understand the true role of Umbu, then Umbu has already taken shape, and it will be difficult to destroy it. At this time, Uzumaki Mito said, to put it simply, it is to check and balance all of us. When Hashirama is here, he can suppress the major ninja villages, and even everyone in Konoha. Now that he leaves, if a certain force in the village falls into chaos, other forces shirk it, and they will be attacked by other villages at that time, and they will suffer heavy losses. So, Principal Heitake thought of this method, that is, he will form a unit. If this happens, he can stabilize the situation in time. At the same time, as the principal said, if there is a war, this unit can also carry out assassination missions, to kill important figures of the enemy. Yes, that's roughly what it means. Does anyone have an opinion? Heitake Sora said. Uchiha Yudeo, I have an opinion. If Principal Heitake has selfish intentions to avenge his personal revenge, he formed Umbu, and the people who brought Umbu lied about false information, said that a certain person or a certain clan was rebellious, and assassinated in advance. What should we do? Umbu, I agree with its establishment, but I don't feel at ease if he takes control. That's fine. Heitake Sora looked at Uchiha and said with a smile, I will be the director of the Konoha police force, and you will be the director of Umbu. Regardless of whether I can recruit people, anyway, to manage ordinary people, I will find 100 Shinin Kfi, can do it, you go assassinate. Uchiha hesitated a little, and said indifferently, how can you talk nonsense about important job changes? Our Uchiha family has worked hard over the years and is fully qualified for the position of the Konoha police force, so I don't bother you to worry about it. Heitake Sora said, it's not right, what do you want? A child knows how to interrupt. You, ha! Uchiha snorted coldly, but didn't speak anymore. You can't really do it here, if you don't do it and talk too much, you can't talk about Heitake Sora, so it's better not to talk. Now, no one has an opinion? Heitake Sora asked again. This time, no one answered. Hyaga and Senju were singled out by Heitake Sora a few days ago, and they don't want to be in bad luck at this time. It's hard to guarantee that the one who really wants to pull a few points before he dies will be really unlucky. As for those other than the three major clans, they will not confront Heitake Sora tit for tat. The big clans have not spoken, and their talk is purely provocative. Then, Senju Tobirama said, since this is the case, I will appoint Principal Heitake as the first minister of Umbu, and after recruiting people, I will hand it over to Principal Banner. Okay, Heitake Sora said. It is impossible for him to recruit people, he is too lazy to go. As for people, Senju Tobirama has already recruited for him. Afterwards, Senju Tobirama said again, there is news from outside the village that the ninjas from Cloud Shinobi village frequently enter the Land of Fire, especially near our Konoha village. There are also Iwagakur and Sand Shinobi village, and some ninjas also enter the Land of Fire. The eldest brother just after 5 days away, these people can't bear it anymore, we need to teach them some lessons. Umbu hasn't fully formed yet, so I can't deploy manpower, so I divide the patrol area into 4 directions. Which family wants to take over? Obtaining useful information and killing enemies that endanger the safety of the Fire Nation have corresponding military merits and rewards. After that I will let people distribute the specific military rewards and punishments to each clan. Uchiha, my Uchiha family is in charge of one direction. On the premise of dispatching some people, we can also ensure the safety of Konoha village. Senju Great Elder Senju immediately said, my Senju family keeps one direction. The head of the Hyaga clan said, my Hyaga clan is in charge of one side. Inyazuka Patriarch said, our clan is good at searching, let's take care of one direction. Okay, that's it, northeast of Senju, mainly for Cloud Shinobi village. Northwest of Uchiha, mainly for Iwagakur, southwest of Hyaga, for Sand Shinobi village. East of Inyazuka, for Kirigakur. Umbu's headquarters is not on the ground, but in a huge secret room tens of meters below the Hokage building. There is a lot of space here, and Heitake Sora looks familiar, and it is somewhat similar to the root headquarters later. In the largest meeting room of the Umbu secret room, there are 20 ninjas, 6 members of the elders including Ichiro Kusanagi, and 12 Senju Tobirama's confidant Jonin. At this time, Heitake Sora was sitting at the head of the oval conference table with a stack of documents in front of him, Senju Tobirama was beside him, and the others sat down on both sides. Senju Tobirama said, you will be Umbu's minister in the future. These are your specific materials. Please take a look at them when you have time. Heitake Sora opened it to take a quick look at the name and general fighting style, and then threw it at Senju Tobirama, why it was destroyed. Don't you take a closer look? Senju Tobirama wondered. Heitake Sora said indifferently, it's enough to know the name and strength. Since I just took office, let me tell you some rules. Everyone looked at Heitake Sora seriously, although everyone knew that Senju Tobirama was the actual controller of Umbu, and they were all members of Senju Tobirama. But they also know that Heitake Sora is also on Senju Tobirama's side, and that everyone from the Hyaga and Senju clans didn't come 5 days ago, neither did Heitake Sora. That may be what Heitake Sora did, and they all respect this very courageous old man. 1. I set up 6 deputy ministers, Kusanagi Taro, Ui Yanhong, Haifeng Lanyun, Morinawa, Mitarashi Kuriko, and Uzumaki Mizun. It just so happens that Umbu currently has 6 departments. Mitarashi Kuriko manages the intelligence department, Kusanagi Ichiro manages the assassination department, Heiei Lanyan manages the shadow guard department, Morinoji is in charge of the punishment department, Ui Minghong is in charge of the training department, and Uzumaki Mizun is in charge of the logistics department. Whoever you want to be an assistant, just go down and discuss directly. Then, which department needs to be in charge, just make a decision yourself, don't tell me. Okay, get off work. Everyone thought that as the first minister of Umbu, although he was not the actual person in power, but after all, he was a strong senior Heitake Sora who lived 100 years old and was able to fight. What an important thing to say. As a result, the 6 departments assigned 6 elite jonin, and then, he didn't care about anything. This is too unreliable. Heitake Sora doesn't even bother to be a teacher, let alone be the minister of Umbu. Anyway, Senju Tobirama is actually in control, and he is only crazy if he is worrying about it. Not detailed enough. Heitake Sora scratched his chin and said, okay, let's talk more. Since it's Umbu, it's dark, so it must be mysterious. Let's unify the attire. Pure black hooded robe and animal face mask. When you are not on missions, you are acting with your real face. At the same time, don't let anyone know that you are a member of Umbu, and hide your identity when you are on missions. Senju Tobirama nodded and said, that's a good idea. I originally thought it was to hide my identity during the assassination, but now I feel that I have kept a sense of mystery from the beginning, so that no one knows how many people there are in Umbu and who they are. The mystery is more mysterious. It's stressful. Mizun, I'll leave it to you to make the clothes. Yes. Uzumaki Mizun responded. At this time, Heitake Sora said, customize me a ring with the word dark written on it. It is made of materials that cannot be woven, and it is not easy to damage. It will be the certificate of Minister Umbu in the future. By the way, I still think of one thing. Everyone looked at him suspiciously, and he said, I remembered, as Minister Umbu, I have a very important task to do. From now on, besides the 6 departments, another blood succession quest will be established. The department is mainly to go to all over the world to find people from the blood successor boundary, and bring them back to become a member of us. Okay, leave this task to me. You are too young, and you may not come back with you when you go. With my charisma, this task is perfect. Everyone was speechless, because regardless of Konoha or other villages, everyone was looking for new blood successor boundaries. After all, if a powerful blood successor such as Wood Style and Sherinan is found, it may create a strong one. Not only looking for it, Konoha is also secretly researching it. Senju Tobirama is the most prominent research biological madman. Heitake Sora doesn't do this, and there are people now, it's just one more him, and it's almost like saying that he's going to travel for wages. However, no one dared to say that this guy was on par with Cage level, and he was still so old that he couldn't talk to him or beat him with his hands, and if he got angry with him, he would have to be dealt with by Hokage, so powerless. Okay, then you can arrange it yourself. Afterwards, Heitake Sora sat without talking, but Senju Tobirama was assigning various jobs, as well as 6 assistants in each department other than Elite Jonin. At the same time, let them secretly learn how to recruit Zongyu to join. After finishing all this work, when everyone left, Senju Tobirama looked at Heitake Sora, who was dozing off and almost fell asleep, and said, you set up a new department for a purpose, right? It doesn't seem like you said it casually. Heitake Sora smiled and said, if you want to talk about the purpose, it's a trip at public expense. More than that. Senju Tobirama shook his head. Okay. You are smart. Heitake Sora said, I want to go to the country of the vortex. Before I left last time, I fought with 2 ninjas, Kirigakure. Last time I gave you the body of the ice escaped blood, that's the one. Now that Hashirama is leaving, Konoha may be attacked by other villages, not to mention the Uzumaki clan with sealing skills and special physique. After all, I have lived there for a long time, and I don't think those villagers know that old brother it's still not there, so I want to go back and have a look. What Heitake Sora said was the truth. After learning all the sealing techniques of others, he patted his A** and left. It was not Heitake Sora's style. Since he promised to help, of course he had to do it. He still remembers the demise of the country of Vortex. Although watching the anime, the country of the Vortex is not going to perish right now, there are still many years to go, but it is hard to guarantee that the world will not be completely changed because of his butterfly flapping, and it will be destroyed in advance. With Senju Hashirama's departure, the First Ninja World War will break out soon, so Heitake Sora is worried and wants to watch it. Senju Tobirama said, my people have received news that the ninjas of Kirigakure are indeed frequently active near the small island of Uzumaki recently, it would be good for you to go there. After a pause, he said, however, do what you can, the sealing technique and physique of the Uzumaki clan are a bit special. Although our 2 clans have the same ancestor and have been friends for generations, but the eldest brother is gone, and my strength cannot suppress it. In Yikan, if a war really breaks out, I can't worry about it. Therefore, if a big crisis really breaks out, it is important to save lives. I know, if possible, I would like to kill this crisis ahead of time. Heitake Sora smiled. The next day, Heitake Sora woke up naturally from sleep, and after washing, Uzumaki Amber had already prepared the meal. Ask for flowers. While eating, Heitake Sora said, clean up in a while, let's go on a long trip. Where are you going, teacher? Uzumaki asked in confusion. The country of the Vortex, there may be a war in a while, so go out and take a vacation early. Heitake Sora said. Ah, war? Impossible? It's very stable now, Uzumaki Amber anxiously said. When she was born, Konoha had already been established, so he simply didn't understand how a war could break out in such a stable situation. Don't worry about these, I'll take you shopping for clothes later. As my guardian ninja, there should be special clothes. Heitake Sora smiled mysteriously. How is it? You'll know soon. Then, after dinner, Heitake Sora first bought some toys, and took Uzumaki Amber to Senju resident, of course not to make trouble, but to see little Tsunade at his student Senju Yin. The little guy's blood is very strong, and now he has learned to walk, and he can speak in a childlike voice. After staying for a while, teasing little Tsunade, Heitake Sora and Uzumaki Kohaka left. Then they went to Konoha's clothing store. Has been looking for a few, and finally found what he wanted. After more than an hour, Heitake Sora spent more than 500,000 yuan to buy a bunch of beautiful clothes for Uzumaki Amber. At the same time, I spent more than 500,000 yuan to buy a bunch of shuriken in Kunao. The shuriken is naturally for learning projection. After all, I will be a man who will perform the Flying Thunder God technique in the future. I'm dead. Walking out of the clothing store, Uzumaki's face was flushed, and she was a little shy. Usually her clothes are sportswear, long trousers and a long coat, and she carries a small school bag. She really looks like a primary school student. Now, she is wearing a short kimono with a pink base of sakura flowers that reaches her knees, and a large pink bow tie on the back. Pure white siwa, combined with that fiery red long hair. Uzumaki Amber originally had white and tender skin, a lovely appearance, and an obvious beauty. Now combined with this set of luxurious short sakura flower kimono and white stockings, it looks more playful and lively. After leaving Konoha village and seeing no one around, Uzumaki tugged on Heitake Sora's sleeve and said in a low voice, "Teacher, why are you wearing white stockings? It doesn't help the battle, it's so easy to get dirty." "Ah, because I like it." "Ah, dead." "I said, I like white clothes." Heitake Sora said casually, and then looked at Uzumaki Kohaka seriously, and said, "Kumaku, what basic skills do you need to have to be a ninja?" Being watched so seriously by Heitake Sora, Uzumaki felt that the teacher was going to test herself, and she didn't think about what Heitake Sora said just now. She shook her small lips and said, "The teacher said that if you can fight, you must be strong." Then, she felt aggrieved and said, "That's all you have to say? Ah, so few. So, I will teach you the second point today." Heitake Sora stretched out two fingers and said, "Pay attention to maintenance." "Ah," Uzumaki Amber wondered, "why do ninjas need maintenance?" Heitake Sora said, "Look at me, why I am young again after living more than 100 years old." "Why?" Uzumaki Amber wondered. Heitake Sora said, "Because it is well maintained. Think about it, if you are bare-legged and exposed to the sun every day, you will slowly become two little black legs. With stocking protection, this is not possible. So, I bought you 100 pieces, and those kimonos, don't wait for them to get moldy, change your clothes frequently, and know how to take care of them yourself." "That's right. What the teacher said makes sense." Uzumaki Amber suddenly said, "I want to live like the teacher for a long time and stay with the teacher all the time." "You can do it." Heitake Sora pinched Uzumaki's small face, and said in his heart, "Sure enough, you have to start with a Lolita. When you grow up, you won't be obedient. For the beauty of this child, I too have ***k it." At this time, Uzumaki Amber was still proud of herself, walking and talking to herself, "We must take care of it, we must live longer." "Then teacher, then why is Basie?" "Don't pay attention to these details." Heitake Sora waved his hand. "What a wonderful life. How many more days?" Heitake Sora looked up at the clouds and said to himself, 3 months? Half a year. Cloud Shinobi Village in the meeting room of Raikage's office. Second Raikage looked at the crowd, and first said, after a few days of investigation, "It is 100% certain that Hokage Dame has passed away, and his younger brother Senju Tobirama will serve as second Hokage. Senju Tobirama is known as Ninja World's #1 speed, is good at assassination, and is very strong in single-player combat. However, in terms of combat power, he is far inferior to Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, and I am comparable to him. Now that those two have passed away, there are not many strong people that Konoha makes us afraid of. The pattern of this world should also be changed." A young man in his 30s, Jonin, first said, "Master Raikage is right, our Cloud Shinobi village is as strong as Konoha, and I feel that without those two, we even surpass Konoha. The country is in the most fertile place, so we have to be here? A good area should be taken by the strong." The words are a bit extreme, but we should take action. The country of fire is rich in resources. Konoha is in the country of fire, has sufficient resources, and develops rapidly. If we don't look for opportunities now, we may be separated in the future. Why don't we test it out first, and if we're sure they don't have any masters, then we'll make a move. At the same time, contact Iwagakure, Sand Shinobi Village. After all, they also want to enter the land of fire, right? Iwagakure in the conference room. Second Sechikage, wrapped in a white cloth all over his body, spoke first. Uchiha Madara passed away a few years ago, and Senju Hashirama has also been confirmed to have passed away these days. Konoha's current master is only Senju Tobirama. It's time to make a move. Onoji also said, yes, teacher, I want to meet the strongest Uchiha family of this generation. Second Sechikage said, at the same time, let's kill Mizukage Ghost Lantern Huanyu too. In this world, only one of us can live. Kirigakure's second Mizukage Ghost Lantern said, one generation of Hokage has passed away, peace will not last long, it is time to settle with Wu. At the same time, let them fight inland. I am only interested in killing second Sechikage and Uzumaki. Send people to observe the movement of Rock Shinobi Village and the country of Uzumaki. Yes, Sand Shinobi Village in the research room. An old man said, Master Kazekage, Uchiha Madara passed away a few years ago, and now it is confirmed that Hokage also passed away. Rock Shinobi Village and Cloud Shinobi Village will definitely take action. Our Sand Shinobi Village has scarce resources. Do you want to take advantage of it? This opportunity, send some too. Second Kazekage didn't raise his head, but used the chakra thread to link some wood, and said, yes, but I'm developing a new secret technique recently. Once it succeeds, our Sand Shinobi Village's combat power will be greatly improved. Aren't you going to make a move? Without you, if the opponent steps out of the cage-level powerhouse, we may be in danger. Another person said, I don't have time. I recently observed one tale, and I have a new understanding. I'm 90% sure that it will create a powerful ability that is not inferior to Ice Escape Blood's successor. If war breaks out, the elders will command the battle. Oh well. This time, Heitake Sora did not go to Uzushio village first, but first went to the beach in the northeast of the small island where Uzumaki is located. Here he met two other Uzumaki ninja. Heitake Sora has become old, and the two have never seen him, but as the honorary elder of Uzumaki village, all the ninjas of the Uzumaki clan have seen his photos. After chatting with the two of them, I got a general understanding of some recent trends, and then Heitake Sora took the Uzumaki Amber to the capital of the Uzumaki kingdom. While walking, Uzumaki Amber asked with some concerned teacher, will war really break out? The two ninjas and Heitake Sora just said that there have been ninjas passing by Lenhai and Kirigakure recently, although they did not go ashore from here. But they found people on the island who had come ashore from other places. However, the two forces have not yet broken their faces. As long as the other party does not do anything, they will just expel the outlying islands. Once or twice is fine, but it's been 20 in just 1 year, especially every day lately. Even though Amber Uzumaki didn't understand much, she had a certain premonition. For a long time, we must unite for a long time. Heitake Sora smiled and said, that's why you should practice hard and become a powerful ninja as soon as possible. It doesn't have to be to participate in the war, but you must be able to protect yourself under any circumstances. Enin, I will definitely work hard. Uzumaki clenched her fists and said firmly. The reason why he entered the capital city of the Uzumaki kingdom was not that Heitake Sora was too lazy to go to the Uzushio village and wanted to sleep for a day first. Rather, he wanted to walk around the capital to feel the atmosphere. He doesn't need to ask the Uzumaki clan, as long as he walks by, he can guess the degree of martial law that the ninjas of Uzumaki have imposed on the city, which is about 0.7. At the same time, since he decided to do a favor, he also wanted to see how vigilant these people were, so as to decide the next plan. In the afternoon, after 8 o'clock in the night, I walked through the whole city. Heitake Sora can confirm that Kirigakure has indeed increased its manpower, because there are more ninjas in the city than last time. But compared to the level of vigilance of the Uchiha Madara clan in Konoha, this place is simply far worse. It is not a matter of the number of masters, but a response to a sense of crisis. Afterwards, he left the capital directly, cast dog demonization, and Heitake Sora ran to Uzumaki village with Uzumaki Amber on his back. About an hour to Uzushio village, Heitake Sora's room has been reserved for him since he became the Glory Elder. Then, let Uzumaki Kohaku go back to the courtyard. Heitake Sora went directly to Uzumaki Katabuchi's house in the middle of the village. As soon as he walked to the door, before Heitake Sora opened the door, a voice came from inside, "Are you back?" Heitake Sora pushes the door open, enters the yard, and sees that Uzumaki is older than before he left. At this time, his eyes were closed, his hair was almost gone, only some sparse white hair, and his breath was empty, as if he was about to disappear. Although only a little over a year has passed, it seems like many years have passed. After approaching, Heitake Sora frowned slightly. Brother Minai-Yuan, you are not in a good state recently. Uzumaki Katabuchi raised his head slightly, opened his eyes slowly, and looked at Heitake Sora, with a forced smile on his wrinkled face, not because he didn't want to smile, but because he seemed to have lost the strength to want to laugh. It feels like I'm reaching the limit. I just want to wait a little longer, and I'll be relieved when you come back. Hearing this, Heitake Sora felt a little confused. Then he smiled and said, don't. Don't make me come to visit, you just leave, and your son and grandson will think that I am a murderer. Uzumaki said helplessly, in the past 25 years, you still haven't changed, and you are still so energetic. I'm not refreshed anymore. Heitake Sora sat next to Uzumaki, and said, a few days ago, I almost fainted and didn't wake up. It's not like I woke up yesterday and wanted to eat crabs, but I came today. Tomorrow, I'll let you grab some more. Uzumaki said, I heard that you have established a new department in Konoha and become the minister of Umbu. I calculate that it will take at least a few months, or even half a year, before you have time. Come here, or keep walking away. I didn't expect you to come back today. Come here if you want. Umbu is just established and there is nothing wrong. Heitake Sora said, I went to the country of the vortex first, and the situation is not very good. Uzumaki Monbuchi said, yes. Hashirama left, and now the time for peace is coming to an end. The tail beasts are distributed to various forces, which seems to be balanced, but in fact it makes the important ninja village stronger. Once Hashirama leaves, the tail-alone beasts, ordinary ninjas cannot be suppressed. But the tailed beast is not as difficult to deal with as we imagined for the Uzumaki clan, so, Mizukage from Kirigakure brought me a letter the day before yesterday, here. As he spoke, he raised his hand slightly, but his other hand had no strength to take out the new seal. Don't read it. Heitake Sora said, it can be roughly guessed that you are asked to become Kirigakure's subordinates. If you don't obey, you will threaten to destroy the village. Since you sent the letter, it means that you want to win you over. Is that what it means? You see politics clearly. Uzumaki said, it is true that he said this, but what he said is the truth. At present, the only cage level of our Uzumaki clan is Mito, he is in Konoha. He is 9 tails Jinchuriki, and you can't leave Konoha easily. The secret Kirigakure's Mizu cage letter said that if he really came, it would be impossible for our Uzumaki clan to surrender, and that would be to destroy the village. The deception is too much. If it is delayed 20 years, I will let him come. Don't even think about it, go back. Although we didn't reach the cage level back then, with the few of us close to Ying, it's not difficult to seal him, and it's not certain who will die. It's a pity, now that we are old and the younger generation can't afford it. Heitake Sora said, he can't come, he and Tsuchikage are old enemies. If he leaves Kirigakure, even if he destroys here, Kirigakure may be destroyed by Tsuchikage. Shadow is a deterrent, it is impossible to start every war take action, only when it is most important. After all, if Ying dies accidentally, the whole village will be greatly affected. However, the overall combat power of Uzumaki is weak enough. There are not many elite jonin, and only your son is left in the shadow, and he is also old. Yes. Unexpectedly, after many years, our Uzumaki family has not grown stronger, but has become weaker and weaker. In comparison, the Senju family has grown stronger and stronger. The same route, different results. Uzumaki Ninayuan said. Heitake Sora said, the environment is different, you are too stable, because Hashirama is here, there is no ninja village invasion, and there have been no external threats these years, so naturally the chances of becoming a master are not high. The outside of Konoha is peaceful, but the village is not peaceful, and there will be no masters. Will be replaced by other families. 11 Okay, let's not talk about this. This time, I am not traveling. I will call all the ninjas in the village tomorrow. You need to improve the following. Improvement. Uzumaki was puzzled. Heitake Sora pointed, yes, improve. I have been here for more than half a year, and I discovered that your fighting style is too single, and 90% of the ninjas completely rely on sealing techniques, and most of them don't even know the 3-body technique, and they haven't displayed their strength at all. Chakra advantage. I have already asked Tobirama, I can teach you simple ninjutsu, so starting tomorrow, you need to master some basic ninjutsu, as well as attack methods. Adamantine sealing chains is a powerful sealing technique that can seal chakra, but it didn't kill people, so it's too limited and needs to be improved. How to improve? Uzumaki asked directly, but there was excitement in his eyes. It is impossible for Heitake Sora to protect them all the time, but if a new generation of strong people is cultivated, Heitake Sora is not needed, and their family can continue to exist. This kind of help is much more useful than one shot by Heitake Sora. Specifically, you will know tomorrow. But you can live a few more years. After all, now that you are over 100 years old, you and I are the only ones. If we leave alone, I will be very lonely. Heitake Sora smiled. 267 I try my best. Uzumaki said, thank you, your kindness, we Uzumaki family will never forget. You don't have to thank me. I'm the one to return the gift. You taught me the sealing technique, and I'll teach you other ninjutsu. Compared with the sealing technique, it is more targeted. However, it stands to reason that there are so many ninjutsu in Konoha, and some of the basics are not of high value. If you want to learn, Hashirama should also provide it. But, why have I hardly seen your Uzumaki ninjas perform other ninjutsu? Heitake Sora wondered. Uzumaki Minayuan said helplessly. Except for a few clansmen who went to Konoha, most of the Uzumaki clan are in the fast land of Uzumaki country, and most of the usual battles are with the same clan. Our sealing technique can quickly seal other people's chakra. The attack speed of sealing technique is much faster than that of ninjutsu. After all, ninjutsu has to be sealed. Once the sealing technique takes effect, chakra cannot be used. Natural ninjutsu is not effective in the eyes of most people. Originally, some ninjutsu was introduced, but every time the same clan fights, the ninjutsu is too late to perform. It is a fight between the clan's sealing and body arts. Over the past 10 years, most people have given up ninjutsu and started to specialize in sealing and physical skills. Gymnastics. It's also caused by the environment. But don't worry this time, I will let them understand the flaws of your existing tactics. Heitake Sora smiled slightly. Heitake Sora chatted with Uzumaki Katabuchi for a while, and made an appointment to meet at the training ground of the Uzumaki clan at 10 o'clock tomorrow. Heitake Sora got up the next day, and it was about 10 o'clock after eating, and then took Uzumaki Kohaku to the training ground of Uzumaki village. Uzushio village is very different from Konoha village. There are many ninjas in Konoha, but more ordinary people. Uzumaki village is full of ninjas from the Uzumaki clan, and ordinary people are in the capital of Uzumaki. When Heitake Sora came here, there were 75 Uzumaki ninjas, men, women, and children. Uzumaki Katabuchi was also in a wheelchair and was pushed by a young man. Master Heitake, Elder Heitake, Old Man Heitake is coming. Everyone greeted each other one after another. Of course, some children spoke a little unscrupulously because Heitake Sora usually did not have the majesty of the elders. They're all here. Heitake Sora greeted, and said loudly, I won't say anything else. I will be your teacher for the next half-month, or even a few months. Brother Minayuan entrusts you to me. Gone. Uzumaki Gatebuchi then said, yes, from today on, Elder Heitake will be your teacher. Teacher? What are you teaching us? At this time, Uzumaki was the first to ask in doubt. Heitake Sora said, some basic ninjutsu, and some fighting styles. Basic ninjutsu. An old Uzumaki man in his 70s said, you mean the ninjutsu taught by Konoha shinobi schools like three-body technique? If so, then we don't need to learn it. Gone. These basic ninjutsu are restrained by our sealing technique before they are used. Even ninjutsu, most of them will be restrained by our sealing technique. Once sealed, not only chakra can't use it, the body can't move, let alone use ninjutsu. Gone. Heitake Sora nodded, it's three-body technique, and some ninjutsu, too advanced and I'm not good at it, but it's enough for killing people. At this time, another old man said, Elder Heitake, are you kidding me? Hashirama gave us the three-body technique practice scroll a few years ago, we learned it, and the effect is not too great. Later, the younger generation did not learn it. Learning these is a waste of energy, why not focus all your energy on the sealing technique? Miscellaneous but not refined, reactionary slows down the progress of becoming stronger. Heitake Sora looked around, and the expressions of the others were unwilling and disdainful. Obviously, most people don't care about these basic ninjutsu at all. Okay, Heitake Sora said, have you learned medical ninjutsu? There are people who have learned the healing technique, and there are 2 jonin who have learned healing jutsu. Uzumaki said at 7 eyes. That's fine. Heitake Sora took out a narrow short sword with a blade as long as the length of a finger, and said, you guys do have an advantage against ninjutsu-type ninjas, but against body-type ninjas, your sealing technique is more effective. It's a big discount. What to do next? Uzumaki Nikideo, Elder Heitake, you may not understand that most of our Uzumaki clan practice sealing in taijutsu, and our taijutsu is not weak. So we are not afraid of ninjutsu, and if it is a taijutsu-type ninja, we are not afraid of getting close war. Really? Heitake Sora said loudly, the first thing I want to say today is that you can restrain ninjutsu-type ninjas, but if you encounter ninjas whose physical skills are stronger than yours, you will be helpless. Whoosh! Heitake Sora's shadow clone technique moved the Uzumaki clan around, which naturally aroused everyone's competitive spirit. The only target Shadow Uzumaki Muki did not end, his age has not allowed him to take a shot easily, every shot consumes more than chakra, it may be vitality. Then, the 3 elite jonin, and all 10 jonin in the village, and 2 chinin, among them the Uzumaki force. 15 people rushed onto the field quickly, some were like kunao, some were holding long knives, short swords, and some were empty-handed. Heitake Sora first said, you don't need to go one by one, let's go together. I hurt one, and I will take the initiative to leave the other. Because I can hurt you, I can kill you naturally. If you are an enemy, you are already dead. If you hurt me, it counts. You win, even if you scratch the skin a little. After speaking, he looked at Uzumaki Muki, the only strongest shadow here, and displayed the 50-50 system ability. Lock on the ability of Uzumaki number 7, the ability of Random Pirate World Vinsmoke Sanji. In the calculation of combat power, it is equivalent to the activation of Uzumaki no 7's combat power. Not bad. It just happens to be good at speed. The corners of Heitake Sora's mouth curled up slightly, and then his figure suddenly disappeared in place. In a blink of an eye, Uzumaki appeared behind Uzumaki, and patted the latter's shoulder with his left hand. If it's an enemy, I won't notify you that it's time to take action. Uzumaki Force 177 was surprised and rushed forward quickly. At the same time, all Uzumaki masters became cautious, because they only saw a phantom when Heitake Sora moved just now. Adamantine sealing chains restrict his activities. As long as he is completely trapped and easily injured, we will win. At this time, an elite jonin said loudly, and then cast adamantine sealing chains first, 5 golden chains, flying across the sky fly to Heitake Sora. At the same time, everyone cast adamantine sealing chains, and dozens of golden chains on the field blocked Heitake Sora's trajectory. However, there are still gaps. Sanji's ability, his legs are very strong, and because of his excellent legs, his speed is also super fast. Whoosh! Heitake Sora rushed through the gap between the 3 chains, and rushed directly in front of a jonin. The latter just raised his knife to chop, but Heitake Sora has already shuttled past him. However, at this time, there was a blood stain on the side of that jonin's neck. If Heitake Sora didn't keep his hand just now, it would be killing his throat. 2 people. At this moment, Heitake Sora's voice sounded. But he appeared out of Uzumaki's power, behind a Chunin. That young Chunin's physical skills were very strong, and his reaction was quick. When Heitake Sora appeared, he had already punched out. It's a pity that it hit Heitake Sora's side, but the side of his neck was scratched by Heitake Sora's short sword, leaving bloodstains. Whoosh! At this moment, the golden chain quickly changed direction and flew towards Heitake Sora again. Whoosh! Whoosh! This time, Heitake Sora appeared behind Uzumaki, and the short sword pointed at the back of his neck, leaving a shallow bloody mouth. However, Uzumaki reacted very quickly. He stabbed back with the long knife in his hand, and actually opened a small groove on Heitake Sora's clothes. Although he didn't hurt him, it was still very powerful. I'm close, you guys find a chance to trap me. An elite jonin held a kunao and rushed to Heitake Sora first, not very fast. Unfortunately, he's not as fast as Heitake Sora at all. Everyone just vaguely saw the figure flickering, and Heitake Sora had already passed behind the 3 jonins. At the same time, a bloody hole appeared on the back of the 3 of them. If the short sword pierced them in a real battle, they would be dead. Ha! At this moment, an elite jonin seized the opportunity, and a golden chain finally wrapped around Heitake Sora's right arm. At this time, a young man whispered, "How can there be such a wide range of ninjutsu in this world? Even the scope of this training ground may not exist." Really? Heitake Sora smiled, the self-sealed chakra's adamantine sealing chains untied, and quickly sealed. Lightning-style walk. At that time, lightning flashed in his right hand, pushing the ground, and a large number of lightning spread rapidly along the ground. Because of his super chakra control, the thunder and lightning flowed from everyone's side the ground. In just 5 seconds, the large-scale training ground with a radius of 1 kilometer was completely covered with thunder and lightning, crackling, frightening some weak ninjas to stiffen their whole bodies, for fear that such points touching them at this time. Everyone was surprised again. If they can perform ninjutsu just now, Heitake Sora's move alone can make genin directly fight zombies here. Heitake Sora said, "A basic lightning-style ninjutsu, as long as there are enough chakra, and the chakra's control is strong enough, and the distance is thousands of meters, my lightning style can hit you, and your sealing technique may be faster than lightning. But is it normal? Uzumaki Mashichi can do it, but of course he can't open his mouth, because he feels that Heitake Sora, as a cage level, only controls the range. If he uses all his strength, the range of lightning will be larger, and it's just not too strong lightning-style ninjutsu. As for others, it simply cannot be done." Naturally, everyone was speechless. So, Heitake Sora glanced at everyone in the Uzumaki clan. "Where do you come from to think that your sealing technique can restrain ninjutsu-type ninjas, and where do you come from to think that your taijutsu is better than taijutsu ninjas? Ask again, can the sealing technique kill people? Of course there is one, but the kind of life-threatening I think most people don't want to use it in their lifetime." No one answered. Heitake Sora's taijutsu and ninjutsu today have overturned the youth's cognition, and the older generation has seen ninjutsu attacks with a wider range than Heitake Sora, just because they are pedantic and don't want the younger generation to abandon the sealing technique to learn other ninjutsu, but now they realize that their thinking is too backward. Heitake Sora continued, "The sealing technique is very strong, this is absolute, but the sealing technique that simply seals chakra does not cooperate with others, but it is also weak. Not all ninjas will let you seal, even if you seal it, it is not lost its strength. So, who wants to learn ninjutsu, and learn the fighting style of sealing jutsu combined with ninjutsu, and sealing technique combined with taijutsu? Hands up!" Heitake Sora shouted. "Me!" The little girl Uzumaki Amber, who had been silent all this time, was the first to raise her hand. Her sweet voice shouted with excitement. No one made fun of it, but inspired everyone. "And me!" Uzumaki raised his hand vigorously. "Me!" Afterwards, the elite jonin who was injured by Heitake Sora raised his hand. "I." For a while, except for Uzumaki Minayuan and his son Uzumaki Muki who did not raise their hands, all the other Uzumaki people raised their hands, even some elderly people in their 60s and 70s raised their hands. Okay. Heitake Sora said loudly, starting tomorrow, learn 3 body technique first, and then whoever learns it first and masters it proficiently will start to learn offensive ninjutsu. At the same time, I will teach you some teamwork and combat the way. Originally, Heitake Sora's teaching ability was mediocre, but he had watched Hokage anime and knew all kinds of fighting methods in it very well. At the same time, the 5 years of teaching experience made his teaching ability extraordinary. After all, the elite class he teaches in his class will be the mainstay of Konoha in the future, teaching geniuses every day, without any dry goods. I am really embarrassed to show off. And his vision and thinking naturally surpass most ninjas of the Uzumaki family. In Heitake Sora's opinion, what is really special about the Uzumaki family is not the sealing technique, because it is something any ninja can learn as long as they have the learning method and understanding enough. What's really special is the super strong chakra and life calendar. Just like the later Uzumaki Naruto, even without 9 tails chakra, he can recruit hundreds of shadow clone with a single genin. What Heitake Sora has to do now is to let them learn some ninjutsu, combined with the seal technique to attack. The first is the study of the 3 body technique, the transformation technique mixed into the battlefield, the clone technique, which makes people unable to tell the truth from the fake, and the body replacement technique to escape the crisis. And these are in the service of adamantine sealing chains to quickly trap opponents. Then, the powerful Uzumaki ninja quickly approached the opponent, and when the opponent was trapped with chakra and his body by adamantine sealing chains, he killed him in one shot. And those with high ninjutsu talents use the ninjutsu that Heitake Sora taught him to be good at. When Heitake Sora once taught the elite class, he got 10 basic ninjutsu from Senju Tobirama. Fire Style's Great Fireball and Impatience Technique, Water Style's Water Barrier and Water Dragon Bomb, Earth Style's Earth Flow Wall and Heart Decapitation, Wind Style's Great Breakthrough and Vacuum Sphere, Lightning Style's Ground Walk, and Shadow Clone Technique. These ninjutsu are not considered secrets in every big village in the ninja world, so Heitake Sora taught them to the Uzumaki family. As for Raise-nan and Chidori, he didn't intend to teach them to everyone, but to a few Uzumaki geniuses who he likes and trusts most. Ask for flowers. After all, he has never been a selfless person. These 2 ninjutsu do not require seals, and their attack power is very terrifying. In the 5 years of teaching in Konoha, Chidori only taught Heitake Sakumo, Raise-nan taught Sarutobi Hiruzen and now Uzumaki Kohaku, and Draw Sword taught you Moonlight Haze. Others only taught fighting skills, but did not pass on these 2 important ninjutsu. When he got here, he naturally wouldn't teach everyone like a good old man. At the same time, he also taught the Uzumaki clan how to use shuriken and kunao. For example, kunao's attack with a detonating talisman, if used properly, is equivalent to a grenade, and shinin may be killed by the explosion. When teaching to the Uzumaki clan, Heitake Sora himself began to practice shuriken. He never thought of using hidden weapons to kill people, so naturally there was no connection. But now to practice the Flying Thunder God technique. Once it is cultivated, Kunwu can't even throw it where he wants to throw it, let alone kill people. At the same time, Heitake Sora began to try to develop Reikari, not because he needed Reikari's attack, but because he wanted to develop fire-style ninjutsu. Reikari is different from Chidori. Chidori gathers lightning-style chakra in the palm to form a high-intensity current. The palm of the hand is like a sharp blade with extremely strong penetrating power. It got its name because of the sound it makes like the chirping of 1,000 birds. The disadvantage of Chidori is that it needs to run towards the opponent quickly when attacking. It may be too fast to see the enemy and be counterattacked by the opponent. It needs to cooperate with Sharingan to play its best role. Therefore, for those without Sharingan, it is a difficult problem whether they can hit the opponent when they cast Chidori. Reikari is to concentrate a large amount of chakra in the hand to form a high-intensity electric current, dashing forward and piercing the enemy. The attack method is similar to that of Chidori, but the sound is lower. At the same time, Reikari also has the effect of activating cells, which makes it instantly increase its speed. It can be regarded as an advanced version of Chidori. The fire-style ninjutsu that Heitake Sora wants to develop is similar to the characteristics of Reikari and Chidori. It condenses flames to form high-concentration flames, and at the same time stimulates cells, so that the body has a high burst speed of flames to attack. Only he dared to develop this, because he possessed the flame physique and became more resistant to flames. Even if the development failed, he would not die by self-immolation. The real strength of Liuyan physique lies in the fact that the fire-style attack carries the explosion effect. Once developed, the attack will be very strong. Time passed, and more than 3 months passed like this, but in these 3 months, the Uzumaki family has changed a lot. First, death. First of all, the Uzumaki clan in Uzumaki village, including Uzumaki, has learned the 3-body technique, and learned the combination of the 3-body technique and adamantine sealing chains that Heitake Sora said. Most of the Uzumaki family are straightforward. They originally fought against adamantine sealing chains in taijutsu. At that time, they felt that the attack was enough, and they didn't feel their own inadequacy. Even if someone has learned the three-body technique, it is rare after all, and everyone does not exchange experience, and that person is not too outstanding a genius, so naturally it is gradually forgotten. But now everyone learns, under the intentional guidance of Heitake Sora, fighting and exchanging experience with each other, and everyone really realizes the benefits of the combination of three-body technique and sealing technique. At the same time, several ninjutsu seem to be not strong, but they can't bear the Uzumaki clan's chakra, and the Great Fireball technique is a low-level ninjutsu. One Uzumaki Chunin can make 10 great fireballs in a row, and the attack range is also terrifying. It is also because there are many chakras in the 443 Uzumaki family, and they are training ninjutsu crazily, which makes their progress very fast. In 3 months, 2 Jonin realized something, and their combat power improved a lot, reaching elite Jonin. According to Uzumaki Mushiki's estimate, in the past 3 months, the overall combat power of Uzumaki's ninjas has increased by more than 30%. For the past 3 months, Senju Tobirama has been sending information to Heitake Sora. In the beginning, the 4 families sent people just to prevent other ninja village spies from invading, or to detect each other's purpose at the same time. But as Konoha shinobi came into contact with other ninjas more and more, the situation of just probing changed. Especially the Uchiha clan, since the Sengoku era, they have been known for their arrogance and ability to fight, and now they are also the most powerful and even more arrogant in Konoha. Soon there was a run-in with the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi village. Although the Senju clan suffered a large number of injuries, there are still a few Jonin who go out casually. They are also masters, and they are not afraid of each other at all. As a result, 3 months later, the two sides no longer detected each other, and even began to infiltrate each other into each other's country, starting a small-scale Cold War. Although the war did not start explicitly, Heitake Sora estimated that it would not be too long. In this way, another 3 months have passed, and the frequency of friction between the two sides has become higher. The ninjas of Konoha's various families have left the village and went to the border. Other ninja villages also increased their manpower. During this period, Heitake Sora went back to Konoha once, and he could feel that the number of Uchiha police forces in the village had increased. Whenever he saw a suspicious person, he had to check his identity. For 6 months, Heitake Sora's fire-style ninjutsu was not developed, nor was the Flying Thunder God technique learned. On the contrary, Reikari has become more and more proficient, and at the same time, the wind-style spiral shuriken, which has the wind attribute nature transformation, can be used proficiently. It's just that he didn't dare to use it lightly with his strong body. This ninjutsu can be said to injure the enemy 10,000 and self-injury 3,000. Every time it hurts his right arm, but on this day, the ninjas of the Uzumaki family were training, and Heitake Sora was planning to continue to guide, but was invited by Uzumaki Meshichi to the residence of Uzumaki Menbuchi. As soon as Heitake Sora entered the house, he saw that besides Uzumaki, there were 4 old people in the room. It's time, so I'll start talking directly now, and everyone can give suggestions. When Heitake Sora approached, Uzumaki Ninayuan was the first to speak. Heitake Sora sat down casually. What's the matter? It looks very formal. Uzumaki Muki took out a scroll and unfolded it naturally. On the scroll, there was only one line of ministers written on it. If you don't obey within 3 days, the country will be destroyed. Uzumaki Ninayuan said it was sent by Kirigakure in the morning. Tell me your opinion, whether it is fighting or following. Heitake Sora didn't speak first. After all, he was from the Heitake clan, not the Uzumaki clan. Regardless of whether to fight or follow, he shouldn't be the first to make a decision here. At this time, an old man said coldly, John, it's too deceitful. It is impossible for us, the Uzumaki clan, to surrender to any force. Another old man wondered, if we fight, conservatively estimate that the winning rate is 30%. After all, Kirigakure has second Mizukage Ghost Lantern Huanyu and his Ghost Lantern clan, as well as the main tail Jinchuriki. At the same time, there are Dead Bone Pulse Hui Yoryuaki clan and Suijibing the Dun Shuoyu family. At this time, Heitake Sora continued, Suchikage and Mizukage have always had a grudge. If war breaks out this time, then Mizukage will never dare to leave Kirigakure. Even if he leaves, it may be because Tsuchikage is against the doctor. The Ghost Lamp family, whose bodies can quickly turn into a liquid state, physical attacks are almost ineffective against them. Dead Bone Pulse is even known as the strongest blood follower in ninja physical arts. Sigh. Any family, if we fight, we will win or lose unexpected. Kirigakure ninjas are coming. At the same time, since the two shadows have enmity, it is impossible for Kirigakure and Rock Shinobi village to live in peace. They have to leave at least half of the ninjas behind in Kirigakure. The half that can leave, some of them should have already arrived in the Land of Fire. A few people didn't speak, because what Heitake Sora said was very reasonable. Even though they had been friends with the Sen 0.7 Shao family for generations, they still created the Uzumaki kingdom independently, because they don't want to obey any forces. Natural calculations mean that a small number of people can come to our place. After training for half a year, it's time to see blood. Ninjas don't really have to endure, but to forge ahead in the killing battle. Obedience? It doesn't matter at all. If you really obeyed, you should have been in Konoha back then, not here. Sora, what do you think? Uzumaki Katabuchi looked at Heitake Sora. Heitake Sora said, don't think about it, it's naturally a battle. If you really come to cage level, just leave it to me. If you don't have cage level, leave it to me if you are close to cage level. Uzumaki Nukideo, naturally, it's a battle. Kirigakure's overall strength surpasses ours, but they can't take all of them. If it's just a part, then we can fight 10 times. Time goes by, 1 day, 2 days. But on the second night, everyone saw another row of lights approaching quickly from the sea. The third old man said, then you can't surrender. Otherwise, ask Konoha for help. Muki. Uzumaki Katabuchi rushed to talking about Kirigakure, what's your suggestion? After Heitake Sora said this, several people secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Because they are really not afraid that the other party will come to many Jonin. After all, Jonin cannot subvert the battlefield. Many Chunin can also hold Jonin, and they still have the power to fight. Then let's fight. Uzumaki said at this time, end the training early. From today onwards, old people and children will hide in the deep cave barrier, and all ninjas will leave the village. Kill. That day, Heitake Sora took Uzumaki Kohaku directly to the capital of the Uzumaki kingdom. Uzumaki Kohaku is not a delicate girl, she is good at sealing, Raiznan, and shuriken, and she is not weak in genin. Heitake Sora didn't intend to teach as a good girl either. Now that you have encountered it, experience it. But cage level, that is, one person can destroy a village. As long as Heitake Sora holds back the opponent's strongest force, they will have more confidence against Kirigakure. Uzumaki Muki said helplessly, Konoha may break out and fight against Union Village, Uegakure, and San Shinobi Village on the third front. Even if they wanted to help, they would not be able to deploy people. What's more, Senju Tobirama wanted us to return back then. Looking into the distance, Uzumaki Kohaku was beside Heitake Sora, wondering, teacher, you told us to wait here, and it really came. How do you know they will attack from here? If they sneaked ashore from other directions, and then wouldn't it be easier to take here by assassination? Heitake Sora said, the strength of Kirigakure lies in the fact that they have more masters than the Uzumaki country, and the number of ninjas far exceeds the Uzumaki country. If you use the ninja army to fight and directly push the capital of the Uzumaki country, then Uzushio village will naturally have to guard it. In this way, if you directly kill or capture the guarding ninjas, and take down the capital city of Uzumaki, it is almost as if you have taken Uzumaki. However, if the invasion is scattered from all directions, it looks like a surprise attack, but it does not reflect their superiority in numbers. Because they don't know the ninjas of the Uzumaki family here. Once scattered, they are easy to be killed separately, but they are trapped. The outcome of the final battle is unpredictable. Oh, that's it. Uzumaki Amber said again, then since you know they will attack from the front, why don't we hide and disperse all over the island and attack them? Heitake Sora pointed to the 25 behind him, and said flatly, what is behind us? Uzumaki Amber said, forest. Heitake Sora continued, and behind the woods? Ah. Uzumaki Amber said, I see, there are civilians. Yes. Uzumaki said, if we leave, they will be unilaterally tortured and killed. In a country, the people are gone, even if the masters are still there, it is not a country anymore. At this time, a middle-aged man said loudly, senior's words are too true. There are our children and family behind us. In this battle, even if we die, we must fight to the end. The male name is Uzumaki Tingfang, the great-grandson of Uzumaki Ninayuan, and the daimyo of Uzumaki. After half a month, he has learned the most. He has just broken through to Zenning, and now the sword in his hand has been unsheathed, exuding a murderous aura. Uzumaki Mushichi admires Heitake Sora very much. After all, he has doubled Uzumaki's strength in just half a year. From 4 elite Jonin to 6 now, Jonin has increased by 8 to 25. There are more than 20 more Chunin, and there is also a quasi-shadow fighter. The overall combat power has almost doubled. The grandfather of Uzumaki Tingfang is Uzumaki Meshichi, who was affected, and he also believed in Heitake Sora's knowledge and ability. From that day on, Heitake Sora said to wait here, and they dispatched Uzumaki. More than 200 ninjas all gathered here. At first, many people questioned it. Uzumaki Katabuchi was unable to fight and hid in the deep cave enchantment. And Uzumaki Amber, but Uzumaki listened to the wind force against all opinions, just waiting here, and today, everyone believed it. Kirigakure really wants to attack head-on. At that time, Heitake Sora said loudly, according to the previous training assignment, after the battle starts, 3 people will be in groups. Unless the teammate dies, never leave the teammate. If the teammate dies, don't care about the corpse, and quickly find the tribe members who are alone to form 3 people 1 group. Do you hear me? Heard it. Heard it. Everyone responded loudly. From that day on, Heitake Sora taught the ninjas of the Uzumaki family, just for future wars, so when teaching ninjutsu, he also assigned a team. It was decided to go to war, and Heitake Sora, who had assigned everyone, was naturally the commander-in-chief. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the ninjas quickly formed a team. Then, Heitake Sora waited in the distance, and soon saw 100 small boats on the opposite side driving towards here quickly. When the distance was estimated to be hundreds of meters, Heitake Sora shouted, "Water-style water dragon bomb." Afterwards, lightning-style go. At that time, 45 ninjas rushed to the seashore quickly and began to form seals. Boom 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 boom. 45 water dragons flew out of the water, rushing ferociously towards the many small boats that were coming fast. Afterwards, more than 30 Uzumaki ninjas directly displayed lightning-style ground walk. A large number of lightning touched the water surface, and then climbed up the water dragon. At that time, the 45 lightning dragons were still in the sky, but even more fierce. At this time, many missed shinobi ninjas standing on the boat showed a look of surprise. What's the situation? Aren't most of the Uzumaki clan good at sealing and physical skills? Joint ninjutsu attack. Get out of the way. Someone is commanding in the dark, quickly intercept. One person shouted. Subsequently, many ninjas cast water barrier and the water surface suddenly rose. Kill. With the shout of the cage-level powerhouse, Kirigakure's party all rushed towards the forest. Even if 30 fainted, there are still 500 people. Because there are still 10 elite jonin, 2 quasi-shadows, and 1 cage-level. Boom boom boom. Half of the 45 water dragons were intercepted, but half of them directly bombarded many small boats, smashing more than 50 boats directly. Ninjutsu, so the effect is so good. Although it was dark night, the thunderlight flickered under the moonlight, and the distance was not too far. Uzumaki ninja saw many ninjas fainting and floating on the water, so he couldn't help being excited. However, there are some ninjas who are not good at water-style ninjutsu. Chakra is not too much, and they cannot perform earth-style ninjutsu on the water surface. All jumped ship quickly. Water-style great waterfall technique. Boom! The big waterfall bombarded the beach, but at this time the ninjas of the Uzumaki clan had already run into the woods. Water-style great waterfall technique. And while the number is more than Uzumaki, the number of masters is even more than Uzumaki's side. Jonin alone has 40 people. It is a little more than the Konoha Senju family, but compared to the Uzumaki family, it is much stronger. Moreover, the conduction of lightning made some Kirigakure genin who jumped to the water surface, and some who did not know how to chakra step on the water, were entangled by lightning as soon as they fell into the water. Even some chinins are unable to dodge. Therefore, the eyes of many people looking at Heitake Sora are full of admiration, all of which are directed by Heitake Sora. Without him, the Uzumaki clan's plan for fighting is to wait for the other to come ashore and start fighting. And now 843, the other party has not yet landed, and more than 30 people have fallen down. Get off the beach and fight in the forest. At this time, Heitake Sora shouted again. One move, on Kirigakure's side, more than 30 genin and 5 chinin directly fainted on the surface of the water, water-style great waterfall technique. At this time, the 3 of Kirigakure's side performed powerful ninjutsu at the same time, and the 3 large waterfalls merged together, and directly bombarded the Uzumaki ninja on the shore in a wide range of hundreds of meters. Afterwards, everyone retreated quickly. Because this is the way of fighting that was agreed before, many ninjas in Kirigakure have Grandmaster water-style ninjutsu, which naturally far surpasses them, so fighting away from the sea is more beneficial to the Uzumaki clan. Then, Kirigakure ninjas rushed ashore. Heitake Sora stood by the woods, roughly scanned and estimated that there were 500 ninjas on the other side attacking. Boom boom boom. Heitake Sora directly cast multiple shadow clone techniques, directly scattered 30 shadow clones, and one of the shadow clones cast transformation technique at the same time, turned into an ordinary ninja, and stood Uzumaki Amber beside. And other shadow clone also displayed transformation technique at the same time, running towards the surroundings. The opponent has a strong cage level. Even if you keep chakra, you can't do it. It's better to summon shadow clone to hold back the opponent's elite jonin. And he himself is the last release of the Kirigakure ninja, a man in a gray robe. This man is different from ordinary cage-level strong men, because most cage-level strong men will deliberately restrain their breath. If they are not sensitive enough, it is difficult to find out. And the opponent unscrupulously let out his aura, and at the same time he was tens of meters away from the team, as if pressing the formation, but more like deliberately pulling away the distance from one ninja. Heitake Sora's scrying technique can clearly feel that the opponent's chakra far exceeds all Kirigakure's ninjas. At that time, Heitake Sora displayed the 50-50 system ability. Lock Yamada Ben Saburo, activate the ability of Fairy Tail World Atria's Natsu Dragneel, and the combat power is changing. It is equivalent to the activation of Yamada Ben's combat power dam, a dragon slayer with both lightning and fire elements. Heitake Sora was excited. In his previous life, he had seen Fairy Tail, and Natsu practiced dragon-slaying magic, which was to transform his physique into a dragon's body and use it to slay dragons. It was taught by the dragon himself, with strong physique, strong attack, and strong defense. Humanoid Tyrannosaurus. At the peak, it can even turn into a real dragon. Moreover, Natsu is also a dragon slayer with both lightning and fire elements, so strong in a mess. Heitake Sora collided his fists, and a fiery red magic formation appeared, and then his whole body burst into flames. Boom! A scorched black hole appeared on the ground, and Heitake Sora turned into a flame, soaring into the sky and flying towards the rear of Kirigakure's side. Wild! This rushed over. Heitake-sensei is too fierce, isn't he? More than 10 meters away from Heitake Sora, several ninjas of the Uzumaki clan could not help but exclaim. I've never seen hundreds of ninjas running in front of them, and some of them felt like rushing forward, not to mention whether they could beat them. This kind of courage is something most people dare not do. That's cage level, I'm coming. Heitake Sora flew over some mist ninjas high in the sky, and just as Elite Jonin wanted to seal, he used ninjutsu to attack mid-air. Yamada Hanzabero in the rear drinks high. Afterwards, the crowd of Warren did not attack, and continued to rush towards the forest. If they can't make a move, most people don't want to make a move, because the opponent is cage level. If they are in a hurry, let's not talk about whether they can siege the opponent to death, but they may be instantly killed by one move. Whoosh! Flying hundreds of meters, Heitake Sora came directly in front of Yamada Ben Saburo, and landed more than 30 meters away. At this time, more than 500 Yunin had rushed into the forest, and the three-person group of the Uzumaki clan scattered in the forest, because the battle had already begun. Uzumaki Kohaku also formed a team with a Genin and a Chinin and started the battle. Heitake Sora and Shadow Clone are hiding in the dark, ready to attack when Uzumaki Amber is in crisis. The shadow of the Uzumaki family is Nine Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Nido, but you are not, you are from Kanaha village, right? It looks familiar. Yamada Ben Saburo's voice was a little hoarse, containing the meaning of cold killing. I'm Heitake 50-50, I don't know you well, but I'm sure you will die here today. Heitake Sora smiled, then clasped his hands and put them directly to his mouth. Boom! At that time, a large amount of flames spewed out from his mouth, forming a raging pillar of flames, bombarding Yamada Ben Saburo. Dragon's Roar Water-style water barrier. Yamada Ben Saburo formed a seal very quickly, and a water wall rose more than 20 meters directly. Although it's just a simple water-style ninjutsu, it's a more ordinary Elite Jonin's defense, which is more than 5 meters thick. Then the flame collided with the water wall, and the steam erupted. Water-style iron cannonball. Afterwards, the water spring under Yamada Ben Saburo's feet spouted up, lifted his body, and sprayed a huge chakra water polo from his mouth, just like a real huge shell bombarded Heitake on the ground. Whoosh! At this time, Heitake Sora's right fist ignited raging flames, the speed sword, and he shot out in a straight line, punching suddenly. Dragon's Iron Fist. Punch! With a bang, the huge water ball shattered, Heitake Sora pierced through it, and hit Yamada Ben Saburo with a punch. However, at this time Yamada Ben Saburo's body turned into liquid water. Moisture body. But at this time, Yamada Ben Saburo hid in the rising fountain and quickly formed a seal. Big Shark Bomb Technique. In an instant, a super large shark-shaped water bomb rushed out of the water and bombarded Heitake Sora in the sky above. This ninjutsu not only has a fierce impact, but also can absorb the chakra of the opponent's attack, so as to become stronger. This is also the most terrifying part. So Heitake Sora, who knows Kisame's ninjutsu, naturally can't use chakra, and of course he doesn't use chakra. Dragon Slayer Profound Truth Red Lotus Explosive Flame Blade. The flames wrapped around Heitake Sora's arms, quickly forming 2 fire blades. Then Heitake Sora's body turned around, and directly displayed the flame slash. Boom! The water and fire collided, and there was only a stalemate for a second. The huge shark was split in half with a single knife, and then the blade of the flame extended, and directly slashed at Yamada Ben Saburo. Yamada Ben Saburo's body was broken, and he displayed his water body again. Water-style Super Waterfall Technique. Yamada Ben Saburo, who dodged the attack and landed, completed the seal again. The water in the ocean behind him seemed to be summoned, and directly rushed into a wave of 100 meters high, thousands of meters wide. It flew over his head and directly hit Heitake Sora. This person has a problem with his water-style technique. The water-style with such a large range is not like what ordinary ninjas can display. This chakra reserve is as good as Kisame's, and it may even exceed Uzumaki's quasi-shadow of the Uzumaki family already. Heitake Sora frowned slightly, and instead of retreating, he rushed directly to the sky. Although it's just a few moves, Heitake Sora has made sure that he can't back down. With the wide-ranging water style of the opponent, if the water-style ninjutsu is performed crazily, but this cage level, half of the Uzumaki clan may be wiped out. Boom! Heitake Sora rushed out of the water, and the entire beach had turned into a sponge tens of meters high. At this time, Yamada Ben Saburo was standing on the sea. Almost saw the prototype of Heitake Sora Sutra printed. Thousand Food Shark. In an instant, at the feet of Heitake Sora, thousands of sharks appeared on the surface of the water, shooting directly at Heitake Sora in the sky. One water shark is nothing, but thousands of water sharks attacking at the same time is terrifying. However, Heitake Sora did not dodge at this time, but shot straight at Yamada Ben Saburo from a high altitude. Dragon Slayer Profound Truth Red Lotus Explosive Flame Blade. During the sprint, he wraps his arms around the flames, and once again casts the flame blade, his body rotates, and all the water sharks that rush to the front are completely chopped up, and then burned by the flames into water vapor. What about 1,000 water sharks? Totally chopped, nothing in the way. At this time, Yamada Ben Saburo also frowned. His attack against ordinary elite Jonin, this ninjutsu alone can crush it, but completely useless against Heitake Sora. Plop! Yamada Ben Saburo fell into the water directly, and then his body was like a big fish, with super fast speed, directly dodging Heitake Sora's slash. A huge gully was cut out of the water surface. Humph! The water is not enough, so let's get a bigger one, Yamada Ben Saburo said to himself, and made another seal. Big water blast. Afterwards, Yamada Ben Saburo emitted a faint green light all over his body, and Chakra, who was like a vast sea, appeared, and then he opened his mouth, and a large amount of water gushed out, forming a water spring, which sprayed from the water to the sky. Boom boom boom. Although it was only one person, the amount of water sprayed out was quite a lot. It only took a second or two to raise the water surface by 5 or 6 meters. And this amount of water is still increasing. Damn, this lunatic, this forest is going to be flooded. Heitake 523 Mukong said to himself, and quickly rushed to Yamada Ben Saburo in the water. But the speed of Yamada Ben Saburo in the water is comparable to that of Heitake Sora. As soon as Heitake Sora rushed out, the opponent had already left the place. Meanwhile, Mercury is multiplying. At this time, Heitake Sora also understood the power of the ninjutsu displayed by the opponent. This ninjutsu's attack is not strong, but its range is very large. If you let it go on, you can create a lake of 10 kilometers long. It can't be dragged on anymore. If there is a big flood, most of the fog ninjas are good at ninjutsu. There are many people in the first place, and if they are stronger, they will win or lose directly. Heitake Sora thought in his heart, and then Heitake Sora's whole body appeared yellow lightning at the same time. Lei Yanlong mode. Lei Yanlong's Iron Strike. His arms concentrated the power of flames and lightning, and the speed suddenly soared, forming a thunderstorm. There was almost no water that could touch his body. As soon as he approached, it turned into true energy and directly formed a hollow water vapor in the water. Shua! Heitake Sora immediately shortened the distance to Yamada Ben Saburo, only 10 meters away. Sparkle! In an instant, Heitake Sora appeared behind Yamada Ben Saburo and punched him in the back. Boom! Yamada Ben Saburo's body was broken directly, and a fire faucet more than 10 meters in size appeared in the water, kfef, and it rushed out more than 10 meters, and all the water turned into steam with one punch. The water created a hole more than 10 meters wide. As soon as he punched, Heitake Sora ran across more than 10 meters again, directly impacting with an elbow. At this time, this place happened to be the ground where Yamada Ben Saburo quickly swam to after using the water. Although it was just a simple impact, Yamada Ben Saburo felt palpitations, feeling a sense of crisis that this impact might kill him. At a critical moment, he deflected his body forcefully. Boom! Heitake Sora slammed into Yamada Ben Saburo from the side, although he missed Yamada Ben Saburo, but the Live Wo's attack was very ferocious. As he ran past, the aftermath directly smashed Yamada Ben Saburo's right arm sleeve burned to ashes, and the thunder and lightning climbed up his whole body, causing his body to be entwined with golden lightning, and his body felt numb for an instant. Whoosh! Although it was only numb for a moment, the distance between the two was too close. Heitake Sora just rushed out 5 meters, and returned to Yamada Ben Saburo in an instant. Raising his hand, he punched the opponent in the head. But, before Heitake Sora's fist landed on Yamada Ben Saburo, the latter suddenly burst out with a ferocious breath like a beast about to recover, and a tail formed of black chakra appeared out of thin air behind him, and then directly hit Heitake Sora. Danger! At that time, Heitake Sora's punch changed direction, and his arms were in front of him. Boom! The black chakra's tail was drawn towards Heitake Sora's head, just above his arm. A huge force hit. Heitake Sora felt his arms a little numb, and his body flew upside down. Fortunately, he activated Naza's ability, and his physical strength far exceeded that of ordinary people. In a critical moment, he activated the power of thunder and fire to condense his arms and strengthen his defense. Otherwise, this time, he might directly give him a headshot. At this time, Yamada Ben Saburo's eyes suddenly flashed red, and a deep red chakra appeared on the skin of his body, and 3 pale chakra tails appeared behind him. 3 tails. No wonder I always feel that this guy is not human, so it is 3 tails Jinchuriki. Heitake Sora frowned slightly, borrowing the strength of the other party's whipping, quickly retreated, and rushed out of the water. For Senju Hashirama, the tailed beast is like a pet. Even when it is injured, it can be suppressed with a few strokes, but Heitake Sora is not so confident. Phew! The 3 chakra tails disappeared behind Yamada Ben Saburo, leaving only the dark red chakra-tailed beast gauze on his body, and then slowly disappeared. Humph! I didn't want him to come out, but you made him appear earlier. At this time, Yamada Ben Saburo rose from the water, his voice became hoarse, even almost harsh, so I must kill you. As he spoke, he slapped the water with both hands. Unlimited sharks. Whoosh, whoosh. Water sharks flew out of the water continuously, so more than 500 sharks flew out, the second batch of more than 500, and the third batch. And the fourth batch, like hundreds of water cannonballs, the water sharks flew across the sky and smashed into the distant banner Shikang. It doesn't work for me. Heitake Sora's whole body was full of flames, and the lightning expanded, and then he spit out a huge thunder flame that combined the dual attributes of lightning and fire directly from his mouth. With a range of more than 50 meters, he rushed towards Yamada Ben Saburo. In the distance lay Yanlong's roar. Boom boom boom. Any water shark approaching the live woe pillar was completely shattered. Water-style super water barrier. In front of Yamada Ben Saburo rose a wave of water more than 30 meters thick up to 100 meters high. Boom! It's a pity that this water wave's defense against the thunder fire pillar is almost zero, and it directly turns into water vapor upon contact. How is it possible? Yamada Ben Saburo's eyes were full of disbelief. Boom! He didn't even have time to dodge, his body was already swallowed by the pillar of thunder and fire. At that time, Yamada Ben Saburo's whole body's clothes were burned, and at the critical moment, red and black 3 tails chakra gushed out from his whole body, forming a tailed animal sari, and at the same time, the 3 chakra tails became very staring. Boom! A crimson chakra soared into the sky, accompanied by Yamada Ben Saburo raising his head, and let out a huge roar. 3 tails tail beastization. This roar caused all the ninjas in the forest to look here. Yamada has turned into a tailed beast. At this time, a white-robed ninja said anxiously to himself. His body was cut by the long knife in Uzumaki's Tingfang hand. He didn't resist, but his body turned into a liquid state. Ghost Lamp Clan. You carry it first, I'll go and have a look. The ninja shouted in one direction, and then ran to the coast quickly regardless of Uzumaki listening to the wind. But at this moment, a bone bullet flew over, directly blocking Uzumaki Tingfang's path. Fight him alone first. At this time, Uzumaki Mashichi, who was fighting against Zenying of the Hui Yoryuaki tribe, was already sweating on his forehead, and stopped Uzumaki, who was about to chase in time to listen to the wind. Afterwards, in the forest, the battle continued. While running wildly, Anato Kamazuki felt a little anxious. Is Konoha so powerful at cage level? It only took about 10 minutes to start the battle, and he even forced out Yamada Ben Saburo's tailed beast. No, you have to suppress Yamada Ben Saburo. He is originally a disabled Jinchuriki, and he is easily attacked by tailed beasts. If it is not done well, let the 3 tails run out and attack indiscriminately in the end. It may not be possible to destroy the country of the vortex. We Kirigakure suffered a loss. Master Mizuki's plan this time is too unwise. Although Yamada Ben Saburo is cage level, but the seal is incomplete. This is also a double-edged sword. Heitake Sora didn't know what other people thought. He looked forward and became more cautious in his heart. At the same time, he began to calculate a quick end to the battle. Because there are still 5 minutes left, and the time is up, his ability will disappear, and he will be hanged and beaten by then. Now there are only 2 ways. One, he kills Yamada Ben Saburo quickly. The second is to force 3 tails to run out of Jinchuriki's body, and he displays his ability again, splitting 3 tails 50-50, and he has another 3 heroes. The pillar of thunder and fire dissipated, and the human form of Yamada Ben Saburo could not be seen at this time. The whole body was wrapped in the crimson 3 tails chakra, which resembled a beast. He bent down, and his hands fell on the water. Behind him, the 3 crimson chakra tails swayed, exuding a powerful ferocious breath. At the same time, it opened its mouth, and a black-tailed beast bomb began to take shape rapidly, forming a crimson beam with a bang, and flying directly towards Heitake Sora. Tail Cannon. Although the distance is tens of meters, the attack speed is very fast, as if it is not blocked by the distance. In a blink of an eye, he flew in front of Chi Mukong. Boom! At the critical moment, Heitake Sora cast Shunpo directly, and just as he left, his phantom was engulfed by the crimson beam of light. Then, the beast-tailed Yamada Ben Saburo opened his mouth and began to condense a bigger-tailed beast bomb again. There's not much time, we can't procrastinate, Heitake Sora thought. Then, the lightning in his body dissipated, and the flame surged violently, forming a golden flame that spread rapidly. The golden flame turned into a fire dragon and circled Heitake Sora's body. A large magic circle appeared under his feet, and a giant dragon phantom appeared. One of the strongest moves, Dragon Slayer Profound Truth Dragon Power Shiranui Type Red Lotus Phoenix Sword. Its power is higher than that of the Red Lotus Explosive Flame Blade, and it is the ultimate trick of dragon power, the final form of Dragon Slayer magic. After casting, the Dragon Slayer wizard releases the magic power of the whole body, and bursts out the strongest Dragon Slayer lightning strike. Hatake Sora sprinted like a golden flame giant sword, and also like a golden fire phoenix, gorgeous, sprinting in the sun. Boom! At the same time, a dark black-tailed beast bomb more than 10 meters in size formed above Yamada Bensaburo's head, and then spewed out, forming a tailed beast chakra more than 10 meters thick in impact. Whoosh! Hatake Sora's speed in flight reached the limit. Almost when the chakra shock wave was about to hit him, his body formed an arc, causing the shock wave to fly past him. In an instant, Hatake Sora had already rushed in front of Yamada Bensaburo. Die! Hatake Sora punched the tailed beast Yamada Hanzaburo. Boom! The golden giant sword flew directly to the sea behind. Along the way, the water surface was directly sunken tens of meters, exposing the underwater beach. But when he flew over, all the water was instantly evaporated. During the flight, the tail beast veil formed by the chakra of three tails was attacked by Hatake Sora's flames, and it kept dissipating, but quickly condensed to protect Jinchuriki. But dissipating is faster than condensing. In a blink of an eye, the flaming phoenix flew over 200 meters away from the beach and came to the surface of the sea. Then the beast chakra's coat was torn apart, and Hatake Sora's punch was no longer blocked, and directly pierced Yamada Bensaburo's body. The combat power is equal, but it doesn't mean that the battle is a tie, it's just that the attack, defense, and other data of the two sides are similar. For example, the tailed beast bomb attack, the current Hatake Sora dare not bear it. In the same way, Yamada Bensaburo couldn't withstand Hatake Sora's attack. Even with tailed beast SAE, it wasn't a 100% complete defense. Following Hatake Sora's punch, the tailed beast Shai quickly retreated, revealing the head of Yamada Bensaburo. At this time, he regained his sobriety, but his eyes were full of disbelief. Even his own tail beast transformation, the opponent could defeat it. Afterwards, Yamada Bensaburo didn't even say a word, just spurted a big mouthful of blood, and died immediately. Because Hatake Sora is not a simple fist, but covered with a lot of flame dragon magic damage. One punch pierced through his body, and soon burned his upper body with a hole punched by a human head. His heart was turned into ashes. Hoo. At this time, a large amount of crimson chakra surged out of Yamada Bensaburo's body, and formed a huge shock wave that spread and exploded. The water surface under his feet was sunken, and Hatake Sora flew upside down uncontrollably. Yamada Bensaburo is dead. Ghost-like Kamazuki exclaimed after seeing this scene just after arriving at the beach. He knew that the seal was unstable, but as long as Yamada Bensaburo was alive, it was impossible for such a large amount of tailed beast chakra to spill over. And there is only one possibility for such a situation: Yamada Bensaburo died suddenly, the seal was broken, and three tails rushed out of the seal. At this moment, Kamazuki hesitated. Once three tails was freed, Kanaha's cage level would still be there. He is not sure that he will be killed in the past. Hatake Sora flew upside down for more than 50 meters, and then stopped, and that chakra had already formed a giant beast hundreds of meters in size, and landed on the water with a bang. Three tails Isofu. This is a big ugly monster. Its shape is a turtle, there are three big flat tails behind it, and its whole body is covered with thorns. Boom! Three tails appeared, and the three tails slapped the water surface, directly setting off a 1,000-meter huge wave, and then three consecutive lashes in the huge wave with its three big tails. 3,000-meter-long water blades formed, crossed, and flew towards Hatake Sora. Naturally, it was Three Tails Gifu who had just launched an attack, and that attack was already approaching in front of the Banner Minister. Dragon Slayer Profound Truth Red Lotus Explosive Flame Blade. Hatake Sora didn't dodge, he swung his arms and slashed with the long flaming blade. It collided with the water blade. His fire blade attack is very fierce, directly splitting a lot of water waves. However, this water blade is too huge. What he split was only a small area, and the impact of the water wave from the large area water blade rushed in, directly flying it backwards, and it was not until 100 meters away that Hatake Sora stopped. Damn! Hatake Sora stretched his body, feeling a little numb. Three Tails is good at water-style attacks, and a single move made him feel the pressure. At this time, the system sounded 15 minutes to, among the random abilities, acquired abilities 1. Natsu's physique as a fire-type Dragon Slayer mage, possesses fighting physical strength and fire-type explosive power far beyond ordinary people. Can eat fire elements, quickly restore chakra and physical strength 2. Natsu has the physique of a thunder-type Dragon Slayer, which has far superior physical strength and lightning speed. He can eat thunder elements and quickly recover chakra and physical strength. Supplement, he belongs to the same Dragon Slayer, so the two elements of thunder and fire can be combined to attack. Damn, this ability is really powerful. Heitake Sora became happy, but at this moment he didn't hesitate, looked at Three Tails in the distance, and activated the 50-50 system ability again. Lock on Three Tails, randomly activate the abilities of Saint Seiya World, Bronze Saint, and Zilong, and change the calculation of combat power. It is equivalent to the activation of Three Tails combat power. As the lightning and flames from Heitake Sora's body dissipated, he felt a rush of energy from 940 stronger than before rushing into his body. In terms of strength alone, the Saint Seiya is naturally powerful and terrifying. After all, he has a small universe and can smash the existence of stars with a single punch. Even though Zilong's strength has been lowered at this time, it is uncertain whether he can defeat Three Tails, but Heitake Sora can be sure that he will never be defeated. Three Tails has a huge body and looks cumbersome, but it swims very fast in the water. Seeing that Heitake Sora was still there, it let out a roar, and its three tails slapped the water, causing huge waves to rise. As soon as he set off, he had already swum hundreds of meters. A huge tail waved and slapped Heitake Sora. Heitake Sora stepped on the ground suddenly, flew straight into the air, and punched out with a punch that was as fast as the speed of sound. Sonic Punch. This is the most basic move of the Bronze Saint Warrior. It punches at the speed of sound to generate a powerful shock wave, which is comparable to the impact of a meteorite. Say it's basic, but also look at the world, and in this Hokage world, that's powerful. Boom! Heitake Sora punched the huge tail, and the shock wave spread tens of meters. Heitake Sora's body was suspended in the air for a second and then fell into the sea. However, the big tail that hit the city also flew upside down. Three Tails stroked the remaining two big tails and then slapped down towards the water where Heitake Sora fell. Lushan Dragon Fly. A phantom of a dragon appeared all over Heitake Sora's body. His speed soared. He quickly dodged the two big tails, and then passed through the gap. It flew directly in front of Three Tails' Jifu, and hit its tortoise shell with a bang. Crack, crack. Several barbs on the turtle shell were directly smashed by Heitake Sora, and then the huge body of Three Tails was thrown into the air, flying upside down more than 30 meters. Of course, Heitake Sora wanted to attack Three Tails' head, but unfortunately, when he rushed to the front, the other party had already protected his head with his big tail, and at the same time, his head was retracted. Tailed beasts seem to be huge, and they roar in fear, but Heitake Sora, who has fought against 9 tails, knows it. They have intelligence not inferior to that of human beings, and they can speak human language, but they are too lazy to speak to most people. Having lived for hundreds of years, some tailed beasts have fought 10 times, and their IQ even exceeds that of humans, such as 9 tails. It was knocked upside down by a human being, which made Three Tails furious in his heart. With a violent roar, the Three Tails set off a huge wave and pulled towards Heitake Sora again. Swoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Heitake Sora's speed is super fast, almost at the speed of sound, and Three Tails' attack is ferocious, and the range is wide enough, but they can't hit at all. Just after avoiding the attack of Three Tails' Isao, Heitake Sora was already approaching the water under Three Tails' Isao's body. Lushan Shenglongba. The greatest mystery of Draco. Heitake Sora concentrated all his strength on his right fist, and punched Three Tails in the lower abdomen. A flying dragon phantom appeared and crashed. With a bang, several cracks appeared directly on the shell of Three Tails' Isaiafu that was hit by Heitake Sora. Then the huge body was directly thrown into the sky. The Three Tails several hundreds of meters high flew up to 50 meters, and the part of the crack burst directly, and a large hole of more than 10 meters appeared. Then Chakra surged and quickly started repairing. Roar! Being hit into the air again made Three Tails even more angry. He was in the air, and the Three Tails were controlled by him, forming a shape like a long knife, and directly smashed towards Heitake Sora below. At the same time, in front of Three Tails' mouth, a black-tailed beast bomb began to condense. Sparkle! Heitake Sora appeared under Three Tails in an instant, and once again cast Lushan Shenglongba, hitting the part that was attacked just now with a punch. The tortoise shell has not been repaired yet, but there is a dragon-shaped fist shadow impacting it. It directly shattered the condensed chakra, and then impacted into Three Tails' body. This time it wasn't a roar, but a roar of pain, and Three Tails' body was thrown upside down by tens of meters again. Boom! Three Tails, roaring in pain, sprayed out a huge tailed beast bomb, hitting Heitake Sora. Heitake Sora overflowed, dodged the tailed beast bomb again, cast a flash flower, and hit it again appeared in front of Three Tails' Rocky Fu. But this time, before Heitake Sora had time to punch Three Tails' Isaiafu again, Three Tails' Isaiafu's body suddenly spun up and down, and the sharp blade-like barb spun along with it, forming a huge wheel knife. Danger! Heitake Sora was startled. Lin! Heitake Sora releases the Lin Chi from the dragon ascending to the sky all over his body, and the illusory dragon scales appear on his body, which instantly increases his personal defense and attack power. Then the body is wrapped in blue Lin Chi as the Three Tails spun, the Three Tails also spun, and one tail was drawn into Heitake Sora's dragon scale shield. A huge force strikes, Heitake Sora uncontrollably smashes into the water in a straight line. Boom! At this time, the tailed beast bomb, which was previously avoided by Heitake Sora, fell into the water and exploded, directly blasting out a crater more than 500 meters wide. Afterwards, Heitake Sora smashed into the pit and smashed out another pit with a size of hundreds of meters, and huge waves rushed in all directions. I was attacked. Flying into the water, Heitake Sora wanted to stop his body quickly, but he couldn't do it, because this time he hadn't launched an attack yet, but Three Tails broke out with a powerful attack. He can only defend passively. At the same time, even if Heitake Sora stops, he will not rush up quickly, because he defended with his arms in front of him. At this moment, he felt that his arms were so numb that he couldn't attack for a while. What he is thinking about now is how to avoid the attack of Three Tails following 0.8. Heitake Sora didn't stop until he went deep into the water for 1,000 meters, and his arm regained a little feeling. And Three Tails didn't attack yet, and then he recovered quickly. The water exploded under his feet, and his body shot tens of thousands. At this time, Three Tails also landed on the water. However, seeing Heitake Sora, Three Tails did not attack again, but turned around and swam directly to the sea. What's the situation? Heitake Sora was surprised and chased at the speed of sound, but in the water, his speed was still affected. At this time, Three Tails sent out a human voice, "Human, I will definitely eat you next time." That being said, the Three Tails swim faster than Heitake Sora. Heitake Sora just broke out of the water, and Three Tails has already swam more than 2,000 meters. Forward. Heitake Sora was speechless as he looked at the Three Tails, who was going away quickly in a daze. He had never seen him swim so fast during the battle. According to this speed, he might not be able to hit him. It's so fast when running. Moreover, Heitake Sora discovered that the trick of Three Tails was too familiar. Back then Nine Tails was like, put aside the harsh words, I really thought he was going to fight, and just about to be cautious, then he ran away. He's such a good brother, the tricks are the same. Heitake Sora was helpless. Not to mention the fight, there was no way to chase at this time, and then Heitake Sora quickly ran to the beach. One person was hitting the one-tailed beast, and it was already more than 3,000 meters away from the beach. However, Heitake Sora, who has the speed of sound, ran with all his strength, and in just a dozen seconds, he came to the beach. At this time, the water from the previous battle fell into the water again, and when Heitake Sora was running in the dark night, a figure quickly ran towards the sea. It was the Ghost Lamp Kameo. This time he mainly looked at the Three Tails Jinchuriki, in case the opponent went berserk and suppressed. However, he didn't expect that this time, he didn't just run away, but died directly, and the Three Tails all ran away. When Heitake Sora washed ashore, he rushed directly into the forest. There are still 4 minutes, and 15 minutes will be up. Now there is a shadow in Kirigakure running towards the sea. He knows it, but there is no obstruction. The opponent is obviously going to chase Three Tails. There is no need to stop him, and the opponent will not participate in this war for a short time. Real action may not necessarily kill it, but it will slow down the speed. It is better to take this opportunity to kill another Zhuangying. Through the use of scrying, Heitake Sora soon sensed the shadow of Kirigakure, about 3 kilometers away, who was fighting Uzumaki Tingfang. Heitake Sora's speed was supersonic, and he ran over quickly. I saw that a master with dead bone pulse was suppressing Uzumaki Tingfang, who had scars all over his body, fighting while fleeing the crisis. Although they are all quasi-shadows, the difference in strength is obvious. After all, the adamantine sealing chains of the Uzumaki clan seal chakra, and the Yoryuki clan's fighting method is not relying on chakra, but inheriting their own blood. Nature is not afraid of this at all. As for physical skills, that is Dead Bone Pulse's forte. The other 2 4-element seals of the Uzumaki family are used to deal with tailed beasts. In addition, the dead ghosts are sealed, and they will die after they are cast. As the daimyo of Uzumaki Tingfang doesn't want to die like this. Once he dies, there will be no one to lead the war. Whoosh! When Heitake Sora arrived, Kagaya was about to strike Uzumaki Tingfang with a bone knife in Kagaya's hand. He disappeared instantly, appeared between the two of them in an instant, and punched out. Sonic Punch. This punch hit the opponent's heart directly. Danger! Kagaya Ryota just felt someone approaching, and this person was in front of him. The punch seemed ordinary, but it made him feel a great sense of crisis. At that time, his chest ribs grew out of the skin, grew rapidly, and became more numerous, directly forming a sealed white bone shield, blocking in front of him. Boom! Kagaya Ryota flew upside down, several bones in his chest were broken, and a pit with a human head was directly sunken, and then his body smashed more than a dozen big trees after flying more than 50 meters. It stopped. It's so strong. Uzumaki, who was the closest, was surprised when he heard the wind. Because he had fought before, he knew that the powerful defense of the strong Yoryuki clan, the sword in his hand could not break through the opponent's defense at all, but the opponent's attack could continuously hurt him. But now that Heitake Sora appeared, it was just a punch, and the master who beat him before flew away. The attack is very strong, but you still can't break through my Dead Bone Pulse defense. Kagaya Ryota sneered, I know you, Heitake is 50 to 50, if you dare to appear in front of me, I will take your body back today. He has been fighting in the forest, especially as he gets closer to the inside. He can only hear the loud noise of the battle between Heitake Sora and Three Tails Jinchuriki on the sea, but he doesn't know the real battle situation. Even if Heitake Sora comes, Kagaya Ryota is not afraid, because he also knows that although the Three Tails Jinchuriki is very powerful, it is unstable. It is not certain that Heitake Sora is not defeated at this moment, but is going berserk, and he can't control it up. You can't take it away, but I will keep your body. Heitake Sora said flatly, then looked at Uzumaki and listened to the wind. Go help others, he gave it to me. Be careful, his dead bone pulse is a combination of offense and defense, and it's a bit difficult to deal with. Uzumaki didn't act hypocritical when he heard the wind. Then let's see who dies first. Kagaya drank too cold, the skin of her whole body was torn several times, and a large number of white bones grew and lengthened rapidly, and began to wrap her upper body. One move. Heitake Sora stretched out a finger, and then raised his right hand high, forming a palm knife, and the strength in his body quickly gathered towards his right arm. Right there, Kagaya Ryota was 10 meters away from Heitake Sora. His right hand went deep into the spine, and then he pulled out the valley of the spine, and this spine was much longer than the human spine, more than 10 meters. Fly directly, entangle Heitake Sora's body. Then, Kagaya Ryota grew a sharp bone spear from the other hand, and directly stabbed Heitake Sora in the heart. Dead bone pulse dance of the iron flower. Trapped the enemy with one hand, killed the enemy with one hand. At this time, the knife in Heitake Sora's right hand quickly fell. Holy sword! This is a hand knife that has been cultivated to the ultimate level. When it is at its strongest, it can easily cut through space and shatter stars. Although the combat power has been greatly reduced, but, for people, this is one move, an unrivaled sword. Boom! A Saiyan sword aura more than 100 meters long followed 447 Heitake Sora's hand knife. The distance between the two sides was too close, and Kagaya Ryota charged at Heitake Sora again, unable to dodge at all. At that time, bones grew out of his body, which were bent to form a circular lantern to protect his head. Swipe! The hand knife fell, and the sword energy fell, and the bone spear that was about to stab Heitake Sora was split into two half a meter before reaching Heitake Sora, and Kagaya Ryota's body was also split into two. Dead Bone Pulse's defense is vulnerable to the powerful attack of the Holy Sword. As a result, two blood shadows flashed by, but Kagaya Ryota sprinted too hard, Heitake Sora slashed too hard. Before the two halves of his body reacted, they flew past Heitake Sora. A quasi-shadow, instant kill. Too confident, you will die quickly. After Heitake Sora finished speaking, his figure disappeared, and he rushed to other directions in a flash. One more minute. Heitake Sora thought in his heart, Swaren didn't bring it, he summoned Zanpakuto Senbonzakura. Whoosh! He ran with all his strength, and every time he rushed past a Miss Nin Elite Jonin, the latter's head was cut off with a single blow. In 1 minute, 6 Elite Jonin were quickly killed on Miss Shinobi's side. At this time, many people noticed that the ninjas of Miss Shinobi were shocked, and the Uzumaki clan were also shocked. The strength of a single person is too terrifying. Everyone knows the shadow of each village. One person can destroy a small village, and a stronger person like Senju Hashirama can destroy any ninja village. But Senju Hashirama passed away, and today there is no sign of any of the famous villages. Most people know that Heitake Sora is very strong, but they didn't expect him to be so strong. Arrival, departure, in the blink of an eye, an elite Jonin just died. Today there are 10 elite Jonins from Kirigakure. They are well trained, but they are overall better than the elite Jonin of the Uzumaki clan who have only trained for half a year. The fighting continued until now, and the Uzumaki side did not kill any Miss Shinobi elite Jonin, but was killed by 2 Uzumaki elite Jonin. Such a gap made the Uzumaki clan realize that they are powerless, and many people even think that this battle will really wipe out the clan. But in this one-sided crisis situation, Heitake Sora appeared. In front, kill the opponent Zennying strong man. And now, the opponent's strongest combat power. If it took a few hours, everyone thinks that Heitake Sora is strong, but it is not an exaggeration to think that it is powerful. But it's different now, this kind of killing speed is too fast and too exaggerated. Heitake Sora didn't care what other people thought. At this moment, he was very distressed. After a minute, a system prompt sounded in his head. The time is up in 15 minutes, randomly, there is no ability to stay. Heitake Sora stopped as Zilong's abilities faded away. Even though Zilong's body is extremely powerful, this kind of high-intensity action attack still caused a lot of damage to the body. It used to be supported by a strong body, but now it is gone. At this time, Heitake Sora feels weak all over. Now even if the opponent is an elite Jonin, he can't kill him. However, the appearance has to be done enough. So after killing an elite Jonin, he put Senbonzakura back into its sheath, put the long knife in front of him, leaned on the long sword with both hands, stood quietly, and said calmly, rest for a while, and kill the other 4 elite Jonin later. Gone. You, be careful. The elite Jonin of the Uzumaki clan didn't know what to say, so he said something, and quickly left with the other two Uzumaki ninjas. At the same time, none of the Kirigakure ninjas were running towards Heitake Sora, but they were running towards the distance at the same time. Some people can feel that Heitake Sora's aura is becoming weaker. Not only the Uzumaki family is born with strong sensing ability, even Kirigakure has special ninjas. However, no mist shinobi ninja dares to approach Heitake Sora. Because Heitake Sora killed too fast just now, the knife went up and down, ahead, an elite Jonin just died. Among them is a master of the Ghost Lamp family. This family is famous for not being afraid of physical attacks, and can quickly hydrate, but Heitake Sora shot too fast, the opponent has not reacted to use the ability, and is already dead. A lean dead camel is bigger than a horse, someone may take this opportunity to kill this cage level, but no one wants to be this early bird. There was constant shouting and killing around, and the fighting continued for a quarter of an hour, and no one attacked. Heitake Sora was a little tired from standing, so he directly found a big rock and sat down. At the same time, he cast Senbonzakura, thousands of sharp blades scattered all over his body. Afterwards, Heitake Sora cast the 100 Healings Mark solution, and as chakra surged in his body, his injuries began to recover quickly. When 100 Healings Mark first practiced, it took a lot of time. Once it was formed, it was like creating a battery. After consumption is over, you can use chakra to quickly save money. Naturally, Heitake Sora has already filled the chakra with the seal of Baihao on his forehead. Just now, Mist Shinobi's side was crushing Uzumaki's side. After all, the number of players has doubled, and there are many more masters. But now there are many people. But the highest combat power is not as good as Uzumaki's side. Mist Shinobi 3 Tails ran away, a shadow chased after 3 Tails. 1 Jonin was killed by Heitake Sora, and 6 elite Jonin were killed by Heitake Sora. Now there are only 4 elite Jonin left on the other side. Uzumaki's side also has 4, and at the same time, there is an extra candidate, Uzumaki Tingfang. As for the old man Uzumaki Mushichi, Heitake Sora sighed slightly. After performing the probing technique, he couldn't feel the other party's breath. After sitting for half an hour and consuming a third of the 100 Healings Mark chakra, the body returned to its prime. Heitake Sora stood up. At this time, the scope of the battlefield became larger, and some even left the forest after fighting. Heitake Sora's scrying range is 10 kilometers, but fortunately, he can feel the location of the Uzumaki Amber. Afterwards, Heitake Sora performed the transformation technique, changing his appearance into a dead Uzumaki clan ninja. First, he intentionally attracted the Mist Ninja, and second, he would not let the Uzumaki Ninja accidentally injure allies because they did not know him. He quickly ran towards Uzumaki Kohaku, and when he saw the battle along the way, he used Shining Flower to get behind Kairanin and killed him with a single blow. If it can't be killed with one knife, Senbonzakura Shikai bursts out thousands of sharp blades, and as he controls, he directly engulfs the opponent and kills him again. He is now the strength of an elite Jonin, but the methods of an ordinary elite Jonin are weird. And if Mist Shinobi Jonin escaped, Heitake Sora didn't deliberately chase after him, and continued to run towards Uzumaki Kohaku. Because of the change of appearance, no one knew Heitake Sora, so naturally there was Mist Ninja who rushed up to kill him, and just happened to kill him. It took Heitake Sora an hour to reach Uzumaki Kohaku, killing 10 Jonin and 30 more Chunin along the way. The death of the ninja master also relieved some pressure on the Uzumaki family. When Heitake Sora came running, Uzumaki Kohaku was fighting a Kirigakure genin while his shadow clone was still hiding in the dark. Because Uzumaki Kohaku was about the same strength as the opponent, naturally he didn't make a move. Although it is a war, in fact the two sides also have an unwritten tacit understanding, that is to fight each other with similar strength, such as Jonin and Jonin fighting, or multiple Chunin fighting Jonin. Few Jonin would take the initiative to deliberately kill the opponent's genin. After all, if they kill the weak first, the enemy will also kill the weak on his own side. In the end, even if they defeat the opponent, their own side will suffer serious casualties. Of course, the fate is bad, and it is unlucky to meet, is it Zhao, the opponent's master just passing by and be killed by him. Or if the other side has more masters than your own, naturally some masters will deliberately attack and within half an hour of the battle, Heitake Sora killed many people, making the masters of both sides almost equal. Naturally, Uzumaki Kohaku is only a genin, but from the beginning, he formed a 3-person team with people and has been fighting against the opposing genin Chunin. None of Heitake Sora's shadow clone was shot, and Uzumaki Kohaku was not injured. Boom! At this time, the genin didn't pay attention, and was hit on the head by a spiral gouging from Uzumaki Amber, directly crushing him to death. Whoosh! Heitake Sora appeared next to Uzumaki Kohaku, and smiled, good performance. At this time, a water blue firework suddenly flew up thousands of meters in the sky and exploded. Afterwards, Heitake Sora fell through the detection technique that a large number of Mist Shinobi ninjas were quickly thinking about retreating by the river. The war is over. Heitake Sora doesn't know what the signal flare means, but it can be guessed from the retreat of Miss Ninja that Kirigakure chooses to withdraw. This war ends with the Uzumaki clan defeating the opponent. Teacher, we won? Uzumaki Amber looked at Heitake Sora, a little uncertain. He and she are born with strong sensing ability, so they naturally sense that someone nearby is running towards the coast quickly. Yeah, rest for a while, there are still many things to be busy. Heitake Sora walked around Uzumaki's body casually, making sure that the little girl was really not injured, and her body was covered with blood from others. Then he found a rock and sat down. Really? We won! Uzumaki Amber still couldn't believe it. They had more than 200 people, but the opponent more than doubled, with more than 500 people. Moreover, the number of Kirigakure masters is greater than that of Uzumaki, which is an indisputable fact. In the end, the Kingdom of Vortex actually won. Ah! Uzumaki cheered, clenched her fists tightly, cheered several times, and then happily ran to Heitake Sora's side. Teacher, don't you want to chase? Uzumaki asked in confusion. Heitake Sora said Kirigakure can't be destroyed anyway, and it's useless to kill a dozen more. Besides, the opponents will gather together when they evacuate. There should be more than 200 people in Mist Shinobi. If they fail to kill the enemy, they may ruin themselves. So, you have to remember one thing. On the battlefield, if you are not 100% sure that you can kill your opponent, don't rush to chase it. Because the opponent flees, sometimes it's not that 087 is weaker than you, maybe it's just trying to lure you to chase, then fight back. That's it. I understand. Uzumaki nodded heavily, and then obediently sat beside Heitake Sora, saying, Teacher, I killed 3 genin, am I not good enough? Not bad, how do you feel? Heitake Sora pointed to the corpse beside him and asked. Uzumaki Amber looked at the corpse, a little dazed, and then said, When I killed someone for the first time, I was a little scared, so much blood was a bit nauseating. The second time I got used to it a little bit, and I got used to the one just now. Get used to it, but don't like this feeling. Heitake Sora took Uzumaki Kohaku's little hand, because Uzumaki Kohaku's hand was still shaking from the end of the battle to now. Uzumaki Amber seems to be a good girl, petite and pleasant, but after all, she is from the Uzumaki family, so there may be violence factors. She is afraid that the possibility is not high, excited, and even the probability of killing someone is even higher. Heitake Sora is cold-blooded, he didn't kill anyone in the first 100 years, and he hasn't really killed anyone since his resurrection. Today was the first time he had killed people, and he didn't feel much when he chopped off people's heads. Even if he killed dozens of people overnight, he didn't feel much. He is cold-blooded, but he doesn't want Uzumaki Kohaku to become so, even like to kill people. This is absolutely not allowed. With the warmth from Heitake Sora's big hand, Uzumaki Kohaku's excitement slowly calmed down, a blush appeared on his face, and he whispered, I know, I won't become like that. After about half an hour, all the ninjas of Mist Shinobi evacuated the small island of Uzumaki, and Uzumaki Tingfang also found Heitake Sora with the remaining 2 elite jonin. At this time, Uzumaki Kohaku was too tired and fell asleep leaning against him with Heitake Sora at the same time. Thank you. Uzumaki bowed 90 degrees to listen to the wind, respectfully. Then the remaining 2 elite jonin also bowed respectfully. Afterwards, all the ninjas of the Uzumaki family bowed down to show their respect. They don't know much about war, but they know how powerful they are. The other party has cage level, and now his life and death are unknown. And Zunying, Heitake Sora killed the last elite jonin, was also killed by Heitake Sora. At the same time, when they fought, the number of jonin on the other side dwindled rapidly, although what they saw was a strange appearance. But chatting with each other earlier, they naturally knew that the ninja transformed by Heitake Sora had died long ago, so it was naturally Heitake Sora who made the move. Without you, the country of Uzumaki would really be destroyed today. Me, Uzumaki Tingfang said again, but before he finished speaking, Heitake Sora raised his hand, looked at the direction of the coast, and said, Kfeg, where is Muchi? Grandpa, left, you avenged him, you are the strong of the Yoryuaki clan. Uzumaki listened to the wind. At this time, Uzumaki Kohaku was also woken up by the noise, and he rubbed his eyes, wondering, Let's go! It's an honor to die when you're old. Heitake Sora muttered to himself, slowly stood up, and walked towards the coast, saying, You guys settle the matter after that. I'll leave for a few days and tell brother Minayuan, don't worry about me, give him a surprise in a few days. After speaking, Heitake Sora's figure suddenly turned into white mist. As early as chatting with Uzumaki Amber, his shadow clone replaced his real body. At this time, his body was standing on a wooden board, looking into the distance. In the distance are the departed ninjas of Mist Ninja Village, some are on a boat, and most of them are swimming. Hundreds of small boats were first half destroyed by the Uzumaki ninja, and then Heitake Sora and the 3 Tails fought and directly destroyed the other half, leaving only a dozen small boats. It is impossible for Heitake Sora to stay in the country of URL to protect them. Once a war breaks out, the Heitake family will also have to join the war. Although he does not have much feeling for the Heitake family, it is his own family after all, so he has to go back. However, he remembered that only Heitake Kakashi was left in the Heitake family. Perhaps this war may cause Heitake heavy casualties, so the war broke out and we had to go back. However, after sending the Buddha to the west, Heitake Sora still wants to do something, so that the village of Usurping Yin will dispel the evil thoughts of entering the country of Vortex forever. Since there was no boat, more than 200 mist ninjas arrived at the island where the country of water was located until noon, but this island was much larger than the country of Vortex, and it was considered a small piece of land. It's really far away, and it's hard for them to run so far to invade the country of the Vortex. Heitake Sora has been hiding in the water, waiting for all the fog ninja to leave, and he went ashore quietly. Then he cast transformation technique, turned into an ordinary person, and walked towards Kirigakure with a large number of fog ninja. Heitake Sora doesn't know much about ninja villages, but in the past 6 months, Senja Tobirama has been sending him information and maps of the ninja world, as well as the maps and cultural customs of each ninja village. In particular, the specific geographical location of each ninja village and the location of each ethnic group are obtained by Konoha spies desperately. Naturally, Heitake Sora also read all of them. I didn't expect to use them at the time, but I really use them now. Kirigakure is located in deep Yamanaka, surrounded by thick fog all year round. Now it is considered a normal ninja village. Although the area is far smaller than Konoha, it is still more than half of Konoha, and there are many civilians. Unlike the Blood Mist village when 4th Mizukage was in power, it was directly closed for blood-killing training. There was no large-scale war, and Kirigakure did not set up an enchantment. Heitake Sora easily entered the village from other directions, and then became an ordinary person to mix here. Fortunately, Hokage speaks similar languages in all parts of the world, and there is no obvious dialect. Heitake Sora stayed in a hotel and slept until the afternoon, and it was already dark after dinner. Then, he went to the location of the Kirigakure Mist Shadow. The Hokage building is almost the center of Konoha, which is good for Hokage to observe the surroundings, but the Mizukage building is different. Heitake Sora has seen information, and it is north of Kirigakure. And the north is a big lake, and you can't see the edge at a glance. Most of the Mizukages in the past have a super strong water style, and there is a big lake, which can be regarded as a lot of Mizukage strength. Heitake Sora walked to the Mizukage building naturally, like a passerby passing by, walked more than 10 meters away from the entrance of the Mizukage building, and he quickly sealed the seal. Fire-style Great Fireball technique. Although it was only after 8 o'clock in the night at this time, there were not many people passing by here, and there were ninjas at the door. But I have never seen anyone dare to directly attack the Mizukage building. Water-style water barrier. At the door, a Chunin quickly formed a seal and erected a water wall in front of him, directly blocking the incoming Great Fireball. But at this time, Heitake Sora had already appeared behind the two of them, and Senbonzakura was unsheathed in his hand. Shua shua. 2 white lights flashed, and the door of the Hokage building was cut in half. The ************** D. The two Chunin were furious. One of them rushed to Heitake Sora with a kunao in his hand, and the other started to seal quickly. Chick! Chick! Heitake Sora once again displayed the sparkle, appearing behind the two of them in succession. Afterwards, the back hearts of the two had been pierced. Plop! Plop! The two who were killed by one blow fell at the same time. Mizukage, come out! Heitake Sora shouted. The original attack caused a shock, but Heitake Sora shouted loudly and spread directly. Heitake Sora's voice was heard by everyone throughout the Mizukage building. As Heitake Sora yelled, one person stepped out of the balcony at the top of the Mizukage building. Obvious Mizukage costumes and hats. Just right. The corners of Heitake Sora's mouth curled up slightly, and he directly released the transformation technique, returning to his true, youthful appearance. 50-50 system capability activation. Lock on second Mizukage Ghost Lantern Moon, random, activate Shinigami World 3 RD Team Captain Ikijin Meru. Combat power calculation is equal to the activation of the Ghost Lantern Magic Moon. Only one can exist at a time. Zanpakuto conversion. At that time, the Senbonzakura in Heitake Sora's hand became the Zanpakuto Shinso that belonged exclusively to Ikijin Meru, a short sword. Originally, he didn't plan to pay attention to the bottom, but Heitake Sora activated his ability, and his momentum rose instantly. Second Mizukage noticed him instantly, and jumped off the balcony of the tall building. Whoosh! Ghost Lantern Moon appeared 10 meters away from Heitake Sora. Although I haven't met you before, you should be Konoha's cage level. If you have anything to do, just tell me, Gaidang Huanyu said indifferently. The people sent yesterday returned in a big defeat today. Jinchuriki died, and Azinian died in battle. Gaidang Huanyu was already in a very upset mood at this time, and now someone suddenly came to pick things up, which made the killing intent in his heart start to rise. You're very smart. Heitake Sora smiled and said, I'll give you 2 options. The first is to compensate me 100 million taels, and from today onwards, Miss Ninja will never step into the territory of Uzumaki. The second is that I ruined your Kirigakure. Ha! You really have a good idea. Just by you, will you also negotiate with me? Gai Deng Huanya took off the bamboo hat, showing a face without eyebrows and two mustaches, showing an excited smile. If you don't give me a choice, I'll kill you. So there's nothing to talk about, Haytake Sora said. I don't talk to dead people. Ghost Lantern said, pointing at Haytake Sora, making his hand like a pistol. Water iron cannon technique. The fingertips of Ghost Lantern Huanya shot out a bullet-like liquid, which directly penetrated Haytake Sora. Whoosh! Haytake Sora cast Shunpo, appeared more than 10 meters away, and said flatly, then there is no need to talk, okay, tomorrow, you will find a talk. Shoot him. Shinso. The short sword in Haytake Sora's hand pointed at the Ghost Lantern Moon, and the short sword suddenly became longer and turned into white light. Shikai Shinso can be lengthened 100 times, originally about half a meter, 100 times, it is directly 50 meters. Boom! Ghost Lantern Huanya's body was directly pierced by Shinso, but his body turned into liquid, and the house behind was indeed pierced. This kind of attack doesn't work for me, you can't leave today. Gai Deng Huanya sneered, pointing at Haytake Sora with both hands, like a pistol. Water iron cannon technique. 2 water cannonballs flew towards Haytake Sora again. Haytake Sora once again cast Shunpo to dodge, and then the Shinso in his hand retracted as it was. It doesn't matter if it doesn't work for you, because I didn't come to kill you today. Haytake Sora smiled. Shinso Bankai, Kamashinai no Yari. Haytake Sora said to himself. The Shinso in his hand did not attack the Ghost Lantern Huanya this time, but turned towards the direction of the Hokage building, suddenly turned into a white light and continued to extend. Shinigami anime does not say how much the real Shinso can stretch, but after weakening the strength, Haytake Sora can perceive that the limit is 5,000 meters. Asking for flowers, and this time, he exploded with a length of 3 kilometers slash. Shua. Haytake Sora's body rotated, and the 3-kilometer-long sword in his hand slashed horizontally, and white light passed by in circles. In the blink of an eye, with Haytake Sora as the center, all the buildings extending 3 kilometers outward were directly cut by Haytake Sora's knife. The Shinso after Bankai is not an ordinary blade length, but the attack and sharpness have skyrocketed at the same time Haytake Sora was deliberately controlled. The elongated Shinso was cut from above, and those on the ground were not attacked. The roofs of some bungalows were just cut and collapsed. Only a few people were unlucky. On the second floor of the tall building, they were cut in half at that time. One move, with Haytake Sora as the center, a large area of buildings spreading outward collapsed rumblingly. 0 Ah, my house collapsed. What's the situation? The house collapsed. Ah, my lower body. For a moment there was a sound of shock, exclamation, and pain. With one sword, Kirigakur is in chaos. Then, Shinso retracted to its original form, Haytake Sora cast Shunpo, and ran away quickly. Damn it, oily slide. Gai Deng Huanya was furious in his heart, his feet were wrapped in oil, and the ground was very smooth when he stepped on the ground. He quickly pointed himself at the minister of the banner. If you dare to chase, I will strike again. The Shinso in Haytake Sora's hand began to stretch. Gai Deng Huanya hesitated for a moment, chased for another 100 meters, and stopped. Although he is a fighting maniac, he doesn't want to let the whole village be buried with him because he wants to kill the other party. That move was too terrifying. Fortunately, it was on the roof from the angle. If it was on the ground, the sword might directly cause the deaths of hundreds or even thousands of people in Mist Shinobi. Ha ha ha. Haytake Sora quickly walked away. Tomorrow, we will continue talking. With the voice, Haytake Sora has disappeared, and this time he did not cast it a second time. He came to negotiate, not to destroy the village. Besides, Kamashinai no Yari is good against ordinary people. It is difficult to deal with ghost lanterns in moonlight. If you really fight, you will have to finish playing after 15 minutes, so teach the other party a lesson to make them fearful. Next time, it's good to negotiate. Soon, Haytake Sora couldn't sense the ghost lantern and the moon, and quickly used the transformation technique to become another ordinary person and merged into Kirigakur. Continue to die tomorrow. As soon as Haytake Sora left, Ghost Lantern Moon summoned ninjas, martial law Kirigakur. No one was allowed to leave, only allowed to enter. The Mizu Cage building has collapsed, but there is still a meeting room on the first floor. In addition to second Mizu Cage Ghost Moon, there are several senior executives from Kirigakur. On the table, people quickly drew Haytake Sora's young appearance according to what they saw. Do you know this person? According to the Konoha information brought back by our spies. At present, there are only 3 cage levels in Konoha Mingmen, Senju Tobirama, Uchihayu and Hyaga Ching. I have never heard that there is such a young one. Shadow. Ghost Lantern Huanya said. Several people looked at the portrait and frowned slightly. At this time, one person said Konoha should also hide other cage levels, such as Hyaga and Senju. After all, the 3 major clans, without cage levels, it is impossible. Another person said Senju is powerful in ninjutsu, just now it was swordsmanship, and Hyaga's physical attack method of 493 is not like this. As for second Hokage, he can't come here. And if it is Uchiha Yu, he is a Konoha policeman. It is impossible for the Minister of the Armed Forces to come. If it's really a transformation technique, the Heitake family's swordsmanship is also well known in the ninja world. The intelligence from the spies suspects that Heitake Sora, who has lived for more than 100 years, is cage level, but it is not certain. But it is the same age as today's masters. The gap is also big. Ghost Lantern Huanya said, okay, no matter who it is, 90% of them may belong to Konoha. This time we attacked the country of the vortex, and we suffered a lot. Kamazuki is still tracking Three Tails. I taught this to the Ghost Lantern family. Make sure to get Three Tails back. As you said earlier, Konoha cage level assisted the country of Uzumaki and killed our master first. This caused the failure of this operation. Almost this time, the person should be the cage level master of Konoha. As long as he exists, it will be very difficult for us to invade the country of the vortex. Therefore, we will send more people to search the village. If we find it, we will release the news. We will not allow this kind of person to live in Kirigakure. Yes, Mizukage-sama. Heitake Sora guessed that according to inertial thinking, people in Kirigakure would think that they might leave Kirigakure, so they would impose martial law around them. At the same time, I dare not enter the crowd, and may explore places that are sparsely populated. So, Heitake Sora used the transformation technique, found a hot spring hotel again, and started to soak in the hot spring comfortably. After soaking in a hot spring and entering the room, Heitake Sora changed into a white kimono that he had bought from a shop, leaning on the balcony, looking down comfortably. At this time, several ninjas searched one shop after another. Calculated, 10 minutes should return here. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, a Chunin entered the hot spring hotel where Heitake Sora was staying. Okay. The corners of Heitake Sora's mouth curled up slightly, and then he directly cast Shadow Clone Technique, and the main body displayed dog demonization. A white shadow landed directly on the street. Heitake Sora, who has evolved from blood, has transformed into a dog demon. Now he is more than 30 meters long. Standing on the street, he is even taller than some small shops. Ah, what kind of monster is this? Someone exclaimed. This summoning beast is huge. At that time, the ninja closest to here ran quickly. Destroy quickly. Incarnate as a dog demon, Heitake Sora slammed into the shop next to him, waving his big paws, directly knocked down a shop, and then slammed into the next shop again. And his shadow clone is facing the opposite direction. Cast Shunpo, keep moving forward. It's the summoning beast summoned by the ninja, sending out the signal. Catch people. At the same time, stop the summoning beast. A Jonin quickly appeared, rushing to Heitake Sora's shadow clone first. Boom, boom. Heitake Sora has only one purpose, which is to demolish houses. Although the ninjas build houses very quickly, but in this era when wars are about to break out, it is impossible for them to build houses vigorously. Naturally, Heitake Sora believed that half of Kirigakure's house was demolished, and if he didn't believe it, he wouldn't talk to him. As for killing people, if you really kill too many people, that's vendetta killing. You don't need to talk about it when the time comes. It's time to run away. After the goal was determined, the dog demonized Heitake Sora was faster than most ninjas, and even Elite Jonin couldn't catch up with him in a short time. And he will not fight head-on. Seeing Elite Jonin, turn around and run in other directions. Seeing Jonin, Chunin, Genin, rush up and shoot people and houses together. After running like this for more than an hour, Heitake Sora's shadow clone has been destroyed, and his body has demolished all the houses on several streets in Kirigakure. After Ghost Lantern and Kirigakure's other cage-level masters couldn't bear it anymore, they quickly caught up with the encirclement. Heitake Sora used the 50-50 split system, locked another cage level, activated the same combat power, and then turned around and ran away. As a result, Ghost Lantern Moon failed to catch Heitake Sora, and the others couldn't catch up. He ran to a dark place, and after using the transformation technique, he also used the 50-50 split ability on an ordinary person. His aura instantly decreased, his aura changed drastically, and he mingled with some beggars. Heitake Sora tried it as early as Konoha. The 50-50 ability will increase his strength and achieve equal combat power with the target, but it will not reduce his combat power. However, if someone who is weaker than himself uses the 50-50 split ability, he will have other abilities, the natural breath will change, and at the same time, the momentum will be the same as locking the target. So after casting it, within 15 minutes, passing ninjas, even ninjas who remembered his original aura and were sensitive to aura, still couldn't feel him, because his current aura is that of another ordinary person. 2 hours later, it was past midnight, and it was the next day. Another ninja approached, Heitake Sora turned into a demon, and started to destroy buildings again. It was another chase. This time, the Ghost Lantern and Magic Moon did not come, so the two shadows were allowed to intercept and kill Heitake Sora. Heitake Sora didn't fight head-on, and turned around in various directions, running fast. As a dog demon, he has a large body, fast speed, and super senses such as smell, which makes his exploration skills more sensitive. It is easy to identify which direction the ninja is weaker. Naturally, it was easy to break through. Just like that, I saw ninjutsu everywhere in this night, and ninjas everywhere. However, no fighting broke out at all, and a large piece of the Kirigakure building collapsed instead. Heitake Sora, who claimed to be the Mist Shinobi Demolition Office, was running, but disappeared again. This time, on 1.2, he locked a puppy, used his 50-50 split ability, and landed in a pile of dilapidated houses, waiting on his stomach. A ninja just passed by, so naturally he didn't feel the existence of Heitake Sora, and quickly left. During the period, another ninja came, and used the 50-50 split ability on the stray cats passing by, and the breath changed again, but still did not find it. Just like that, after 4 o'clock in the morning, Heitake Sora turned into a big dog demon again, and started to destroy again. Kirigakure isn't small either, but Heitake Sora, who turned into a dog demon, is huge and rampages beyond any building. When combined with the ability of other cities' silver pills, a single blow can destroy a large area with a diameter of 6 kilometers. For the fourth time, a third of Kirigakure's buildings were destroyed by Heitake Sora. And this time, Heitake Sora encountered Ghost Lantern Moon again. Just as he was about to escape, Ghost Lantern Huanyu said loudly, "Stop, let's talk." Heitake Sora stopped, and a large cloud of white mist rose, and he dispelled the dog demonization, and turned back to his original form. "I said, you will talk to me." Heitake Sora said, "Here." As he said that, he once again displayed his 50-50 splitting ability against Ghost Lantern Huanyu. Lock the Ghost Lantern Moon, randomly activate One Piece World, one of the 4 Emperor's Shanks, change combat power, calculating. It is equivalent to the activation of the Ghost Lantern Magic Moon. Evacuate all civilians 5 kilometers away. Evacuate all people below Elite Jonin 5 kilometers away. Ghost Lantern Huanyu said loudly. Heitake Sora said flatly, "I'll give you 5 minutes." Whoosh whoosh. All of a sudden, Kirigakure attacked a large number of ninjas, leading the civilians to evacuate into the distance. In just 3 minutes, all civilians and ninjas below Elite Jonin within 5 kilometers had been evacuated. Gaidang Huanyu said this, although he did not say war or negotiation, but no matter what, they should evacuate. If the negotiation fails, it will be a big war, and civilians will suffer. If it's a war, then you have to evacuate quickly. With the weak ninja evacuated. In Kirigakure, there are only 3 Quasi Shadows standing beside the Ghost Lantern, and there are no other Elite Jonin, but Heitake Sora can feel it, and they are all in ambush around. About 3 minutes later, an Elite Jonin body flicker technique appeared beside Ghost Lantern Huanyu, and whispered, "Master Mizukage, you have already evacuated." And Gaidang Huanyu nodded, then looked at Heitake Sora and said, "Although you didn't fight head-to-head, your strength has been recognized by me. My name is Gaidang Huanyu, and now I am second Mizukage. I, Heitake 50/50ths, the country of Vortex is my territory." Heitake Sora also introduced himself. Slightly frowning, Gaidang Huanyu has heard of this name before. A few years ago in Minajiki, an Elite Jonin died. Hui Yoryuki brought back news that a man named Heitake 50% killed him. Also because of the change in Heitake Sora's appearance, Ghost Lantern Huanyu didn't think of him as Heitake Sora at this time. After all, no one believes that a person over 100 years old can be so young, and can destroy overnight and have strong physical strength. Ghost Lantern Huanyu continued, "Losing money is impossible. We lost 245 ninjas in the Battle of Uzumaki Kingdom. We didn't ask Uzumaki Kingdom to compensate. It's already very good. As for never invade the country of Vortex, I can't guarantee this. After my death, the next Mizukage will not be under my control." Heitake Sora stretched out a finger and said, "First of all, the loss of money is not to the country of the Vortex, but to me. You let me swim all the way from the country of the Vortex, and it took so much effort to demolish the house. The labor fee is 100 million taels. If I am less than 1 tael, I will destroy a house. If we can't negotiate, let's continue. Let's see if you can kill me first, or I can tear down your Kirigakure first." Tu Sheng. Now that we have surrounded you and set up a seal around you, do you think you can still escape? You are doomed today, and you are not qualified to negotiate terms with us. At this time, a Quasi Shadow said. Really? Heitake Sora smiled, and an invisible wave of air burst out all over his body, spreading infinitely. Conqueror's Haki. What kind of secret technique is this? Gaidang Huanyu was startled. He was the closest, but he was the first to feel the aura that made him feel extremely pressured. But as a cage level, he is not under too much pressure. However, the strength is not as good as Heitake Sora's. The 2 shadows beside Ghost Lantern Huanyu stiffen their bodies and push back involuntarily. This momentum is too oppressive, so strong that they fear and even want to kneel down. In the end, the 2 fought hard, and then they stabilized their figures. However, their foreheads were already profusely sweating, and their whole bodies were sweating even more. Same as the 2 Quasi Shadows. Several Zinniing in the dark also felt the same. There is also only the hidden cage level, which is not affected too much, but it also has a great sense of oppression. Boom! Like an invisible gust of wind, all the elite Jonins within a radius of 3 kilometers were stunned at this moment, and then there were dullness and panic in their eyes, and then there were constant plops. In 1 second, 90% of Mist Shinobi and elite Jonin fainted. Only a few people with extremely strong mental strength, whose strength was close to that of Zinniing, knelt down on the ground, struggling to support, but the panic in their eyes could not be concealed. As for the barriers maintained by several elite Jonin, they were directly shattered because of their fainting. This kind of momentum. The eyes of the two shadows behind Ghost Lantern Huanyu looking at Heitake Sora were full of horror. Horrible. At that moment, Heitake Sora even surpassed the tailed beast in their eyes, surpassed the terrifying existence of Mizu Cage. It was simply impossible to compete. Continue talking, Heitake Sora asked. Continue, Ghost Lantern Huanyu said. Heitake Sora said, this will never be practical, so let's do it for 30 years. You are not allowed to invade the country of the vortex for 30 years. If you step in, I will come here again. After you die, I will talk to your next successor. You guys' invasion a year earlier, the loss will be 10% more. As for the loss, we will know at that time. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the two people beside him. Before their bodies trembled slightly, Gaideng Huanyu took a deep breath, and then said, I agree. But I have to add one condition. What condition? Heitake Sora asked. Ghost Lantern Huanyu said, for 30 years, we will not step into the territory of the country of Vortex. But you and the ninjas of the country of Vortex are not allowed to enter the territory of the country of Water. If we violate it, even if we risk our lives, we will destroy the country of Vortex. Wok. Heitake Sora nodded. Next time let him come. He still doesn't want to come. His 537 ability is only temporary. The longer it drags on, the more prone to accidents. He doesn't want to come a second time. As for the country of Vortex, it is difficult to protect itself. How can it have the ability to enter the country without water? Okay. From now on, the two of us will not interfere with each other. After the Ghost Lantern Huanyu finished speaking, he took out a scroll and threw it at Heitake Sora. Exciting enough. Heitake Sora stuffed the scroll directly into his arms. Don't you count it? Or are you afraid it's not money? Ghost Lantern Huanyu said. Heitake Sora smiled and said, not enough, I will come back to ask for it. If it is not money, then I will destroy some houses when I come back. After finishing speaking, Heitake Sora cast Shunpo continuously, his figure kept flickering, and soon disappeared. From the beginning to the end, Ghost Lantern and Huanyu didn't stop them, and there were no cage-level experts in the dark, and the others didn't dare to stop them. A conqueror's haki burst out and directly suppressed everyone. How could anyone dare? Is Heitake 50 to 50? You can be regarded as a person with principles, Gaideng Huanyu said to himself. Mist Shinobi, in the conference room. The patriarch of the Hui Yoryuaki clan said, Master Mizu Cage, this kind of enemy cannot be left behind. He killed our two Kagaya masters, and he will leave. The future will even bring a crisis of destroying oranges to Shijin. Can you kill him? Gaideng Huanyu looked at the other party. Patriarch Kagaya was silent. He didn't faint just now, but he didn't feel well either. And the other elite Jonin all fainted. Even if they wake up now, many elite Jonin don't want to feel the feeling at that time again. If the opponent had made a move at that time, they would all die. At this time, the Patriarch of Manajaki said, give him 100 million taels. The amount is not too big, but if this matter gets out, it will have a great impact on our Kirigakur. At the same time, if you don't invade the country of Vortex for 30 years, after that, our chances of studying tailed beasts will be greatly reduced. Mizukichi-sama, why do you agree? Gaideng Huanyu said, first of all, as long as we don't disclose the matter of 100 million, he won't disclose it. And if he continues to destroy in the village, we won't lose 100 million taels than 30 years, but nothing. Once our Kirigakur grows stronger and finds a way to deal with him, as long as he dies, don't we have the final say if we want to destroy the country of the whirlpool? Hold him now. When war breaks out, Kanaha's side should be surrounded by the other 3 major ninja villages. At that time, we may not need to take action, and he may die on the battlefield. It will not be too late to invade the country of Uzumaki. You are right. Ghost Lantern Huanyu continued, to appease the families of the ninjas who died in the first battle of Uzumaki. Starting tomorrow, a large number of ninjas will enter the inland to fight. Compared with the Heitake 50/50ths, I want to kill second Tsuchikage none. After Heitake Sora left Kirigakur, he quickly checked the space scroll, and it really contained 100 million taels, which is quite generous. I won't have to worry about food and clothing in the future. By the way, I will buy some special products and clothes from the Land of Water for that girl in amber. By the way, I will have a look at the toys of the Land of Water and bring some to Tsunade. Heitake Sora walked towards the Land of Water happily. Capital. 30 years, or forever, actually feels to Heitake Sora, it is all imaginary. What he wants is a kind of deterrence, let the opponent know his combat power, so that he can be afraid. As long as they are afraid, and some people are even afraid, they will not dare to easily invade the country of Vortex for as long as Hatake Sora is alive. A ninja village wants long-term peace and stability, not the number of people, but the peak combat power. For example, Konoha Village, Sand Shinobi Village, Iwagakur, Kirigakur, Cloud Shinobi Village. The 5 great ninja villages are just the 5 big ones. Firstly, they are located in a large country with rich resources. More importantly, they all have shadow and their peak combat power is strong enough. Even if the civilians in the hostile village are all killed, or the ninjas are killed, but the shadow exists, if you keep staring at your ninja village, it can even consume half of a big ninja village, or even more. For example, if Senju Hashirama survives for a day, no ninja village will dare to attack Konoha, and even if all ninja villages join forces, they will not dare. This is the deterrence of peak combat power. Now what Hatake Sora wants is his threat to Mist Shinobi, so that he dare not invade the country of Vortex again. After buying clothes and a boat, Hatake Sora controlled by Chakra and went to the country of Vortex. As a result, after 2 days, he returned to the country of Uzumaki, because he followed Mist Shinobi when he came. But when I went back, there was no way to the front of the sea and no shops behind, and I couldn't tell the direction at all, so Hatake Sora was helplessly lost. At around 8 o'clock on the 3rd night, Hatake Sora turned into an old man again, and when he arrived at the coast of Uzumaki, he happened to meet 2 Uzumaki Chinins. At this time, there was still a faint smell of blood on the coast. After saying hello, Hatake Sora used dog demonization and ran towards Uzushio village. After more than an hour, we arrived at Ushio village. There were not too many people in the village. Many may be busy in the country of the Vortex, or guarding, fearing that Kirigakur will come again. Hatake Sora did not go back to the residence first, but first went to the residence of the old village chief, Uzumaki Minayuan. Walking to the door, he could feel someone inside, but this time no one made a sound. Pushing open the door, Hatake Sora saw Uzumaki looking at the door as usual, but this time he was in a wheelchair, with Uzumaki behind him. At this time, his hair had already fallen out, his eyes were closed, and he seemed to be asleep, his breath was extremely weak. "You're back." Uzumaki rejoiced seeing Hatake Sora. "I'm back." Hatake Sora walked in lightly, and whispered, "Brother Minayuan, are you asleep?" "No." At this time, Uzumaki slowly raised his eyes, looked at Hatake Sora, and said slowly, "I want to call you loudly. But I have no strength." "Lee, you go home." "Yes, ancestor," Uzumaki said respectfully, and then left. After Uzumaki forcefully left, Uzumaki Gatebuchi looked at Hatake Sora and said, "Sora, can you push me out of the yard? Look at the village." Hatake Sora frowned. This scene was very familiar. That year, before the eldest brother passed away, he later said similar things to him, "Look at the young people in the clan." Then, Senju Hashirama said something similar to him when he left the chamber. Then, today. "Don't watch it, that's it. It's so late, you should sleep and watch it tomorrow," Hatake Sora said. "Look, if you don't look, you won't be able to see it anymore." Uzumaki bowed his head and said, "I said to go to the battlefield, but I just looked at it from a distance, and then died on the battlefield. I didn't let him go, and I didn't see him when he left. I thought I would just take a look when you came back that day, but fortunately, you came back today, and I waited for it." He still didn't raise his head, not because he didn't want to look at Hatake Sora talking, but because he seemed to be unable to raise his head, and only had the strength to say a few words. "Okay." Hatake Sora pushed the wheelchair and left the yard. Walking in the village, almost no one was there, and some old people and children also went home. Exhausting his strength, Uzumaki raised his head, looked around, and said, "For so many years, the village has not changed, but it has also changed. I thought I would die 3 days ago. Actually, we all know that without you, we the genocide will be exterminated. It's not necessarily true. You'll only know after you fight. Yin is not as strong as you think," Hatake Sora said. "Although I didn't participate in the battle, I heard the wind tell me that the battle has passed." Uzumaki Katabachi looked around and said, "You left for a few days and went to Kirigakur in the country of water, right?" "Yes." Hatake Sora smiled and said, "Go drop by and chat with second Mizukage. It's good to be back, it's good to be back," Uzumaki said. Hatake Sora said, "A group of children, how could they keep me? Let me tell you about the result. Kirigakur compensated 100 million and 50 million taels to settle down with the families of the dead ninjas of the Uzumaki clan. The rest belongs to me. Also, those who promise not to win the king, within 30 years will invade the country of the Vortex." This, even though Uzumaki had lost his strength, he still used all his strength to look up at Hatake Sora, his eyes full of disbelief. Then, he turned back, bowed his head and said, "I really didn't expect that your strength is still beyond my imagination. Our family owes you too much, and we can't pay it off." Hatake Sora said, "Don't pay it back if you don't pay it back. Anyway, people will always owe a few people in this life. How can they be equal? Yes, Uzumaki said, having a strong bloodline and sealing technique has become the tragedy of our family today, but meeting you has also become our luck. With you, I am really happy, rest assured. At this time, he pointed to a small courtyard with no lights. This is Mito's house. Her father was my youngest son and died in the war. Although Mito did not come back to protect the Uzumaki family. But I understand that my youngest granddaughter, but it's also the best, and it's my pride. Then, he pointed to another yard, where the Heitake house lived. Uzumaki Minayuan continued, you live in the residence of Kohaku's grandfather. One of my nephews, who was in the same generation as Miki, is recognized as the strongest genius of the same generation of the Uzumaki family, and is most likely to achieve cage level, but later, in a battle, he was plotted against and died in battle. It was also because of that time that his daughter left the village to go to Konoha, and the mother who gave birth to Kohaku later became Mito's student. Kohaku has a talent that is not inferior to his. In a few years, he should soon awaken some abilities. Heitake Sora didn't reply, just quietly pushed the wheelchair, leaving time for Uzumaki Katabachi. While walking, Uzumaki Minayuan talked about who was in each courtyard, and which geniuses had appeared in the past, and he walked to the edge of the village. Heitake Sora was about to go back. Uzumaki said, go to the boundary marker and have a look. Okay. Heitake Sora pushed the wheelchair up the mountain and came to the stone monument outside Uzumaki village. Uzumaki Minayuan touched the stele and said, I don't know how long this stele has been passed down. When I was very young, my ancestors said that the stele already existed. It was no longer here. Our family took it with us wherever we went, until it was moved to this island. The stele combined with our family's special sealing technique can form an enchantment, and only two kinds of people are allowed to enter. One is the 603 Uzumaki family. The other is those who have learned the secret technique of our family's ghost sealing can enter. From the enchantment of the stone tablet, combined with the sealing technique of my own family, I developed a set of secret techniques to create an enchantment. I only taught the Uzumaki family my department, and the scroll was given to Amber. You can learn it when you go back later. At present, only Mito is the best at learning, even surpassing me. Afterwards, Uzumaki Menbuchi paused, and just bowed his head for half a minute. He raised his head and looked up at the full moon in the night sky. Today's moon is perfect. Sora, can you promise me one thing? What's the matter? Heitake Sora asked. Uzumaki Minayuan said, after I leave, can you temporarily act as the chief elder of Uzumaki village? Isn't that good? I belong to the Heitake family, and I also belong to Konoha. Heitake Sora was a little embarrassed. Uzumaki Minayuan said, it's just a temporary agent, you don't have to stay in the village. I originally wanted to pass it on to Muki, but Muki, the other two, because of the death of their descendants, were too sad recently, and they are about to leave. Our 4 old fellow elders are actually gone, and there is really no one in the clan who can afford this position. You don't need to take care of the affairs of Uzumaki village, just take a vacant position, and other rumors will be taken care of. I just want to help me choose a great elder in the future. I believe in your vision. Then, all right. Heitake Sora knew that there was no point in refusing, and Uzumaki wanted to use his identity as a deterrent to other villages. And Heitake Sora doesn't want the Uzumaki kingdom to be wiped out just like that, so let's give it a deterrent. Thank you. Uzumaki's eyes were full of gratitude. In this way, I can feel at ease. He smiled, a happy smile, then slowly lowered his head and closed his eyes. At this time, Heitake Sora also felt that the breath of Uzumaki Katabachi disappeared. Actually, when Heitake Sora appeared in the village pushing a wheelchair, someone came out while walking. There are old people holding the hands of children, women holding children, and young people who protect everyone in the village. They all quietly followed behind Heitake Sora, and at this moment, they also walked over silently. At the same time, he bowed deeply to Uzumaki Manbuchi and also to Heitake Sora. This time, the same generation is really there is no one left. Heitake Sora raised his head, feeling a little flustered in his heart. This funeral was very grand, not only in Uzumaki village, but also in Uzumaki country. Because Uzumaki Minayuan is not only the chief elder of Uzumaki village, he has spent most of his life fighting for the Uzumaki clan, desperately trying to live his whole life. Later, when the country of Vortex was established, he was also the first daimyo of the country of Vortex, and later became the great elder. 3 days later, Heitake Sora moved into Uzumaki's residence. This dwelling is not a simple courtyard. The wealth of the Uzumaki family is hidden under the courtyard. At the same time, there are barriers, underground passages, leading to the Yamanaka refuge, and several various passages leading to distant places. This is, in the face of a crisis, the safest place in the village, and the easiest place to escape, and it is also the place where every great elder lives according to Uzumaki Minayuan's regulations. Outside the hall, Heitake Sora was sitting in front of the door, with Uzumaki amber tea brewed on a small table beside him, and Uzumaki listening to the wind beside him. A lot of gauze was wrapped around his body, and a bandage was still wrapped around his left arm. Great elder, let me tell you about the loss of our Uzumaki kingdom this time. Uzumaki listened to the wind. That's not a good name, call me teacher, Heitake Sora said. Then, okay. Teacher, in this war, we lost 80 ninjas, 4 elite jonin, 10 jonin, urine. Stop, Heitake Sora said, chinin and so on. Needless to say, the teaching method, let's start training newcomers tomorrow. As for the handling of specific affairs, you can make up your mind. That. Uzumaki continued to hear the wind. Heitake Sora waved his hand and said, okay. People are old and their brains are not working well. From now on, you can deal with these trivial matters directly. Ugh, Uzumaki didn't know what to say for a while. Before, the ancestor said that Heitake Sora would not take care of the clan's internal affairs, but after all, Heitake Sora's strength and devotion to their clan made him preconceive that Heitake Sora would make decisions or something. As a result, he found that this old ancestor was usually lazy and unreliable. I really didn't know what to say, and finally Uzumaki sat listening to the wind for a while and left. Actually, deep down, he didn't want Heitake Sora to take care of it either because no one wanted his rights to be a deputy. The next day, before Heitake Sora got up, he was woken up by Uzumaki Kohaku urgently, because second Hokage Senju Tobirama sent a letter, and it was delivered by Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shinmura Danzo in person, which showed the urgency. Heitake Sora put on his clothes annoyed, and as soon as he walked out of the bedroom, he saw Sarutobi Hiruzen running over, and said anxiously, "Teacher, it's time to fight. Haven't you been fighting all the time?" Heitake Sora asked. Shinmura Danzo said, in the past, it was a small scale, and each village had restraint, but now, it's really erupted. Because last night, Cloud Shinobi Village and Iwagakure officially announced that they would start a war against Konoha. Although Sand Shinobi Village didn't make a statement, but seeing them invade the Nation of Fire, the goal is also very clear. So, Teacher Tobirama asked us to inform you that we hope you will return to the village. Okay. After dinner, let's go.